Chapter 1. Welcome to the world of God-slaying. Welcome, host, to the world of God-slaying. Xu Changan, cradling his throbbing head, managed to open one eye with great effort. He gazed at the bold black letters suspended in midair, feeling somewhat disoriented as he muttered, "The world of God-slaying? Are you jesting with me?" In his recollection, he had inexplicably met his demise at the hands of a bullet. Given the chance, he would have adamantly refused to venture abroad, for it was a simple stroll that led to him being shot in the head. Indeed, safety lay within the embrace of his homeland. "I'm not jesting, dear host. The vehicle you passed was the target of an assassination, and you were inadvertently caught in the crossfire. It was only after your death that I formed a pact with you, bringing you here." After a considerable pause, Xu Chang'an's muddled thoughts began to clear. Now lucid, he comprehended the system's proclamation. He felt a sense of absurdity over having taken a bullet for someone else. Yet he swiftly reconciled himself with his present predicament. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discerned that he appeared to be in a hospital. What is this place? This is the psychiatric hospital of the protagonist, Lin Qiye. Your identity, host, is that of the hospital's vice president. Your mission is to alleviate the regrets depicted in the narrative, while also garnering affection from certain special individuals, thereby earning rewards and unlocking the divine ruins. Xu Changan was taken aback. "I possess the divine ruins? Whose agent am I?" "You are the agent of the deity residing in Room 7. Room 7? If my memory serves me correctly, there is no deity in Room 7. Xu Changan narrowed his eyes, pondering who this deity mentioned by the system might be. Life, time, space, and fate, these are the divine ruins you will acquire in succession. For now, you possess the divine ruins of life, with the potential to unlock the ruins of other laws in the future, all of which are powers belonging to him. The system refrained from elucidating the matter of the deity in Room 7, instead expounding upon the formidable abilities that this deity wielded. Xu Changan found himself unable to decipher the system's intent. Its tone was excessively neutral, devoid of any hint of emotion. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to accept his circumstances. "So, according to you, I currently possess the divine ruins of life? What abilities do I hold?" Host: Xu Changan, age 116. Upon reaching this point, Xu Changan fell silent for a moment. He was not particularly surprised that the system recognized him as a being who had lived 2 lifetimes counting the present. It was likely 3. Having navigated this brief interlude, he continued to peruse the information. Agent of the deity. Room 7 has unlocked the divine ruins. Life Chun Chaoshan. Chun Chaoshan possesses 3 skills in total. 1. 100 instant healing near-death rescue. No matter the injury, as long as there is breath, one can be snatched back from the hands of Yama. 2. Enhances the strength and mental acuity of allies by 20, as well as a 15 increase in vitality. 3. Can inflict a negative status on enemies for 2 minutes. For example, poisoning. Divine ruins yet to be unlocked. Time, space, fate, unknown. Special individual. Lin Qiye awaiting further character unlocks. Regrets alleviated. None. Divine grade items. Communication spirit Jade 5. Xu Chang'an's pupils trembled, pondering the distinction between this and an unfair advantage. 1 divine realm and 3 skills in the realm of God's layers. Each agent possessed but a single skill per divine realm. Yet here, the capabilities were manifold, could heal, enhance damage, and disrupt foes. Moreover, the communication jade was unmistakably functional. "So can I leave?" Xu Changan contemplated, realizing that his mission required rectifying the regrets of God's layers, while also engaging with particular entities. Lin Qiye could enter, but if he were unable to exit, the task would remain unfulfilled. "Yes, you may. Once Lin Qiye enters the psychiatric hospital, you'll be free to come and go. I shall arrange a new identity for you outside." "Where does the plot currently stand?" Xu Changan inquired curiously. "He has already entered." "Huh? Hello." Upon hearing a voice, Xu Changan turned and beheld a somewhat reserved Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye momentarily froze, dazzled by Xu Chang'an's countenance. Dressed in a white lab coat with a name tag affixed to his chest, possessing silvery long hair and a pair of striking emerald eyes, his features bore a gentle beauty, exuding an aura of coolness tinged with languor. Ding, Lin Qiye's favorability, 7 greetings, Director Lin. Xu Changan said with a slight smile. Lin Qiye, taken aback, stammered, "Ah, me? Director Lin?" Xu Changan nodded, explaining, "I am the vice director of this hospital, responsible for overseeing the 7 deities within, and you are the director of this psychiatric institution, tasked with their treatment." "Me? Treating deities? Are you certain?" Lin Qiye exclaimed, astonished, pointing at himself. "Him? Treating deities? Was it for real? Surely there was some mistake?" Xu Changan maintained his smile, nodding earnestly. "Are you not already aware of the myriad unknown entities in this world? By treating the deities, you can acquire their powers." Lin Qiye fell silent. Reflecting on the events of recent days, the notion of treating deities seemed less outrageous. Moreover, he had to protect his aunt and Ajin. If he could indeed gain the powers of deities, then, have you always been here? Are you also a deity? Xu Changan shook his head. "Come with me." Lin Qiye hesitated for a moment, glancing at the firmly shut door before following Xu Changan to the vice director's office. The office resembled the hospital outside, furnished with a desk housing a computer and numerous patient files, a few chairs, and assorted personal items. Beyond that, the entire space was immaculate, devoid of any dust. "Please, take a seat. There is no need for formality." Xu Changan donned a pair of gold-framed glasses, his face adorned with a smile that radiated warmth. Lin Qiye nodded, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. He had expected Xu Changan to be a cold and taciturn individual, but the reality was starkly different. He was gentle as a breeze, warm as jade. Noticing Lin Qiye's ease, Xu Changan proceeded to divulge all pertinent information the latter could grasp at that moment, not only about the psychiatric hospital, but also the details that Shen would later share with Lin Qiye. "As for me, I am not a deity, but rather an agent. I am the representative of the divine being of the 7th ward." After Xu Chang'an's explanation, Lin Qiye gained considerable understanding and shed any lingering wariness towards him. "Do I need to open the first door now?" Xu Changan nodded. "Yes, indeed." Do you know what deity resides in the 1st ward?" Lin Qiye still felt a bit anxious, eager to gather more information before proceeding to open the first door. Xu Changan paused in silence for a moment, rummaging through the documents beside the computer, before retrieving information pertaining to the deity of the 1st ward and handing it to Lin Qiye. "This contains detailed records regarding Nix's affliction. She may perceive you as her child." Lin Qiye glanced at the documents in his hand, taking a deep breath. "I understand. Thank you. Chang'an, may I address you in that manner?" Xu Changan chuckled lightly. "Of course, Qiye." Ding! Lin Qiye's affection 5 Lin Qiye's ears flushed slightly, and he hastily averted his gaze. He had never encountered such a remarkably handsome young man before. Beep! Xu Chang'an's affection to Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting confusion as he lifted his head. "You might try to see if you can advance Nix's treatment progress tonight. If you require any assistance, feel free to seek me out." Xu Changan adjusted his glasses, his smile warm and gentle. The previously cold electronic voice felt like an illusion. Lin Qiye's attention was drawn back by Xu Chang'an's voice, and he nodded. "All right, I will do my best." Chapter 2. The First Encounter. Lin Qiye. Having left the vice principal's office, Lin Qiye arrived at the entrance of the 1st ward. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself mentally for a considerable time before turning the doorknob and opening the door. The ward was eerily quiet, and there sat Nix, one of the primordial deities of ancient Greece, motionless like a marionette upon the bed. Gradually, lines of text began to materialize in the air beside her. Ward 1. Patient. Nix. Task. Assist Nix in treating her mental illness. Upon reaching specified treatment progress 1, 50, 100, a portion of Nix's abilities may be randomly extracted. Current treatment progress 0. Despite having learned much from Chang'an, the stark reality laid before him still left Lin Qiye feeling astonished. According to Chang'an, the deities residing in the hospital were afflicted with severe illnesses. Yet, how could a deity fall ill? As Lin Qiye pondered this, Nix, who had been seated on the bed, stood up at some point and approached him. Startled, Lin Qiye instinctively took a step back. He beheld the goddess of night, her eyes reddened with unshed tears, as if she had spotted her own child, and then she bypassed him entirely, embracing the vase behind him instead. "Child, my child, I have finally found you." Lin Qiye. "Wait, huh? I In a state of shock and bewilderment, Lin Qiye witnessed the goddess of night mistakenly identify the chair, the wall, and the air as her offspring. Realizing that his mental preparation had fallen woefully short, a gentle giggle wafted from behind, and Lin Qiye once more heard that sound, the cold, mechanical tone he had presumed to be a mere figment of his imagination. Ding! Xu Changan's affection too. Startled, Lin Qiye turned to see Xu Changan, holding a thermos, standing at the doorway of the ward with a beaming smile. Above Xu Changan's head, a small segment of bold black text confirmed that this was not an illusion. Chang'an, are you mocking me? Setting aside the question of what this affection entailed, or its potential benefits perhaps akin to curing a deity, figured it could not be anything detrimental. Moreover, Lin Qiye felt an inexplicable curiosity about what might transpire should he fully cultivate Xu Changan's affection. And gazing upon Xu Changan's strikingly beautiful visage, he mused that he stood to gain quite a lot. Ding! Lin Qiye's affection 5. I was merely a bit concerned, so I came to check on you, Xu Changan replied, tempering his smile. He turned his gaze toward the still weeping Nikes, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, your dean's office should have some medicine. Shall we try to give it to Nikes? Lin Qiye glanced at Nikes, then nodded earnestly. I believe it is quite necessary. However, after they procured the medicine and devised various means to coax Nikes into taking it, she seemed normal again, no longer regarding vases as her children. Instead, she had taken to viewing Lin Qiye as her own offspring, addressing Xu Changan with the formal title of Vice Dean. Finally extricating themselves from the confines of Room 1, Lin Qiye felt utterly drained, his mind swirling as he sank into a chair in the Vice Dean's office. Xu Changan chuckled at Lin Qiye's predicament and filled a disposable cup with water from a dispenser. Drinking this would do you good. Lin Qiye, not one to be finicky, accepted the cup and took a sip. Soon enough, his dizziness dissipated, replaced by a refreshing sensation throughout his body. As he stared into the cup, a flurry of questions began to surface in his mind. Chang'an, have you been trapped here all along? Xu Changan nodded, but I can leave now. Is it because of me? Lin Qiye did not consider this a matter of narcissism, but rather a gut feeling, especially since affection had manifested itself. Ding! Lin Qiye's affection too. Indeed, Xu Changan confirmed, adjusting his glasses. However, it is time for you to depart. You must attend school now, little one. Little one? Lin Qiye was taken aback by the last term of endearment. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back in his room, beams of light streaming through the window. He blinked, momentarily bewildered. Did Chang'an just send me away? The next moment, he felt an intensified connection to the psychiatric hospital, and simultaneously, a pendant appeared, resting upon his chest. The jade emitted a faint glow, and a familiar voice echoed in his mind. This is a communication, Jade. You may contact me at any time. Lin Qiye, intrigued, examined the jade repeatedly and called out, hello, Chang'an, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Aren't you getting up for school, little one? When it's inconvenient, there's no need for spoken words. We can communicate through thought. Xu Changan was not only strikingly handsome, but his voice was also melodious, especially when it resonated directly in Lin Qiye's mind, evoking an intimate sensation, as if he were whispering sweetly in his ear, teasing him like a child. This made Lin Qiye's ears involuntarily flush with crimson. He heard Chang'an's words and attempted to respond mentally, understood. Chang'an, could you refrain from calling me little one? Ding! Lin Qiye's affection 6. Xu Chang'an's eyes curved with delight. It was the first time he found it amusing to tease someone else. I am older than you. What's wrong with calling you little one? Or is it that Qiye is feeling shy? Feeling exposed, Lin Qiye bit his lip, his gaze flickering. His ears remained flushed, and he dared not utter a word, fearing that Chang'an would once again tease him. Truly, he was hardly reserved. This person was so multifaceted. Xu Changan glanced at the still spirit jade in his hand, finally letting go of the mischievous inclination that had arisen within him. However, gazing at the psychiatric hospital before him, he felt somewhat speechless. This was the identity the system had assigned him, the deputy director of Lin Qiye's psychiatric hospital, while in the real world, he served as a doctor at the psychiatric institution. The only piece of good news was that he possessed 3 or 4 properties in every city of the Great Xia. He had reviewed his documentation, and there were no significant issues. Even if someone were to investigate, he had nothing to fear. System, May I inquire if the first regret I must settle is indeed the death of Zhou Congshen? Xu Changan entered the psychiatric hospital and questioned internally. Yes, as long as you prevent Zhou Congshen's death and raise Lin Qiye's affection to 40, you will unlock the second divine ruin. The system's voice carried a hint of excitement. Xu Changan's eyes flickered. Could it truly be unlocked so soon? It was indeed somewhat unexpected. The second divine ruin related to time. He wondered what kind of ability it might entail. Would it be akin to Wang Mian's abilities from the mass team? Speaking of him, Xu Changan had an inkling that Wang Mian could also be one of those who could garner affection. He was uncertain whether the other members of the mass team would also be special figures capable of eliciting affection. Reflecting on the narrative of slaying gods, he unhesitatingly requested leave, intending to depart the hospital. Dr. Xu, are you leaving already? A curious doctor inquired, though it was merely curiosity. Xu Changan recognized this doctor. He was the one Lin Qiye encountered after leaving the psychiatric hospital when inquiring about treating Nikes. He flashed a smile. Yes, a distant relative's child has encountered some trouble. I just received a call asking me to check in on them. In their line of work, upon hearing of a child's misfortune, one instinctively understood the implications, nodding in realization. I see. Then I'll take my leave. All right, goodbye, Dr. Chun, Xu Changan replied with a nod. Having departed from the psychiatric hospital, Xu Changan intended to meander through the shops in proximity to Lin Qiye's school, as there remained ample time before classes concluded. He could certainly confront the Ghost-Faced King directly, however. Doing so would render it exceedingly challenging for Lin Qiye to join the Night Watch. Some narratives are best left undisturbed. The mere thought of Lin Qiye's future identity elicited a silent sigh of awe from Xu Changan, who found himself increasingly eager to witness the gradual evolution of a protagonist before his very eyes. Ding! Xu Changan's affection one chimed the notification, startling Lin Qiye, who was in the midst of class. What is happening? I can still hear this even outside the psychiatric hospital? But why has my affection suddenly increased? Lin Qiye pondered, unable to suppress the thought that perhaps Chang'an was thinking of him. Chapter 1. Welcome to the God-slaying realm. Welcome, host, to the world of God-slaying. Xu Changan pressed his temples, feeling a throbbing ache in his head, and with great effort, managed to open one eye to gaze at the bold black text suspended in midair. Dazed, he murmured, "The world of God-slaying? Are you jesting with me?" In his recollections, he had inexplicably met his demise at the hands of a bullet. Given the chance, he would never have chosen a venture abroad. It was absurd to be shot in the head while simply walking down the street. Indeed, safety lay within the comforting embrace of his homeland. This is no jest, host. The vehicle you passed was the target of an assassination, and you were inadvertently caught in the crossfire. I formed a pact with you after your death, which has allowed me to bring you here. After some time, Xu Changan's mind gradually cleared, and he comprehended the system's words. He felt a mix of incredulity and acceptance regarding his inexplicable fate of shielding another from a bullet. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he appeared to be within a hospital. But what place was this? This is the mental institution of the protagonist, Lin Qiye. Your identity, host, is that of the vice president of the hospital. Your mission is to rectify the regrets within the narrative, while also gaining favor with certain special individuals to earn rewards and unlock divine realms. Xu Changan was taken aback. I possess a divine realm? Whose agent am I? The agent of the divine being in room 7. Room 7? If his memories served him correctly, there was no divine being in that chamber. Xu Changan narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering who this divine entity might be, as mentioned by the system. Life, time, space, fate. These are the divine realms you will sequentially acquire. Currently, you possess the realm of life, with others to be unlocked in due course, all of which are powers belonging to him. The system refrained from elaborating on the divine being of Room 7, instead detailing the formidable abilities it possessed. Xu Changan found himself unable to discern the purpose behind the system's words. The tone was too devoid of emotion, too flat. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to accept the situation. So, according to you, I now possess the realm of life? What abilities does that grant me? Host, Xu Changan, age 116. Upon reading this, Xu Changan fell silent. He was not particularly surprised that the system recognized him as someone who had lived 2 lifetimes, counting the present. It was perhaps 3. With this brief interlude behind him, he continued to read further. Agent of the Divine Being, Room 7, an unlocked divine realm. Life, Chun Chao Sheng. Chun Chao Sheng possesses 3 skills. 1. 100 instant healing and near-death rescue, no matter the injury, as long as there is breath. 1 can seize a person back from the clutches of death. 2. Enhances allied strength and mental fortitude by 20, as well as a 15 increase in vitality. 3. Can inflict a negative status upon enemies for 2 minutes. Example, poisoning. Currently, the divine ruins are not yet activated. Time, space, fate, the unknown. Special subject, Lin Qiye. New characters yet to be unlocked. Resolve regrets, none. Divine level item. Communication Spirit Jade 5. Xu Changan's pupils widened, pondering the distinction between this and cheating. A divine ruin with 3 skills, unlike the agents in the Divine Slayer, where each possesses a single skill within a divine ruin. This is a direct enhancement, capable of healing, amplifying damage, and disrupting foes. Moreover, that Communication Spirit Jade is evidently intended for a specific purpose. Am I able to exit? As Xu Changan calmed his thoughts, he realized that his mission required transforming the regrets of the Divine Slayer while also engaging with the special subject. Lin Qiye could eventually enter, but if he couldn't exit, the mission would remain unattainable. Yes, you merely need to wait for Lin Qiye to enter the mental institution, after which you may freely come and go. I will arrange a new identity for you outside. How far has the plot progressed? Xu Changan inquired with curiosity. He has already entered. Hello. Upon hearing a voice, Xu Changan turned around to see the somewhat reserved Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, dazzled by Xu Changan's appearance. Clad in a white coat with a name tag affixed to the front, sporting long silver hair and a pair of striking emerald green eyes, his features were slightly more delicate, exuding a cool yet languid charm. Ding! Lin Qiye's affection 7 greetings, Director Lin. Xu Changan offered a gentle smile. Lin Qiye, astonished, exclaimed, Huh? Me? Director Lin? Xu Changan nodded, explaining, I am the vice president of this hospital, tasked with overseeing the 7 deities within, and you are the director of this mental institution, responsible for their treatment. Me? Treating deities? Are you certain? Lin Qiye pointed at himself, his face a mask of disbelief. He? Treating deities? Is this for real? Xu Changan maintained his smile, seriously nodding. Are you not already aware that many unknown entities exist in this world? By treating the deities, one can acquire their abilities. Lin Qiye fell silent, reflecting on the peculiar occurrences he had encountered in recent days. The notion of treating deities suddenly seemed less astonishing, especially since he also needed to protect his aunt and Ajin, if he could truly gain the abilities of a deity. So, have you always been here? Are you also a deity? Xu Changan shook his head, gesturing. Follow me. Lin Qiye hesitated for a moment, glancing at the closed door before trailing behind Xu Changan to the vice president's office. The office resembled the hospital outside, featuring a desk with a computer and numerous patient files, a few stools, and assorted personal items. Aside from that, the entire office was spotless, free from any dust. Please, take a seat. There is no need to be formal. Xu Changan donned the gold-framed glasses from a table, smiling warmly, radiating friendliness. Lin Qiye nodded, feeling himself relax a little. He initially believed that Xu Changan would be a cold and taciturn individual, only to discover that the reality was quite the opposite. The other person exuded a gentle aura, as soft as a breeze and as warm as jade. As Xu Changan noticed Lin Qiye's relaxation, he promptly shared all pertinent information that Lin could comprehend at that moment, not only regarding the psychiatric hospital, but also the details that Shen would later convey to Lin Qiye. As for myself, I am not a deity, but rather a representative, the agent of the deity of Room 7. Through Xu Chang'an's elucidation, Lin Qiye gained considerable understanding and completely let go of his wariness towards Xu Changan. Do I need to open the first door now? Xu Changan nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. Do you know what deity governs the first room? Lin Qiye still felt a tinge of nervousness. Eager to acquire more information before proceeding to open the initial door. Xu Changan paused for a moment, rummaging through the documents beside his computer, and retrieved the information pertaining to the deity of the first room, handing it to Lin Qiye. This dossier meticulously recorded details about the affliction of Nix, who may perceive you as her child. Lin Qiye gazed at the documents in his hands, inhaling deeply. I understand. Thank you. Chang'an? May I address you this way? Xu Changan chuckled softly. Of course, Qiye. Ding. Lin Qiye's affection 5. Lin Qiye's ears flushed slightly, and he quickly averted his gaze. He had never encountered a boy with such striking beauty. Ding. Xu Chang'an's affection 2. Lin Qiye was taken aback, lifting his head in bewilderment. You might try tonight to see if you can accelerate Nix's healing progress. If you require assistance, feel free to come to me at any time. Xu Changan adjusted his glasses, his smile warm and inviting. The cold, mechanical voice felt like an illusion, and Lin Qiye's attention was drawn back to Xu Chang'an's soothing voice as he nodded in agreement. All right, I will do my best. This book is a product of passion. I have only watched the anime and am now gradually catching up with the original work. Therefore, updates may be slow and not necessarily daily. It's a romantic tale filled with ambiguity, aimed at a female audience. A narrative that does not overshadow the main or supporting characters, primarily focusing on a nurturing role with occasional forays into being an assassin. Yet modifications will be made to eliminate regrets and bring fulfillment. This is my first attempt at such a narrative, and I am unfamiliar with the craft. Hence, my skills in this area are somewhat whimsical, and I am uncertain of their feasibility. As for proficiency, what I write will undoubtedly be the most impressive. If any readers have insights or ideas regarding the skills, please feel free to comment. I will certainly read the feedback. If there are no suggestions, I will adhere to my outlined concepts. So please do not concern yourselves with logic. Simply enjoy the narrative without overthinking. Brain Storage, Chapter 2. The first encounter. Lin Qiye exited the vice president's office, taking a deep breath and mentally preparing himself for a considerable time before turning the doorknob to open the door to the first patient room. The ward was enveloped in profound silence, and there sat Nix, one of the primordial deities of ancient Greece, motionless like a marionette on the hospital bed. Gradually, lines of text began to materialize in the space beside her. Room 1. Patient. Nix. Task. Assist Nix in treating her mental illness. Upon reaching specified treatment progress, 1, 50, 100, a portion of Nix's abilities may be randomly extracted. Current treatment progress, 0, despite having learned much from Chang'an. The reality laid before Lin Qiye still left him astounded. According to Chang'an, the deities residing in the hospital suffered from severe illnesses. Yet, how could deities fall ill? As Lin Qiye pondered these thoughts, Nix, who had been seated, unexpectedly rose and approached him. Startled, he instinctively took a step back. The goddess of night, with tear-filled eyes, looked at him as if she were gazing upon her own child, only to then bypass him and embrace the vase behind him. Child, my child, at last, I have found you. Lin Qiye. No, wait. This me? Under Lin Qiye's astonished and perplexed gaze, he witnessed the goddess of night mistaking the chair, wall, and even the air for her offspring, and he felt that his mental preparation had been woefully inadequate. A light laugh floated from behind him. Once again, Lin Qiye heard that voice, the cold, mechanical tone he had thought was a mere figment of his imagination. Ding! Chang'an's favorability too. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Qiye turned to see Chang'an standing at the doorway with a thermos, a smile gracing his face. Above him, a small line of bold text confirmed that this was no illusion. Chang'an, are you laughing at me? Setting aside the question of what this favorability meant or its purpose, perhaps something akin to curing deities? It surely could not be anything detrimental. Moreover, Lin Qiye was quite curious about what might transpire should he fully cultivate Chang'an's favorability, especially considering Chang'an's strikingly handsome visage. It seemed he had little to lose. Ding! Lin Qiye's favorability 5. I merely felt a tinge of concern, so I came to check on you. Chang'an tempered his smile, glancing thoughtfully at the still weeping Nix. Your office should have some medication. Should we try giving it to Nix? Lin Qiye turned to glance at Nix, then nodded seriously. I believe that would be quite necessary. However, after the two of them procured the medication and endeavored to persuade Nix to take it, she finally appeared normal to a significant extent, no longer mistaking vases for her children. He regarded Lin Qiye as his own child, only addressing Xu Changan with the proper formality of vice dean. After finally extricating himself from room 1, Lin Qiye felt utterly disoriented, his head swirling as he sat in the vice dean's office chair. Xu Changan, Amut, observed Lin Qiye and fetched a cup of water from the dispenser with a disposable cup, suggesting, drinking this will do you good. Lin Qiye, eschewing any pretense, accepted the water and took a sip. Soon enough, the fog in his mind cleared, replaced by a refreshing sensation throughout his body. He gazed into the cup, an array of questions bubbling uncontrollably in his mind. Chang'an, had you been trapped here all along? Xu Changan nodded, but now I can leave. Because of me? Lin Qiye's thought was not one of vanity, but rather an instinctive feeling, for affection often surfaces unexpectedly. Ding! Lin Qiye's affection too, indeed. Xu Changan did not conceal the truth, adjusting his glasses. However, it is time for you to leave now. You have school to attend, young one. Young one? Lin Qiye was still somewhat bewildered by the term of endearment, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself back in his room. Sunlight streaming through the window in multiple beams. He blinked, momentarily dazed. Did Chang'an just send me away? In the next moment, he felt an intensifying connection to the mental hospital, and simultaneously, a pendant appeared, settling on Lin Qiye's chest, its jade glimmering faintly. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. This is a communication jade, allowing us to connect at any time. Curiously, Lin Qiye examined the jade and asked, Hello, Chang'an, can you hear me? I can hear you. Aren't you getting up for school, young one? When it's inconvenient, there's no need to speak aloud. You can communicate through thought. Xu Changan was not only handsome, but possessed a voice that was equally enchanting, especially when it resonated directly in Lin Qiye's mind, evoking an intimate sensation as if Xu Changan were whispering playfully in his ear, causing Lin Qiye's ears to flush uncontrollably. He heard Xu Changan's words and attempted to respond telepathically, understood. Chang'an, could you please refrain from calling me young one? Ding. Lin Qiye's affection 6, Xu Changan chuckled, his eyes crinkling with delight. For the first time, he found teasing others to be an enjoyable pastime. I am older than you. What is wrong with calling you young one? Or is Qiye feeling shy? With his facade shattered, Lin Qiye bit his lip, his gaze flickering, his ears still a vivid red, too apprehensive to reply, fearing Xu Changan would further provoke him. Truly, he was utterly unreserved. How could this person possess so many facets? Xu Changan regarded the still jade in his hand, finally setting aside his mischievous thoughts. However, observing the mental hospital before him, he felt somewhat speechless. This was the identity the system had assigned him, serving as the vice dean in Lin Qiye's mental hospital while being a doctor in the real world. The only piece of good news is perhaps that he owns 3 or 4 properties in every city across the Great Xia. And having reviewed his information, there appears to be no significant issues. Even if someone were to investigate, there is nothing to fear. System, might my first regret that requires alleviation be the death of Zhou Kongshen? Xu Changan mused as he entered the psychiatric hospital. Indeed, if we can prevent Zhou Kongshen's demise and elevate Lin Qiye's favor to 40, the second divine ruin can be unlocked. The system's voice carried a hint of exuberance. Xu Changan's gaze flickered. Could it be unlocked so soon? This was indeed somewhat unexpected. The second divine ruin pertains to time. What ability might it hold? Would it be akin to that of the mass team's Wang Mian? Speaking of that individual, Xu Changan couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Mian could also be a character from whom he might garner favor. He pondered whether the other members of the mass team might also be special figures from whom he could gain affection. Recalling the plot of the God-slaying narrative, he promptly requested leave, intending to exit the hospital. Ah, Dr. Xu, are you leaving already? A curious doctor inquired, though merely out of curiosity. Xu Changan recognized this doctor as the one who had consulted Lin Qiye after his release from the psychiatric hospital regarding the treatment of Nikes. He offered a smile, saying, Yes, a distant relative's child has encountered some trouble, and I just received a call urging me to visit. In their line of work, Upon hearing of a child's misfortune, one instinctively understands the gravity of the matter. The doctor nodded knowingly. I see. Then I shall let you go. Goodbye, Dr. Chun, Xu Changan replied, nodding as he departed. Upon leaving the psychiatric hospital, Xu Changan decided to explore shops near Lin Qiye's school, as there was still ample time before classes ended. He could indeed confront the Ghost-Faced King directly, but doing so might make it challenging for Lin Qiye to join the Night Watchers. Some plot lines are best left untouched. Thinking of Lin Qiye's future identity, Xu Changan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation at witnessing the protagonist's gradual growth. Ding! Xu Changan's favorite one. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, attending class, pondered, What's happening? I can hear this even outside the psychiatric hospital, but why has my favor suddenly increased? He couldn't help but wonder if Chang'an was thinking of him. Chapter 3. The Masked Phantom. After taking a leave of absence, Xu Changan, with the aid of the system, arrived at Lin Qiye's school. Given his unfamiliarity with Chang'an City, navigating without the system would undoubtedly require considerable effort. He soon encountered General Zhou Kongcheng. At that moment, Zhou Kongcheng was squatting by the roadside, indulging in a bowl of snacks. Perhaps due to his appearance and attire, he increasingly resembled a figure embroiled in the underworld rather than a virtuous individual. Xu Changan narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhou Kongcheng quickly sensed the gaze upon him, abruptly turning to ascertain the source. Upon recognizing Xu Changan, shock flickered across his face. Suddenly, a group of individuals passed by, obscuring his view. Once they moved on, Xu Changan had vanished, as though he were merely a figment of his imagination. Zhou Kongcheng, somewhat bewildered, rubbed his eyes, confirming that the spot was indeed devoid of the person who had startled him moments before, prompting him to question his own state of mind. Meanwhile, Xu Changan had retreated to the office of the vice president at the mental hospital, leaning back in his chair, lost in thought as he stared blankly at the wall. Host, do you not intend to join the Night Watchers? Join the Night Watchers? Frankly, Xu Changan was indifferent to the notion. However, at this juncture, aligning with the Night Watchers would be advantageous for him. System, please notify me once Zhou Kongcheng encounters the Masked King. Xu Changan stated as he picked up the medication from the table and exited, having promised Lin Qiye to ensure Nikes took his medicine on schedule. Understood, host. A total of 378 yuan. Please take care. Xu Changan scanned the payment code, grasping 2 large bags as he exited the supermarket, making his way home. Even with a mask on, the gazes of those around him inevitably fell upon him. Yet fortunately, none approached for contact details. Upon crossing the street, he paused at the entrance of a narrow alley. Gazing into the depths of the alley, it seemed as though something was intently watching him from within. Detected 2 masked phantoms. Would the host like to take action? This system can provide the necessary weaponry free of charge. Xu Changan set down the 2 bags and suddenly wielded a sword of white and blue hues. The moment he stepped into the alley, a formation appeared beneath his feet, and his eyes transformed to a vivid green. Perfect, time to practice with you. Deep within the alley, the masked phantoms suddenly sensed their life force being drained and, heavily wounded, recoiled in terror while letting out a furious roar. Peak of the Pool Realm? Xu Changan, feeling the power coursing through him, swiftly reached a conclusion regarding his own realm. Meanwhile, Chun Mai, who was nearby searching for the masked phantoms, suddenly sensed the presence of divinity. Specifically, someone had activated the divine ruins. This aura. He paused for a few seconds before sprinting toward the source of the energy. After a battle that was nearly one-sided, Xu Changan withdrew the sword embedded in the neck of the masked phantom, his expression frigid. System, can you collect these 2 corpses? Of course, host. Would you like to hand them over to Qingyu? Regardless of whether he is a likable individual, his inherent abilities and subsequent identity merit engagement. Emerging from the dim alley, the sword in his grasp caught the light and dispersed, his green eyes reverting to black as the array beneath his feet faded. Xu Changan picked up 2 bags from the ground and proceeded along the sidewalk. Understood, host, the system responded. With that, the 2 ghostly corpses in the alley vanished, leaving not a trace of blood behind. The system conducted a thorough check of the surroundings, ensuring no witnesses had observed the recent events before feeling at ease. Not long after Xu Changan departed, Chimai arrived at the scene. Unfortunately, by the time he reached the location, the divine presence had dissipated. Even upon entering the alley, he found no evidence of anything amiss, as if that divine aura had been but an illusion. Nevertheless, Chenmai was not inclined to doubt his instincts. Something told him that a divine agent had indeed been present moments before. He held on to the hope of encountering that being again. Upon returning home, Xu Changan casually prepared a meal for himself. He intended to seek out an Qingyu, curious to ascertain whether this person might be a likable character. Even if not, he was eager to meet this highly intelligent biological enthusiast. In any case, he would have nothing to lose. Regrettably, Lin Qiye was not nearby, preventing him from utilizing the mental hospital for spatial jumps. He could only rely on the system for guidance, leading him into the underground waterways. Host, continue forward a little further, and you will arrive, the system instructed. After taking a few steps, Xu Changan came upon a door. He knocked, but received no response. Grasping the doorknob, he merely wished to test its openness, and to his surprise, it yielded effortlessly. The door was unlocked. It seemed he would return shortly. Xu Changan surveyed the laboratory, approached the operating table, glanced at the notebook and pen, contemplated briefly, and ultimately tore off a page to inscribe a few words. He affixed it to the door, utilizing the divine ruin to coax a young vine to grow from the ceiling, securing the paper in place to prevent it from falling. The door gradually closed, left ajar. Xu Changan waited patiently for the return of the laboratory's owner. Chapter 4. In Qingyu, the sound of footsteps echoed through the underground sewer. Thud, thud, thud. Moments later, the footsteps abruptly ceased, and Qingyu adjusted his glasses with a single finger, gazing at the ajar door before him, partially obstructed by an unwelcome vine pressing against a piece of paper. Apologies for the uninvited intrusion. A smile curled at the corners of his lips as he decisively pushed open the laboratory door. Dim light streamed into the room, revealing the true visage of an unexpected guest. The vine dissipated, and the paper transformed into dust, scattering into the air. Special subject detected, and Qingyu. And Qingyu's affinity for. Xu Changan smiled knowingly. He had guessed correctly. Hello. And Qingyu's affinity 30. Xu Changan was momentarily taken aback. An additional 30 points of affinity? He glanced at Qingyu, observing the fervor and madness glimmering in his eyes, akin to a hunter's exhilaration upon discovering prey. And Qingyu was indeed intriguing. And Qingyu had not anticipated Xu Chang'an's swift response. Caught off guard and unable to conceal his emotions, he decided to forego any pretense, as his counterpart appeared unperturbed. His curiosity piqued, he inquired, "How did you find this place?" "Finding you is not arduous. A renowned genius is easier to locate than one might think." Xu Chang'an's seemingly evasive reply addressed two of Qingyu's unvoiced questions. And Qingyu narrowed his eyes slightly, relishing the conversation with an astute mind. He approached the experimental table, grasping a test tube from the rack and holding it up to his gaze, peering through the liquid to meet Xu Chang'an's striking green eyes. "Have you come here to propose a collaboration?" With goodwill and devoid of menace, lacking any intimidation or coercion. It appeared not merely a test, but rather a quest for partnership. "I can offer you mystery unconditionally, while all I require in return is the results of your research. What do you say?" Upon finishing his statement, Xu Changan snapped his fingers casually. Instantly, a corpse of a ghostly-faced figure materialized on the surgical table. And Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, his pupils momentarily contracting in exhilaration, the madness within him intensifying. Yet, when his gaze fell on Xu Changan, the fervor diminished slightly. Without hesitation, he declared, "Agreed, I accept." Xu Changan snapped his fingers again, and another ghostly-faced corpse appeared on the ground, accompanied by two pendants identical to the one in Lin Qiye's possession, tossed to Qingyu. "I am Xu Changan. The pendant serves as a communicator, allowing you to contact me at any time. The extra one is for your research. Whether you can derive anything from it will depend on your abilities. Warning: Zhao Kongsheng has encountered the Ghost Face King. Warning: Zhao Kongsheng has encountered the Ghost Face King. Warning." As the words fell, Xu Changan vanished from sight, and Qingyu examined the two pendants, Xu Chang'an's smiling visage incessantly replaying in his mind. The lack of concealment regarding his uniqueness intensified the madness in Qingyu's eyes. How fascinating. Xu Changan, indeed. I shall remember you. As for now, he should begin his investigation into the two corpses that Xu Changan referred to as mysterious. Indeed, this world is precisely as he had envisioned. Xu Changan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the system would bestow such a plethora of rewards upon him. In his first life, he had inhabited a realm of cultivation. Thus, he was acutely aware of the intrinsic value these items possessed. However, at present, he found himself particularly intrigued by the forbidden domain provided by the system. Regrettably, he lacked the time to examine it further, as Lin Qiye had already arrived. Zhou Kongcheng, let me in. Zhou Kongcheng, can you hear me? Zhou Kongcheng, if you're alive, speak up. Lin Qiye shouted, his fists clenched as he pounded against the boundless void. Lin Qiye, what the hell is wrong with you? What are you doing out here this hour? Seeking death? You'd best scram. Came Zhou Kongcheng's irate voice from within the boundless void. He was perplexed. How had Lin Qiye managed to find this place? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. He urgently needed to persuade Lin Qiye to leave. Mind your own business. Open the boundless void. Right now, I can assist you. Lin Qiye insisted, desperation in his tone. Zhou Kongcheng chuckled in disbelief. Help? Lin Qiye, a mere lantern realm cultivator, would only be courting death by entering. Were it not for the current circumstances, he would surely deliver a punch to that reckless youth. Get lost. A lantern realm cultivator like you is just asking for trouble. He continued to berate, attempting to dissuade Lin Qiye while simultaneously remaining vigilant against the attacks of the ghost-faced king. Lin Qiye gritted his teeth, though he was reluctant to join the night watchers. It did not mean he could stand idly by while someone's life was at stake, especially since he despised being in anyone's debt. As night gradually descended, it presented Lin Qiye with an opportunity. He immediately activated Starry Night Dancer, striving to breach the boundless void to assist Zhou Kongcheng. Xu Changan had been lurking in the shadows all along. With the system's assistance, the boundless void could not hinder him, and he was able to clearly observe all that transpired within. What he witnessed firsthand was indeed more astonishing than what had been depicted in texts. The system, listening to Xu Changan's musings, glanced at his expressionless face, then at the fluctuating emotional value bar, feeling an uncontrollable surge of exhilaration. Yet, to prevent any significant variables from arising, it temporarily suppressed the notifications of Xu Changan's emotional affinity. At that moment, Lin Qiye was still searching for weaknesses in the boundless void. Zhou Kongcheng, having infused himself with the essence of the ghostly deity, wielded the eclipsed moon slash, severing one of the ghost-faced king's arms. The ghost-faced king, sensing Zhou Kongcheng's unusual prowess, erupted with an even greater aura than before. System, do you believe Zhou Kongcheng's bravery stems from his own courage, or is it a valor bestowed by the narrative? Xu Changan inquired, gazing at Zhou Kongcheng, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the ghost-faced king. He ultimately voiced his inner uncertainty, yearning to discern whether this so-called world of god-slaying was genuine or merely a fabrication. Was everything merely a consequence of the plot's influence? The system appeared momentarily taken aback by the host's unexpected inquiry, falling into a contemplative silence before solemnly articulating, Host, I can assure you that everything here is indeed real. Lin Qiye is real, and Zhou Kongcheng is real. Your doubts stem from your lack of immersion in this experience, with flesh, blood, and emotion. How could it not be genuine? Perhaps you should engage personally rather than remain an observer. Xu Changan paused, hesitating. In both his first and second lives, he was undeniably a prodigious genius. Yet, the sole imperfection lay in his remarkably feeble emotions, so faint they were nearly non-existent. Only in his second life did this slightly improve, likely due to the presence of a few boisterous companions. As a cultivator, he understood that entering the mortal realm would inevitably entwine him with karma, intertwining predetermined fate with variables. Thus, his original destiny would inevitably alter. The nature of this transformation, whether favorable or adverse, remained elusive. So, must he truly immerse himself in this world, to become entangled in its karmic web? Yet, he was already fully aware of the ultimate conclusion of this realm. He could easily refrain from involvement, simply fulfilling the tasks assigned by the system from the shadows. As for affection, A timely act of kindness would suffice. Therefore, how should he choose? Young man, pay close attention to this strike. This strike will be quite magnificent. Chapter 5 General Zhou shall surely share a fate with the heavens. The crescent moon, dark as it may be, shone with a brightness akin to that of the celestial orb above. It was merely Zhou Kongcheng, raising his hand and delivering a gentle yet decisive strike, severing the head of the demon masked king. Although Xu Changan was acutely aware that the demon masked king had not perished from this blow, he discerned within Zhou Kongcheng's strike a multitude of intentions, a multitude of wills, a resolute determination to embrace death without regret, a selfless devotion to the nation, a commitment to protect all living beings, and a tinge of regret for not being able to reunite with his family. What Zhou Kongcheng silently guarded was not solely his own familial ties. It encompassed the entire nation, embodying both personal affection and a grander love. Xu Changan gazed at the fallen Zhou Kongcheng with a complex expression, listening quietly to the conversation between him and Lin Qiye. Zhou Kongcheng, it seems you are nearing death. Lin Qiye's eyes were filled with confusion. This was his first encounter with death so intimately, witnessing the extinguishing of another's life. Zhou Kongcheng coughed several times, spitting out blood, yet his face retained that confident and proud smile. I know if I must die, then so be it. I have no regrets. I am a night watchman. Do you know the oath of a night watchman? What oath? Lin Qiye inquired, pressing for more. Zhou Kongcheng let out a hearty laugh, unfazed by his injuries, and recited the oath with a heavy yet resolute tone. Should the dark night descend, I shall stand before the multitude, sword drawn against the abyss, my blood staining the heavens. Lin Qiye was taken aback. Is this truly the oath of the night watchman? At that moment, his emotions reached a peak of complexity, prompting him to ask, even if the multitude remains unaware of your deeds as night watchman, is it still worth it? Absolutely. Zhou Kongcheng replied without hesitation. Lin Qiye opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. The rain continued to fall, softly washing away the blood from the ground. Concealed in the shadows, Xu Changan lowered his gaze and murmured, should the dark night descend, I shall stand before the multitude. Sword drawn against the abyss, my blood staining the heavens. Is this the oath of the night watchman? Host, Zhou Kongcheng is on the verge of death. The system's voice jolted Xu Changan back to reality. He was about to step forward to save Zhou Kongcheng when he realized that the demon masked king had inexplicably risen again. Frowning, he decided to utilize the divine ruins, discreetly ensuring that Lin Qiye remained oblivious, to prolong Zhou Kongcheng's life for the time being. As for the demon masked king, that would be left to Lin Qiye to vanquish, unaware that Zhou Kongcheng could still live. Lin Qiye assumed that Zhou Kongcheng had succumbed when he witnessed him close his eyes and fail to respond, believing him to be dead. Zhou Kongcheng, watch as I avenge you. He inhaled deeply, rising to confront the demon masked king, drawing a blade embedded in the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury. The battle between Lin Qiye and the demon masked king commenced. Xu Changan sidestepped Lin Qiye and approached Zhou Kongcheng's side. Host, what is your answer? My answer. Xu Changan silently regarded Zhou Kongcheng, who wore a smile, yet clung to the last vestiges of life. After a moment, he lifted his gaze toward Lin Qiye, who was engaged in battle with the demon masked king, sighed, and ultimately acquiesced to the system's will. You have triumphed, though I remain uncertain of your intentions. Host, I harbor no intent to harm you. The ambiguity of harm is a mystery to all. Upon hearing the host's inner thoughts, the system reacted with a lament. Shao Tianquan, you may return. Zhou Kongcheng is not yet deceased, and I can save him. Xu Changan cast a fleeting glance towards a certain direction behind him, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon receiving the master's command, the startled Shao Tianquan, who had hurried with his soul-collecting bag, was bewildered. He did not comprehend how Xu Changan had discovered him or recognized his identity, yet he did not depart. For he held little trust in Xu Changan and remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting Lin Qiye's confrontation with the Ghost-Face King. Ultimately, Lin Qiye plunged his blade through the ghostly visage, the golden eyes extinguishing the Ghost-Face King's life force entirely. As he withdrew the sword and turned, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Xu Changan's favor 10. The chilling mechanical voice jolted Lin Qiye back to reality. Chang'an, how did you come to be here? I sensed your mental fluctuations from the psychiatric hospital, so I came to investigate. Qiye, you are quite impressive. Xu Changan gazed at Lin Qiye with a hint of melancholy, feeling compelled to clarify. Oh, I see. Lin Qiye suddenly felt a wave of awkwardness. He had indeed neglected to reach out to Chang, and amidst the urgency of the situation. Abruptly, a thought struck him, and he hastened to Xu Changan's side. Chang'an, do you possess a means to save Zhao Kongcheng? His tone was urgent, laced with a flicker of hope. At this moment, Chang'an represented his last hope. Xu Changan surveyed the figure lying on the ground. It is feasible to save him, but it seems you owe him a considerable favor. Lin Qiye hesitated, contemplating briefly before articulating. Did he not wish for me to join the night watchman? Then I shall join, but only for 10 years. 10 years shall suffice. Xu Changan nodded, playfully tapping Lin Qiye's head with his index finger. Little one, take note. Should you encounter danger again, remember to call for me. Lin Qiye rubbed the spot where he had been tapped, feeling a slight itch, and pouted. Understood, dear friend Chang, and Xu Changan sighed, acknowledging that charming others indeed required a degree of skill. With no further thoughts to linger on, he summoned the divine ruins, a vast green formation materializing beneath him, from which countless emerald glimmers ascended, flowing into Zhao Kongcheng's body. Lin Qiye gazed at Xu Changan in astonishment. He was aware of Chang'an's strength, yet had not anticipated such formidable prowess. An endless surge of life essence infused with a hint of law's power astonished Xiao Tianquan, who cast a complex glance at Xu Changan before departing the scene. Lin Qiye favor onunju. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the temporal divine ruins. Xu Changan had no time to engage with the system. It was time to conclude matters. Zhao Kongcheng had already awakened under Xu Changan's care, and upon realizing who had saved him, his expression turned to one of shock. Goodness, yet another divine agent. Lin Qiye, elated at the sight of the revived Zhao Kongcheng, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one, for saving my life. May I inquire your name? Zhao Kongcheng spoke with utmost reverence, for this was indeed his savior. Xu Changan nodded slightly. Xu Changan, the divine agent, was a friend of Lin Qiye and had requested his assistance to rescue you. Zhao Kongcheng was taken aback upon hearing this and turned to Lin Qiye, exclaiming, What a remarkable friend you have. Why did you not inform me of his existence? Lin Qiye offered an awkward smile. It was a rather urgent situation, and it slipped my mind. Conveniently forgotten, Xu Changan retorted with a cold smirk. Zhao Kongcheng, at a loss for words, muttered, How could you forget something like this? Don't be upset, Chang'an. I was wrong. I assure you there will be no next time. I will remember you distinctly, Lin Qiye hastily assured, unsure if Xu Changan would disregard him in his anger. Xu Changan frowned. Really? Indeed, I promise. Lin Qiye nodded fervently. Zhao Kongcheng furrowed his brow, glancing back and forth between Lin Qiye and Xu Changan, sensing that something felt amiss. Suddenly, a woman's voice, tinged with a note of distress, called out from behind. Old Zhao. Zhao Kongcheng turned to see the newcomer and greeted her with a smile. Ah, it's Hong Ying. Chapter 6. Joining the night, watch old Zhao. Are you all right? Truly, this is wonderful. Red Ying exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes as she beheld the living Zhao Kongcheng, unable to suppress her emotions, though she swiftly wiped them away. On the other side, Wu Xiangnan also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Kongcheng patted Red Ying's shoulder, a silent gesture of reassurance. For he was Zhao Kongcheng. How could he possibly perish so easily? By the way, let me introduce you to someone. He turned slightly to reveal two figures behind him. This is Xu Changan, an agent of the divine. It is thanks to his timely intervention that I am here. As for the individual beside him, Zhao Kongcheng hesitated. At that moment, he had been suspended in a breathless state, lost in a feigned death-like stupor, and had thus missed Lin Qiye's earlier words. I am Lin Qiye, the agent of the Seraphim Michael, Lin Qiye stated. Red Ying was utterly astonished. Two divine agents? Had Chang'an City truly harbored so many divine representatives? Even Wu Xiangnan could not suppress his surprise for a moment, but he quickly notified the other members and rose to locate Chen Mai. Zhou Kongcheng was taken aback, incredulity washing over him as he looked at Lin Qiye, who had just introduced himself. Lin Qiye, are you intending to join the night watch? What had prompted this sudden change of heart in the young man? Was he perhaps swayed by my valiant deeds? If Lin Qiye had any inkling of Zhou Kongcheng's thoughts, he would surely roll his eyes, but alas, he remained oblivious. Thus, he fulfilled his promise. I am merely repaying a favor. I shall join the night watch for a decade, and after 10 years, I will depart, Lin Qiye replied indifferently. Zhou Kongcheng's expression grew complex. He opened his mouth to speak, but then fell silent, pondering. This insolent boy truly believes that he can leave the night watch once he joins? Perhaps it is best to leave this matter to the captain. However, his gaze shifted to Xu Changan's face. Xu Changan's my Fai Li. Let's discuss this further at your agency. Zhou Kongcheng was taken aback. You know? But wait. Li no. Lin Qiye cannot be the one who informed Xu Changan of their base being an agency. Redding sensed something amiss, a flicker of wariness igniting within her. She raised a smile and said, Welcome, welcome. Come, let us go to our place as guests. Lin Qiye furrowed his brows. As the only one present who recognized Xu Changan's remarkable nature, he tugged at Xu Changan's sleeve with concern. Chang'an, you can return if you wish. It is fine. If I can be persuaded, I too may join the night watch. My deity harbors no malice towards the great Xia. Xu Changan's words acted like a tranquilizer, quelling the turbulent waters beneath. Lin Qiye contemplated carefully. If Chang'an were to join him in the night watch, it would provide him with companionship. Thus he nodded in agreement without further words. Xu Changan's statement was not merely directed at Red Ying and Zhou Kongcheng. It was also meant for Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan on the other end of the communicator. Do you believe his words to be sincere? Wu Xiangnan inquired, furrowing his brow, harboring doubts regarding Xu Changan's declaration. Moreover, they were still unaware of this Xu Changan's capabilities or the identity of the divine being that stood behind him. Chen Mai remained silent for a considerable time before raising his gaze towards Wu Xiangnan. Do you recall the matter I previously mentioned? He inquired. Are you referring to Xu Changan, the divine agent you missed that day? Wu Xiangnan's brows furrowed even deeper. Chen Mai nodded. It should indeed be him, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Have you devised a strategy to persuade him? Not yet. We shall take it one step at a time. Very well. Chapter 7. Secrets of the Peace Bureau Captain. What do you mean by giving me a train ticket? I absolutely refuse to leave. As Zhou Kongcheng entered, Chen Mai handed him a ticket, leaving him bewildered and somewhat anxious. Chen Mai glanced at the two individuals seated on the sofa behind Zhou Kongcheng, then patted him on the shoulder, saying, The commander has instructed you to undergo a medical examination. Once completed, you can return. Are you afraid you won't make it back? Startled, Zhou Kongcheng replied, All right then, I shall depart now. Upon realizing he wasn't being dismissed, a smile broke across his face. He turned to Lin Qiye and Xu Changan, waving, You two stay here. I'll be on my way. When I return, I shall be a true hero. Just go already, Lin Qiye replied, exasperated. This fellow had not ceased his chatter throughout the journey, which was utterly irritating. Xu Changan sipped his tea, offering a subtle smile without a word. Zhou Kongcheng let out a chuckle, intending to engage in a meaningful conversation with Lin Qiye, but under the weight of the captain's gaze, he reluctantly abandoned the idea, muttering as he left, What a little rascal. Though his voice was barely above a whisper, both Lin Qiye and Xu Changan heard him clearly, given the room's modest size. Lin Qiye remained silent, while Xu Changan's smile deepened as he met the scrutinizing gaze of Wu Xiangnan. He was unconcerned, merely waiting for Wu to speak. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow. At that moment, Xu Changan exuded an air of mystery that made initiating a conversation somewhat challenging. Reluctantly, Xu Changan broke the silence. I wish to join the night watch, but I have a condition. I need to speak with your commander Yi. If he comes personally, I can reveal some reasons why the divine has yet to appear in Huaxia, along with some other secrets. With his obsidian eyes fixed on Wu Xiangnan, Xu Changan maintained a gentle and spring-like smile, devoid of any malice. Wu Xiangnan fell silent. The room was suddenly enveloped in an eerie stillness. all eyes turning towards Xu Changan, filled with shock, confusion, and skepticism. Among them, Lin Qiye was particularly astonished. He initially intended to lower his voice to inquire, but seeing the room's quietude, he decided to speak openly. Chang'an, do you truly possess such knowledge? Indeed, I am privy to many secrets, Xu Changan reclined, his long legs crossed in a relaxed manner, seemingly indifferent to whether the night watch believed him. Yet, the smile on his face conveyed an unspoken truth. Disbelief was not an option. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye recalled the mental institution in his mind and found it rather plausible that Chang'an knew something significant. Glancing around at the other members of the night watch, he refrained from pressing further, deciding to wait until their visit to the mental institution that night to clarify matters with Chang'an. Very well, I will contact the commander now. Chen Mai, as the captain, promptly made a decision. The matters Xu Changan spoke of were beyond their purview to determine, leading him to directly call Commander Yi in front of everyone, relaying Xu Changan's intentions. All eyes were on Chen Mai. Moments later, the call ended. Xu Changan had discerned the answer and requested paper and a pen, declaring his intent to inscribe his information. Why remain silent? Primarily, he was also uncertain about the capabilities of his temporal divine realm, and the nature of the system's reward, the forbidden realm, was equally unclear. Chen Mai glanced at Xu Changan before shifting his attention to Lin Qiye. I will promptly submit your application for membership. However, prior to the training camp, you will not be considered an official member. Training camp? Lin Qiye was momentarily bewildered. The Night Watchers operated under a semi-militarized management structure, requiring all newcomers to partake in a year-long training program before they could officially join. Chen Mai elucidated. Lin Qiye nodded in sudden understanding. Oh, I see. The training would commence in approximately a month, and until his completion of the program, he would merely be a temporary member of their squad. However, as a temporary member, we cannot provide accommodation or meals, Chen Mai added, contemplating any details he might have overlooked, and upon confirming none, he ceased speaking. Lin Qiye was bewildered once more. What? No accommodation or meals? Is this what Zhou Kongsheng referred to as excellent benefits? This feels like a marketing scam. Qiye can stay at my home. It's not far from here, Xu Changan interjected just as he completed his documentation and handed it to Wu Xiangnan. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye nodded in agreement. So long as it spared him from spending the night on the streets or returning to his aunt's house, it was acceptable. Well, you're already acquainted. 2 divine realms and 1 forbidden realm. You are a dual divine agent. Wu Xiangnan's rare display of emotion astonished the others, but upon hearing his words, they were too shocked to appreciate the vice captain's uncharacteristic demeanor. Chen Mai quickly approached and snatched the paper from Wu Xiangnan's grasp. The other members of Team 136 gathered around, their eyes widening as they beheld the written words, hardly able to believe their own eyes. 2 divine realms and 1 forbidden realm. Lin Qiye was also taken aback. He was aware that Xu Changan was the agent of Ward 7, yet he had never mentioned being an agent for another deity. Could they all originate from a single divine source? Xu Changan was unfazed by their astonishment. He did not intend to conceal his abilities. It was better to disclose everything at once rather than prolong the revelation, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. My sole divine patron is one deity. While he has not disclosed his national origin, he has expressed a clear fondness and goodwill towards Huaxia. Chen Mai opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. The divine patron behind Xu Changan was indeed extraordinarily formidable. Not only had this deity bestowed upon him the divine realm of life, but also the realm of time, along with the forbidden realm, to possess such diverse powers. No, perhaps there was even more. These might be merely the facets he wished them to perceive. Such a deity, not only was there none like him abroad, but even among the deities of Huaxia, there existed no such entity. If this information were to be presented to the higher-ups, it would likely stir up quite a tempest. The only solace lies in the fact that this individual harbors a positive sentiment towards Huaxia. Xu Changan cast a glance out the window at the encroaching night, gently patting Lin Qiye's arm, stating, "It's getting late. I will take Qiye home now." Lin Qiye followed closely behind Xu Changan as they exited the Peace Affairs office. turning to the right. Chang'an, why does Huaxia not have deities? Lin Qiye inquired, noticing they had distanced themselves from the office. Xu Changan, not wishing to conceal the truth, explained the upheaval in the world originated in Antarctica, where the mist invaded the entire realm. The foreign deities forsook their people to ensure their own survival, while the deities of Huaxia sacrificed themselves for their citizens, entrapped in a cycle lasting a century. Though some Huaxia deities have completed their cycles, they now lurk in the shadows, awaiting the right moment to emerge. That's all I can share for now. Huh? Is there more that I cannot know? Lin Qiye, intrigued, pressed for further secrets. Xu Changan shook his head. You're not yet ready to comprehend it. Very well, Lin Qiye conceded, refraining from further inquiries. As they transitioned from this topic, their conversation shifted to other matters. Before long, they arrived at Xu Chang'an's residence. Wait, a villa? Chang'an, where did you acquire this villa? Lin Qiye was taken aback, realizing that Chang'an was quite affluent. Well, Chang'an City boasts more than just this building. However, the others are farther from the Peace Affairs office. Xu Changan unlocked the villa's door with a fingerprint scan. Lin Qiye felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth and took a deep breath as she stepped inside. The villa was serene and devoid of the usual signs of habitation, its decor minimalistic yet warm-toned, lacking nothing at first glance. Lin Qiye was still savoring the ambience when Xu Changan descended from the second floor, placing paper and a pen on the table. Please write a letter to your aunt while I prepare dinner. Do you have any dietary restrictions? No, none, Lin Qiye replied, snapping back to reality. She glanced at the paper and pen on the table, then looked up to see Xu Changan entering the kitchen. Her curiosity piqued as she stood outside the kitchen door, observing Xu Changan's deft knife skills. A moment of admiration washed over her. Chang'an resembled a refined nobleman, entirely unassuming as a capable cook. After her moment of reflection, Lin Qiye seated herself at the table and began composing her letter. Lin Qiye's affectionate. Shall we invite Brother Wang to join us for some fun? Are there any characters you wish to pursue, my dear friends? Chapter 8. The heat of emotion, is it not finished yet? Lin Qiye was taken aback. As he raised his head, he met Xu Chang'an's gentle gaze. His eyes shifted downward, only to discover that the other was clad in a bathrobe, which was gaping open in the middle. The fair skin. Gulp. Oh, such a slender waist. Unconsciously, his thoughts drifted back to the earlier memories in the kitchen, recalling the sight of Chang'an in an apron, and the more he pondered, the more. Qiye, are you daydreaming? Xu Changan waved his hand in front of Lin Qiye's eyes. Yes, I've finished writing. I'm going to eat. Lin Qiye hastily stood up, barely avoiding a collision with Xu Changan, fearful of revealing his flushed face. Lin Qiye's affection 10. Xu Changan smiled knowingly, observing Lin Qiye's flustered retreat. Host, what are you doing? The system's voice carried a hint of lament. Isn't it necessary to win over characters to gain their affection? Am I not doing it correctly? Xu Changan raised an eyebrow. In his previous life, he had read numerous novels, especially those involving such strategies, merely to pass the time. He never anticipated that it would be of practical use one day. System. The system did not require the host to pursue affection in this manner. It merely needs to alleviate a regret and elevate a special individual's affinity to 40, reaching the level of friendship to unlock a new divine realm. Do you not find it amusing to tease him? Xu Changan disregarded the system's remark, pondering aloud. System. Thank you, but I do not find it amusing. The system's voice seemed to grind its teeth in frustration. Xu Changan chuckled softly, realizing he shouldn't truly irritate the system, even though he was unsure why it was upset over such trivial matters. Adjusting his bathrobe, he approached the dining table. Lin Qiye kept his head down, daring not to look up. Xu Changan found it somewhat amusing. Your room is on the second floor right next to mine, with a wooden plaque bearing your name hanging on the door. I'll head upstairs to rest now. Okay, I understand, Lin Qiye nodded. Seeing the other steadfastly avoiding eye contact, Xu Changan felt helpless. After all, he was the cause of this, and he could not say much. He could only return to his room on the second floor. As Lin Qiye listened to the receding footsteps, he sighed in relief, hastily finishing his meal and clearing the dishes before heading upstairs. The room was fully equipped with everything he needed, including clothes. and he had no idea how Chang'an knew his size. He dared not dwell on it and promptly headed to the bathroom for a shower. After bathing, Lin Qiye threw himself onto the soft bed. Reflecting on the day's events, everything felt surreal. He closed his eyes, gathering his thoughts. After a moment, he stood up and walked to the balcony for some fresh air. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a blurred figure entering. To his surprise, he found Chang'an, clad only in a bathrobe, sleeping soundly in a chair, seemingly in deep slumber. The moonlight cast a gentle glow upon Xu Changan, with silver hair shimmering brightly, enveloped in a faint aura that made him appear as though he belonged to another realm. Strangely, Lin Qiye felt a divine presence emanating from him. Lin Qiye couldn't help but call out for Chang'an, but unfortunately, there was no response. The only indication of life was the gentle rise and fall of his chest. With a resigned sigh, Lin Qiye made his way to the door of Xu Chang'an's room and attempted to turn the doorknob, relieved to find it unlocked. The ambience of Xu Chang'an's room contrasted sharply with his own. It was adorned in cool tones, predominantly blue. The room exuded simplicity, featuring a vase of fresh flowers, an open balcony window, and curtains that fluttered lightly in the breeze. The closer Lin Qiye drew, the more he felt himself irresistibly captivated by Chang'an. He stood in a daze for a considerable time before regaining his senses, gently lifting Xu Changan and placing him in bed. As he gazed at Chang'an's serene, sleeping face, an inexplicable impulse compelled him to pinch that soft cheek. Although Chang'an appeared slender, his skin felt tender and supple to the touch. Upon being pinched, Xu Changan instinctively nuzzled against Lin Qiye's hand, jolting him back to reality and causing his face and ears to flush a deep crimson, covering his face in disbelief. He thought, "What have I done? Am I behaving like a pervert? Have I lost my mind?" Fearing he might act inappropriately again, Lin Qiye hastily retreated to his own room, burying himself under the covers. The system, which had witnessed everything, chuckled softly while casting a glance at Lin Qiye, whose affection level had reached 70. This signified a profound love. Any further increase in affection would deepen the possessiveness and darker sentiments. Yet reaching 80 would make it increasingly challenging to elevate those feelings. It is rare for individuals to achieve such depth of love. Indeed, the majority fall short. Despite this, the system felt a twinge of annoyance. Why should that insufferable man have the audacity to touch and embrace its host? In a fit of frustration, the system suddenly remembered someone else, a scientific eccentric whose favor had skyrocketed by 40 in a brief encounter. While others, like Lin Qiye, accumulated affection gradually, this was intolerable. The expressionless system noted its host's emotional fluctuations. Lin Qiye had reached 15, while Qingyu had 12. The system felt a surge of delight. Oh yes, they are all smitten by my host's beauty. In the psychiatric hospital, which felt eerily empty, Lin Qiye had yet to arrive. Xu Changan was supervising Nix's medication when he suddenly heard 2 notifications of increased affection, leaving him puzzled. Has Vice Director Dantas not come see me? Nix, slightly dazed after taking his medication, still pondered why Lin Qiye had not appeared. Xu Changan snapped back to reality, saying, "You'll be here shortly." Nix nodded in acknowledgement and turned away, lapsing into silence. Xu Changan then picked up a cup and teapot, leaving the room on his way back to the vice director's office, passing by the 7th patient room. He paused momentarily, hesitating before placing the item in his hand onto a nearby chair. Approaching the ward door, he attempted to turn the doorknob, only to find that he could not push the door open. Was it that only the door opened by Qi could be accessed by him? To validate his suspicion, he walked to the entrance of the 6th ward and twisted the doorknob. With a distinct click, he swiftly closed the door, unwilling to confront a deity of the K lineage. After pondering for a moment, he tried the other doors, all of which yielded to his touch, seemingly a privilege of his vice-presidential authority. Thus, it appeared that his own realm was not a factor in this matter. The only door that remained impervious was that of the 7th ward. What then was the system concealing? Lost in contemplation, Xu Changan failed to notice Lin Qiye approaching from behind. "Changan, why are you standing here?" Xu Changan glanced at him, smiling. "I've been waiting for you." Nike's asked me several times today when you would come to see her. Huh? Then I shall go check on her, Lin Qiye replied before turning away. Xu Changan's deep green eyes quietly observed Lin Qiye, narrowing slightly in curiosity. Had he indeed flirted with him today? Was it merely a slight hint? Xu Changan was unaware of the actions Lin Qiye had taken after he fell asleep, mistakenly believing that it was the earlier encounter in the living room that had stirred Lin Qiye's interest. Upon entering the ward, Lin Qiye let out a sigh of relief. For reasons unknown, he felt a sense of nervousness whenever he saw Chang'an. Regaining his composure, he donned a smile. Mother, I have come to see you. Was the pace of our emotions too swift or too slow? Some said to add Zhou Ping and brothers Wang. That could be considered. I hope others can share their thoughts as well. Chapter 9 Xiaojio, you can eat noodles now. Dana Das, you have arrived. Nick smiled as he approached and embraced Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye still found himself unaccustomed to Nix's frequent displays of affection and could only strive to gradually accept it. Has your mother been taking her medication properly? Nix nodded. I've been diligently listening to Vice Dean's instructions, but could Dana Das visit my mother more often? Lin Qiye opened his mouth slightly, gazing into the hopeful depths of Nix's eyes, and nodded. Very well, I shall visit your mother more frequently. Upon uttering these words, he noticed a significant improvement in Nix's treatment progress, which had now reached 16. The daily medication was indeed proving effective. After chatting with Nix for quite some time, Lin Qiye exited the ward and headed to the Vice Dean's office in search of Xu Changan. Gazing at the empty office, Lin Qiye felt a sense of confusion. Had Chang'an stepped out? Outside the villa, on the long and silent street, Xu Changan faced a man and a dog with an air of indifference. It seems Erlang Shen is quite worried about your brother. Yang Jin furrowed his brow in silence, unable to decipher the person before him. After careful consideration, he inquired, Do I know the deity behind you? Just as Xu Changan was about to respond, a black hole suddenly appeared at his shoulder, from which a black cat leaped onto Xu Changan's shoulder. Upon seeing the black cat, Yang Jin's pupils widened in surprise. It's you? So he is the agent chosen by your master? Of course. Why else would you ask such a trivial question after seeing me? The black cat's lake blue eyes flashed with evident disdain as it flicked its tail. My master's agreement with the gods of Daxia will be fulfilled by him, so you need not worry. Yang Jin felt reassured by these words. He had come to check on his brother's well-being, after all. However, he remarked, Your words still lack charm. Fortunately, Neza isn't here, otherwise, a quarrel would surely ensue. The black cat haughtily snorted. Having learned what he desired and received unexpected news, Yang Jin chose not to linger any longer and departed with the howling heavenly dog. Xu Changan watched Yang Jin's retreating figure and murmured, System. It seems you are concealing more than just a trivial matter. The black cat, almost forgetting this detail, shuddered and nuzzled against Xu Changan's face, saying, my apologies. I intended to inform you later. Then let us go inside and discuss this properly. Xu Changan grasped the nape of the system's neck. The black cat dared not struggle and could only continuously murmur, I was wrong, host. Wrong. Woo-woo. Xu Changan pretended not to hear as he reached for the doorknob. Just then, the door swung open from the inside, aligning his gaze with Lin Qiye's. Seeing the startled Chang'an holding the meowing black cat, Lin Qiye let out a sigh of relief, fearing that Chang'an had discovered some impending danger and had not called him. Chang'an, why did you suddenly step out? Yet, he still felt compelled to ask. Xu Changan gently shook the cat in his hands, explaining, This cat has been meowing outside, so I was trying to catch it. The black cat seemed quite defiant towards Xu Changan, meowing as if to refute his words. Lin Qiye, unable to comprehend what the system was saying, merely felt that this cat possessed a peculiar intelligence, akin to understanding human speech. Indeed, this cat was rather attractive. It remained uncertain whether it had an owner. Did Chang'an intend to adopt it? The black cat looked at Xu Changan with anticipation. Xu Changan smirked, deciding to take it in, for he was not short on funds. Meow. The black cat joyfully called out twice. Xu Changan relaxed his grip, no longer feeling the need to hold on, and turned to Lin Qiye. What brings you out so suddenly? Shouldn't you be with Nikes? I went to the office to find you, but when I discovered you were absent, I came out. Lin Qiye explained, gazing intently into Xu Changan's eyes. Heaven knows how frantic he had been searching for Chang'an after coming out, fearing something had happened to him. Now he fully understood Zhou Kongqing's feelings during that incident concerning Chang'an. Lin Qiye's affection 2. Xu Changan's affection 3. Meow. Meow meow. Stop staring at each other. Hurry inside. The black cat pawed at Lin Qiye's pant leg, urging him to move aside, for its master was left to endure the chilly breeze. Lin Qiye, bewildered by the cat's intentions, assumed it wanted to be held. What are you saying? Xu Changan clarified, it wants us to go in. Oh, is that so? Chang'an, can you understand its speech? Lin Qiye asked curiously, stepping aside. Xu Changan closed the door, replying, yes, it's a small privilege granted by the deity. Lin Qiye fell silent. What kind of deity was associated with room 7? So generous? Xu Changan glanced at the time on his phone. Qiye, are you hungry? I plan to prepare a late-night snack. A bit hungry, thank you, Chang'an. Lin Qiye wished to lend a hand, but hesitated, fearing he would be of no assistance, and thus remained silent. Xu Changan nodded and entered the kitchen. One person busied himself in the kitchen, while one person and one cat observed from the doorway. After a short while, the black cat looked up at Lin Qiye. Meow. Move away. Why are you standing there like a stone statue, waiting for your husband? Lin Qiye, perplexed, glanced at the black cat. Chang'an, what is it saying? Xu Changan, noticing the cat's continuous meowing, felt a mischievous impulse arise within him. Oh, it says you should call it Mama and hold it. Both the person and the cat froze, turning to each other, their gazes locking once more. Lin Qiye squatted down with a serious expression, instructing, I am a male. Do not call me Mama. Upon hearing this, the black cat immediately became agitated. Meow. Meow meow. Who called you Mama? You are no one's mother. This is slander. But what is slander? Lin Qiye assumed the cat was upset because he forbade it from calling him Mama, and thus a commotion ensued at the kitchen door. Xu Changan's shoulders shook as he nearly burst into laughter. The black cat, sensing its master's heightened emotional state, soon calmed down, even conceding. As long as its master could display some emotions, it could call him Mama if it pleased. It wouldn't lose a piece of flesh over it. Lin Qiye, fatigued from the quarrel, decided against further corrections. He surrendered, conceding, if you wish to call for your mother, then do so. Resigned, he allowed himself to succumb to the moment. Rising to his feet, his gaze met Xu Changan's, whose eyes sparkled with mirth. He adjusted his posture, cradling the black cat in front of Xu Changan, his tone turning earnest. Is this something your father is aware of? The black cat, bewildered, responded with a soft meow. Wait, have you usurped my host? Xu Changan, chuckling, affectionately patted the cat's head while maintaining eye contact with Lin Qiye, remarking, little Zhou's mother can now indulge in noodles. Lin Qiye stood in stunned silence for an extended period, long enough for Xu Changan to sit outside and enjoy his meal. Only then did he regain his senses. His entire face flushed crimson. Lin Qiye's affection 3. Little Zhou had already wriggled free, observing Lin Qiye's face as it transformed to a deep shade of red, as if he were on the brink of malfunction. Truly, the host possesses a captivating charm. This night, destined to be sleepless. Chapter 10. The gathering of the pinnacles. The office was unusually quiet in the early morning. Despite the presence of numerous individuals, each bore an expression tinged with solemnity. Conversation was absent, though subtle movements were abundant. Lin Qiye gazed vacantly out of the office, his mind occupied not only with thoughts of his aunt and Yang Jin, but also with the prospect of confronting the formidable figures of Chang'an alone. It was still yesterday's room, yet the gathering was not comprised of the same individuals. Perhaps to underscore the significance he placed on Xu Changan, all the human pinnacles had convened in the modest basement of this office. In the presence of such esteemed figures, Xu Changan remained remarkably unflustered, savoring a sip of tea before speaking in a measured tone. It appears you all have considerable faith in my words. Given your capabilities, I too am inclined to meet you in person. Yi Fan was hardly surprised by Xu Chang'an's composure. He had been astounded for quite some time by the matters reported by Chun Mai, prompting an urgent meeting exclusively for the pinnacles. This was not merely due to the secrets Xu Changan had alluded to, but also because of the extraordinarily potent and astonishing abilities he possessed, an enigma that surpassed all they had previously known. One sword, Zhou Ping, one esteemed figure, Yi Fan, one rider, Lu Wei, one void being, Su Wu, one sage, Chun Fuzhong, and a girl from another world, Jin Yan. Indeed, this world proved to be quite intriguing, did it not? Xu Changan squinted slightly, a smile dancing in the depths of his ebony pupils. He emanated no malice. Rather, a vague air of benevolence surrounded him, yet it inexplicably sent chills down the spines of those present, though they could all discern that the person before them was merely at the late stage of the pool realm. Each encounter with those dark eyes instilled a sensation of even one at the late pool realm could contend with them. Particularly resonant was his final remark. Did Xu Changan, much like Jin Yan, hail from beyond this world? If so, the divine being associated with him might also belong to another realm. As silence enveloped the group, unsure of how to proceed, Xu Changan spoke once more, his words striking like a thunderclap upon their hearts. I am privy to many secrets, from the minutiae of each of your futures to the mysteries of this world, encompassing the entire universe that includes your planet. However, I shall only answer 2 questions. Commander Yi, make your choice. Yi Fan's brow furrowed deeply, nearly forming a river-like crease, as Xu Changan's words had evidently left him in profound shock, albeit he could not ascertain the veracity of the claims. Yet, the mere fact that Xu Changan was aware of Jin Yan lent credibility to his statements. The others remained silent, their gazes fixed on Yi Fan, supporting and trusting in his decision. Today's discourse was indeed a product of Xu Changan's contemplation. He was certain that there were still many secrets surrounding Xiaojiao, as well as numerous enigmas within himself. Thus, he resolved to cultivate an aura of mystery around his persona, believing that such an approach would be more advantageous for him. However, Xu Changan did not conceal his glance at the sword Saint Zhou Ping, who sat in the foremost position on his left, and fell into contemplation. The moment he beheld Zhou Ping, the voice of Xiao Jiao resonated in his mind, detected a potential special subject. Please choose, accept or reject. To his surprise, even within the pinnacle of humanity, there existed special subjects. Although it was not yet definitive, as it hinged on his choice, he found himself in a state of indecision. Zhou Ping, naturally, sensed Xu Changan's fleeting glance. He was uncertain of the meaning behind the other's gaze, but he could ascertain there was no malice. Perhaps it was merely curiosity? Contemplating this, Zhou Ping could not help but steal a glance at Xu Changan before swiftly averting his gaze, lowering his eyes to conceal any trace of his emotions. He could not deny that when he first laid eyes on Xu Changan, he was astounded. Every individual who encountered Xu Changan for the first time undoubtedly experienced this. First, awe, followed by the realization that this person seemed not to belong to this world, for he was quite simply extraordinarily beautiful. This beauty did not pertain to a feminine allure, but rather to a delicate grace in a man, possessing a cool demeanor, a smile that radiated warmth, and an air reminiscent of a refined gentleman, akin to a celestial being from a novel. I wish to know the tidings of the deities of Huaxia. Yi Fan's voice interrupted Zhou Ping's reverie, redirecting his attention to Xu Changan. The encroaching mist invaded the world, in a desperate bid for survival. Deities from other nations sacrificed their subjects, yet the deities of Huaxia intervened against the mist. However, they understood that mere resistance would not suffice to halt the encroachment upon Huaxia. Thus they sought out the deity and a pact was forged between them. Though the specifics of this agreement eluded me, as it was not disclosed, I only know that after this covenant was established, the deities of Huaxia sacrificed themselves, transforming into the national guardian steel, safeguarding Huaxia, while they themselves fell into an endless cycle of reincarnation. Yet, there is a glimmer of hope. The deities of Huaxia are gradually returning. However, based on their current state, they are unable to manifest before the eyes of the world. Those formidable beings have yet to awaken. Xu Changan conveyed this information to Yi Fan without any superfluous words, except for the part about the covenant, which he had fabricated. The existence of the agreement was indeed a fact, and he had not deceived them otherwise. He merely sought to elevate his own worth. If the earlier statements left Yi Fan and the others in a state of astonishment and sorrow, the latter words ignited a sense of joy within them. Even if the deities would not appear, it mattered not, At least they were reassured that the deities of Huaxia had never forsaken them, and they were made aware that their homeland had divine guardians. They also understood what Xu Changan referred to as the national guardian stele, those stone monuments at the borders that completely obstructed the mist. They had once pondered why the mist ceased its advance beyond those stones, and now they possessed the answer. Commander Yi, there's one final piece of news you ought to know. Xu Changan interrupted Yi Fan and the others' thoughts, reminding them not to squander his time in this place, as he had no interest in waiting for them to ponder slowly. If they wished to contemplate, they could do so after their inquiries. I wish to know about the mist, Yi Fan stated without hesitation. Xu Changan chuckled lightly, admiring Yi Fan's cleverness as they engaged in a verbal joust. He allowed Yi Fan to inquire about just 2 pieces of information. Typically, these would be, why does the mist manifest? What lies within the mist? Or perhaps, what is the relationship between the mist and the mysterious? However, this individual directly amalgamated the questions, asking for news regarding the mist, clearly aiming for Xu Changan to divulge all his knowledge. Yi Fan felt uncertain. He had phrased the first question similarly, and was unsure if repeating it would irk Xu Changan. The others shared his apprehension, for their future dealings with Xu Changan would only increase. Any misstep now could prove problematic. Fortunately, Xu Changan did not take offense. He maintained a faint, enigmatic smile, expressing surprise that they hadn't inquired about the secrets of this world, or, perhaps, their own futures. As he uttered the last statement, Xu Changan cast an inscrutable glance at them all. The future? Zhou Ping fell silent. He indeed recalled Xu Changan mentioning he knew secrets as intimate as each person's future. Yet they had only 2 opportunities. They could not squander one on future matters. This was clearly the consensus among them all, and Xu Changan was not surprised. The mist was introduced into this world by a deity. Upon speaking, he left Yi Fan and the others momentarily stunned. However, Xu Changan was not inclined to clarify too much. The mist's power could be considered a form of corruption, an encroachment by a deity upon this world. Those consumed by the mist would become nutrients, the very essence that allows the mysterious to emerge. This was the extent of the information they could ascertain. Corruption, a deity's encroachment upon this world, is an external deity coveting our realm? No wonder. Although Xu Changan's words were few, they allowed Yi Fan and his companions to deduce considerable implications. This journey had certainly not been in vain. Nevertheless, this was not a suitable venue for their discourse. After exchanging a few polite remarks, both parties prepared to depart. Before leaving, Zhou Ping gazed at Xu Changan for a while, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent and departed. Xu Changan was deep in thought. Should he accept Zhou Ping as a special subject? Chang'an, what are you contemplating? Nothing much. Rather, Qiye, having encountered the pinnacle of humanity, what are your thoughts? Thoughts? I have none. Very well. Xu Changan tousled Lin Qiye's hair. The captain hasn't returned yet. How about I teach you some sword techniques? Lin Qiye nodded obediently. Sure. Hong Ying rested her chin on her hands, her eyes narrowing. Xiaonan, don't you find the dynamic between Chang'an and Qiye rather peculiar? I sense that Qiye's gaze towards Chang'an is rather peculiar. What do you think? Asked Si Xiaonan. Hong Ying excitedly nodded. I've noticed it too. Could it be that Qiye harbors feelings for Chang'an? The two expressed their astonishment in unison, as if they had uncovered a significant secret. Meanwhile, Long Xian and Wen Qimo, who were quietly observing the conversation, exchanged a glance, their silence saying much. What is this all about? Did Qiye and Chang'an not just join? How could they possibly deduce that Qiye has an affection for Chang'an? There are numerous requests for updates, so I wish to inquire. The characters in the strategy can accommodate 2 more. Beyond that, I find it challenging to write. Are you certain about adding Zhou Ping and Zhuage? So far, I have only seen mentions of these 2. If I don't see any other suggestions in 3 days, I will finalize it, and I want to be adding more characters thereafter as it truly becomes unmanageable. Chapter 11. Sparring, lift your hands higher. Yes, just like that. All right, attack me. Lin Qiye exerted all his strength and struck down at Xu Changan with his blade. Xu Changan effortlessly blocked the blow, which seemed even weaker than before, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Qiye, are you tired? Shall we take a break? Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback. He blinked a few times and glanced at the knife in his hand, questioning his own capabilities. Was he truly that weak? Noticing that he had seemingly discouraged Qiye, Xu Changan pondered for a moment before offering words of comfort. You are actually quite impressive. It's just that I have been practicing swordplay and knife techniques for several decades. This is my first time sparring with a novice. Decades? Wait, how old are you now, Chang'an? Lin Qiye, unconvinced that this was merely a slip of the tongue, found the earlier words somewhat reassuring, but the latter part fell off. What do you mean by decades? With Chang'an's youthful visage, he hardly appeared to be a person who had lived for several decades. Xu Changan considered for a moment. Recalling that he was around 116 years old, he distinctly remembered the number displayed on his panel. Lin Qiye was astounded. How much? 116? He leaned closer, scrutinizing Xu Changan's face. Chang'an, I honestly can't discern that you're over 100 years old. I would believe you if you claimed to have just turned 18. Over 100? Upon returning, Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan had come after hearing from Hong Ying that Chang'an and Qiye were sparring, and they overheard Lin Qiye's bewildering statement. It's nothing. Qiye merely asked me how old I am, and I told him I'm 116. Xu Changan succinctly clarified Chen Mai's confusion. Oh, I see. Wait, did you say how old? Chen Mai pondered if he had truly aged, his hearing failing him, as he could hardly believe such an outrageous age. 116, what's the issue? Xu Changan replied nonchalantly, delivering this astonishing revelation with ease. Wu Xiangnan remained silent for a considerable time, gazing at Xu Changan with a complex expression before retorting. Do you think there is no problem? That is a significant issue. Lin Qiye, observing the unmasked astonishment on their faces, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Finally, he was not the only one taken aback. Xu Changan, however, regarded it as trivial. He had lived a century in his first life and had reached a level where he could ascend. Who would have anticipated that, after ascending, he would find himself in an entirely unfamiliar world? Losing his magical powers was one thing, but in this age of decline he had to struggle to rebuild, only to live for a mere 16 more years. After a brief silence in the training ground, Chen Mai regained his composure. You report this matter. I'll take them through training first. Wu Xiangnan nodded in agreement. The last information they had filled out only indicated that Xu Changan possessed divine ruins, while the other details remained unexamined. Their investigation revealed merely that Xu Changan was 23, over 100 years old. Truly astonishing. Captain, let me spar with you for a match while Qiye takes a breather. Xu Changan spoke, and suddenly a sword appeared in his hand. Chen Mai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement with Xu Changan's request. Lin Qiye, holding a blue-black striped dagger gifted by Chang'an, seated himself beside a bench, quietly observing the two. The mere sight of Xu Changan standing serenely with a single hand gripping his sword instilled a sense of pressure in Chen Mai, compelling him to take the encounter seriously. Initially, the two began to cautiously test each other's abilities, attempting to gauge their respective strengths. Lin Qiye intently focused on their duel. Even a novice could discern that Chang'an was remarkably formidable. After a prolonged period of not engaging in such spirited combat, Chen Mai grew increasingly exhilarated, yet ultimately succumbed to Xu Changan, his dagger being deftly knocked from his grasp. Your swordsmanship is impressive. The only other I have encountered with such prowess is the Sword Saint. Have you considered seeking him out for a sparring session? Chen Mai suggested as he retrieved his dagger. The light emanating from Xu Changan's sword gradually faded. Xu Changan responded with a calm smile. Perhaps another time. Chen Mai nodded slightly, refraining from further commentary. His attention was drawn to Lin Qiye. That dagger you wield is no ordinary weapon. Did Chang'an bestow it upon you? Lin Qiye nodded, tightening his grip on the dagger. Indeed, this weapon was extraordinary, not only capable of recognizing its master through blood, but also reminiscent of the divine artifacts described in novels, suggesting a high caliber. As long as one refrained from infusing it with spiritual energy, it would not unleash its true power, making it suitable for practice without the fear of causing harm. Now, how about you practice with me? Given how skilled Chang'an is, and having trained under him for some time, you must be quite capable as well, right? Chen Mai remarked, attempting to lighten the mood as he noticed Lin Qiye's reticence. Lin Qiye replied, "There's no need to expect too much from me. Just relax and do your best. I'll be here to cheer you on." Xu Changan, noticing Lin Qiye's nervousness, patted him on the shoulder in reassurance. Lin Qiye nodded, secretly contemplating. Since Chang'an said to do my best, should I perhaps underperform a bit? I'm yearning for Chang'an's cooking. Chen Mai also gave Lin Qiye's shoulder a comforting pat. Don't worry, I'll one-tea hold back. Lin Qiye. Xu Changan chuckles observing Lin Qiye, who appeared disheartened as he was pulled to the center of the training ground. Xu Changan found it amusing. He truly was still a student, albeit an extraordinary one. Little 9, I accept. Open the panel. Little 9 received, opening the panel for the host. Host, Xu Changan, age, 116. Proxy deity, 7th ward. An unlocked divine ruins. Life, Chun Chao Sheng, I, 100 instant healing and near-death rescue. As long as there is breath remaining. 1 can snatch a person from the clutches of the underworld. 2. Enhances allies' strength and spiritual power by 20 and boost vitality by 15. 3. Can inflict a negative state on the enemy for 2 minutes. Time. The River of Time. I. Time reversal does not consume lifespan version. 2. The 5 golden threads manifested from the River of Time ensnare the limbs and waist of the adversary, thereby controlling their speed. Note, the golden threads of time cannot be escaped unless the opponent is 2 realms above you. For instance, if the enemy strikes at you, you can individually slow down the attacking hand while leaving other parts unchanged. 3. The time clone mirror allows you to replicate a specific version of your opponent for your use. Note, this can apply to the past, present, and future. Exercise caution with this ultimate move. Currently, you can only replicate enemies within the Chuan realm, and the effect lasts for 5 minutes. Acquired Forbidden Domain. The Song of Catastrophe domain skill. Within a circular area of 30 meters radius centered on you, you are the deity of the domain, capable of summoning various disasters. For example, earthquakes, tsunamis, etc. Not yet unlocked forbidden domains, space, fate, etc. Special targets, Lin Qiye and Qingyu, Zhou Ping. Additional characters await unlocking, resolved regrets, the death of Zhao, Kongqing divine items, communication spirit jade 14, sky repair stone 5, chaos divine sword 1, named, Jiuxiao, chaos divine blade 1, gifted. Xu Changan reviewed the information on the panel and found it quite satisfactory. Last time, and Qingyu's favorability increased by 40 after he gifted her numerous valuable items, particularly this forbidden domain. It seems he can consider raising Zhou Ping's favorability as well. System. Check Zhou Ping's favorability. Checked. Zhou Ping's favorability is 20. Xu Changan pondered. Zhou Ping's forbidden domain is exceptional. A person with such an innocent heart should be easier to navigate, right? System. Will a favorability increase to 40 yield rewards? Indeed, a favorability of 40 signifies that the other party considers the host a friend, while 40 to 50 indicates a transition from close friendship to romantic feelings, and 60 to 80 denotes love. Please proceed with caution, host. The system was clearly reminding Xu Changan. He furrowed his brow. What is Lin Qiye's favorability? Lin Qiye's favorability is 75. This was rather concerning. Xu Changan swore he merely found teasing Lin Qiye amusing. Her blushing reaction was too innocent, and he genuinely did not anticipate such a rapid increase in favorability. He had no intention of being a scoundrel. It seems he must heed the system's advice and tread carefully in future interactions, as being a rogue would be met with disdain. He wondered if favorability could be decreased. As long as the host makes the target dislike you, favorability can decrease. The system's word struck Xu Changan like a cold splash of water. Xu Changan. It's all right. He'll just have to learn to accept it. He did not wish to be a scoundrel, nor a heartbreaker. However, if Lin Qiye remained silent, he would pretend to be unaware. It appears he must maintain a certain distance from Lin Qiye in the future. Xu Changan mused quietly. The system, nestled in the space, exclaimed, System. The host clearly lacks awareness of their own charm. Moreover, distance breeds beauty. What if, the more distance is maintained, the more love grows? Dear friends, do you truly desire such a multitude? The crowd feels overwhelming, and I fear I may not perform well. I have already included Zhou Ping. Shall you select one more? Cast your vote for the one you favor. Shen Qingzhu, Tianping, Yuegue, Su NW voting has now concluded. Chapter 12. Sparring stop. The knife in Lin Qiye's hand was once again knocked away, and the blade before him showed no signs of halting as it hurtled towards him, compelling him to roll away in a panic. The knife's tip struck the ground, carving a narrow fissure into the earth. Chen Mai raised an eyebrow at Lin Qiye, ceasing his assault. Lin Qiye scrambled to his feet, casting a wary glance at the newly formed crack in the ground, his heart racing. "Captain, are you trying to take my life? You truly show no mercy." Time was of the essence. In a few short months, the intensive training would commence, and he needed to acquire some skills. Chen Mai produced a cloth to wipe the blade in his hand. Lin Qiye felt a pang of anxiety, despite the words spoken. He was struggling to endure the pain inflicted by the knife's back with every strike. This sparring session felt as perilous as facing a true enemy. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mai suggested, "How about this? You ask Xu Changan if he is willing to train you. If he agrees, you would merely need to engage in a sparring match with me before class ends. After all, Xu Changan's prowess surpasses yours. Although uncertain whether he wielded a knife, it would suffice." "Really?" Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with hope. Chen Mai nodded. "Would I deceive you? It's a deal," Lin Qiye exclaimed, turning to retrieve the knife from the ground. He approached Xu Changan, waving the weapon slightly. "Chang'an?" Xu Changan paused for a moment, returning to reality, and responded with mild confusion. "What is it? Did the captain allow you to rest?" Lin Qiye cleared his throat. "Well, Chang'an, the captain mentioned that if you're willing to train me, he would only require a sparring match with me before class ends." Xu Changan hesitated, glancing at Chen Mai before looking back at Lin Qiye. He nodded. "Sure, I have some understanding of knife techniques. It should suffice for you." "Captain, did you hear that?" Lin Qiye shouted joyfully. "Long live Chang'an! My life is spared." I heard. Chen Mai replied with a resigned smile, twirling his knife playfully. "How about you spar with me next, Chang'an? It would give Qiye a chance to rest." Xu Changan did not refuse. "All right, I'll borrow the knife from Qiye." Lin Qiye tossed the knife over and settled onto the stool that Xu Changan had previously occupied. Xu Changan's swordsmanship was formidable, and his knife techniques were more than just a mere acquaintance, as Chen Mai, who was guiding the attack, could clearly discern. The sparring session concluded after more than 10 minutes, and it was now Chen Mai's turn to observe from the sidelines. Xu Changan first taught Lin Qiye some of the most fundamental knife techniques before guiding him in mastering the method to split the celestial authority, known as the chaotic divine blade, granting him increased confidence when facing adversaries. Only after covering the basics did he instruct Lin Qiye in the intricacies of knife usage. This was a manual he had studied in his previous life, authored by a predecessor who had developed a technique capable of countering myriad attacks. Xu Changan imparted this knowledge to Lin Qiye, prompting Chen Mai, watching from the side, to join in the practice. Although he wielded dual blades, it did not hinder his desire to learn. Lin Qiye, undoubtedly the protagonist of this world, exhibited an exceptional talent for learning. With the remaining time, he swiftly mastered the techniques taught by Xu Changan. As the final moments approached, Lin Qiye and Chen Mai practiced together, employing the newly learned techniques. The results of their sparring session were remarkably evident. Despite Lin Qiye ultimately succumbing to Chen Mai's prowess, it was indeed a wise decision to mentor Qiye. Chen Mai felt a sense of nostalgia, recognizing that Lin Qiye, albeit only grasping a few techniques, had improved significantly compared to his initial attempts. Although he still found himself occasionally struck by the back of Chen Mai's blade, Xu Changan chuckled and praised him, acknowledging his commendable understanding of swordsmanship. This was not mere flattery. Chen Mai possessed an exceptional aptitude for the blade. Had he encountered someone of such caliber in his previous life, he would have undoubtedly taken him as his foremost disciple. Regrettably, this was not his first existence, yet this did not deter him from imparting his knowledge. He had already contemplated documenting the sword and knife techniques he had learned in his first life, intending to present the knife manual to Xu Changan, with the hope that the sword techniques might earn him Zhou Ping's favor. Chen Mai smiled, perceiving the sincerity in Xu Changan's words, and felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, Upon recalling the other's age, that embarrassment quickly dissipated. Ahem. Well then, you two should head over to Xiao Mo, Xu Changan said, slightly nodding his head. He took a few steps forward, raised his hand to rest it on Lin Qiye's head, paused momentarily, and then reconsidered the gesture, lowering his hand instead. Let's go. Qiye. Lin Qiye nodded, sensing something was amiss with Xu Changan, yet unable to articulate it. He silently followed beside him, observing the two walking in tandem. Chen Mai shook his head and remarked, things are about to get lively. He could discern that both Lin Qiye and Xu Changan harbored secrets, a fact that many in the team were also beginning to notice. Before the training camp commences, the voting will close. Each individual is permitted only one vote. There are numerous treasures in the comments seeking Wang Mian and in Qingyu. Dear readers, please pay close attention to the synopsis. The last line of the synopsis has mentioned Wang Mian and in Qingyu from the very beginning. Chapter 13. The course on divine ruins and the course on the use of forbidden ruins led by Wen Qima, there was no difficulty for Xu Changan and Lin Qiye, who quickly adapted to the rhythm of the class. To expedite their familiarization with the application of the divine ruins, Wen Qima intended to engage them in a practical exercise. Before the exercise commenced, he turned to Xu Changan, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Chang'an, I may need you to exert your full strength during this practical session. I have received strict orders from above to obtain your divine ruins data and document all your performances. However, if you are unwilling, it is perfectly acceptable. The team leader has assured me that he will handle it. This matter should have remained confidential, yet the team leader had consulted him extensively the day prior. Based on their insights into Xu Chang'an's character, they believed that transparency would be the best approach. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback. He was not foolish and discerned the underlying implications of Wen Qima's words. Someone was wary of Chang'an. Realizing this, he instinctively tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. He considered the nature of his relationship with Chang'an, and it occurred to him that those who were wary of Chang'an were likely aware of their bond. A sudden worry crept in. Would he become a burden to Chang'an? What if they used him to restrain Chang'an? Xu Changan had not anticipated Wen Qima's choice of candor. He understood that once he revealed his abilities and disclosed secrets known to none, there would inevitably be those who would regard him with suspicion. Even more so, his strength and enigma might incite some to contemplate controlling him for their own purposes. Thus, he appreciated the decision of Team 136. Xu Changan's gaze inadvertently caught Lin Qiye's furrowed brows, pausing momentarily. The thoughts of the young boy were too easy to decipher, and he felt a twinge of helplessness. Xu Changan's favorability 5. Chang'an? Lin Qiye was taken aback, rubbing his forehead in confusion, unable to comprehend why Xu Changan had struck him. Even more puzzling was why his favorability increased despite being hit. Xu Chang'an's smile was gentle, akin to a soft breeze that instilled a sense of tranquility. If you fear becoming a pawn that hinders me, then grow stronger and stand beside me. Upon hearing this, Wen Qima suddenly realized. They had been discussing Xu Changan for so long that they almost overlooked the dynamic between Lin Qiye and Xu Changan. Indeed, if he did not wish to become a liability to Chang'an, Qiye, you must strive for improvement. Lin Qiye nodded resolutely. I will remember. Let the practical exercise commence. Wen Qima announced suddenly. Lin Qiye was taken aback. Was this supposed to begin already? Why the abruptness? Xu Changan narrowed his eyes slightly. He had long desired to test the newly unlocked time divine ruins. Now that Wen Qima had made the suggestion, he was eager to showcase his abilities. He was willing to place his trust in Team 136, discerning what should be shared and what should remain unspoken. With a snap of his fingers in an instant, the essence of life and time emerged simultaneously. The anticipated green formation did not materialize. Suddenly, the floor beneath Xu Changan cracked open, and countless vines emerged, intertwining and lifting him up. The entire room, including the floor, walls, and ceiling, instantaneously blossomed with an array of peculiar and vibrant flowers, enchanting yet fraught with danger, exuding a rich essence of life. The once unremarkable life divine ruins became extraordinary in an instant. Meanwhile, several golden threads appeared from the air behind Xu Changan, darting towards Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye evaded the oncoming golden lines. Striking them felt akin to hacking an incredibly hard metal, impossible to sever. This realization prompted Lin Qiye to abandon the idea of neutralizing the golden threads and instead target the source. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. In a moment of inattention, his limbs became ensnared by the time gold threads. Despite his struggles, he found himself unable to break free, his movements growing sluggish as if time itself was being manipulated by another. The astonishment and novelty of witnessing his own body as time being controlled by someone else would have delighted him had this not been a life-or-death situation. The others in the basement were drawn to this unrestrained power, and upon arrival, they too found their limbs ensnared by the time gold threads. Each person experienced the disconcerting sensation of time slipping beyond their control. They glanced at Xu Changan, who loomed over them, realizing this ability was merely one facet of his prowess. How does it feel? The vines gently lowered Xu Changan to the ground, his heterochromatic eyes, one gold, one green, fixed on Lin Qiye, though his words were directed at the others. Lin Qiye's affection 5, huh? Xu Changan blinked, averting his gaze. With another snap of his fingers, the golden threads binding everyone dissipated in a golden light. Lin Qiye pressed his lips together, his yearning to grow stronger intensifying. He was determined to catch up with Chang'an and stand beside him. Impressive, Chang'an. If those old-timers knew of your abilities, I fear they might frighten themselves to death with their own paranoia, commented Wen Qima, giving Xu Changan a thumbs up while mockingly critiquing the suspicious higher-ups. Exactly. I wholeheartedly agree. Hong Ying chimed in, echoing Wen Qima's sentiments. Chang'an, your skills are truly remarkable. Witnessing my own movements slow down was astonishing. I'm so grateful we're on the same team. She felt immensely relieved, had Chang'an been their adversary. This time gold threads, area of effect skill, would have made it impossible for anyone to approach him, leaving only the hope of the divine ruins or forbidden ruins, assuming those didn't include Chang'an's other undisclosed abilities. The others readily concurred with Hong Ying's words. Xu Changan merely smiled at the praise, modestly responding, I appreciate the compliments, but while my abilities are formidable, I still have much to learn and improve. Chun Mai nodded in agreement, acknowledging Chang'an's astute observation. Let us not disturb their class, he said. Those irrelevant to the lesson departed. Xu Changan turned to Lin Qiye and asked, shall we continue our training? This time, I will limit my realm to the Zhan realm. Lin Qiye nodded affirmatively, very well. The two commenced their rigorous training, incessantly utilizing the divine ruins. Whenever fatigue or a lack of mental energy struck, they would be rejuvenated in an instant by the ability of Chun Chao Sheng. Lin Qiye bore no grievances, growing increasingly adept at mastering the divine ruins and mental energy. He was resolute in his quest for strength. Xu Changan sensed Lin Qiye's determination and thus initiated this endeavor, as he too sought to hone his control over his abilities. For the entirety of the lesson, Wen Qima could only observe from the sidelines. Aside from initially recording some information, he penned nothing further and even ventured out to engage in conversation with Hong Ying and the others. It was not until near the end of class that Xu Changan and Lin Qiye paused to rest, both glistening with sweat. What would you like for lunch, Qiye? Xu Changan inquired. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before responding. How about a simple bowl of noodles? I shall take charge of the cooking this time. My culinary skills are quite satisfactory. The choice of dish mattered little to him. He simply wished to spare Chang'an from undue fatigue. Xu Changan nodded in agreement, not refusing the offer. The two exited the training room and sought out Chun Mai. Acknowledging their performance that day, Chun Mai readily acquiesced to their request, permitting them to return home for a brief respite. Chapter 14. The extraordinary marksmanship of Lin Qiye, having hung up the cutting board, turned around to find Xu Changan leaning against the kitchen doorframe, a smile gracing his lips. For a fleeting moment, his heart felt as though it had lost its weight. Before he could react further, Xu Changan, feigning an air of mystery, spoke. Tonight, you might want to explore the basement of the mental hospital. A surprise awaits you. A surprise? What sort of surprise? Lin Qiye's attention was instantly diverted. You'll find out if you go tonight, Xu Changan replied, withholding the specifics. Had it not been for Xiao Jiu's reminder, Lin Qiye might not have recalled the presence of a ghostly figure lurking in the basement. Lin Qiye nodded, all right. Then shall we head to the office? Just as Xu Changan was about to agree, his pant leg was suddenly tugged. Meow. I want to go too. I don't want to stay home. Zhou protested, eager to accompany them. For the first time, Lin Qiye accurately guessed Zhou's intentions. Xu Changan picked up Zhou and nodded, let's go. Upon arriving at the office, Zhou quickly became the darling of the team. Besides Xu Changan, he favored staying close to Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan, while the others seemed inconsequential. Hong Ying exclaimed that the cat had seemingly become sentient. However, Xu Changan remained oblivious to this. He was engrossed in marksmanship training with Lin Qiye. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in succession. Lung Xian nodded in satisfaction. Earlier, he had overheard the captain and vice-captain discussing Chang'an's prowess in swordsmanship and knife techniques, as well as Lin Qiye's remarkable aptitude for learning. He had harbored concerns that mastering firearms would be challenging, but it appeared he had overthought it. Unfortunately, Lung Xian had evidently been mistaken in his premature relief. Qiye, it's your turn. For the first time, Lin Qiye held a firearm, not as composed as Xu Changan, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he aimed at the distant target and fired. Lung Xian watched with anticipation, hoping that, while Lin Qiye might not achieve Chang'an's level of accuracy, he would at least hit the mark. Perhaps? Lin Qiye fired a few more shots, leaving Lung Xian bewildered as he gazed at the pristine target. Casting a doubtful glance at Lin Qiye, Xu Changan sat nearby, concealing his laughter behind a cup, ensuring that no one would notice. How's my talent? Lin Qiye inquired, nervously touching his nose. Lung Xian glanced at him, closed his eyes, and with a tone tinged with despair, replied, You have absolutely no talent. Lin Qiye, is it really that bad? Xu Changan, sensing the despondency emanating from Lin Qiye, felt as though he were witnessing the drooping ears and tail of a forlorn creature. He stood up to offer comfort, gently ruffling Lin Qiye's hair. Taking the gun from Lin Qiye's hands, he reloaded the bullets and gestured for him to come closer. Qiye, come here. Lin Qiye obediently approached. Xu Changan placed the gun in Lin Qiye's hands, guiding him to aim at the target with one hand while covering his eyes with the other. In a hushed whisper, he was urged to utilize his mortal realm, attuning his heart to sense his objective. The humid warmth and gentle voice rendered Lin Qiye's body somewhat rigid. Yet he soon found relaxation in the subtle fragrance of sandalwood emanating from Xu Changan. After calming his mind and centering his spirit for a moment, he fired without hesitation. A glimmer of excitement lit up Lung Xian's eyes. Splendid. A perfect shot. 10 rings. Immediately following, a series of gunshots resounded. Bang, bang, bang. All 10 shots were on target. Xu Changan lowered the hand that had shielded Lin Qiye's eyes, instinctively reaching to pat his head, but halted midway, retracting the gesture, and praised, excellent work, all 10 shots hit the mark. Lin Qiye, seeing his own results, felt his drooping ears perk up in exhilaration. Chang'an, I know what to do now. Then let us practice diligently. Xu Changan replied with a smile. Lin Qiye nodded, his confidence soaring. In the subsequent attempts, as long as he remained within the confines of the mortal realm, he was remarkably accurate, mastering it further. However, once he exceeded that distance, his aim faltered. Yet, that was sufficient for the moment, as Lung Xian was quite pleased. Xu Changan regarded the earnest Lin Qiye with admiration. Xu Chang'an's favorability 3. A sudden voice echoed in Lin Qiye's mind, momentarily startling him. He turned to where Xu Changan was, only to find her gazing at him intently. An inexplicable sense of shyness welled up within him. Qiye, you performed admirably, but strive to improve. Aim to hit the target without relying on the divine realm. Lung Xian's voice, coupled with a sudden weight on his shoulder, dispelled the fleeting emotions in Lin Qiye's heart. He nodded, all right, I shall do my best. After a brief conversation with Lung Xian, he turned to see that Chang'an had fallen asleep, seemingly. Had she really drifted off? Or had she entered a mental sanctuary? Lin Qiye could not discern which possibility it was, so he removed his coat and draped it over Xu Changan. She did not stir at this movement, leading him to conclude. Perhaps she had indeed entered that sanctuary? Biting his lip, he rose to continue his practice. He must grow stronger. Only by doing so could he protect his family and stand shoulder to shoulder with Chang'an. As for Xu Changan, her consciousness had indeed ventured into that mental sanctuary. In a dimly lit basement, where the ghostly masked king, slain by Lin Qiye, was confined. Xu Chang'an's second purpose for this journey was to confront it, driven by a sudden thought that had emerged within him. His life's divine realm could heal, amplify, and interfere. Thus, might it possess capabilities beyond what Zhou had described? Could he absorb the life essence of others? His green pupils, cold and serpent-like, fixated on the masked king, causing its fear levels to rise several notches. In the next instant, a massive carnivorous flower erupted from the ground, devouring the masked king in one swift motion. Indeed, as Xu Changan had surmised, the abilities he possessed extended beyond those revealed by Zhou. He could absorb the life force of others. Since the first experiment has concluded, an opportunity to embark on the second experiment has arisen. It is not impossible to utilize the Ghost Face King for this endeavor. However, he himself lacks confidence in being able to resurrect the entity after depleting all of its life force. His initial skill requires the Ghost Face King to retain a breath of life for it to be salvaged. Thus, it is best to leave this matter to Qiye. The man-eating flower suddenly expelled the Ghost Face King. Covered in viscous slime, the king cowered in a corner like a frightened bird, its fear level reaching its zenith. Xu Changan did not spare a glance and departed from the scene. One objective had been achieved, concerning the other. He initially intended to document his sword techniques and dual-wielding style in the psychiatric hospital. Unfortunately, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. And now he yearned to find in Qingyu. Upon exiting the psychiatric hospital, he discovered himself reclining on the sofa in the office, with a garment draped over him. "Chang'an, you're awake," Lin Qiye remarked, immediately noticing his awakening. She closed the book in her hands, rising to pour him a glass of water. Xu Changan accepted the water and took a small sip. "What about the captain and the others?" Zhou Kongchang called to say they returned. "They want to pick someone up," and Zhou accompanied them. "I stayed behind because I was concerned about you," Lin Qiye explained, addressing all his uncertainties in a single breath. Xu Changan nodded, handing his jacket to Lin Qiye. "I need to meet someone. Will you accompany me?" "Meet someone?" Lin Qiye inquired, curiosity piqued about whom Chang'an intended to see. "Shall I inform the captain?" "Yes, I've sent a message to the captain." "Let's go." As for the current voting tally, it appears highly probable that Brother Wang is destined to triumph. Chapter 15. The Battleground upon receiving the captain's consent. Xu Changan and Lin Qiye departed from the office. Once they had distanced themselves, Xu Changan utilized the jade pendant to contact Qingyu. "And Qingyu? And Qingyu?" Lin Qiye inadvertently uttered aloud. The voice on the other end, poised to respond, hesitated upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized the jade pendant in her hand. "Curious? You shall understand upon meeting him." Xu Changan refrained from elaborating, confident that their paths would inevitably cross. "Brother Chang'an, are you coming to see me?" The term brother was pronounced with particular emphasis by Qingyu, her subsequent words imbued with an inexplicable, poignant affection, akin to a mistress taunting the rightful consort. "Xu Changan." "Lin Qiye." "Brother Chang'an?" Lin Qiye managed a smile that did not reach his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhou, who had been observing the situation from afar, brightened up, realizing the predicament Xu Changan found himself in. Xu Changan cleared his throat. "All right, enough of this. I understand, brother. I will await your arrival." And Qingyu cheerfully ended the call, eagerly anticipating the moment when she could share her newfound abilities with him, entirely unconcerned by the unfamiliar voice. Zhou, perplexed, watched as Qingyu's fluctuating metrics soared, particularly the affection rating, which inexplicably increased. And Qingyu's affection 6, Zhou. "Huh? Zhou, not a bro, right?" Zhou. Was it merely a resigned tone, subtly laced with fondness in enough already, that sent your heart racing to 120? In truth, Xu Changan felt a simple sense of exasperation. Despite his adeptness in teasing Lin Qiye, he found himself utterly at a loss in larger gatherings. Having lived for over a century, he remained a naive novice in matters of love. Xu Changan was also puzzled by the sudden increase in Qingyu's affection. Suddenly, Lin Qiye's affection to Xu Changan. Xiaojiao, Xu Changan, why is the affection growing so oddly? Xiaojiao, is this what they mean by competition instilling a sense of urgency? Chang'an, Lin Qiye seemed to murmur softly. Xu Changan paused for a moment. What is it? Nothing. Lin Qiye averted his gaze momentarily, but as he raised it again, a smile graced his lips. Let us hurry along. Xu Changan sensed something amiss, but dismissed it from his thoughts. Xiaojiao, however, was acutely aware of the implications of the gradually increasing affection. It represented the burgeoning desires within. The emergence of such desires typically began at 60 affection points, incrementally growing, yet generally, one's affection capped at 80. Xiaojiao did not believe these individuals had surpassed the threshold. Thus, he felt assured allowing the host to engage with them, sparking emotional fluctuations through their interactions. Once the remaining domains of space and destiny were unlocked, he would reveal to the host the pact made between and the deities of Huaxia, as well as him. The two individuals did not take long to reach the underground sewer, and Qingyu caught a glimpse of the voice's owner, but his attention was immediately diverted. His gaze firmly fixed on Xu Changan. Brother, I must admit, I'm quite fond of your green eyes. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, remaining silent. The entire room resembled a medium-sized laboratory, filled with orderly and mundane items, the only anomaly being the shelf behind Qingyu. There, a complete ghost-face figure was submerged in a special solution, alongside a jar containing a severed head of another ghost-faced entity. Numerous jars of varying sizes lined the shelves below, containing remnants of what appeared to be dismembered pieces of the ghost-faced being. This individual certainly did not resemble a normal person. What abilities have you acquired from the ghost-faced entity? Xu Changan did not respond to Qingyu's inquiry, although he could change the color of his pupils at will. It was impractical in public, and Qingyu, unperturbed, adjusted his glasses and smiled, a modest life-preserving ability. To put it succinctly, an ordinary person would undoubtedly perish if their heart were pierced by a blade or if they suffered a gunshot wound to the head. However, I'm not bound by such fate. As long as my heart remains unharmed, even a gunshot to the head would not lead to my demise. Similarly, if my heart is pierced but my brain escapes fatal injury, I shall also survive. Death from excessive blood loss is not a concern for me. I term this ability symbiosis. What do you think, brother? Lin Qiye's pupils constricted, unable to conceal his astonishment. What a grotesque ability, from what Chang'an had previously mentioned. This power was derived from the ghost-faced being, implying that this ability was not inherently his own. The original capability of this individual was to acquire new powers from the mysterious. A sense of crisis arose within Lin Qiye. Xu Changan nodded, seemingly pleased with Qingyu's prowess. I find it quite commendable. A life-preserving ability would indeed be more beneficial to you. However, have you considered relocating your experiments to a different venue? Brother, are you suggesting I stay at your home? And Qingyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Qiye with a hint of provocation, unfazed by Xu Changan's sudden change of topic. Perhaps this was indeed the purpose of Chang'an's visit? Lin Qiye was taken aback, turning to Xu Changan. Under the scrutiny of two intense gazes, Xu Changan maintained a serene smile, oblivious to the tension of the situation. The suggestion to have Qingyu move out was indeed his objective. The underground sewer was still too rudimentary. I possess a villa in Chang'an City, which includes a basement that would suit you perfectly, and you would incur no expenses. Xu Changan's words relieved Lin Qiye. Wait, why do I feel relieved? Lin Qiye pondered deeply, and Qingyu felt a twinge of regret, discerning from Lin Qiye's relieved demeanor that the two were likely cohabiting. Indeed, I find myself inexplicably vexed. The system's prompt, intermingled with Qingyu's voice, nearly obscured those two simple words from Xu Changan's ears. He had obtained another set of villa keys from Xiaojiao and tossed them to Qingyu, along with a bank card, which was a supplementary card under his name. This card is my supplementary card. Feel free to spend the money within. With Xiaojiao's presence, Xu Changan was never short on funds. In fact, one could say he had more wealth than anyone else in Huaxia, and he held no concerns regarding Qingyu's potential extravagance, even if she were to overspend. It would matter not. As Qingyu examined the supplementary card in her hand, her smile deepened. Brother Chang'an, does this mean you are supporting me? Lin Qiye interjected, taking advantage and then playing coy? Zhou chimed in enthusiastically. Yes, yes. Let us see a fight. Come on. Xu Changan could only smile helplessly as he playfully flicked Qingyu on the forehead. You're still quite young. What on earth do you think about all day? Qingyu rubbed her forehead. Brother, I am sorry. Just as Xu Changan was about to respond, his wrist was suddenly grasped. Brother. Lin Qiye held onto Xu Changan's wrist, displaying the chat interface on his phone. The captain is asking if we want to go out for a meal. After reviewing the sparse lines of dialogue, Xu Changan did not respond with a simple yes or no, but instead inquired of Lin Qiye. Do you wish to go? Of course. Why not? We will all be teammates in the future. It's a perfect opportunity to strengthen our bonds. Lin Qiye replied with a disarmingly innocent smile. Qingyu toyed with the supplementary card, seemingly indifferent to Lin Qiye's actions, though her smile had noticeably faded. Very well, Xu Changan nodded. Qingyu, you may visit the villa tonight. I will send you the address shortly. Okay, brother. Enjoy yourself. Qingyu replied obediently as she bid farewell. Watching the two depart, Qingyu no longer concealed the obsession and fervor glimmering in her eyes. Our second meeting. I find myself increasingly desirous of dissecting my brother's body for thorough examination. OOC alert. OOC alert. Recently, I've been inundated with short stories featuring male ghost characters, which has led me to lose a bit of control over my writing. So I may inadvertently stray from character consistency. I ask for your understanding, dear readers. I simply cannot restrain myself. Chapter 16. Transition. By the time Zhou, Kongsheng, and his companions had indulged in their revelry, they did not linger long before departing. In the basement of the psychiatric hospital, Lin Qiye gazed at the cowering figure of the ghost face king nestled in the corner. Is this the surprise Chang'an spoke of? Before he could ponder further, a familiar interface materialized once more. Criminal, Ghost Face King. Choice. As the mythical being you have slain with your own hands, you possess the authority to determine its soul's fate. Option 1. Obliterate its soul entirely. Option 2. Should its fear level towards you reach 60, you may employ it as a caregiver in the hospital, providing care for patients while offering you a measure of protection. Current fear level, 100. Lin Qiye stared in astonishment at the maximized fear level. Indeed, this was quite the surprise Chang'an had bestowed upon him. Should he choose to retain it? The Ghost-Face King remained motionless in the corner, igniting Lin Qiye's curiosity about what Chang'an had done to instill such profound fear within it. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qiye's decision settled on option 1. As he turned to depart, the Ghost-Face King disintegrated into a cloud of ash within its cell. Upon returning above, he made no pause as he proceeded to Nike's ward. Upon entering, he was greeted by the laughter of two individuals, Chang'an and his mother. Hearing his voice, Xu Changan and Nike ceased their conversation, regarding him with warm smiles as they awaited his approach. The psychiatric hospital knew no daylight, only an eternal night, with moonlight filtering through the heavy glass to illuminate them. This momentary tableau left him momentarily disoriented. After regaining his composure, Lin Qiye approached and took a seat. Nike's gently nudged a plate of pastries towards him. Dana Das, give a try. The treats brought by the vice director are truly delightful, even better than those from previous banquets. As long as you enjoy it, that is what matters. It was specially selected for you, as I believed you would like it. ISNT that right, Qiye? Xu Changan remarked. As soon as his words fell, Nike's progress bar surged by 6. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Xu Changan before smiling and nodding, subsequently pushing the plate back towards Nike's. As long as mother relishes it, that is sufficient. You are indeed a thoughtful child, Nike's expressed, momentarily surprised, before breaking into a gentle smile. In the silent psychiatric hospital, only one room echoed with joy and laughter. Thus, these ordinary days continued for 2 more, until the completion of Xu Chang'an's 2 manuals, when the office welcomed a visitor. Xu Changan, holding the freshly penned swordsmanship manual, sought out Chenmai. The open door revealed another character capable of garnering affection seated upon the sofa. Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xu Changan. Noticing Zhou Ping's reaction, Chenmai turned towards the entrance. It is Chang'an. I was just about to look for you. What brings you here so unexpectedly? Xu Changan did not answer his query, but rather, in a feigned air of mystery, placed a notebook before Chun Mai. With a puzzled expression, Chun Mai picked up the notebook. Xu Changan approached Zhou Ping, presenting another book. This is a sword technique I created myself. Perhaps it will pique your interest. Upon hearing the term sword technique, Zhou Ping's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He had come here precisely to inquire about Xu Changan's swordsmanship. As Chun Mai had mentioned, it was on par with his own. He eagerly accepted the book and began to peruse its contents. The more he read, the more his delight grew. Zhou Ping's affection, 20, Xu Changan, was momentarily taken aback by the notification of increased affection. Indeed, he was a true sword enthusiast. Chun Mai, who had just finished examining the dual blade technique, was equally astonished, unable to conceal his excitement. Chang'an, are you truly giving this to me? Of course. Even if you wish to submit it, I will not concern myself with what I have given away, Xu Changan replied nonchalantly. Chun Mai nodded. Then I shall graciously accept. You two continue your conversation. I will seek out Old Wu. Xu Changan took a seat across from Zhou Ping, and before long, they were engrossed in discussion, with the notifications of rising affection echoing in their minds. Chapter 17. Zhou Ping. After that day, Lin Qiye successfully returned to the hands of Chun Mai, along with Wu Xiangnan, who had his hands healed by Chang'an and was now training alongside him. In addition to mastering the single sword, he also had to learn the dual sword technique, enduring daily beatings that felt like a fate worse than death. Zhou Ping frequently visited the office to see Xu Changan, which intensified Lin Qiye's anxiety far beyond what he had felt during the previous encounter with Qingyu. Unfortunately, he was trapped in training and unable to escape. Xu Changan, on the other hand, was acutely aware of Zhou Ping's growing fondness and, upon noticing it inexplicably reach 50, subtly reduced their interactions. By the time Zhou Ping became aware of this shift, he realized he had not contacted Xu Changan for quite some time. Uncertain of his thoughts, he unexpectedly reached out to Commander Yi to inquire about a solution. Upon receiving a question mark in response, he suddenly recognized the folly of his actions. However, several minutes had already passed, and even if he wished to retract the message, it was too late. He could only turn off his phone to avoid the impending embarrassment. Gazing at the pendant in his hand, he experienced a sense of melancholy for the first time in his life. Just then, his third uncle, who had just finished a busy task, noticed Zhou Ping lost in thought, staring at the pendant, and curiously approached him, playfully patting his shoulder. "Oh, are you infatuated? My boy. Wow, what infatuation. I am not." Zhou Ping initially failed to comprehend his uncle's teasing, but upon realization, he quickly defended himself. His uncle, noticing the flush creeping up Zhou Ping's ears, was not convinced by his denial. With a knowing chuckle, he remarked, "I've never seen you display such an expression. Staring at that pendant, you look like a jilted young lord, filled with disappointment and a hint of grievance. Moreover, your ears are positively crimson. You've been taking leave to meet someone special. Haven to you?" As his uncle's musings continued, Zhou Ping's ears grew even hotter, nearly as if they might bleed, and his head began to spin. I don't have that kind of expression, do I?" Seeing the opportunity for further banter, his uncle pressed on, "Ah, my dear boy, who is it that has captured your heart? Do introduce them to your uncle." "And no, it's not a girl." Zhou Ping instinctively tried to clarify. His uncle's eyes widened in surprise as he scrutinized him from head to toe, taking a moment to digest this revelation. "Oh, it's quite all right. A male partner would be just as lovely. Bring him home for me to meet." "Wait, no, not a male partner." Zhou Ping struggled to explain, but his uncle comfortingly patted his shoulder, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Worry not. Rest assured, your uncle is a very open-minded man." "No, uncle, that is not it." Zhou Ping was flustered to the point of stuttering, realizing his uncle had completely misunderstood the situation. Would Chang'an be upset if he found out? Noticing Zhou Ping's growing distress, his uncle impulsively blurted out, "My dear boy, you're not harboring a crush, are you?" I. Zhou Ping felt as though he were an aging machine, his mind clouded and dizzy. He could not even articulate what he was feeling at that moment. His heart raced uncontrollably. Could it be that he truly harbors feelings for Chang'an? At that moment, an unexpected visitor entered the shop. "Boss, may I inquire if Zhou Ping is here?" Just as Sanjiu was about to respond, he noticed that Xiao Ping's eyes suddenly sparkled, entirely unlike his usual demeanor. As he stepped forward to greet the guest, upon locking eyes with the visitor, a sense of astonishment washed over him as he recognized Xu Changan's face, leading to an epiphany. This must be the male spouse of whom Xiao Ping had been infatuated. "Chang'an, what brings you here?" Zhou Ping exclaimed, his surprise evident. Just as Xu Changan was about to reply, a notification echoed in his mind, causing his smile to falter as he realized that perhaps he should not have come. He feared he had been ensnared. Zhou Ping's affection for. In their first meeting, Zhou Ping had granted him an initial boost of 20 in affection. In their second encounter, due to his swordsmanship, he received another 20 points. During their subsequent conversations, Zhou Ping gradually added another 5 points. After a series of 5 encounters, each sparring session had incrementally increased his affection. Now it seemed he had reached yet another threshold of over 50 in affection. He surmised that his reputation as a scoundrel was indeed inescapable. Xu Changan sighed inwardly, maintaining his usual composure as he produced his phone to show Zhou Ping. "Commander, you mentioned you sent the wrong message and instructed me to find you." Zhou Ping gazed at the phone in bewilderment. After reading it, he felt utterly ashamed. In the chat interface, "Commander, you had messaged. Well, Chang'an, and then that Zhou Ping fellow sent me a message without even glancing at the notes. He mistakenly forwarded you a message meant for me. Hurry and go find him." Following that was another message. "He is eager to discuss swordsmanship with you. I'll reply to him for you." Immediately after, there was an address shared. How embarrassing. This was indeed mortifying. Yi Fan was unaware that Zhou Ping possessed the pendant gifted by Xu Changan, and they typically communicated through the pendant rather than their phones. His remarks inadvertently exposed Zhou Ping. When Xu Changan first received the message, disbelief washed over him. Yet, knowing it was Commander Yi, he assumed it must be true, prompting him to come and see for himself. Little did he know, it was all a ruse, a trap set for him. Just when Zhou Ping believed he had reached the pinnacle of embarrassment for the day, Chang'an's words plunged him into further discomfort. "If you wish to see me, why did you not say so?" Xu Changan was genuinely perplexed. While he intended to distance himself from Zhou Ping, it was merely to prevent Zhou Ping's affection from surpassing 50. He thought that a gradual reduction in contact would allow Zhou Ping to temper his feelings. The next time they met, perhaps the affection would not escalate so easily. Who could have anticipated that as contact dwindled, the other party would be thinking of him? It was a complete self-sabotage. In the confines of the system space, Xiao Jiu couldn't help but smirk. "Hee, host, you truly lack any self-awareness." Xiao Jiu expressed his candid thoughts. He is a sword saint, yet also a sword enthusiast. The swordsmanship you possess, honed in the realm of cultivation, pales in comparison to his mastery. In his eyes, your original image and position have transformed entirely. Such a uniquely exceptional individual, once a daily presence, has now become a rare sight. How can one expect to remain calm in such circumstances? Xiao Jiu continued his musings. "Oh, my dear host, you possess an uncanny ability to charm, yet you remain oblivious to matters of the heart." If Xu Changan were to overhear these remarks, he would undoubtedly respond with unrestrained candor. Zhou Ping found himself a loss for words, entirely unsure of how to reply. Observing his silence, Xu Changan did not press him further. "Given that we haven't communicated in several days, would you care to join me at the Swordsmanship Academy today? I think I would be splendid. After all, there aren't many patrons in my shop. Little Ping, you must put forth your utmost effort." As he spoke, Sanjiu gently nudged Zhou Ping toward the exit. Turning back for a moment, Zhou Ping caught sight of Sanjiu using exaggerated lip movements to encourage him. "Go for it. Don't be shy." Realizing the misunderstanding, Zhou Ping quickly turned away, fearing that he might blush in front of Chang'an. Striving to maintain his composure, he declared, "Shall we depart?" Xu Changan nodded in agreement. Watching the two figures recede into the distance, Sanjiu smiled with satisfaction. This rascal's eyes lit up at the sight of the other, yet he claimed indifference, mistakenly believing it to be unrequited affection. In truth, he simply had yet to awaken to his feelings. Contemplating the other's remarkable aura and breathtaking beauty, Sanjiu couldn't help but worry. Would this young man truly pursue his heart's desire? Alas, it is a cause for concern indeed. It was my first time witnessing such an outpouring of encouragement for updates. I had presumed that few were paying attention. Thank you, dear readers, for your affection, as my acquaintance with the tale of slaying gods is relatively brief. Much of my information has been gleaned from comments on Douyin or Baidu. My understanding of Zhou Ping is even more limited. Should you notice any discrepancies, please do not hesitate to inform me. I am uncertain how well this chapter on Zhou Ping has been executed. If there are shortcomings or inaccuracies, I kindly ask you share your insights as I strive to improve in my future writings. Chapter 18. Vital information combined after several encounters. Zhou Ping's favor increased by 5 points. Xu Changan also discerned the reasons behind Zhou Ping's rising affection. 1 point for each confrontation, an additional point for discussions on swordsmanship, and even an increment of half a point at times. He could not ascertain whether this was a fortuitous development or otherwise. Nonetheless, the situation had already progressed to this extent. Chang'an, shall we return home? Lin Qiye's exhaustion was unmistakable. He leaned on his divine blade, as if it were a crutch, struggling to approach Xu Changan before collapsing into his embrace, utterly spent. These days had indeed been fraught with challenges, were it not for. He cast a glare at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping, confused, pondered, is this all my fault? If not for him, I would not have been relegated back under the captain's command. Every training session feels like a descent into hell. Despite the undeniable improvement in his swordsmanship, he remained discontented. Xu Changan gently patted Lin Qiye's back, not pushing him away, and turned to Zhou Ping. Very well then, we shall take our leave. Zhou Ping nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the phone rang. Hello, Xiao Ping. I notice you haven't returned yet, and it's quite late. The roads are unsafe, so you should stay at your friend's place for the night. Come back early tomorrow. Lin Qiye could only remain silent. The call ended abruptly, leaving Zhou Ping feeling somewhat awkward as he glanced at Xu Changan. I apologize. No need to worry. I am quite welcoming, Xu Changan replied understandingly. Throughout their journey, Lin Qiye maintained a spirited conversation with Xu Changan, not out of disdain for Zhou Ping, but rather because he had longed for such interactions with Chang'an. In his pursuit of strength, the intensity of his training had significantly escalated, often leading him to exhaustion and requiring Chang'an to carry him home. Today, however, he managed to stay awake. Zhou Ping was aware of this, hence he chose not to intrude upon their conversation, quietly listening as they spoke. Upon returning to the villa, Xu Changan prepared a guest room for Zhou Ping. Lin Qiye retreated to his own quarters, taking a shower before collapsing into bed. Xiao Jiu, did you forget to inform me about the rewards for Zhou Ping's favor reaching the required level? Xu Changan questioned, holding Xiao Jiu's neck to meet his gaze. Xiao Jiu blinked innocently and chuckled. Oh dear, I must have forgotten. Let me tell you right now. Xu Changan released his hold, and Xiao Jiu tumbled onto the bed. Zhou Ping's favor, 54. Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. 10 communication jade pendants, 1 invisibility cloak, usable 3 times a month with unlimited duration. 6 celestial repair stones, 1 infinite armory, 5 special marks, and 1 forbidden ruin. Celestial repair stones? Again? Xu Changan looked at the rolling Xiao Jiu. Sensing the icy glare directed at him, Xiao Jiu shivered and turned, his first standing on end in fright. Master, Xu Changan lowered his gaze. What purpose do the special marks serve? Oh, well that. Xiao Jiu flicked his tail nervously. The host has the ability to mark an individual, enabling them to sense danger befalling that person and transcend any limitations to teleport to their side. Well then, let it be Lin Qiye and Qingyu and Zhou Ping. Xu Changan stated calmly. Seated upon the bed, Xiao Jiu swayed its tail, its lake blue eyes radiating a soft azure glow. In the blink of an eye, the light vanished. Simultaneously, a mark appeared on the foreheads of Lin Qiye and Zhou Ping, flickering briefly before it faded. Xu Changan picked up the neatly folded blanket from the bed and reclined on the lounge chair on the balcony, activating his personal panel. Host, Xu Changan, age, 116. Proxy deity, room 7, in unlocked divine realms. Life, Chun Chao Sheng, I, 100 instant healing near-death rescue. 2. Enhances ally strength and mental fortitude by 20, and vitality by 15. 3. Can inflict a negative state upon enemies for 2 minutes. Time, Guang Yin He, I, time reversal, does not consume lifespan. 2. 5 golden threads conjured from the river of time entangle the enemy's limbs and waist, controlling their speed. Note, the golden threads of time cannot be escaped unless the opponent is 2 realms higher. 3. Time Clone Mirror, capable of replicating an enemy's self at a certain node for your use. Note, past, present, future. Unlocked Forbidden Realm. The Song of Catastrophe, domain skill. Within a 30-meter radius centered upon you, you become the deity of the realm, capable of summoning various disasters. Range increases with your realm. Heartfelt Dream Weaving, single target skill. Can be released 3 times consecutively. Drawback, requires eye contact. Upon making eye contact, it currently disregards realms below Klein, drawing forth the enemy's inner fears or demons to conjure nightmares. Divine realms yet to be unlocked. Space, destiny, causality. Special targets, Lin Qiye and Qingyu, Zhou. Further character unlocks pending. Resolved Regret, the death of Zhao Kongsheng. Items, Communication Spirit Jade 24, Sky Repair Stone 11, Chaos Divine Sword 1. Named, Jiuxiao, Chaos Divine Blade 1 gifted. Invisibility Cloak 1, usable 3 times a month with unlimited duration. Infinite Arsenal 1, Special Mark 5. After perusing the new Forbidden Realm, Xu Changan's gaze fixated intently on the words causality, which had previously read weight, but had now abruptly transformed. What transpired here? Time, space, destiny, causality. The convergence of these 4 great laws is not to be underestimated. A flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes as he cast off the blanket and stood, once again grasping Xiao Jiu's neck for eye contact. Why had the section on divine realms changed? Xiao Jiu blinked in confusion, suddenly recalling something. It had intended to utter some deceptive words, but Xu Changan's icy gaze instinctively sent a shiver down its spine. It has been an eternity since arriving in this world. It has scarcely encountered the frigid gaze of a host. Tonight, however, it seems fate has conspired to bring forth such a moment, twice over. Xu Changan, observing that little Jiu remained uncommunicative, remarked, "You need not divulge everything. It would be prudent to share the nature of the pact between your master and the divine beings of Huaxia. Additionally, why have you bestowed upon me such an abundance of the celestial stones? Do not presume that I am powerless against you. Do not forget my identity in my first life. Despite the fact that Xu Chang'an's current strength is derived from the system, it is crucial to remember that in his first life, he was an accomplished cultivator, renowned for suppressing all contemporaneous prodigies. He had even developed his own techniques and ascended to the position of elder in his 20s, signifying that he undoubtedly harbors numerous hidden talents, even having endured a death in between. Little Jiu trembled in fear. Oh heavens, had I known, I would have arranged things differently. Woo-woo. The host's threats are indeed as terrifying as before. All right, I will speak. Please set me down first. Xu Changan furrowed his brow, yet ultimately released his grip. Little Jiu landed with a thud on the bed, exhaling a sigh of relief while hastily adjusting its posture, donning a serious expression. My master made transactions with 3 individuals prior to entering this realm, with the deities of Huaxia being the last among them. The nature of this transaction is both simple and complex. This world has suffered an invasion by foreign deities, severing the path of immortality and obliterating any potential for ascension. After imparting this critical information, Lil Jiu paused, allowing Xu Changan time to reflect. Xu Changan fell into deep contemplation. As a cultivator, he could indeed discern that this world had once aspired to ascend. For without such ascension, it could not sustain the multitude of immortals and deities. Presently, the realm is indeed lacking in spiritual energy. The emergence of these few human pinnacles from Huaxia is quite remarkable. However, he had merely inquired about the transaction with the deities of Huaxia. Why did little Jiu choose to disclose details about its master and the dealings with 3 individuals? Was it merely a prelude to reveal a morsel of information now, with the intention of unveiling all when the time is ripe? Xu Changan scrutinized little Jiu for a moment, prompting continue. Little Jiu's anxious heart gradually settled, relieved that its earlier decision had not been misguided, fortunate that the host refrained from probing further. Ah, the host is indeed unique. Thankfully, the task of mitigating regrets has slowed the pace. This world cannot endure rapid advancements. After numerous cycles of rebirth, it has grown fragile. Otherwise, there would be no need for such intricacies. The master could simply intervene directly. He gathered his thoughts and continued. Thus, it is impossible for mortals to attain immortality. Any attempt to do so would inevitably lead to death and the dissolution of their essence. Therefore, the transaction serves as a means to restart the celestial path in this realm, aiding the world in its ascension. The Celestial Restoration Stone is an indispensable component of this endeavor. Moreover, it is merely a vessel. The energy contained within it differs from the energy inherent to the stone itself. Beyond this distinction, it is crucial to note that even with the reopening of the celestial path, individuals like Zhou, Ping, and others who epitomize humanity's pinnacle must invest time in cultivating their physical forms to achieve immortality. The energy within the Celestial Restoration Stone can directly enhance their corporeal bodies, allowing them to ascend instantaneously. At this point, Xu Changan comprehended the situation. So, I am to fulfill this covenant on behalf of your master. Xiao Ju nodded affirmatively. The Celestial Restoration Stone does not possess the energy it originally contained. With this thought, Xu Changan unhesitatingly produced a piece of the stone and, under Xiao Jiu's astonished gaze, utilized the spiritual energy characteristic of cultivators to probe the energy within the Celestial Restoration Stone. What on earth? Xiao Jiu was bewildered. How could this be? Previously, it had not detected any cultivation prowess from a host. Yet, here was a power nearing the stage of transformation. This was unexpected. It even sensed the presence of sealing forces. When had the host acquired such power? When had they self-sealed? Xiao Jiu was utterly flabbergasted, even bordering on despondency. Once Xu Changan concluded his examination of the energy within the Celestial Restoration Stone, he tightly sealed his cultivation. Since he resided in this world, he must adhere to its rules and order. Presently, there were no cultivators, and his celestial energy was limited. The extent he had just accessed was already his maximum. Yet, he couldn't help but marvel at the strength of both the Celestial Restoration Stone and the power it contained. He now had a rough plan. To reignite the celestial path of this world, the first requirement would be a sacrifice. Either all the deities of Huaxia must sacrifice themselves, though this was impossible and unnecessary, or the celestial beings must have devised a scheme against the foreign gods. The pinnacle of humanity would sequentially utilize the Celestial Restoration Stone to break the shackles preventing their ascension, subsequently rallying the Night Watchers to assault other divine realms, exterminating those foreign deities to collect their divine essences, thereby fulfilling the first requirement. Using the national guardian steel, derived from the deities of Huaxia, as the focal points of a grand formation, with Huaxia itself at the center, along with approximately 5 or 6 celestial restoration stones, the celestial path could be reopened. When that time comes, spiritual energy would rejuvenate. As for the second requirement, to elevate the world, Xu Changan pondered that the 3 supreme invaders must be vanquished and utterly obliterated at that. Moreover, he suspected that the annihilation of these 3 supreme beings might involve another transaction concerning one of the 2 unknown entities and Xiao Jiu's master. Xu Changan speculated that this individual was undoubtedly Lin Qiye, specifically, the future Lin Qiye. But who could the other be? A vague premonition lingered in his mind, yet he remained uncertain. Xiao Jiu sensed the torrent of thoughts within Xu Changan's mind, feeling neither surprise nor astonishment. It was all too clear how extraordinary its host was. It merely hoped that once the events concluded, its arrangements would culminate in a satisfactory resolution. At this moment, this was all the information I could ascertain. Xu Changan's intent was unmistakable. If there were any other insights to share, he could disclose them directly. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Jiu acknowledged that further secrets would likely have to wait until the host had saved Chang'an City. Once the opportune moment arrived, the host would naturally uncover additional revelations. Saving Chang'an City? Xu Changan was well aware of this narrative arc, yet his current abilities were limited, rendering him incapable of such a feat, however. Since it had been mentioned, Xiao Jiu had its own methods. It merely needed to await the arrival of the day the plot unfolded. Feeling lighthearted after learning so much, Xu Changan reclined once more on the balcony-esque lounge chair, closed his eyes, and basked in the moonlight. Thus, the initial part of Zhou Ping's storyline comes to a close. Following the original plot trajectory, it would extend only to the downfall of Chang'an City, after which a significant portion of the narrative would be entirely fabricated by me. And then there is the voting. I pondered. It concludes tomorrow. Allow me to clarify my reasoning for not including more characters. Firstly, the sheer number would be overwhelming for me to manage. Secondly, 5 characters correspond perfectly to the 5 sacred ruins. Furthermore, I have yet to finish slaying the gods. Is there anyone who could share with me some regrets they believe are present in slaying the gods? I would like to select a few, or perhaps incorporate all of them. Chang'an City will undoubtedly remain unharmed. But what of Han Xiaoyan? I have observed in other fan works that some portray him as being saved. Chapter 19. The first encounter with Wang Mian the following day. And Qingyu rested his chin on his interlaced fingers, his gaze intently fixed upon Xu Changan, who was preparing breakfast. Beside him lay the invisibility cloak gifted by Xu Changan. With a slender waist and elongated legs, he exhibited a perfect human proportion. How he longed to peel away that layer of clothing to behold what lay beneath. Affection for Qingyu won, with a clatter, and Qingyu returned to his senses, looking at the enticing noodles before him, his stomach suddenly awakening with hunger. Xu Changan removed his apron, casually draping it over the back of a chair. The second high school had encountered a mysterious, non-Tua snake demon, which controlled its progeny by devouring beings and implanting snake seeds within them. Qiye and the others would likely set off soon. He could follow in their wake. Keeping an eye on someone named Lin Qiye, who was the second persona of the non-Tua snake demon. He eagerly anticipated the abilities and Qingyu might acquire this time, even though he was well aware of what those abilities would be. And Qingyu leisurely pulled out a piece of paper to wipe his mouth, adjusting his glasses before turning to Xu Changan, his eyes sparkling with mischief, reminiscent of a cunning little fox. "Brother, want you join me?" Xu Changan declined, stating, "I have matters to attend to." A hint of disappointment flickered in Qingyu's eyes. "If that is not possible, then, will you come to see me more often?" Xu Changan noticed the mix of longing and reproach in Qingyu's gaze. But who could ascertain whether this was not merely a fox feigning vulnerability to ensnare its prey? With a resigned sigh, he replied, "Very well. I shall visit you more frequently. I will patiently await your return, brother." And Qingyu replied, resembling a dutiful student, if one overlooked the fleeting glimmer of triumph in his eyes. Xu Changan happened to miss it due to his rising motion. He had to hurry to the Night Watcher headquarters to discuss training matters and perhaps meet the mass team. This trip could yield fruitful results, potentially revealing the 4th individual who might garner affection. Who among the mass team could it be? Detecting special subject, Wang Mian, as Xu Changan entered the headquarters of the Night Watchers. His eyes immediately fell upon the captain of the mass team and other members. Affection for Wang Mian 15. "Wow, Yuegui, look quickly," Xuanhua exclaimed, unable to conceal his excitement. He had never seen anyone as strikingly handsome as Xu Changan. "Xuanhua, you're getting overly excited," Yuegui began to retort, but upon seeing Xu Changan, he swallowed his words. Suppressing her excitement, Rose nudged her dazed captain and whispered, "Captain, is he not the one commander ye spoke of? You must approach him. It would be ideal if he joined our team." Wang Mian stumbled slightly at the push, clearing his throat to remind Rose and the others to maintain their composure before stepping forward. The captain of the masked team, Wang Mian, possessed the power of the time abyss. He momentarily froze as Xu Changan suddenly drew near, his deep black eyes transforming into a golden hue, an all too familiar aura. In the realm of time, there exists a domain as formidable as his, if not more so. Alas, the powers of time at your disposal remain incomplete, resulting in the unfortunate consequence that each instance of temporal regression diminishes your lifespan. Kronos, as the deity of time, indeed exhibits a certain stinginess. Xu Changan's words bore a hint of mockery, directed at Kronos lurking behind the visage of Wang Mian. "You." Wang Mian hesitated, words unspoken. Xu Changan observed him with a resigned shake of his head. In the blink of an eye, his golden eyes transformed into a verdant green. I believe I have discerned the purpose behind Commander Ye's request for our meeting, which is rather bold of you, considering the potential for my ire. Wang Mian was taken aback. What purpose? It seemed Commander Yi had not divulged this information to him. In the midst of his bewilderment, a myriad of flowers and grasses sprouted at Xu Changan's feet, gradually extending outward, encircling Wang Mian and the members of the masked team behind him. A green luminescence emanated from the ground, infiltrating their beings. It was an extraordinary sensation, one that the team found difficult to articulate. Yet they felt the restoration of long-standing hidden injuries, as if their very spirits had undergone a cleansing. Wang Mian's most profound realization was the restoration of his lost lifespan. His expression was intricate, struggling to reconcile the fact that Xu Changan, a mere late-stage pool realm practitioner, possessed such remarkable capabilities. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was on par with him. Upon receiving Commander Ye's message, Wang Mian rushed to the headquarters, not to meet the commander, but to await a person named Xu Changan, thus remaining oblivious to the latter's true prowess. Xu Changan retracted his domain, a gentle smile gracing his features. How do you feel? Wang Mian's affinity 20. At this moment, Wang Mian comprehended Xu Changan's intent. Although unaware of the circumstances, he felt a twinge of shame, yet a greater sense of gratitude emerged within him. Thank you. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Such occurrences, once experienced, are bound to repeat. Even if he wished not to trouble Xu Changan again, the others would undoubtedly seek him out. This favor would prove difficult to repay. Captain, how do you feel? I am brimming with energy. I believe I could take down several more mysterious foes. Vortex. Captain, we just completed our mission before arriving. You recently utilized the domain. Do you feel better now? Moon Ghost. Captain, let us find a way to inform Commander Yi and bring him here. It's simply incredible. A true healer. Rose. Tianping gazed at Xu Changan, sincerity etched on his face. Thank you. Xu Changan inclined his head slightly, responding with a smile. You are welcome. Wang Mian, somewhat exasperated by the cacophony of voices, understood that this was their way of showing concern for him. Rest assured, I am well. The lost years have been restored. The others gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide. Their greatest fear had been the captain's lifespan. Yet now it had been resolved. Tianping struggled to contain his excitement, expressing gratitude once more. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to us. Indeed, Xu Changan did not decline. This will surely bring some solace to the hearts of the masked squad. Shall we ascend now? Wang Mian glanced at Xu Changan. Xu Changan nodded. Let us proceed. The two walked side by side, with the others from the masked squad trailing behind. Observing the cheerful banter between them, Chang Wei quietly smiled and nudged Tianping with her elbow, whispering, What do you think about orchestrating their union? Tianping responded with a pursed lip. No, you ought to refrain from such thoughts. With that, he quickened his pace, distancing himself from Chang Wei. Bewildered, Chang Wei pondered, what is this all about? Is he upset? I too find it troubling. What if Chang'an does not fancy boys and you inadvertently irk him? Yu Gui also opposed Chang Wei's suggestion, hastening to catch up with Tianping. Shen nodded in agreement. I second that. Chang Wei was even more perplexed. Why such strong reactions from both of them? It is truly strange. Many are expressing their desire for all characters to be included. After much contemplation, I propose this. The main emotional arcs will only feature Lin Qiye and Qingyu, Zhou Ping, Wang Mian, and Shen Qingzhu, while the others will remain unrequited. Occasionally, I shall weave in snippets of subtle romantic tension. In supplementary chapters, all characters will be accounted for, as they too are beloved figures, embodying the cherished group dynamic. Does this arrangement meet your approval? Chapter 20. A mixed chapter, 2-in-1. Knock. Knock. Please enter. Wang Mian opened the door and stepped inside with Xu Changan, leaving the other members of the masked team outside to await their return. Upon entering the office, Xu Changan unceremoniously sought a place to sit, noticing a steaming cup of tea on the desk, evidently prepared for him. Wang Mian hesitated for a moment before approaching Yifan. Yifan scrutinized Wang Mian for a moment, then glanced at Xu Changan, who was savoring his tea, relieved to confirm that he had not inadvertently provoked him. Xu Changan took a sip, Not that he lacked the inclination to be irked. Despite Yi Fan's evident motives and schemes, he was not in a position to refuse him. Wang Mian was merely part of his assignment. This training session is arranged in Chang'an City. That rascal Yuan Gang has already requested to transfer your mass team to bolster the event, and I have approved his request. Do you have any objections? Yi Fan inquired, casting a glance at the document he held down with his wrist before turning his attention back to Wang Mian. Wang Mian shook his head, indicating no objections. The mass team is at your command. Yi Fan nodded slightly. You may leave now. Wang Mian's gaze swept over Xu Changan before he exited the room, only to be encircled by the other members of the mass team the moment he stepped out. Ahem. Chang'an, I intend to appoint you as a teaching assistant, so you won't need to train alongside the new recruits. What do you think? Yi Fan musit, his thoughts burdened by Xu Chang'an's formidable abilities. With such prowess, why would he still be considered a newcomer? He anticipated that if the instructor were to pursue him later, he would be the one to face the repercussions. Despite appearing somewhat lesser in rank, it was inconsequential. Xu Changan set down his teacup, and in a mere instant, he transcended his previous realm to arrive at the Chuan realm. Your breakthrough is as effortless as drinking hot water, Yi Fan jested, though he was inwardly astonished. Xu Changan smiled, but chose not to elaborate. In truth, he had unsealed a portion of his body's restrictions the previous night, making his breakthrough possible. He had simply been too engrossed in researching the sky-replenishing stone to remember. The two engaged in conversation for a while longer, focusing on matters concerning the ancient divine church, before concluding their discussion with topics regarding Lin Qiye. As Xu Changan emerged from the office, he was met with 5 piercing gazes. He glanced around, momentarily taken aback. Wang Mian stood rigidly, while Tianping leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Rose crouched on the ground, and Yu Gue sat with one leg raised, propping up an arm, while Shen was sat cross-legged on the floor. A question mark slowly emerged above Xu Chang'an's head. What brings you all here? Rose sprang up abruptly, but was swiftly halted by Tianping. After regaining her composure, she cleared her throat and exclaimed, "Handsome brother, are you welcoming us to come and play at your place? Since we'll meet again during training, and we have no tasks at the moment, may we?" Xu Changan smiled gracefully, replying, "Of course, I would be delighted to have you." At that moment, a faint green light flickered from his pocket, moving so swiftly that none could perceive it. A voice resonated in his mind. "Chang'an, where are you up to? Are you finished? I have just completed a task with Sister Hong Ying and the others, but there was a minor mishap. The corpse of the Nantua serpent demon has mysteriously vanished. Furthermore, it appears that a new caregiver will be joining the psychiatric hospital." The voice of Lin Qiye cannot be heard by others, even those nearby who possess a similar pendant, unless the initiator activates the group chat mode. Moreover, the pendant communicates through consciousness. Thus, Xu Changan need not speak. He can simply respond with his thoughts. He effortlessly entered a dual-focused mode. I have just wrapped up my work and am now preparing to return to Chang'an. There is no need to concern ourselves with the Nantua serpent demon S-corpse. It was likely taken away by Qingyu. As for the new caregiver, this is indeed a positive development, as it will allow for supervision of the patient's medication intake. By the way, we are expecting a few guests at home today. Upon hearing this last statement, Lin Qiye paused momentarily, rose, and opened the empty refrigerator. "I'll go pick you up. It just so happens that we are out of vegetables." Xu Changan, having just replied to Wang Mian's query, divided his attention slightly. "All right, I will inform you in advance." At the airport, Lin Qiye stood amidst the bustling crowd, holding several bags of groceries while engrossed in responding to messages from the captain on his phone, making him particularly conspicuous. "Qiye, look up." Startled, Lin Qiye lifted his gaze and smiled as he walked towards Xu Changan, only to find that the so-called guests were absent. The previously restless heart instantaneously calmed. Casually inquiring, "It seems I did not see any guests." Xu Changan took some of the groceries from Lin Qiye's hands while explaining, "We received a task on the way. Right here in Chang'an City. We left as soon as we landed. Let us return home." "I see." Lin Qiye's lips curled upwards slightly. Little did he know, it was not the guest that interrupted his time alone with Chang'an, but rather the presence of Qingyu, whom he had overlooked and forgotten. As part of a special team, each day is filled with haste and activity. After an entire day of work, a new assignment to a city surrounding Chang'an was received. Beneath the desolate starry sky, on the rooftop of a soaring high-rise, the members of the mass team gathered after having just vanquished two mysterious entities. Mian wiped the blood from his hands and took out the pendant that Chang'an had gifted him on the plane earlier. Nearly every member of the mass team possessed such a pendant. Chang'an, I apologize. It seems we will not have time to visit your home, as we have received numerous tasks to attend to. Xu Changan promptly replied, No worries. I can visit your home when you have the time. Mian smiled gently. I will be delighted to welcome you. The communication ceased thereafter. How frustrating. For the first time, I feel overwhelmed by the sheer number of tasks. Even if it were just for a moment, I wish to savor a meal prepared by my beautiful brother. Rose squatted on the wall, idly swinging the hammer in her hand. Yue, equally displeased, kicked the lifeless form of the mysterious entity. Vortex rose and stretched languidly, lamenting that each generation bears its own burdens, cursing the enigma that vexes him so. Heaven knows how much he yearned to savor Chang'an's culinary skills upon hearing of them during the flight. It is all the fault of this damned mission, this accursed mystery. Even Tianping found his spirits dampened, casting a glance at the captain, who had momentarily displayed a hint of a smile before his expression turned cold. Captain, shall we depart now? Mian grunted affirmatively. Let us go. In the basement of the villa, 3 individuals gathered around an operating table, and Qingyu was meticulously dissecting the Nanjuash monster, while Xu Changan observed with rapt attention. Lin Qiye, initially repulsed, managed to mask his discomfort after prolonged exposure. The corpse of the Nanjuash had been brought back in a small compartment of Qingyu's invisibility cloak, a feature unbeknownst to Xu Changan, discovered solely by Qingyu herself. Rubbing his weary eyes, Lin Qiye glanced at the engrossed Chang'an and asked, Can we discuss any findings after all this time? And Qingyu looked up, casting a playful glance at Lin Qiye before beaming at Xu Changan. Brother, I have made a significant discovery. Lin Qiye, taken aback, chuckled. Do you treat me as heir? I can attempt to create entities akin to its offspring using the neurons of the Nanjuash for my purposes. However, this will require multiple experiments. And Qingyu completely disregarded Lin Qiye, excitedly sharing her findings with Xu Changan. Lin Qiye scoffed. Oh, how delightful. Xu Changan's eyes flickered. The Nanjuash abilities reminded him of a toxic plant from his first life in the realm of cultivation. This plant, known as flower fish, appeared to be an ordinary blossom, yet possessed an incredibly resilient life force. Once in contact with soil, a single seed could sprout 7 or 8 flowers without any water, fertilizer, or sunlight, much like certain prolific fish species. More importantly, its petals were toxic and had a paralyzing effect. However, the toxin was not overly potent, classified as a slow-acting poison, causing instantaneous death only if a substantial amount were ingested at once. This might prove beneficial to Qingyu. Xiaojiu, I have a task for you. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. Xiaojiu, residing within the spiritual sea, was aware of the task assigned by its host. Swiftly and effortlessly, it procured the seeds of the flower fish. With a thought, Xu Changan found several seeds in his hand, which he offered to the still chattering Qingyu. She paused, squinting. What is this? It is called flower fish, a toxic plant not native to this world, but I believe it may be of assistance to you. Xu Changan elaborated on the properties of the flower fish. And Qingyu's affection 5, Lin Qiye, was taken aback. Such a plant exists? Chang'an, from what realm does this plant originate? The realm of cultivation, Xu Changan replied. The realm of cultivation? Well, it would be splendid if we could dissect it. And Qingyu felt a tinge of regret. The realm of immortality. How delightful it would be to dissect a person. Lin Qiye twitched his lips in response. How did Chang'an come to know someone with such a morbid fascination? Nonetheless, he too harbored a curiosity about the nature of the immortal world. Upon hearing Qingyu's words, Xu Changan found it amusing. He noted Lin Qiye's intrigue, pondering that perhaps the pursuit of immortality was not as distant a dream for them after all. Really? Is that true? Lin Qiye questioned, somewhat perplexed. The world they inhabited was already quite extraordinary. Could it be that they would truly attain immortality in the future? And Qingyu, Catching the implication in Xu Changan's words, felt a spark of excitement as he began to envision the prospect of dissecting the remains of deceased immortals. Xu Changan refrained from elaborating further. Some matters were not meant for their understanding at this juncture. Qiye, focus on your training during this period. A delightful surprise awaits you. Aside from the 5 main characters in the narrative, who will experience a gradual emotional transition, the others will predominantly fall into the realm of love at first sight. In truth, even the 5 protagonists can be considered a case of love at first sight. I must admit, I am not particularly adept at writing romantic scenes, yet I find myself yearning for sweet love stories. Additionally, it seems I have begun to conceive the settings for my next work, a fan fiction about slaying gods. The more I ponder, the more I find it difficult to contain my smile. Hee. Chapter 21. Training camp time passed swiftly. On the day of the training camp, Lin Qiye finally discovered the surprise that Chang'an had alluded to. However, he deemed it not a surprise, but a fright. Due to his connection with Xu Changan, Chang'an did not follow the original plot and buy a train ticket for Lin Qiye to head to the station. Instead, the two of them departed for the training location around the same time. Upon arriving nearby, they disembarked and, dragging their suitcases, made their way towards their destination. As they approached, they noticed a multitude of instructors stationed outside. The leading instructor, upon spotting Xu Changan, greeted him with a beaming smile and approached him with utmost courtesy, entirely disregarding Lin Qiye standing beside him. "Are you Assistant Xu? Commander Yi specifically mentioned you to me. I happen to be free and would be delighted to show you around here," Wang said politely as he guided Xu Changan through the entrance of the training camp. The suitcase in Xu Changan's hand was promptly taken by other instructors. Xu Changan played along, responding, "You are too kind. I am merely an assistant. Feel free to call me Chang'an." "Well then, I shall dispense with the formalities. It makes me quite uncomfortable. Just call me Lao Yuan," Gang said with a relaxed pat on his chest, feeling somewhat awkward in his role. The nature of their performance had been agreed upon beforehand, aiming for an elaborate display, ideally to ensure that the spies planted by the ancient divine sect would observe everything clearly, only to be apprehended later. Xu Changan nodded in agreement. Their reunion felt as though they were old friends, exchanging laughter and camaraderie while leaving Lin Qiye, who stood rooted to the spot, in a state of bewilderment. The other instructors merely cast curious glances at this representative of Michael before turning away. Lin Qiye, a gentle breeze brushed by, seemingly mocking his desolation. Despite his reluctance to confront the reality, he closed his eyes momentarily and opened them again, ultimately resigning himself to the fact that his Chang'an had become an assistant. He might even be observing his training with an unwavering gaze. His mind involuntarily conjured images of such a scenario, and upon reflection, he realized that it was not entirely unfeasible. Among thousands, there would be only one set of eyes fixed upon him. However, they could not share the same dormitory, nor could they converse at will. He could not see Chang'an for 24 hours a day. He could not. Damn it, what a predicament. Lin Qiye felt like crying, yet had to accept the truth. He could only forlornly drag his suitcase and venture inside, only to find himself wandering aimlessly, unaware of the dormitory's location. "Are you lost? Did no instructor guide you to the dormitory?" Hong Hao, who was on his way to find Yuan Gang, spotted the bewildered new student standing there with his suitcase. Lin Qiye shook his head and asked, "Excuse me, instructor, how do I get to the dormitory?" It was a stroke of luck to finally encounter an instructor after wandering without meeting a single soul. Seeing the poor boy, Hong Hao felt a pang of sympathy, having no idea how many circles he had turned. He patted Lin Qiye on the shoulder and said, "Come with me. I am Hong Hao, your instructor. You can call me Instructor Hong. What is your name?" "Lin Qiye," he replied. "You are Lin Qiye?" Hong Hao glanced at Lin Qiye, nodding in satisfaction. "Quite impressive. Young man, you must strive harder. Among us instructors, you are the most promising." With Xu Changan, that extraordinary individual, ahead of him, he was no longer surprised by the agent of the Seraphim. "I will work hard," Lin Qiye replied earnestly. Hong Hao, already favoring Lin Qiye, felt even more pleased by his obedient demeanor. However, he was curious about something else. "Qiye, what is your relationship with Assistant Xu?" Xu Changan was perhaps the most intriguing figure for the instructors. Directly appointed by Commander Yi, he was no ordinary assistant, wielding considerable power. Initially, he and old Yuan were skeptical, thinking he was merely a pawn imposed by higher-ups. But upon reviewing the files, they were left utterly astonished. This divine ruins was simply extraordinary. And regarding the age column, both he and old Yuan were dumbfounded. They had assumed he was an older individual. The photograph in the file was from his youth. Who would have thought that upon meeting, he would appear so young, and moreover, be connected to the only divine agent among the freshmen? Thus, his curiosity could not be contained. Chang'an? My relationship with him is quite good, Instructor Hong. Is there a problem? Lin Qiye inquired, puzzled by the unabashed curiosity in Hong Hao's eyes. On a ouvert a mystérieux smile. No problem at all. Since you two are close, you must remember to make a good impression in front of him. He holds the fate of your entire cohort in his hands. Lin Qiye's pupils widened in shock. Okay, understood. Chang'an possesses such great power? I wonder what kind of authority it is. If I were to ask him, will he disclose it? Perhaps it's best not to, so as not to put him in an awkward position. All right, we arrived. The dormitories are double rooms. Feel free to choose one. Once selected, I need to register it, Instructor Hong instructed. Lin Qiye nodded and opted for a room with good lighting. Hong Hao glanced at the door number and departed. Lin Qiye began to unpack his belongings, and once finished, he gazed at the tidy bed with a satisfied smile. His items were all purchased together with Chang'an, naturally in pairs. Today marked the first day of intensive training. The new students would begin to arrive gradually from tomorrow. Lin Qiye, lacking the desire to explore, lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and entered a state of tranquility. He wondered what Chang'an was doing. Meanwhile, the individual he was pondering, Chang'an, was reviewing the files of this year's new students. Previously, he had discussed not only matters regarding the ancient God Church with Commander Yi, but also the formation of a special team. According to Commander Yi's intention, he was to be appointed as the team leader. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to, and since the opportunity to establish the special team rightfully belonged to Qiye, he declined the offer. He subtly shared some information with Commander Yi, indicating that he need not join any special team, but Commander Yi encouraged him to observe this cohort of new students, also for the sake of selecting members for Lin Qiye's special team. At this moment, Yuan Gang was observing Lin Qiye through binoculars, and upon seeing him asleep, he ceased his observation. How are you finding it, Assistant Xu? Xu Changan nodded, picking up a few thin sheets of paper beside him. Yuan Gang glanced at the profiles of the individuals, finding them largely in line with his expectations. Individuals like Shen, Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan, who possessed the Forbidden Ruins, would undoubtedly attract attention. Yet, regarding Chao Yuan, he furrowed his brow and inquired. Chao Yuan's situation seems a bit troublesome. Assistant Xu, do you have a solution? It wasn't that he particularly sought Xu Chang'an's assistance. Rather, Commander Yi had explicitly instructed him that any issues arising during the training could be discussed with Xu Changan. If even Xu Changan couldn't resolve the matter, then he would step in. Xu Changan sifted through a stack of documents, selecting those with promising qualities and reasonable data, marking them accordingly. I can handle Chao Yuan's matter, so you need not worry, Instructor Yuan, he assured. Yuan Gang, though somewhat skeptical, decided to wait and see. After a busy spell, Xu Changan organized the materials into several neat piles for easier observation of a new student's data. He took a sip of water and rose to return to his dormitory. Upon returning to his dorm, he tidied up the documents and lay down on his bed, entering the mental hospital in his consciousness. As soon as he arrived, he was greeted by Xiao Zhu leaping into his arms. Meow, meow, meow. Host, save me. Li Yifei chased Xiao Zhu out and spotted Xu Changan. Vice Dean, you're here. The Dean is currently with Grandma. Xiao Zhu turned and stuck out its tongue at Li Yifei. You little rascal. Just wait. Li Yifei raturta. Oh, I'm so scared of you. Xiao Zhu teased playfully. Observing their banter, Xu Changan decided to place Xiao Zhu into Li Yifei's arms, wishing them both a delightful time before departing. Xiao Zhu blinked in confusion. Li Yifei, grinning mischievously, felt his hands itching to take action. Let us see where you run now, he exclaimed. Xiao Zhu wore a face of exasperation. Get away from me. Instead of seeking Lin Qiye, Xu Changan proceeded to the office. However, he had barely taken a seat when Lin Qiye arrived. Upon entering, he He sat in the chair opposite Xu Changan, resting his chin on his hands as he gazed intently at him. Xu Changan tilted his head. What's the matter? Chang'an, why didn't you tell me sooner that you are an assistant? I thought we would be sharing a dormitory, Lin Qiye lamented. Xu Changan chuckled. I wanted to surprise you. Surprise? More like a shock, Lin Qiye replied, wearing a woeful expression. Xu Changan's smile was unrestrained. He had indeed intended it. You need to train well, understand? I will be the one writing your usual scores and final exam comments for this batch of new students. Once you are assigned to your posts, others will look at my comments before considering your scores. To be honest, he had never anticipated that Commander Yi would assign him such a role. He merely wished to avoid boredom and agreed to assist. Lin Qiye nodded vigorously. I will train diligently. What Instructor Hong said is true. We truly hold the power of life and death. Have you explored around? Xu Changan casually inquired. No, Lin Qiye replied. Without Chang'an by his side, he felt a distinct lack of motivation. Thus, he had not considered exploring the base, as he would inevitably become familiar with it in due time. Xu Changan pondered for a moment. How about I accompany you on your excursion? That sounds splendid. With Chang'an by my side, I need not fear losing my way. Have you ever gotten lost? Well, the base is simply too vast, and I encountered not a single instructor along the way. It was only when I finally met Instructor Hong that I was able to locate my dormitory. Then let us set out. I shall come to find you. I will wait for you beneath the dormitory building. Chapter 22. The portly Baili early the next morning. An exceedingly awkward scene unfolded. The events traced back to a rather rotund young lad. Lin Qiye had stayed up a tad later the previous night. Thus he lingered in bed a little longer in the morning, only to be abruptly roused from his slumber. Forced to sit up, his gaze met that of the culprit responsible for his awakening, a plump individual. My sincerest apologies. Baili PNGP awkwardly scratched his head. Upon noticing the bodyguard beside him, he kicked out, Be a bit quieter. Don't disturb my roommate. Lin Qiye retorted, Isn't it you who is the loudest? The bodyguard nodded obsequiously and toned down his actions. With a furrowed brow, Lin Qiye decided to avoid further complications by heading straight to the bathroom to wash up, planning to return to bed once the commotion outside subsided, awaiting Chang'an to bring his breakfast. The cafeteria had yet to open, and thus, Chang'an had promised to deliver his meal. Just as he finished his grooming, his roommate also wrapped up his own activities. If only this person would not block his path. It would have been preferable. What are you stopping me for? Lin Qiye asked, his face stern. He had read numerous novels, but that did not mean he relished having melodramatic scenarios unfold in his life. Just as he contemplated how to report this incident to Chang'an, hoping for a tinge of sympathy, the little chubby figure unexpectedly produced a gift box from behind and thrust it into his hands. Lin Qiye was utterly bewildered, still trying to comprehend the situation when the other party suddenly stepped back and executed a deep bow, leaving him in a daze. Baili Tuming. You may also call me Baili PNGPing. I brought some local specialties for the training camp. Nothing of great value. Please, do not stand on ceremony. I hope we can become friends. Lin Qiye remained silent, scanning the contents of the gift box with his mental energy, discovering it was a Rolex, while the other similarly wrapped boxes contained various luxury watches. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. He promptly returned the gift, saying, Baili PNGPing, you need not be so courteous. As for the gifts, please keep them. I am Lin Qiye. I also look forward to your guidance. At a loss for words, Lin Qiye merely wished for Chang'an to arrive, soon to rescue him from the ensuing awkwardness. Baili PNGPing, with an earnest grin, seemed undeterred, attempting once more to push the gift into Lin Qiye's hands. Don't worry about it, Brother Qiye. It's not anything valuable. No, really, it's unnecessary. Wearing a watch during training is inconvenient. Just keep it for now, and we can discuss it after training. Lin Qiye hastily replied, utilizing his wits. Baili PNGPing paused to ponder, then nodded affirmatively. You are right, Brother Qiye. I shall keep it. With a sigh of relief, Lin Qiye hurried back to his bed. Although he appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, he was actually engaged in a conversation with Chang'an. Little did he anticipate that Baili PNGPing would remain so persistent. As Baili Pang called out a few melodious Brother Qiye, he noticed that Lin Qiye was unresponsive. Stealthily clutching a gift box, he tiptoed closer. Just at that moment, Lin Qiye, having concluded his conversation with Xu Changan and learned that Xu had arrived at his floor, was preparing to rise when his gaze fortuitously met that of the sneaky, plump figure. His mind momentarily short-circuited. "What are you doing?" The caught off guard by Li Pang initially chuckled awkwardly before leaning down to sniff at Lin Qiye's feet, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Qiye, your feet smell delightful." Just as he uttered this phrase, the dormitory door swung open. Lin Qiye's eyes locked with Xu Chang'an's. Bai Li Bang Bang, taken aback by the sudden appearance of another, was utterly stunned upon seeing Xu Changan. Goodness, what a breathtakingly beautiful person. Thus, the most awkward scene of the morning unfolded. "Ha ha, this is hilarious. It's indeed more entertaining than reading. Good heavens, Qiye, your feet smell so good." Xiao Zhou chuckled uncontrollably in Lin Qiye's mind, mimicking Bai Li Pang's earlier gesture as he spoke. Xu Changan, annoyed by Xiao Zhou's laughter, felt a headache coming on. A disembodied hand appeared in her mind, grasping the nape of Xiao Zhou and tossing him into the mental institution. Xiao Zhou landed with a high degree of precision on the lap of Li Yifei, who was lounging in the sun with Nikes. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Li Yifei exclaimed, "Hey, little Zhou, were you thinking of me?" Xiao Zhou cried out, "Mama, host, help me." Coughing, Xu Changan finally regained her composure, inhaled deeply, and glanced at the breakfast box in her hand. Under the gazes of Lin Qiye and Bai Li Pang, she placed the breakfast box on the ground. "Sorry to interrupt. Please continue," she said, kindly closing the door behind her. Bai Li Pang blinked, murmuring, "Oh, divine beauty." Lin Qiye shot a fierce glare at the still muttering Bai Li Pang, hastily leaping from his bed to retrieve the breakfast box and chase after Xu Changan. He flung open the dormitory door and, upon turning a corner, collided into a warm embrace that bore a hint of sandalwood, eliciting a muffled grunt. Instinctively, Lin Qiye wrapped his arms around Xu Changan's waist, his expression filled with remorse. "Chang'an, I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you? Let me check if you're injured." Xu Chang'an's eyelashes fluttered, her delicate, rosy hand resting on the back of Lin Qiye's hand that encircled her waist. "Could you please let go?" Lin Qiye seemed to finally realize the impropriety of the situation. His hand trembled briefly, unintentionally tightening its grip before he released it upon hearing Xu Chang'an's request. With the weight on her waist lifted, Xu Changan let out a sigh of relief. The two stood face to face, ensnared in silence, neither daring to speak. Lin Qiye, fearing that his little actions had been noticed, prepared to apologize, when a familiar notification resounded in his mind. Xu Chang'an's favorability 5. He momentarily froze, regaining his composure to assess the situation. It was only then that Xu Changan realized the tips of his ears, hidden beneath his silvery locks, had turned a shade of crimson. It turned out, he was not angry, but rather shy. Lin Qiye, having noticed this, curled his fingers slightly, unable to suppress the smile that danced at the corners of his mouth. When Xu Changan lifted his gaze, Lin Qiye's grin faded somewhat. "Why did you chase after me? You should return and have your breakfast." Lin Qiye observed Xu Changan in silence for a prolonged moment. Xu Changan tilted his head in puzzlement. "Qiye?" Lin Qiye lowered his eyes. "All right, I understand. Let's head back to the dormitory. I'll bring you lunch later." Xu Changan coaxed him like a child, gently persuading Lin Qiye to return to the dormitory. Lin Qiye complied obediently, retracing his steps. Clearing his throat, Lin Qiye did not spare a glance at Bai Li Pang as he opened a three-tiered lunchbox containing dumplings, shumai, and congee, steam wafting upwards. It mirrored the warmth in his heart. Bai Li Pang's eyes glistened with envy as he swallowed hard, but upon recalling his purpose, he quickly shook his head and cautiously inquired, "Qiye, what is your relationship with that person?" As Lin Qiye savored the dumplings, the question weighed heavily on his mind. What relationship? He was reluctant to label it merely as friendship. However, Bai Li Pang soon revealed the answer Lin Qiye secretly desired. "You two aren't lovers, are you?" The motion of Lin Qiye's dumpling eating paused. "Lovers. So, does this mean I have developed feelings for Chang'an?" Upon hearing Lin Qiye's contemplation, Bai Li Pang became animated, promptly sitting cross-legged on the ground. "Indeed, I just saw your expression, especially the way you looked at that goddess. It was brimming with love. After a brief pause, an epiphany struck him. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Qiye, you can't have just realized you like that goddess, right? Is it that obvious? Lin Qiye hesitated, then added, I meant, is it clear how I look at Chang'an? Li Pang nodded vigorously. Not just obvious, Qiye. Anyone who has even the slightest perceptiveness would notice it at first glance. Lin Qiye bit his lip. Then, has Chang'an noticed? Li Pang glanced at Lin Qiye's expression and, with remarkable insight, reassured him, don't worry. The goddess you secretly admire likely belongs to the oblivious type. If she knew, would she still treat you so well? You must be cautious with your gaze. If you're not planning to confess now, you'd better not let anyone else expose your feelings. Otherwise, you might not even remain friends. If only the present Lin Qiye knew that delaying his confession would lead to many others falling for Chang'an and vying for his affection. He would have certainly been tempted to silence the chubby boy before him. Alas, he was unaware. Thus, he concluded that Li Pang was indeed correct. I understand now. Thank you. Chapter 23. Shen Qingzhu. After that day, Xu Changan sensed a subtle change in Qiye. It was an indescribable feeling. What he could perceive was that the other seemed to engage in little fidgety movements. Initially, he found it quite unsettling, but with time, he grew accustomed to it. Before long, the training session commenced. All the freshmen stood below the stage, a cacophony of noise surrounding them, save for two individuals who stood apart. Goodness. Brother Qiye. Li, startled, covered his mouth, his eyes wide as saucers. You mean to tell me that Qingyu is actually an instructor? Why didn't you inform me? Lin Qiye's gaze was firmly fixed on Xu Changan, who donned an instructor's uniform and a white mask, completely disregarding Li's exclamations. Amidst the clamor, the discussions predominantly revolved around Chang'an, even though he stood in a corner of the stage. His flowing silver hair, dancing gently in the breeze, captivated everyone's attention. Most were speculating about the face concealed beneath the mask, pondering his true identity. Only a handful remained silent, yet even they could not help but let their eyes drift towards Xu Changan. Gang mused to himself, his eyes twinkling with a sudden thought that brought a smile to his face. Are you all curious about the instructor standing in the corner? The fresh recruits fell silent in unison, responding collectively yes. They had intentionally positioned themselves in the corner to avoid drawing attention, while also hoping to lend a hand to Xu Changan, who was in the vortex of it all. Since that's the case, allow Assistant Instructor Xu to say a few words to you all. This individual, Gang gestured, is above all the other instructors, second only to me. He wields the power to determine your fates. Upon hearing this, the new recruits collectively gasped. Oh my goodness. Will Assistant Instructor Xu hear our earlier discussions and hold it against us? Xu Changan sighed in exasperation. He truly did not wish to put on airs. Under the watchful eyes of Gang and the eager gazes of the newcomers, he approached Gang's side. Facing the curious eyes of the recruits, he scanned the crowd until identified special subject Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu favorability 15. His gaze lingered for a moment on Lin Qiye's face before swiftly finding Shen Qingzhu's position, assessing her for a few seconds before looking away. My name is Xu Changan, the Divine Agent, and the holder of the Forbidden Abyss. At the mention of Divine Agent, the crowd stirred with excitement, but when they heard about the Forbidden Abyss, the commotion intensified. Some even instinctively leaned in to whisper amongst themselves, only to be silenced by the sudden emergence of vines that covered their mouths. Startled, those nearby quickly stood straight, paralyzed with fear. Just the sight of the plants that appeared at Xu Chang'an's feet made it clear to these recruits who was behind this display. While he bit his lip tightly, heaven knows he was on the verge of speaking just moments ago. Beside him, a plant swayed as if waiting for him to utter a word, ready to devour him whole. Heavens, please spare me, brethren. In Qingyu's affection for Xu Changan was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom why Qingyu's affection had suddenly increased. Host, Qingyu entered stealthily, using an invisibility cloak, and is currently observing you from the back of the recruits. You must tread carefully, shout Zhou chimed in playfully. Hee, watch out for the battlefield of love. Upon hearing this, Xu Changan cast a fleeting glance toward Qingyu's location before diverting his attention to the recruits below. It seemed he had been discovered. With just that light glance, and Qingyu realized he had indeed been noticed, yet he felt no urgency or concern. After all, he had come solely for his brother Chang'an. At that moment, Xu Changan was still striving to maintain an air of superiority. Though I'm merely a teaching assistant, Instructor Yuan has informed you that I hold the power over your future lives and deaths. He was not mistaken. My duty is to observe the performance of the recruits. Therefore, I will be evaluating you during the final assessment before the conclusion of your training. I possess considerable influence over your fates, your destinations, and the nature of the opportunities you may receive. As of now, my assessment of you is utterly disorganized, devoid of discipline, a mere assembly of incompetence. As his indifferent words fell, the recruits perceived disdain in Xu Chang'an's emerald eyes hidden beneath his mask. Just as he had articulated, in his view, they were nothing but a collection of failures. Yuan Gang could not conceal his surprise, yet he understood Xu Chang'an's intentions. Had he been in the same position, he too would have scolded these recruits for their inadequacies. Bai Li, taken aback by the words, thought to himself, "Good heavens, is this truly something brethren would say?" What the gentleman I had seen before. Lin Qiye was equally astonished, yet he saw nothing amiss in Chang'an's remarks. On the contrary, he found this side of Chang'an intriguing, rendering him even more enamored. "I refuse to accept this," Shen Qingzhu retorted loudly. With his declaration, others quickly followed suit, igniting a fervor where calm waters had once prevailed. "Qiye, do you concede?" Bai Li asked, his voice trembling as he remained wary of the writhing vine nearby. Lin Qiye nodded affirmatively. "I concede, not merely because it is Chang'an who speaks, but because I have witnessed the mysterious. Given the current recruits, few could survive when confronted with the enigmatic." Bai Li nodded in realization. "Then I concede as well, though I have not encountered the mysterious. I hold brother in high regard." Listening to their rebuttals, Yuan Gang's interest was piqued. With a smirk, he addressed them. "You disagree?" "Indeed, we do," Shen Qingzhu affirmed once more. Yuan Gang smiled and nodded. "Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity." He produced a walkie-talkie, saying, "Prepare yourselves for the next challenge." Xu Changan cast a cold glance at Shen Qingzhu, who was disdainfully fixated on him, before retreating to the corner. Shen Qingzhu, chewing gum, uttered an annoyed tch. He does not deny that Assistant Xu is indeed formidable, a divine agent possessing the forbidden ruins. Yet he is irked by the man's demeanor. He will surely show him. Shen Qingzhu is far from being a useless individual. Xu Changan remains indifferent to Shen Qingzhu's thoughts as he mentally counts down, prepared to assist the vortex at any moment to avoid an awkward situation akin to the original plot. Look, it seems someone is falling from the sky. The crowd gazes upward. Lin Qiye, too, momentarily diverts his attention. 7 dark figures plummet rapidly from above, becoming increasingly discernible as they descend. 7 individuals cloaked in gray, each adorned with a distinct mask. "Ah, Captain, must we make such a dramatic entrance, as instructed by Instructor Yuan? Help!" The vortex flails its limbs, its terrified voice nearly rendered hoarse. Chang Wei, unable to endure any longer, exclaims, "Vortex, please stop shouting. If the handsome brother sees this, he will surely mock you. You are about to tarnish our team's reputation." The mention of Xu Changan immediately silences the vortex, which hastily covers its mouth. What a joke. It would never tarnish its charming image in Chang'an's eyes. Chang Wei breathes a sigh of relief, her laughter bubbling forth. She knew that invoking the handsome brother would be effective. Xinghin and Tanxiang suddenly grow more curious about Assistant Xu. The masked team descends silently, listening to the astonished gasps of the new recruits below. At a critical moment, Tianping gently presses a hand down, ensuring the 7 land safely. Of course, barring any unexpected incidents. An unexpected incident does indeed occur. As the vortex lands, its legs weaken. In an attempt to regain control, it inadvertently steps on its own foot, spinning perfectly and landing directly in Xu Chang'an's embrace. Instantly, all eyes are upon them. Wang Mian furrows his brow, silently contemplating. It seems I must give the vortex special training. As a member of the masked team, it should not have a fear of heights. Wang Mian's favorability too. Tianping silently grits his teeth. You should have let the foolish vortex fall flat. Yuegue fixates on the two hands resting on Xu Changan's waist. Goodness. Vortex, you must have done that on purpose. Chang Wei's eyes sparkle. If not for her image, she would have excitedly covered her mouth and shouted, "Captain, your wife is gone. The vortex has taken her away." Just kidding, she only cheers inwardly. For the first time, Xinghan sees Xu Changan, despite the mask. The other's demeanor captivates everyone, leaving them momentarily stunned. No wonder Chang Wei adores this handsome brother so much. Without seeing his face, his aura alone is impossible to overlook. Reflects Tan Xiang. The new recruits are baffled by this sudden turn of events. Lin Qiye, however, stares at the vortex with an expressionless face. Bai Li, chubby, remarks, "Oh dear. Qiye, don't tell me you're furious?" Xu Changan promptly helps the vortex to its feet, whispering, "Stand straight." The vortex coughs a few times, obediently standing upright, seemingly oblivious to the gazes of others, while secretly recalling the sensation from moments ago. What a finely sculpted waist. Chapter 24. The rampant power of Chang'an. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Yuan Gang reluctantly cleared his throat, attempting to rouse Wang Mian. Wang Mian paused, turning around with an air of indifference, and declared, "We are the masked special team." A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Few were unacquainted with the masked team, one of the 4 distinguished special squads. Yuan Gang surveyed the expressions of the new recruits, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This was the opportunity one present to you. It is time for you to grasp just how inept you truly are. The masked team, alongside assistant instructor Su, will restrain their abilities to the level of a mere lantern. From this moment until 9 o'clock tonight, should any of you manage to unmask one of them, I shall concede that you are not worthless. Furthermore, I shall personally recite an apology in your honor. However, if none of you succeed, then throughout the duration of this training, cast aside your absurd pride and arrogance into the latrine. I must remind you, in this contest, Assistant Su will scrutinize each of your performances, so you would do well to excel. Do you understand? The spirit of the recruits, ignited by their competitive nature, surged forth. After all, the masked team and the enigmatic assistant Su had both suppressed their powers. Could over 200 of them truly fail to unmask even one? We do not require 7. We shall send only 5. Wang Mian's calm words detonated like a bomb in the already tumultuous waters, further stirring the recruits' fervor. At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted as a colossal vine materialized. Xu Changan, who had been standing in the corner, now stood upon a platform woven from the vines. Hands clasped behind his back, his green eyes glimmering with a hint of pink. A new recruit suddenly collapsed, clutching his head and screaming in despair. The others stared at him in terror, stepping back in alarm. "Damn it, stop dawdling. Run." Someone's frantic shout snapped the remaining recruits from their stupor. Those like Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu had already fled the moment the vine appeared. Xu Changan showed no mercy. Life's divine abyss. The forbidden abyss, heralding the song of calamity. The forbidden abyss, dreams of the heart. All usable powers, save for the time's divine abyss, were unleashed. Those who lagged behind or attempted to resist either found themselves eliminated by him or by the masked team. Yuan Gang observed the more than 100 recruits sprawled on the ground like defeated dogs, his lips twitching, then glanced at Xu Changan, who wielded the vines with devastating prowess. He felt profoundly grateful that Commander Yi had spared him for being a rookie. Otherwise, not even 2 special teams could contain this individual. He even suspected that when Xu Changan had initially berated this group of recruits as worthless, it was a genuine sentiment rather than a mere tactic to incite them. In the span of merely 3 minutes, not a single recruit remained standing. Half of them had lost consciousness, while the other half lay wrapped in vines like mummies. Impressive, Chang'an. Is this the prowess of a divine agent and the master of the forbidden abyss? Such terror in a mere lantern realm. The vortex praised the new recruit ensnared by vines, giving a thumbs up. It was the first time Tianping agreed with Vortex, having knocked unconscious the recruit in hand. He remarked with a hint of melancholy. Fortunately, Commander Yi did not allow Chang'an to participate in the training as a rookie. Even the captain might struggle to keep him in check. I wholeheartedly concur. This has been the easiest battle of my life. The enemy is practically trapped. It's akin to shutting the door on a dog. Yue chimed in. Enough chit-chat. Let's continue searching for the remaining recruits. I must resolve this before nightfall. Rose tightened her grip on the hefty hammer, a sinister smile hidden beneath her mask. Rose, what do you need that hammer for? I just want to have another chat with Chang'an. No, even just a word would suffice. Hey, why are you threatening me and Vortex? What about Tianping and the captain? Rose, I report you for favoritism. Rose retaliated with a swift kick to Yuegui's rear. What nonsense! Tianping can't defeat her, and the captain still needs to cultivate a bond with the handsome brother. Why are you meddling? Having narrowly avoided a confrontation with Tianping, she merely cast a glance at the side-by-side figures of Xu Changan and Wang Mian before choosing to depart. Xu Changan pondered the meaning behind Tianping's look. Wang Mian then spoke. Chang'an, what are these plants? Are they a new divine ability? He sensed a divine aura emanating from the vegetation. Yet could not recall any records indicating that the opponent possessed a power to manipulate flora. Not quite. They belonged to the abilities of the life divine ruins, which I uncovered by chance, Xu Changan elucidated. It was during that test of whether he could extract another's life that he unexpectedly discovered he could control plants. This was no mere support role. He could effectively function as a ranged spellcaster. Wang Mian, astonished, remarked, is it truly possible to unearth abilities? For agents like us, our powers are typically fixed. Indeed, but only if the deity you represent is willing to bestow upon you a fragment of their lawless power, equivalent to a mere thousandth of their authority. Yet, I suspect, those deities abroad are not so generous. As Xu Changan spoke, he suddenly sensed an approaching presence. Almost immediately, a hand clasped his, seemingly recognizing his nonchalance or permissiveness, intertwining their fingers. Brother Chang'an, you wouldn't sell me out, would you? A familiar voice echoed in his mind, that of Qingyu. Xu Changan glanced at the air beside him and replied, no, hold on tightly and don't wander off. And Qingyu's affection too. The increase in affection indicated his response. Is that so? Wang Mian murmured. It's a shame that those foreign deities harbor no malice towards Huaxia. They wouldn't be so generous. I've suddenly developed a considerable interest in that. I hope to meet them one day. Wang Mian. Hearing his name, Wang Mian halted, and under Xu Chang'an's slightly puzzled gaze, he added, you can call me Wang Mian. Xu Changan was further perplexed. He recognized Wang Mian as his true name, but wondered why he had brought it up. Wang Mian himself could not fathom why he had brought this up. There was an uncontrollable emotion simmering within him, the origins of which he could not discern, whether it stemmed from the alleviation of his concerns regarding mortality or some other reason altogether. Whenever he beheld Chang'an's eyes glimmering with mirth, he yearned to hear his own name uttered by that very person. Shout, Zhou exclaimed, wow, my friend, you've only just reached 30 affection points, and yet you're stirring up quite the commotion with someone who has over 50? TSK, TSK, TSK. And standing beside you is none other than Qingyu. Indeed, it appears to be a battlefield of emotions. However, turning to cast a complex glance at Qingyu, Xiao Jiu mused, Qingyu, is it you or is it I? Why do I feel as though, whether in Lin Qiye's presence or Wang Mian's, you resemble a concubine kept on the fringes? Is this merely my delusion? And Qingyu regarded the masked captain across from him. His genuine smile suddenly morphed into something far more insincere. Truly, there were many vying for Chang'an's affection. This sentiment was rather irksome. Meanwhile, a certain individual, who was only adept at flirting yet oblivious to the intricacies of romantic entanglements, having only read about them in books, was completely unaware of the precarious situation at hand and obediently called out Wang Mian's name. Wang Mian. Wang Mian affection 10. Wang Mian's affection has reached 45. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. The reward will be distributed after 9 o'clock in the evening. Xu Changan was utterly bewildered. He had merely called out a name. Shout, Zhou interjected. Oh no, a walking succubus. Wang Mian, shall we take a look in the warehouse? Xu Changan paused thoughtfully before nodding in agreement. Wang Mian trudged ahead, his face flushed beneath the mask, his heart pounding so vigorously that he feared those nearby might hear it. He felt utterly mad. After all, he had merely called out a name. At this juncture, Wang Mian had yet to recognize that he had fallen head over heels, drawn to Chang'an's formidable presence, which had kindled his affection. Perhaps once he came to this realization, his feelings would escalate dramatically. Primarily, it had been noted that the development of romantic relationships was somewhat sluggish, prompting me to hasten the pace a tad. Zhou Ping will likely make an appearance in a forthcoming chapter, further enhancing the affection. The affection points will undoubtedly surpass 80. I assure you, they will be fully realized. I wish to clarify that it is not my intention to delay updates. Rather, an overexertion of my mind can lead to mental fatigue, resulting in prolonged intervals between updates. Thus, I kindly ask for your understanding. If circumstances allow, I shall endeavor to provide more frequent updates. Chapter 25. Wang Mian. Why? Xu Changan and Wang Mian hurried towards the warehouse in silence. From a distance, they could hear the shouts of Xuanhua. Damn it! Are you out of your mind? Why won't you leave me alone? What have I done to you? Xuanhua skillfully dodged Lin Qiye's blade with a swift bend, retreating several large steps to create distance. He had lost count of how many times he had evaded Lin Qiye's strikes. This guy was absolutely insane. All he had done was jestingly provoke the moon ghost. Yet, this insufferable brat had immediately lunged at him with a blade, without a hint of hesitation. The ferocity of his attacks felt as if he were avenging a stolen wife. Lin Qiye, with an impassive expression, regarded Xuanhua from a distance, choosing not to pursue further. Instead, he retreated to join by Li Pangpang. The other new recruits mirrored his decision, halting their assaults and slowly moving towards their comrades. Not for any other reason, but because they had spotted Wang Mian and Xu Changan standing side by side, their gazes fixed intently upon this group of prey. From the moment Xu Changan appeared, his eyes had immediately fallen upon Lin Qiye. The flora at his feet gradually spread outward, rejuvenating the stamina of Xuanhua and the others, ultimately forming a circle around Lin Qiye and his companions. The masked squad and Xu Changan stood upon the verdant ground created by the flowers and grass, while the new recruits found themselves encircled within. Wang Mian spoke calmly. I regret to inform you that you are about to be eliminated. The new recruits exchanged startled glances, instinctively looking at one another. This was no idle jest. Considering Wang Mian's abilities and the formidable prowess Xu Changan had displayed earlier, they understood the gravity of their predicament. Lin Qiye surveyed his surroundings, unable to find any means of escape. They were completely ensnared by Chang'an's vines. There was no chance of fleeing. He was acutely aware of Chang'an's powers. Once they entered the realm of those flowers, they would undoubtedly lose half their mobility in an instant. After all, the third skill of Chun Chao Sheng could inflict a negative effect lasting 2 minutes. Just a hint of poison, and they would be incapacitated. Qingyu, release your grip. A sudden voice echoed in her mind, prompting Qingyu to glance at Xu Changan in confusion, yet she obediently loosened her hold. A long sword materialized in Xu Chang'an's hand as he strode towards Lin Qiye, stating, Qiye, I shall grant you an opportunity. You may select 2 individuals to take with you before we engage in combat. Should you manage to injure me even slightly, I will allow you all to depart. The members of the masked squad exchanged looks of surprise, but did not object. Lin Qiye, assuming he was destined for elimination, was astonished that Chang'an would extend this chance to him. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. Choosing his companions required little deliberation. He selected by Li Pangpang and Mo Li. However, taking advantage of the brief moment while turning, he whispered discreetly to the others, slip quietly to the south side of the warehouse. Wait for my signal, then ignite the explosives and throw them my direction. Once you've thrown them, run without looking back. Bai Li Bang Bang blinked in acknowledgement, while Mo Li subtly nodded in agreement. After selecting his opponents, Lin Qiye emerged, brandishing the blade Tian Quan that Chang'an had lent him. The once encircling flora gradually receded, leaving a vast expanse for their duel, while Molly and Bai Li Fatty found themselves ensnared in a cage of vines, much to Lin Qiye's anticipation. The other recruits, upon Lin Qiye's emergence, were swiftly dealt with by Wang Mian and Tian Ping, rendering them all eliminated. Let me see how proficient you are with that blade, Chang'an said with a slight smirk. launching an unexpected attack that caught Lin Qiye off guard. Lin Qiye barely managed to evade this initial strike. But soon the sight of a white and blue sword reappeared, relentlessly pressing him, not as a test of his swordsmanship, but rather as an attempt to vanquish him. Yet, skillfully, it granted Lin Qiye brief moments to breathe, allowing him to dodge each blow. Tianping observed the one-sided confrontation, his gaze fixed intently on the white-haired individual. Yet his words seemed detached from the spectacle. "Captain, what are your thoughts on this Seraphim's agent's swordsmanship?" Wang Mian pondered for a long moment before responding. Quite formidable. They were all well-versed in Lin Qiye's background and knew that half of his skills stemmed from Chang'an's tutelage. His performance was indeed impressive, as Wang Mian had noted. If his opponent were not Chang'an, he would indeed be considered exceptionally strong. The clash of blade against sword created a resonant sound, sparking tiny flames as they collided. Lin Qiye fixated on the masked figure, whose eyes lacked the usual warmth and mirth, igniting within him a fervent desire to grow stronger, his blood surging with heat. Meanwhile, Chang'an contemplated how to afford Lin Qiye a reprieve without drawing the attention of others when he exerted force, sending Lin Qiye staggering backward. With a firm grip on the hilt, Lin Qiye steadied his weary body and exchanged a distant gaze with Chang'an. Before Chang'an could act, a suddenly airborne explosive package prompted him to instinctively kick it away, resulting in an explosion that obscured everyone's vision with a cloud of debris. A deep, ancient bell tolled amidst the chaos, accompanied by curses echoing through the swirling dust. "You three little rascals can't play this game, can you?" Wang Mian, Tianping, and the others immediately dashed toward Chang'an's direction, searching for that distinct flash of white amid the rising dust. "Chang'an, where are you?" Wang Mian looked back. Wang Mian turned abruptly, momentarily stunned as he caught sight of Chang'an's golden eyes, only then noticing the explosive package in his hand. Suddenly, the tolling bell he had overlooked came rushing back to him. "I'm relieved to see you're unscathed." Chang'an tilted his head slightly, puzzled by Wang Mian's concern. "You worry for me, Wang Mian, why? You should know I won't allow myself to be harmed." Wang Mian gazed intently into those golden eyes, momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, what is he troubled by? "Brother, I have found you once more." Qingyu once again grasped Xu Changan's wrist. Xu Changan turned his gaze towards Qingyu, softly uttering ahem as he casually discarded the dynamite he held. "Captain, Chang'an." Tianping coughed a few times, dispersing the surrounding dust, and finally sighed in relief upon locating them. Carefully observing Xu Changan, "It is good to see you unharmed." The dust gradually settled, revealing everyone. Xu Changan turned to the direction where Lin Qiye had fled. The vines that were meant to ensnare Bailey Pang and Molly had, unbeknownst to him, been cut to create an opening. The attention of the masquerade had been diverted to him, allowing them to escape. Gazing at the darkening sky, he smiled gently. "It seems we must act swiftly. Let us head to the dormitory building, where the remaining recruits should be gathered." "Qiye, do you think Brother will be all right?" Bailey Pang expressed concern about whether the explosives he had thrown might have harmed him. If anyone were to be injured, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. A question mark slowly appeared above Molly's head. "Brethren, do you know that Assistant Sue?" Bailey Pang nodded proudly. "Of course we do. Chang'an will certainly be fine. Do not worry." Lin Qiye was well aware of Chang'an's capabilities. The mere fact that the explosives had not detonated indicated that Chang'an must have employed time reversal. He glanced at the sky, pondering, if I am not mistaken, Chang'an will head towards the dormitory next, where the remaining recruits should also be congregated. As the sky darkens, he will likely opt to swiftly eliminate the remaining foes alongside the masquerade. We must also make our way to the dormitory. Bailey Pang and Molly said nothing further, agreeing with this decision. I inexplicably feel that my writing is not quite satisfactory. Chapter 26. The Authority of Time. Xu Changan and his companions arrived at the dormitory building. Strangely, after searching several dormitories, they had yet to find a single recruit, leaving only one dormitory unexamined. It was indeed puzzling. Where had these recruits hidden? Just as Xuanhua's words faded, Xu Changan and Wang exchanged a glance. Xu took a step back as Wang unsheathed his knife, severing the silver thread that lay before his shins. The sharp sound of an alarm clock rang out from within the dormitory, and simultaneously, all the windows shattered open. Suddenly, four figures burst forth behind Xu Changan and his group, erecting barriers that completely obstructed their only escape route. The remaining recruits appear before them, each wielding different weapons, their dark muzzles aimed squarely at the intruders. At the forefront stood Shen Qingzhu, the leader of the recruits, leaning casually against the entrance of the dormitory with his hands in his pockets, chewing gum with a defiant expression. "Gentlemen," he declared, "this little gathering is specially arranged for you. I wonder if you've ever faced gunfire? We have plenty to go around. I can't believe this won't wear you down." Wang maintained a calm demeanor as he surveyed the scene, noting the considerable display before him. It seemed the remaining recruits had all gathered here, sparing them the trouble of searching further. Qingyu remarked, "How unremarkable." Xu Changan returned to Wang's side, intrigued by their adversaries, and said, "Wang Mian, would you like to witness the use of time reversal after mastering the authority of time?" Wang's eyes widened in surprise. His hand, which had been poised to draw his blade again, hesitated. He nodded. "I want to see. What does this mean? Does the captain not yet possess the authority of time?" Xuanhua voiced his bewilderment. Qingyu, Yuegui, and Xiangwei also regarded Xu Changan with confusion. Without addressing their inquiries, Xu Changan stepped forward, calling out to Shen Qingzhu, "Aren't you going to make a move?" Shen Qingzhu's expression darkened with anger. Attack. A hail of bullets and the assault from the Forbidden Ruins surged toward them. The members of the mask team remained motionless, placing their unwavering trust in Xu Changan to resolve the situation. The heavy chime of a bell resonated. His inky eyes gradually transformed into a golden hue. In an instant, all time within the dormitory, centered around Xu Changan, came to a halt, but only for the attacks. He chose not to freeze the recruits as well. What the hell is this ability? How much power does he possess? One recruit cursed vehemently. Shen Qingzhu frowned, shouting, "Continue the assault. I refuse to believe he can maintain this at the Zhan realm." Xu Changan paid no heed to the recruit's outbursts. He raised his hand, gently brushing aside a bullet that hung suspended in the air, then turned to the astonished mask team. "How do you like this? This is time reversal after mastering the authority of time. This is the authority of time." Wang Mian murmured, reaching out to grasp a bullet frozen in midair. Not only can time be accelerated and decelerated effortlessly, but it can also be paused with equal ease. Moreover, there are no signs of any diminished lifespan. The power of time reversal, which grants dominion over time, is even more formidable than he had imagined. Wang Mian's affection ate, and Qingyu's affection too, and Qingyu gazed at Wang Mian, who was lost in thought, and said, "Brother, it seems you have once again indulged in romantic escapades. Are you not concerned about Lin Qiye's anger?" "Qingyu, your heartbeat is quite pronounced," Xu Changan remarked, tightening and then releasing his grip. "If you could let go of my hand, I might believe you are speaking on behalf of Qiye." And Qingyu paused for a moment and then chuckled, "Oh dear, I've been found out. What if I confess, then, that I am feeling jealous?" Xu Changan fell silent for a moment. "Do you have feelings for me?" Now it was in Qingyu's turn to be quiet. Not hearing a reply from the person beside him and feeling the grip on his hand loosen, Xu Changan sighed in relief. If she had indeed responded affirmatively, he would have found himself in quite the predicament. He approached the still contemplative Wang Mian, saying, "Wang Mian, the rest is now in your capable hands." Wang Mian snapped back to reality, expressing some regret. "I apologize for neglecting to prevent you from overexerting your mental energy. We shall take it from here." Xu Changan did not contest this. His intention had merely been to intimidate the new recruits, as the mask squad would soon depart. Besides, if he were to intervene, it would be a complete annihilation, leaving no room for Lin Qiye's brilliance to shine. How could the authority and might of the mask squad be established if he were too overpowering? It is unwise to be excessively strong. After all, he had already played the role. "Vortex, engage," Tianping commanded. "Received." Vortex snapped his fingers, and the attacks that had been suspended in time were immediately devoured by the violet whirlpool. The members of the mask squad were pumped with adrenaline. Observing the dormitory building that was being reduced to rubble, Xu Changan felt puzzled about what had spurred them on so fiercely. Their actions were even more ruthless than the original narrative. And Qingyu did not step forward to grasp Xu Changan's hand again, but instead stood behind him, contemplating his silhouette. Do I like him? Does the desire to dissect him count as affection? Meanwhile, Lin Qiye and his companions, still en route, halted and gazed at the collapsed dormitory in the distance. Is this the extent of masked captain's power? Such destructive force unleashed from merely a light rail. Molly stared in astonishment, remaining silent for a while before turning to Bai Li Pangpang. Since you're acquainted with that assistant, Su, do you know what his divine ruins are? And the forbidden ruins? Oh well, Bai Li Pangpang scratched the back of his head. You might need to ask Qiye about that. I only know a few details about the masked squad's captain, but nothing about Nge. Lin Qiye sighed. Did you think we managed to escape earlier because of our strength? Chang'an possesses two formidable domains, life and time. Previously, he only employed one against us. The recent cessation of attacks was, in fact, a demonstration of Chang'an's restraint. Otherwise, those new recruits would have been rendered motionless in time. The initial tremor was a manifestation of one of Chang'an's forbidden realms, aptly named the Song of Catastrophe, capable of summoning various calamities. Furthermore, a new recruit suddenly succumbed to insanity. Shouting, which was the result of another forbidden domain, dreams of the heart, capable of evoking inner fears or demons, thus conjuring an illusion. Bai Li Pangpang and Molly listened in stunned silence. Molly swallowed hard, her voice trembling with fear. Are you certain that such an array of abilities can reside within a single individual? Lin Qiye replied softly. Have you not witnessed it for yourself? So, you knew from the outset that we had no chance of victory? That remark from Wang, calling us worthless, was indeed a candid assessment, wasn't it? Bai Li Pangpang's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground, adopting a rather despondent demeanor. Molly opened her mouth, at a loss for words to counter. In the face of absolute power, all are rendered impotent. Lin Qiye, observing the dazed expression on Molly and the defeated posture of Bai Li Pangpang, understood why he chose to strive despite this knowledge. Bai Li Pangpang and Molly shook their heads. Because I wish to grow stronger. It is precisely because I recognize Chang'an's might that I must endeavor to transform the impossible into the possible. We are night watchers. We cannot yield in the face of an adversary whose strength obscures all hope. Lin Qiye's unwavering conviction inspired Molly and Bai Li Pangpang. Bai Li Pangpang stood up, dusting himself off. You are right, Qiye. We should not and cannot give up like this. Shall we proceed then? Molly regained her confidence, aware that victory may elude them. Yet they could not surrender. Lin Qiye nodded affirmatively. Let us move forward. I have a premonition that Chang'an may be awaiting me. Furthermore, his decision to refrain from personally eliminating those new recruits signifies that he will not intervene further. Is this the agent of the Seraphim? His words resonate profoundly. This embodies the conviction that every night watcher must possess. Indeed, such rare talent is a sight to behold. Yet the multitude of abilities held by that assistant Su, each exceedingly potent, borders on the absurd, is simply monstrous. Commander, if a single assistant Su can decimate this cadre of new recruits, why do we still require the mask to bolster our ranks? Yuan Gang gazed silently at the display screen. Could he admit that he had yet to review the data on Xu Changan? I've been excessively engaged in discussions about novels with relatives these past few days. I nearly found myself unable to type. The next update may take 2 or 3 days. My brain requires a respite. Chapter 27. 5 versus 5? No, it's 4 versus 4. Xu Changan waited for a while, but he could not sense in Qingyu's presence. The invisibility cloak completely masked in Qingyu's aura, unless she approached him. He would remain oblivious to her whereabouts. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Xiao Jiu to teleport her to his dormitory. Qingyu, please stay in my room for now. Once everything is settled, I shall return to find you. Moreover, you may wish to peruse the special squad application form on my desk, if it suits you. I will be delighted for you to consider joining. And Qingyu raised an eyebrow and surveyed Xu Chang'an's dormitory. It featured a bed, a workspace, and a private bathroom. Though she was unaware of the conditions in other instructors' quarters, it was evident that her brother Chang'an's room was exceptional. She approached the desk, where the application form he mentioned lay prominently displayed, and Qingyu picked up the form and seated herself in the chair behind her. reading the words inscribed upon it. Application for the 5th Special Squad? Meanwhile, on Xu Changan's side, the conflict between the two factions had entered its final moments. The new recruits who could be eliminated had mostly been dispatched, leaving only Lin Qiye, Bai Li Pangpang, Shun Qingzhu, and Mo Li, and a recently emerged Chao Yuan from the ruins. The long-anticipated 5 versus 5 scenario had finally materialized. Xu Changan stood at a vantage point, quietly observing them. The scales of power were weighing the combat capabilities of the opposing 5. "Captain, it is time for you to handle the proxy of the Seraph," he remarked. Wang Mian responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, his gaze fixating on Lin Qiye. He was eager to ascertain whether the individual nurtured by Chang'an met his expectations. The imminent battle was palpable. "My lady, you shall be mine." The first to strike was Chang Wei, her hammer expanding instantaneously as she swung it mercilessly towards Mo Li. "Just as I desire. You're also mine." Mo Li showed no signs of retreat, her blade vibrating ominously. They engaged in combat, retreating further from the scene. "Wait, eliminate me first." The previously tense atmosphere was abruptly rendered surreal by Chao Yuan's unexpected declaration. The crowd responded with bewilderment. The instructors below ground were equally perplexed. "What do you mean? You refuse to fight me?" Tian Ping furrowed his brow. Chao Yuan nodded. "Indeed, you cannot withstand my prowess. Eliminate me at once." Tian Ping scoffed coldly. "You speak boldly. Do you truly believe a mere recruit can vanquish me? Draw your sword." "I refuse. Simply eliminate me," Chao Yuan insisted. "Draw your sword. Strike me. That is out of the question. You would perish. Who cannot boast? Draw your sword." "I decline." Bai Li Pangpang watched the two squabbling like children and nudged Lin Qiye's arm with his elbow. "Qiye, how long do you think these two can bicker?" Lin Qiye's lips twitched slightly. "How would I know?" Amidst the ongoing argument with Tian Ping, Chao Yuan heard Bai Li Pangpang call out a name, momentarily pausing. In front of everyone's gaze, he suddenly stepped before Lin Qiye with a grave expression. "You're called Qiye? What is your surname?" "Lin." "From the Lin family in the Twin Woods," Lin Qiye replied, utterly bewildered. "Found you. At last, I have found you." Chao Yuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he gazed intently at Lin Qiye, his expression radiating fervor. "Is there an otherworldly sage by your side?" Lin Qiye took a sudden step back, regarding Chao Yuan as though he were deranged. "What otherworldly sage? If you wish to eliminate me, then go ahead." He turned to Wang Mian and proposed, "Shall we engage in a match?" "Certainly." Wang Mian consented, pleased with the suggestion. The two departed from the area, making their way to a nearby open space. "Such a coward," Shun Qingzhu remarked, directing her gaze at the individual known as Vortex. "You are Vortex, correct? That mask will belong to me." "Huh? Is that your confidence speaking?" "You have no idea what you're up against," Vortex replied. Having never encountered someone as audacious and self-assured as Shen Qingzhu, he was determined to teach her a lesson about the perils of excessive confidence. With a thunderous explosion, the battle ignited between the two. Bai Li Pangpang glanced around at the empty surroundings and turned to Yu Gue with a sheepish grin. "How about we sit down and watch them fight?" "Absolutely not," Yu Gue retorted. "Why not?" Bai Li Pangpang asked, puzzled. Yu Gue's lips twitched. Had he forgotten that Chang'an was still observing? "I could eliminate you directly, but a fight is necessary." "Then we have a dilemma. Let's fight." Bai Li Pangpang sighed, wishing for a moment of respite, but now he was compelled to engage. Yu Gue, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and vanished from sight. As his dagger approached Bai Li Pangpang's neck, it was repelled by a beam of golden light. "A forbidden item? I truly underestimated you. You must not underestimate me. I stand here for you to strike, yet you shall not harm me." Bai Li Pangpang chuckled with an innocent demeanor, activating all his defensive forbidden items. Yu Gue, incensed by the provocation, felt a flicker of irritation rise within him. "Is that so? Just you wait." True to his word, Bai Li Pangpang remained stationary. With each of Yu Gue's attacks, he was thwarted by various forbidden items, unable to land even a single blow on Bai Li Pangpang, who remained unscathed. "Are you the son of the Bai Li family?" Yu Gue inquired, panting from exertion. Bai Li Pangpang nodded. "Indeed. I thought you already knew." Yu Gue responded with a sarcastic laugh. "What a waste of effort. Are you not going to continue?" Li Pang asked, bewildered, as Yu Guo walked away and sat down at a distance. Yu Guo rolled his eyes. What a waste of effort. If you possess the courage, then deactivate all your forbidden items. Do you dare? Hee, I do not dare, Li Pang admitted bashfully, finding a spot to sit as well. Meanwhile, the instructor beneath the ground watched in disbelief. Now, only Tianping and Chao Yuan remained on the field. Chao Yuan observed Lin Qiye's combat form, retracting his gaze to rest his hand on the hilt of his sword, his expression serious, as he queried, "Are you certain you can survive?" Just as Tianping was about to respond, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. He turned to see Xu Changan standing beside him. Perplexed, "Chang'an?" Xu Changan patted Tianping's shoulder. Chao Yuan possesses the forbidden item sequence 031, Black King Annihilation. Once he unsheathes his sword, he will lose consciousness and attack indiscriminately, correct? Tianping's expression faltered as he regarded Chao Yuan with a complex gaze. No wonder this individual is reluctant to draw his blade. The Forbidden Ruins sequence 031, known as Black King Annihilation, is indeed a name that resonates. It exists above all beings, yet beneath the divine. Shall we engage in combat? Chao Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Naturally, but before we proceed, there is something I must attend to. Xu Changan swiftly formed several hand seals, causing an ethereal formation to manifest in midair. Observing the formation, Chao Yuan understood its significance. Murmuring to himself, those destined may encounter it, while those without fate must accept their lot. I have encountered it. I have indeed encountered it. Go! As Xu Chang'an's words echoed, the formation descended upon Chao Yuan, merging into his being. His body shimmered momentarily before the light subsided. Chao Yuan gazed at his hand, sensing the presence of an additional restriction within him. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Xu Changan. From now on, you may draw your blade at will. However, your own cultivation will dictate the potency of Black King Annihilation. With that, Xu Changan stepped back. Now, shall we engage in a match? Tianping inquired. Chao Yuan no longer declined. Very well. Both individuals were resolute in their determination. Tianping remained diligent, aware of the presence of someone he cared about nearby, while Chao Yuan was exhilarated by his newfound mastery over the Forbidden Ruins. Bai Li, the plump one, trotted over to Xu Changan, grinning foolishly, and said, "Brethren, I am rather curious about your true identity." "You may take a guess," Xu Changan replied with a smile. Bai Li fell into deep contemplation, utterly oblivious to the fact that Xu Changan and Yu Guo had already departed to the battlefield where Lin Qiye was. Could it be the pinnacle of humanity? Yet that seems implausible. If he was not mistaken, Brethren hails from the Chuan realm, does he not? This is undoubtedly one of this year's greatest unsolved mysteries. What, indeed, is Brother-N's true identity? Chapter 28. The conclusion of the contest, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Naturally, it is the captain. I believe it shall be Brother Qiye. Amidst the intricately woven chairs, Xu Changan sat at the center, flanked by Li Pang and Yu Guo, with several vacant seats reserved for others. In the periphery, silhouettes began to materialize. And go, who do you think will win? Li Pang inquired with curiosity, yet immediately regretted his question, recognizing it was not the appropriate moment for such discourse. Once spoken, the attention of those who had taken their seats inevitably shifted towards Xu Changan. Aha! Well, Captain Wang Mian wields no ordinary blade. It is a forbidden object. One wonders if Qiye has faced it before. Li Pang chuckled awkwardly, attempting to divert the conversation. Xu Changan cast him a sidelong glance. The knight granted Qiye an advantage, as it was when his abilities were at their zenith. The blade in his grasp was also a forbidden artifact, one even more formidable than those beginning with 00. With this exchange, the others comprehended his intent. They lifted their gazes, and indeed, the blade in Lin Qiye's hands was extraordinary. No one could discern its nature as a forbidden object, not even Li Pang, scion of the Bai Li family, held any recognition of it. The clash of blades and the swirling shadows of swords ensued. The two combatants poured every ounce of their strength into the duel, leaving their spiritual energy nearly depleted. The battle had entered its final moments. The divine powers of the Archangel and the god of time unfurled. In the midst of the intense conflagration, all present instinctively slowed their breaths, fixated on the two most radiant figures. A muffled groan, a descending shadow of a blade, and a resounding toll of a heavy bell. Throughout the training camp, aside from the protagonists Lin Qiye and Wang Mian, even the instructors beneath the ground found themselves ensnared in a halt of time. Tian Quan did not sever Wang Mian's mask, but was thwarted by a golden barrier, while Wang Mian was shielded behind Xu Changan. Lin Qiye gazed at Xu Changan in astonishment, his blade dissipating into starlight, his voice tinged with melancholy and displeasure. Chang'an, did you not vow to refrain from intervening? Am I to believe you would allow me to succeed? With a hint of resignation, Xu Changan replied, however, you may indeed approach Instructor Yuan for a recompense as the victor. If you truly succeed, where shall Yuan Gang place his dignity? Shall he be compelled to pen a self-critique? Lin Qiye fell into silence. Xu Changan cleared his throat lightly. In an instant, Wang Mian grasped Xu Chang'an's implication. Very well. I shall owe you a favor in the name of the masked squad leader. Agreed. Lin Qiye responded without a moment's hesitation. Beneath the mask, Wang Mian's lips twitched, harboring serious doubts that Lin Qiye had been waiting precisely for this moment. Observing their agreement, Xu Changan unbound the temporal constraints and unwound 2 minutes back in time. The crowd experienced a moment of disorientation, sensing a shift, their attention drawn to Xu Changan, who had somehow positioned himself between Lin Qiye and Wang Mian. They began to form vague conjectures about what had transpired. What just happened? Bali Pang Pang asked, bewildered. Xu Changan removed his mask, revealing a visage of breathtaking beauty. The time had come. The game concluded. Shen Qingzhu, you and the others should gather at the training ground now. Shen Qingzhu's favorability 45. Congratulations, host, on receiving a reward for achieving the milestone of love at first sight. Little Nine, who was watching the scene in the sea of consciousness, was taken aback. Xu Changan's smile faltered momentarily. He stared in astonishment at Shen Qingzhu, which only deepened his silence. For he noticed her face had flushed. His actions did not escape the notice of Lin Qiye and Wang Mian. Yet when they turned to look, all they saw was Shen Qingzhu's hasty retreat, unaware that she had gained a romantic rival. Seeing Lin Qiye make no move, Bali Pong Pong's eyes darted around before he grabbed Chao Yuan and Mo Li's hands, racing toward Shen Qingzhu. Sister Shen, wait for us. As for the masked figures, the moon ghost and the vortex had no intention of departing. However, a rose, wielding a pink hammer and smiling brightly, made it impossible for them to remain. Tian Ping gazed at Xu Changan for a long while, then lowered his eyes, clenching his fists before releasing them, turning to leave. Perhaps for him, only a captain who was also a divine proxy could stand alongside Chang'an. Lin Qiye, puzzled, asked, Chang'an, what's wrong? Nothing, Xu Changan replied, a fleeting shadow of distress passing across his face, unnoticed by Lin Qiye and Wang Mian. He turned to Lin Qiye and offered a smile. You did well. Xu Chang'an's favorability 7. Lin Qiye smiled shyly, but as the cold, mechanical notification sounded, his smile faded instantly. He looked at Xu Changan in silence, seemingly pondering something. Curiosity bubbled within him. He wondered how much favor Chang'an held for him. Did he perhaps harbor a hint of affection? Xu Changan blinked. What are you thinking about? Thinking about you, Lin Qiye blurted out. The two paused, momentarily taken aback before hastily averting their gazes. Ahem. Wang Mian cleared his throat a few times, an unintentional acidity in his voice. Chang'an, you haven't forgotten about me, have you? How could I forget Captain Wang Mian? Xu Changan replied with an apologetic smile. I was just contemplating matters regarding Instructor Yuan. Lin Qiye glanced at Wang Mian, feeling quite displeased, but he needed to head to the assembly. Chang'an, I'll head to the training ground now. All right, see you tomorrow, Xu Changan nodded. Once Lin Qiye had departed, Xu Changan surveyed the surrounding ruins. Which cohort has more destructive power, this one or yours? About equal, I suppose. Wang Mian responded shyly. It seemed that whether in this current cohort or during his own time as a rookie, destruction always seemed to follow him. Xu Changan chuckled softly, intrigued by Wang Mian's sudden embarrassment, yet he did not delay in activating the time goddess ruins to reverse time. The dilapidated dormitory buildings instantly returned to their former glory. You two, who will report to me first about what just transpired? Who won? Who lost? Yuan Gang's cold, ominous voice emanated from Wang Mian. Wang Mian gazed at Xu Changan, his expression one of bewilderment. As he observed, Xu averted his gaze with an apologetic demeanor. He comprehended that the recent pause in time had also ensnared the instructor below. After a moment of contemplation, he resigned himself to elucidating the recent events. Listening to Wang Mian's explanation, Yuan Gang's lips twitched. Thus, were it not for Assistant Xu, would you have faced defeat? Now, I must prepare compensation for that rascal Lin Qiye? That is indeed the case. Wang Mian felt a modicum of guilt, though it was scant. He refrained from disclosing to Yuan Gang that he too was indebted. Yuan Gang inhaled deeply, instructing, "You two return first." They exchanged a glance and proceeded towards the instructor's office building. Outside the office, several instructors pressed against the door. Some even had their faces plastered against the wall, all curious about the discussions within. The three inside were not engaged in significant matters. Rather, they deliberated on the performance of the new students and the nature of the compensation for Lin Qiye, ultimately endorsing Xu Changan's proposal. They agreed to provide Lin Qiye's family with a sum of money as a reward, while Lin Qiye himself would receive an item of forbidden nature. Having reached an agreement, Xu Changan rose to depart, only to find himself surrounded by instructors as he stepped outside. This scene bore an uncanny familiarity. "Excuse me, please," he requested. The instructors parted to create a path, watching Xu Changan as he exited. "Damn it, why is it that your lips are sealed? Assistant Xu is so striking, yet you remain silent? Are you even brothers?" One instructor delivered a hearty punch to the arm of his companion. The initial plan to greet them outside had been a collaborative ruse between Yuan Gang and Xu Changan, hence not all instructors were present. The struck instructor rubbed his arm, retorting, "Well, you didn't ask either." Unbeknownst to the commotion among the instructors, Xu Changan returned to his dormitory. As he closed the door behind him, he sensed a presence approaching from behind. Turning around, he was greeted by the cheerful visage of Qingyu. "I thought you had forgotten about me, brother." Chapter 29. The land of Huaxia will engage in battle with all foreign deities' apologies for keeping you waiting. Upon hearing Xu Chang'an's apology, Qingyu felt a sense of helplessness. He knew that Xu did not genuinely seek an apology, observing the rather wooden demeanor of his companion. Without further ado, he handed over the item in his possession. Xu Changan casually glanced at the application form he received, and, at the bottom, he noticed the signature, in Qingyu in bold characters. Reflecting on the original narrative regarding Anne's reason for joining, he inexplicably grasped a revelation. "Was it because of my words that you chose to join?" A slight smile graced Qingyu's lips as he fixed his gaze on Xu Changan, his expression almost openly declaring, "Of course. Since Chang'an wished for my presence, why would I decline?" Such ambiguous sentiments left Xu Changan momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, mere bookish knowledge could not equip him to navigate such flirtation effortlessly. He could only tease someone as innocent as Qiye. Unconsciously applying more pressure in his grip, Xu averted his gaze awkwardly, his tone stiff as he sought to shift the topic, asking, "Did you come to see me for a reason? With your communication jade, there should be no necessity for a personal visit." "Because I wanted to see you," and Qingyu replied, his words strikingly candid without a trace of pretense. Xu Changan opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. "Xiaojiu, what is in Qingyu's level of affection?" Xiaojiu observed the affection levels of the 5 individuals, remaining silent for a few moments. "Host, perhaps we should consider keeping our distance from these people?" Although Xiaojiu did not explicitly state it, Xu Changan could surmise that in Qingyu and the others' feelings had escalated considerably. He found himself pondering what exactly he had done to elicit such sentiments. And Qingyu did not disrupt Xu Changan's contemplation. Rather, he spoke to himself. "You may find this hard to believe, but from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I felt a sense of familiarity. That incident in the underground sewer was not our first encounter. Yet, after much reflection, he was certain that apart from that sewer incident, they had never crossed paths before. If that were the case, then from where did this sense of familiarity arise? Love at first sight? Or perhaps something more profound? Xu Changan had already given up on deciphering why these individuals had developed feelings for him, rather than pondering such matters. He preferred to contemplate how they might interact moving forward. What we have now should be described as affection born of prolonged acquaintance. And Qingyu attributed their few meetings over the past few months to the growth of such feelings. Xu Changan chuckled softly, not in mockery or any other sentiment, but purely in resigned amusement. You personally sought me out, aside from wanting to see me. I believe there must be other matters you wish to discuss. Squeak, a small mouse, entirely snow white with blood-red eyes, scampered up Xu Chang'an's pant leg and onto his shoulder. Xu Changan gently grasped the little creature, which shook its head and emitted a few squeaks. Rubbing the mouse's cheek with his thumb, he turned his gaze toward Qingyu, colliding with a pair of profound eyes. Is this your research outcome? So you came to inform me that the followers of the ancient gods have infiltrated Chang'an City, and their aim is me and Qiye, correct? And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, noting that among them was an individual codenamed Snake Woman, tasked with seizing control of Missile Base 39 to launch missiles at the training camp. He was well acquainted with the distribution of personnel from the cult of the ancient gods. Should I document this? You're also aware of the infiltrators within the training camp, correct? Xu Changan had his own methods to identify these individuals. But should Qingyu be informed, he would not need to invest excessive time. And Qingyu smiled confidently. The entirety of Chang'an City lay within his grasp. The two exchanged glances, each comprehending the other's thoughts. This matter could serve as in Qingyu's declaration of allegiance. As for those from the cult of the ancient gods, those who come from afar must be dealt with decisively. Xu Changan instructed in Qingyu to record the personnel distribution of the cult of the ancient gods, along with their information and missions, advising him to seek out Chen Mai the following morning, before allowing Xiao Jiao to teleport him back to the villa. The late-night breeze drifted into the room, the chill brushing against Xu Changan's face, sharpening his mind as his lowered gaze fell upon the task section concerning the cult of the ancient gods. Their primary objective was to find a way to recruit the enigmatic divine agent Xu Changan. Should he refuse to join, they were to eliminate him at any cost. A group of frogs at the bottom of a well, seeking their own demise. Did they truly believe my host could be so easily coveted? Xiao Jiao's tone dripped with disdain, though its tail thumped heavily against the table, clearly agitated. Xu Changan affectionately patted Xiao Jiao's head and opened the system panel. Host, Xu Changan, age 116. Divine Agent, Room 7, and Unlocked Divine Ruins. Life, Chun Chao Sheng, I. 100 instant healing near-death rescue. 2. Enhances ally strength and mental power by 20 and life force by 15. 3. Can inflict a negative state upon enemies for 2 minutes. Time, River of Time, time reversal, does not consume lifespan. 2. 5 golden threads materialize from the River of Time can bind the enemy's limbs and waist, controlling their speed. Note, the golden threads of time cannot be escaped unless the opponent is 2 realms higher than you. 3. Time Clone Mirror allows you to replicate an enemy's self at a certain node for your use. Note, past, present, future. Acquired Forbidden Ruins, a lament of calamity, domain skill. Centered around you, within a radius of 30 meters, you become the deity of the domain, capable of summoning various disasters. Range increases with your realm. Heart of Dreams, single target skill, can be cast 3 times consecutively. Drawback, requires eye contact. Upon eye contact, you can ignore realms below clines to evoke the enemy's inner fears or demons to create nightmares. Soul Capture, group skill, derived version of Heart of Dreams. Within a 20-meter radius, control the minds of all beings, turning them into your puppets. Once Soul Capture is lifted, they will have no recollection of their controlled state. Reality and Dream, special Forbidden Ruins. The ability to transform a segment of reality into a dream, and upon the dream's conclusion, rewrite reality itself. This is a singular capability applicable solely to oneself. Alternatively, one may select a specific area, altering the reality of all beings within it, though the extent of this area is dictated by one's own realm of mastery. The divine ruins of space, fate, and causality remain unactivated. Notable entities include Lin Qiye, and Qingyu, Zhou Ping, Wang Mian, and Shen Qingzhu, all of whom have gathered. The regret over Zhao Kongqing's demise has been settled, yet the crisis in Chang'an city remains unresolved. The artifact, the celestial treasury, has been unlocked, allowing free access to its contents. As Xu Changan contemplated the two forbidden ruins, soul capture and reality and dream, he mused that the first skill was akin to being offered a pillow when one was already dozing off. As for the latter, this ability was nothing short of a glitch in the fabric of existence. For instance, should the possessor be pursued by an individual or a group, and ultimately meet their demise at their hands, as long as they invoke this ability before succumbing, everything that transpired would dissolve into the illusion of a dream. You believe you have slain them? Indeed, they have perished, with their crimson blood staining your blade. Yet, in a fleeting moment of disorientation, you behold the one who ought to be dead standing before you, very much alive. Is it reality or illusion? Is it truth or mere dream? Reality and dream not only allows the possessor to alter their own reality, but also to manipulate and reshape the realities of others. With his index finger poised above the table, Xu Changan devised a more refined plan targeting the ancient deity cult and the outer gods. Soul capture and reality and dream were perfectly tailored for those reckless individuals. Shout, Geo, implant special marks on the other three. Understood, host. It was time to compose an impeccable strategy to present to Commander Yi, marking the initiation of the campaign against the outer gods in Chang'an City. China shall engage in war against all outer deities. This is the first occasion I have witnessed my book receive over 20 reviews. If my dear readers enjoy it, please consider leaving a rating. 4 or 5 stars would be delightful. A 3-star rating might break my heart. Chapter 30. The whistle at 3 in the morning before the clock struck 1. Xu Changan had already penned the plan and promptly dispatched it to Yi Fan. Having completed this task, he rose and approached the bedside, intending to rest for a brief moment before the whistle would soon sound. At 3 o'clock sharp, the whistle echoed through the stillness of the night. Xu Changan opened his weary eyes and, momentarily lost in thought while gazing at the ceiling, finally got up to arrange his attire. Qingyu's little white mouse scurried up his pant leg and nestled into his pocket. He hesitated briefly, but ultimately decided against removing the mouse, departing the room as is. Xu Changan had barely arrived at the training ground when Lin Qiye also made his entrance. Noticing the fatigue that lingered in Chang'an's eyes, he felt a pang of sympathy. Chang'an, did you not rest well? Instructor Hong, upon hearing this, finally acknowledged Xu Chang'an's weariness. Assistant Xu, I'll keep an eye on things here. You should return and rest some more. It's nothing, just feeling a bit disoriented from waking up, Xu Changan replied with a faint smile, the cool breeze invigorating him somewhat. Instructor Hong did not press further. Very well. Lin Qiye observed that Chang'an did not appear to be forcing himself to be spirited, which alleviated some of his concerns. One by one, new recruits arrived at the training ground. Each of them, upon catching sight of Xu Changan, widened their eyes in astonishment and began murmuring amongst themselves. When Shen Qingzhu beheld Xu Chang'an's visage for the second time, he inhaled sharply, struggling to suppress the flush creeping onto his face. He certainly did not wish to become the topic of idle gossip. Xu Changan maintained a stoic expression, slightly furrowing his brow. Do you require me to repeat what I stated yesterday? The words lingered in the air, silencing any further chatter. They had no desire to be labeled as worthless again. Yet, some could not help but silently marvel. This truly is a stunningly beautiful face, both formidable and exquisite. Lin Qiye felt a tremor in his fingers, his gaze cast downwards. He heard the new recruits' discussions with clarity, an inexplicable fire igniting within him, a sense of discontent. If only he were the one standing beside Chang'an. How he longed to assert his claim. Yet, he feared even the slightest confession would lead to Chang'an's aversion. As the last few recruits arrived, Instructor Hong finally spoke with an impassive demeanor. I had anticipated that yesterday's evaluations and lessons would yield some insights. However, it appears that is not the case today. Clearly, you take pleasure in being the disorganized, undisciplined group referred to by Assistant Xu as worthless. Xu Changan. Instructor Hong. My apologies. Mentioning you has proven quite effective in getting these little rascals to behave. This remark left the new recruits feeling rather embarrassed. Observing several of them bow their heads in shame, Instructor Hong then delivered the crux of his message. Today marks the first day of intensive training. I hope you comprehend what discipline is, what execution means. From now on, upon hearing the whistle, regardless of what you're doing, you must assemble at the training ground within 3 minutes. Do you understand? Understood. Respond to me. Do you understand? Understood. Is everyone clear? Clear. Instructor Hong nodded in satisfaction. Now everyone who took longer than 3 minutes stepped forward. A few individuals reluctantly emerged from the crowd. Xu Changan cast a glance at them and descended the steps from the demonstration platform, halting in the center of the training ground. Instructor Hong glanced at Xu Changan and gestured towards the new recruits who had stepped forward. Those of you who are late should also step forward obediently. Xu Changan instructed the recruits to don weighted vests and informed them to run 10 laps around the training field, summoning ominous dark clouds to hover ominously behind them with the incantation, the Song of Catastrophe. Suddenly, a small bolt of lightning struck the ground behind one of the recruits. All eyes were glued to the scene, and a collective gulp echoed through the crowd. Goodness, being struck could very well be fatal. Witnessing this spectacle, Instructor Hong wore a sinister smile. For those of you I have called out, running 10 laps while being pursued by thunderclouds is merely the beginning. Surely, you wouldn't wish to be chased by a sandstorm as well? The recruits hastily shook their heads. That lightning was frightening enough. Who knew if one would survive a strike? And now a sandstorm? That felt like playing with their lives. Instantly, a large number of recruits stepped forward, willingly shouldering the weights and starting to run around the training ground with their ominous little clouds. The moment anyone slowed down, the clouds would unleash a bolt of lightning. Xu Changan did not keep a watchful eye on the recruits. Instructor Hong's presence was sufficient. Instead, he moved closer to Lin Qiye. The little white mouse in his pocket seemed to sense the unfamiliar aura and crawled out. Lin Qiye stood alone, and upon seeing the mouse on Xu Changan's shoulder, he inquired, "What is this?" "Research results from Qingyu," Xu Changan explained. "Didn't Qingyu come to find you?" Lin Qiye, aware that Qingyu possessed a communication spirit jewel, had a hunch that she must have infiltrated the base to seek out Xu Changan. Xu Changan grabbed the little white mouse and tucked it back into his pocket, nodding slightly. She came to discuss some matters. What could be so urgent that it couldn't be communicated through the spirit jewel? Lin Qiye thought to himself, rolling his eyes internally. Clearly, there was an ulterior motive at play. Xu Changan found it amusing. Members of the ancient god sect had infiltrated Chang'an city, and their target was none other than the two of us. The ancient god sect? Lin Qiye heard this for the first time, an instinctive dislike bubbling within him. What were they after? Did they wish to recruit us? Xu Changan's smile faded slightly. You're not mistaken. However, their primary target is me. Your family's safety should remain secure. Your safety is equally important, Lin Qiye added seriously, his brow furrowing with concern. You won't be in danger, will you? Xu Changan paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly. Shouldn't you be more concerned about your own safety? What if they threaten me using you? I will not be a hindrance to Chang'an. I will strive to become stronger and walk alongside you, Lin Qiye retorted, unable to bear the thought of being a burden to Chang'an. That would surely be a nightmare. Xu Changan instinctively reached out to pat Lin Qiye's head, but suddenly remembered the presence of several new recruits around them. Instead, he gently patted Lin Qiye on the shoulder, advising him to relax and not to place too much pressure on himself, assuring him, I believe in you. Unbeknownst to them, the moment Xu Changan approached Lin Qiye, numerous onlookers had begun to take notice of their interaction. Many were astonished to witness their lively conversation. In particular, why was Assistant Xu smiling at that divine agent? How utterly unfair. Whenever they encountered him, he maintained a cold demeanor, treating them as if they were worthless, yet he appeared so amiable towards the divine agent. Double standards. Absolutely blatant double standards. Having just completed a lap, Qingzhu clenched his fists upon witnessing this scene and turned to leave the training ground. Lin Qiye was indeed formidable, and he was acutely aware of this fact. He would undoubtedly grow stronger to prove to Assistant Xu that he was not worthless. If only someone could see that. Qingzhu paused, quickly shaking his head to dispel such thoughts. He must have been out of his mind to entertain them. He was determined to prove himself. Let us set aside this matter for the moment. On the other side, Yifan had just received an email from Xu Changan and immediately read through it, left in shock for quite a while. When Qingyu arrived at the office the following morning, after Chamai verified his identity, he was promptly taken on the way to the Night Watch headquarters. Meanwhile, Xu Changan was discussing matters with Yuan Gang. A scheme targeting the ancient god church was set in motion. Friends come from afar. They must be dealt with. I couldn't sleep, so I got up to write a chapter. By the way, do you want to see some new ideas related to the god-slaying fanfiction? It's not the previous one from Lin. I've had some new inspiration, so I've written a chapter that connects with this book. If you're interested, I can share it with you. If you find it appealing, you can vote on the pairing. I haven't yet decided whether to write 1v1 or 1v-many. Chapter 31. The Stressed Instructor Han. Office, I find your idea quite commendable, since that group of young rascals is unlikely to encounter any mishaps. It would be an opportune moment to utilize the ancient divine teachings for their training. Early in the morning, Yuan Gang received documents from Commander Yi and promptly sought out Xu Changan for discussion. There's another matter. Xu Changan jotted down a few names on a piece of paper and handed it to Yuan Gang. These individuals are infiltrators planted by the ancient divine sect within the Night Watchmen, tasked with monitoring them discreetly without raising any suspicion. Yuan Gang took the paper, his expression darkening as he recognized all the names written upon it, each of whom is an instructor for this training session. I understand. I will ensure they are watched. Knock, knock. The two exchanged glances. Who could be arriving at this hour? Mian. The door swung open abruptly, and a person was thrust into the room. Wang Mian, pushed by an unknown figure donning a mask, stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance. Xu Changan, puzzled, inquired Wang Mian. As Wang Mian steadied himself, he heard Chang'an calling his name. Casting a glance at Yuan Gang, whose expression bore the anticipation of an audience, he awkwardly rubbed his nose. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Xu Changan. Chang'an, I have something to discuss with you. What could you possibly want? I recall you were supposed to head north to deal with the mysterious matters, so why are you still here? Yuan Gang chuckled, his demeanor enigmatic, teasing Wang Mian. Xinghin and Tanxiang have already proceeded. They can handle a mere sea realm. I sought you out, Chang'an. Wang Mian hesitated, an inexplicable shyness washing over him, realizing he indeed had something to convey. Yuan Gong scrutinized Wang Mian in Tanoluskofing. What a lad! Who would have guessed he harbored feelings for Assistant Xu? The scrutiny made Wang Mian's face flush, his nerves heightened as he feared he might redden, compelling him to maintain a facade of composure while gazing at Xu Changan. Xu Changan, deep in thought, though unaware of Wang Mian's intentions, sensed the importance of the matter at hand. Just as I have concluded my discussion with Instructor Yuan, it is fortuitous that we are now together. The two exited the office. Yuan Gang sighed dramatically. Someone is about to fall in love. They strolled out of the administrative building and paused in a secluded corner, the masked figures trailing them at a respectful distance. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dapples of light upon them as they gazed at one another. This sight sent the stationed Rose into a frenzy from a distance. After a moment of silence, Xu Changan, unable to bear the stillness any longer, spoke up. Wang Mian, what is it that you wish to discuss? In truth, there isn't much to say. Wang Mian's expression was tinged with a hint of embarrassment. I merely wanted to see you once more before departing. I do not know when we shall meet again, although his words trailed off abruptly. Xu Changan, however, inexplicably understood the unspoken sentiment. Despite the availability of spiritual jade for communication, he preferred face-to-face encounters over mere exchanges through the jade. We will meet again. Wang Mian was momentarily taken aback by this assurance. In a fleeting moment of illusion, he felt as if in Chang'an's deep black eyes, there existed only him. Xu Changan smiled gently. You haven't forgotten, have you? Apart from me, no one else can restore your lifespan. Until you grasp the authority of time, I am your bound caretaker. Thus, we shall meet again ere long. Wang Mian, slightly embarrassed for having inadvertently forgotten this matter, felt his heart race in anticipation of their next unexpected encounter. The pounding of his heart was deafening. Wang Mian, touched by the emotions conveyed by his heart, revealed a faint smile his expression focused and sincere. Yes, I believe we will meet again soon. Wang Mian's affection 5. The two conversed for a while longer until a message from Chang'an arrived, announcing the resolution of the mysterious issue and the receipt of new tasks, bringing their conversation to a close. On the plane, Captain, do you have feelings for Chang'an? The once lively cabin fell into silence, all eyes turning toward Wang Mian at Tianping's sudden question. Wang Mian remained silent, a rare moment of confusion crossing his face. Did he truly have feelings for Chang'an? Captain, if the beautiful young man were to be with someone else, would you be able to accept and bless them? Rose, seated in front, turned around, kneeling on her seat to peer at Wang Mian. No, Wang Mian responded with barely a moment's hesitation. The mere thought of Chang'an with someone else left him uncertain of his own actions. Perhaps he would even abandon his dignity. As a third party? To steal someone else's partner? Wang Mian pressed his lips together, contemplating that it might not be entirely out of the question. Well, that settles it. Captain, it's clear you hold affection for the beautiful young man. Who would tea like that handsome face? Rose shrugged, turning back to her seat. The cabin remained enveloped in silence. Who else but Wang Mian harbored feelings for Chang'an? Wang Mian's affection 10. Having completed the plan, Xu Changan found himself at a loss for what to do and decided to check on Lin Qiye's training. He was momentarily puzzled by the increase in Wang Mian's affection. Why had it risen again? Xu Changan could not fathom this and chose to abandon such perplexities, opting to see how Qiye was faring instead. Upon arriving at the training ground, he spotted the unfortunate instructor Han for the original storyline, contemplating whether to offer assistance when he heard Lin Qiye's name mentioned. This thought was promptly dismissed. Standing at the back of the new recruits, he observed Lin Qiye's performance, not worried about Lin's potential defeat, but rather curious about the decisions he would make, given that his swordsmanship far exceeded that of this world. At the outset, Lin Qiye seemed to dominate Instructor Han, but gradually he revealed vulnerabilities and was pressed back, ultimately succumbing to Han's prowess. In the final row, a new recruit, sensing something, glanced back in fright, quickly turning his head and freezing in place. Xu Changan shot a sidelong glance at the recruit before retracting his gaze. Huh? Assistant Xu, I thought you wouldn't attend this class. Would you care to demonstrate your skills to this group of new recruits? Instructor Han had just sheathed his blade when he noticed Xu Changan below. He had heard from his colleagues that this assistant instructor was exceptionally skilled in both swordplay and knife techniques, capable of matching even the sword saint in prowess. Very well. Let me Lin Qiye then. Xu Changan did not decline. Lin Qiye pondered for merely a second before summoning Tianquan, fully aware that this was Chang'an's way of assessing his efforts. The sudden manifestation of Tianquan took Instructor Han by surprise, and the new recruits below were momentarily astonished. Chang'an, if my progress is substantial, will there be a reward? Lin Qiye gazed at Xu Changan, a hint of anticipation in his voice. A reward? Xu Changan mused for a few moments before nodding with pleasure. Certainly. What reward do you desire? Lin Qiye smiled slyly, clearly delighted. I'll tell you when we have some privacy. It won't be excessive, just a modest, reasonable wish. Then come at me. Xu Changan replied with a touch of eagerness. Listening to their exchange, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and approached by Li Pangpang. Pangpang, what is the relationship between Lin Qiye and Assistant Instructor Xu? The surrounding crowd leaned in, eager to hear more. Among the new recruits, few were not intrigued by the connection between the two. Xu Changan had never intended to hide their relationship, which perhaps reflected his fondness and support for Lin Qiye. Well, Bai Li Pangpang deliberately lengthened his words, under the curious gazes of everyone. I'm not sure if this is something I should disclose, but since Good doesn't seem to mind, it should be all right. He began to narrate the relationship between the two on stage like a storyteller, embellishing the tale extravagantly, making it akin to a captivating narrative. Chao Yuan listened with rapt attention, eager to learn more about the stories of his two benefactors. Instructor Han, captivated by the duel unfolding, could not suppress his curiosity and longed to hear Bai Li Pangpang elaborate on their relationship, almost wishing to split himself in two. Meanwhile, the two central figures were engaged in an intense sparring session. Lin Qiye assumed the role of the aggressor, while Xu Changan adopted a defensive stance, occasionally launching a counterattack. Although each strike was unexpected, Lin Qiye skillfully parried them, demonstrating significant improvement. Upon witnessing Lin Qiye's knife techniques, Instructor Han suddenly realized that Lin Qiye had been holding back during their earlier encounter. This revelation struck a blow to his pride. Yet, considering Xu Changan's ability to match the Sword Saint, and that Lin Qiye was his pupil, he felt somewhat consoled. In fact, he found himself contemplating whether to ask assistant instructor Xu to teach him as well. As the incense stick burned down, the fervent speeches from the audience concluded. Yet the two on stage continued their duel. Lin Qiye, in particular, grew increasingly exhilarated and composed as the duel progressed. It was only when Xu Changan felt the time was right that he intervened to conclude the sparring session. With a satisfied smile, he remarked, "You've made remarkable progress. After training, I will seek you out in the dormitory. As an outstanding student, I am willing to grant you even somewhat unconventional requests." Lin Qiye's reaction was quite different from what Xu Changan had anticipated. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down as he emitted a muffled HM. Xu Changan blinked in confusion, having expected Qiye to be quite pleased. However, the expression before him seemed to contradict his expectations. Was Lin Qiye happy? Of course he was. Yet, upon hearing Chang'an's last remark, a series of inexplicably shameful and dark thoughts invaded his mind, leaving him unable to meet Chang'an's gaze for fear of revealing his sordid intentions. "Xu Assistant, besides Instructor Han's class, may I also request your guidance?" The crowd turned at the sound of the voice, discovering that it belonged to Shen Qingzhu. Instantly, they wore expressions of disbelief. When did this fellow become so polite, unfazed by the many eyes upon him? Shen Qingzhu had no idea how long he had pondered before uttering such courteous words. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. He did not wish for Chang'an to teach anyone other than himself, yet he could not impede Chang'an's thoughts and decisions. "I remember you, Shen Qingzhu. You possess the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 068, Qingyu. My impression of you is fairly positive." Xu Changan's smile remained unwavering. He had no qualms about showing a favorable demeanor towards capable individuals, especially since this person held a rather unique status in his eyes. Shen Qingzhu struggled to suppress the upward curve of his lips, not wanting to appear inadequate before Xu Changan. "As for your request, I agree. But I have my conditions. All new recruits present must endure a stick of incense under Instructor Han's supervision on a future date for me to provide personal guidance." Xu Changan cast out the bait, predictably stirring up excitement among the gathered candidates. However, Instructor Han twitched his mouth in response, feeling overwhelmed. "Do you have any questions?" Xu Changan fixed his gaze on Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu shook his head, signifying that he had no further inquiries. He had obtained what he desired, and now it was time for diligent training. "Then you may continue with your lesson," Xu Changan declared, preparing to depart. Before leaving, he cast a light glance at Bai Li Pang. Bai Li Pang shivered. "Am I to meet my doom?" Chapter 32. Extreme training. Lin Qiye followed Xu Changan down the stage. Upon returning to the group, he observed Chang'an's departing figure, reflecting on the words just spoken. The more he contemplated, the more dark thoughts surfaced within him. If only Chang'an belonged solely to him. He was the first person Chang'an encountered, and they shared the same secrets. They even lived together and joined the night watch at the same time. Yet, why did Chang'an's gaze no longer rest solely upon him? Zhou Ping and Qingyu, Wang Mian. Perhaps there would be even more in the future. The suffocating emotions clogged his chest, rendering him unable to concentrate in class and even distracted during lunch. "Why are you following me?" Lin Qiye raised his eyes to meet the earnest gaze of Chao Yuan, who sat opposite him. "Indeed, what business do you have following Qiye? Have you taken a liking to him?" Bai Li Pang mumbled through his mouthful of raw meat, unable to restrain his tongue. Chao Yuan replied sincerely, "You are my benefactor." "I am your benefactor? Because of your forbidden realm? Then Chang'an should be your true benefactor." Lin Qiye replied quietly, another person drawing near to Chang'an. However, Chao Yuan shook his head. "Without you, I would never have had the fortune to meet Assistant Xu. Thus, both of you are my benefactors." Indeed, there was no direct correlation between Chao Yuan and Xu Changan. But Lin Qiye was different in the original storyline. He was indeed Chao Yuan's benefactor, and now he shared a profound connection with Xu Changan, making him the sole person capable of serving as that unique link between them. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, but chose not to elaborate further. The three of them ate in silence, conserving their strength for the extreme training scheduled for the afternoon. In the afternoon, the recruits were taken to Jinan Mountain. Instructor Hong explained the details of the training. Meanwhile, Xu Changan confiscated prohibited items from several recruits. When he reached a certain wealthy young man, he raised the green burlap sack in his hand. Be sensible. Hand over all your prohibited items. Not a single one can be taken inside, he said with a smile directed at Bai Li Pangpang. Bai Li Pangpang looked at Xu Changan with a pitiful expression. Really? Not even one can be left behind? None, Xu Changan replied firmly. Bai Li Pangpang immediately wilted, obediently discarding all his prohibited items into the sack, not daring to hide a single one. Xu Changan glanced at the items within the sack, but did not count them. Instead, he turned his attention to Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye paused for a moment, unsure of Chang'an's meaning, but quickly realized and handed over the Tianquan to Chang'an. Before leaving, Xu Changan left Lin Qiye with a few words. Give it your all in this training. I will be waiting for you at the finish line. Bai Li Pangpang felt a twinge of jealousy, thinking, why didn't Chang'an offer me and Chao Yuan any encouragement? Brother Qiye, I envy you so much. Lin Qiye hardly heard Bai Li Pangpang's words, his mind consumed by Chang'an's statement. Chao Yuan, however, observed the situation clearly and patted Bai Li Pangpang's shoulder in consolation. Because you aren't particularly familiar with Assistant Xu either. UNZ, if you don't speak, no one will consider you a mute. Bai Li Pangpang gritted his teeth and shot a fierce glare at Chao Yuan. Surely, he was aware of the truth. Shouldn't one inquire of the new recruits present who would not yearn for a word of encouragement from Qingyu? Qingyu is simply a walking embodiment of charm. Who can resist his allure? Chao Yuan fell silent, for he too yearned for a word of affirmation. Alas, only Lin Qiye was the exceptional outlier. The new recruits ventured deeper into Jinan Mountain, leaving behind a group of instructors who watched in silence. Xu Assistant, I am rather curious as to why you hold Lin Qiye, this agent, in such high regard? A curious instructor inquired. Is it merely because they are acquaintances? The other instructors leaned in, eager to hear the response. Xu Changan shook his head. Instructor Hong, we should be on our way. The questioning instructor, seeing Xu Changan's reluctance to elaborate, refrained from pressing further. Instructor Hong nodded. Before we depart, allow me to ask one more question. How can you be so certain that Lin Qiye will reach the destination? This Jinan Mountain has been sealed with forbidden items, transforming it into an inescapable labyrinth. Though Lin Qiye is the agent, it seems rather exaggerated to think he could succeed. To this, Xu Changan offered but a single reply, because he is Lin Qiye, and thus he will undoubtedly succeed. Instructor Hong found this quite perplexing, but it seemed he would only comprehend the truth once Lin Qiye accomplished the feat, as the book has just been contracted. There will be 3 consecutive days of explosive updates. After the tasks are completed, I will strive to release a chapter each day. Though it may occasionally extend to 1 chapter every 2 days, I kindly ask for your understanding. Furthermore, regarding the ongoing voting for the new fanfiction, selecting 1 VN indicates an original protagonist versus a masquerading team, while choosing 1v1 signifies an original male lead versus Wang Mian. The main character remains the recipient, as I will not write from the perspective of the dominant character. Therefore, if you wish to read from the dominant perspective, I advise against reading my work. Chapter 33. Desperate escape. The new recruits had scarcely ventured into Jinan Mountain when the ominous hum of a drone echoed behind them. This sudden turn of events caught the soldiers off guard, yet their reflexes remained sharp, and none faltered. While evading the drone, Lin Qiye cast a glance back, pondering whether Chang'an was observing him through the device. I shall wait for you at the finish line. The memory of Chang'an's words infused him with renewed vigor, prompting him to quicken his pace. Goodness, Qiye, why the sudden surge? Slow down. Wait for me. Bai Li, astonished by Lin Qiye's burst of speed, hurried to catch up. Chao Yuan, too, was taken aback by Lin Qiye's unexpected acceleration. Glancing back at his companions, Lin Qiye eased his pace slightly, only to be met once more by the drone's menacing whir. Holy smokes, my life is in peril. Bailey exclaimed, spotting the drone ominously close. He shut his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable elimination. After a tense moment, he realized that nothing had transpired. Fatty, stop standing there like a fool. Run, Lin Qiye urged. Bailey opened his eyes to find that the one struck was not him, but another unfortunate soul who now lay incapacitated on the ground. He promptly dashed toward Lin Qiye and Xiao Yuan. Come this way, Lin Qiye directed. The trio sprinted as if their legs were leaving afterimages, only slowing once the drone was out of sight. Meanwhile, the unfortunate recruit who had been hit was facing the consequences of his misfortune. Ahem, can you hear me? Instructor Hong's sudden voice startled everyone. If you can hear me, that suffices. Let me show you what the punishment for being hit entails. The mocking tone of Instructor Hong instilled a sense of foreboding among the recruits. Soon, all were made aware of the nature of the punishment. As they listened to Wang Liang's increasingly reluctant responses, the new recruits found it hard to believe, even feeling an urge to shout at the instructor. Is this really a punishment? This is nothing short of social annihilation. Upon witnessing the penalty, every recruit felt a surge of motivation. Who would want to endure such social disgrace? They still had their pride. All right, we have one final question. Aside from the neighbor's sister you often dream of, have you ever liked anyone else? Wang Liang struggled more fiercely this time, startling the two instructors beside him. They feared he might suffer a facial spasm and require hospitalization. Just as they contemplated abandoning the question, Wang Liang unexpectedly replied, Yes, so. Who? Su Zhou. A flurry of question marks seemed to materialize in the air. The instructors exchanged glances, each harboring their own question. Would Su Zhujiao be angry? And thus, the drama unfolded. However, the subject of the matter, Xu Changan, remained expressionless, fixated on the three screens, directing the instructors operating the drones to pursue Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu. Instructor Hong and Instructor Han deliberately took a glance, and, upon noticing Xu Chang'an's indifference, breathed a sigh of relief. In the depths of his consciousness, Xiao Jiao observed the stable emotional value and quietly accessed Xu Chang'an's information panel, discovering that there had been minimal progress in the realm of emotions and desires. However, in comparison to the initial state, a slight change had indeed occurred. Xiao Jiao, feeling reassured, lifted his paw to pat his chest. Fortunately, the initial decision had proven to be wise. Xu Chang'an's current demeanor truly reflected his essence, emotionally detached and unconcerned about anyone, with no individual capable of stirring his feelings. Save for those 5 individuals who held a unique status. These 5 were special precisely because they were approached by Xu Changan himself, rendering their significance particularly noteworthy. Meanwhile, on Lin Qiye's side, Bali Pang cast a few curious glances at Lin Qiye, but noticed no reaction from him, prompting him to ask, Qiye, why are you so unresponsive? Someone has just confessed to brother-in. Lin Qiye merely shot him a fleeting glance, offering no reply, and continued deeper into Jingnan Mountain. Bali Pang, realizing his folly, smacked his head in realization. What a fool he was. Given brother An's peculiar regard for Qiye, what was there to worry about? If Qiye were to confess to brother An, it would likely elicit some reaction from him. But what that reaction would be remained uncertain. Xiao Yuan followed silently beside Lin Qiye, though a keen observer would note a distant look in his eyes, as if he were pondering something profound. The 3 of them, seizing the moment before the drones detected their presence, slowed their pace to regain their strength for the next escape attempt. However, unexpectedly, the drones discovered them at an alarming speed. Run, Lin Qiye shouted. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu's heart sank upon hearing Wang Liang's forced confession. His expression darkened considerably. Damn it, what sort of punishment is this? It's as if they're toying with us. He was resolute in not allowing himself to be eliminated. Otherwise, would he still be able to preserve the endeavor of writing love letters? Absolutely not. This was utterly infuriating. 01, move southeast. 02, move north. Xu Changan commanded 2 of the instructors operating the drones in search of Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu. He glanced at the screen of Drone 03, northwest. Drone 03 was tasked with pursuing Mali, while 01 focused on Lin Qiye's team, and 02 targeted Shen Qingzhu. This was the decision made after discussions between Yuan Gang and Xu Changan. Lin Qiye, as the agent of a deity, along with Shun Qingzhu, Chao Yuan, and Mali, who were the strongest among the new recruits, along with Bai Li Pongpong's unique identity, warranted a more specialized training regimen. After all, with greater power comes greater responsibility. The stronger they became, the higher their chances of survival in the future. The other recruits were trained based on comprehensive data assessments. Before long, the three being pursued realized that one drone seemed to be relentlessly tracking them with a clear intent. What the hell? Why is there a drone persistently following us? Bai Li Pang exclaimed in despair, feeling as if he were trapped in a hellish nightmare. Could it be that the instructor deliberately orchestrated this? Chao Yuan speculated. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement, suggesting that perhaps it was more than mere coincidence. She had a strong intuition that the one piloting the drone was undoubtedly Chang'an. Bai Li, appearing utterly distraught, lamented, "Then I shall resign myself to my fate and accept the punishment. When Qingyu strikes, there is no escape for us." Furthermore, there was something distinctly amiss about the entirety of Jinan Mountain. No matter how they ran, the sun's position remained unchanged, and the mountain paths continuously shifted. Lin Qiye expressed her suspicion that the entire region was enveloped by some sort of forbidden entity. Her words plunged Bai Li into deeper despair. So, the instructors never intended for us to emerge alive? He questioned, feeling increasingly hopeless. What use is running at all? I might as well preserve my life in this embarrassing predicament. The ominous buzzing resumed, forcing the trio back onto the path of flight. Didn't you say you had resigned yourself? Gao Juan Guidit Pu Dao. You do not comprehend the weight of Ng's gaze. I may wish to accept my fate, but I do not want to be looked down upon by him. I must at least give it my all, right? Bai Li explained, then plunged forward with renewed vigor. The instructors monitoring the situation were taken aback by Bai Li's words. They had anticipated he would passively await his exit, yet the situation had taken an unexpected turn. This is the allure of our assistant Su? Instructor Hong remarked with a hint of admiration. The other instructors nodded in agreement. This is no allure. This is the charm of a modern-day enchantress. As for Xu Changan himself, he merely curled the corners of his lips slightly upon hearing this exchange, showing little outward reaction. Yet, perhaps that fleeting response was sufficient to capture his complete attention towards Bai Li, however minimal it may have been. Chapter 34. Miracles will create miracles. The pursuit of drones gradually, the dispersed new recruits began to gather in one place to rest. Lin Qiye seized the opportunity to voice his previous conjectures, prompting curiosity among the others. I have a question, Molly inquired. What does it mean if a drone is specifically targeting an individual? Bai Li Pang, astonished, exclaimed, "Oh, you too were pursued by the drone?" Lin Qiye had mentioned that drones with a specific target were commanded by Qingyu. What did you say? It was directed by Assistant Su? I thought the instructor was just messing with me. Shun Qingzhu retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Lin Qiye's expression darkened momentarily, yet he quickly grasped the situation. But it seems we haven't been targeted, a new recruit expressed with confusion. Lin Qiye explained, this must be the result of a discussion between Instructor Yuan and Chang'an. As a divine agent, I, along with Chao Yuan, Shun Qingzhu, and Mali, possess the strongest abilities among the new recruits. Bai Li Pongpong's situation is somewhat unique, which necessitates a more specialized training regimen for us. After all, the greater the capability, the heavier the responsibility that follows. His words rendered the new recruits silent, though factual. The implication that they would be singled out by the instructors weighed heavily on them, instilling both respect and a hint of pity in their eyes. Remarkably, Shen Qingzhu refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. All right, let's make the most of this rest. Those instructors will show no mercy. Upon hearing this, no one dared to speak further. Shen Qingzhu was right. The instructors were indeed relentless, especially considering a few individuals were under special scrutiny. It was conceivable that a drone could appear at any moment. After a brief respite, 3 drones soon came into view, followed closely by others. The moment Shen Qingzhu spotted the pursuing drone, he seized the opportunity to dash deeper into the woods, taking advantage of the moment before his companions could react. He intended to leave them behind, Given his unique situation, anyone who followed would also become a target, and he doubted they could withstand the pressure. It was wiser for them to stick with the other recruits. However, he had not anticipated their determination. The sound of splashing water halted him in his tracks. Turning back, he saw Deng Wei had fallen into the creek. Qingzhu gritted his teeth and inhaled deeply, ultimately deciding to turn back. He lifted Deng Wei, bearing half of his weight as they evaded the drone's pursuit. The drone assigned to chase Qingzhu did not follow. Instead, other drones pursued them. The instructor controlling drone 02 glanced back at Xu Changan. Shall we cease the pursuit? Xu Changan focused on the screen of drone 02. No need. Qingzhu is about to be eliminated. Direct your drone to pursue the other new recruits. He shifted his gaze to the screen of drone 01. Qingzhu. Truly an odd individual. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Qingzhu was eliminated, bound to a chair by the instructors and adorned with the ring of truth. His expression was exceedingly grim, prompting raised eyebrows from the two instructors responsible for questioning. Oh, is he angry? That makes it all the more entertaining. At first, the question seemed rather ordinary until the last one arose. Have you ever penned a love letter? Mused the instructor on the left. Yes, I have. Qingzhu replied through gritted teeth. The two instructors exchanged glances. How many love letters have you written? 115. So many? To whom were they addressed? Unable to contain himself, Qingzhu began to recount his experiences of writing love letters from childhood to the last one. Though he appeared to resist, he ultimately succumbed to the power of the truth ring. As he began to speak of the final letter, his voice suddenly fell silent, snapping the two instructors, who had been engrossed in his romantic history, back to reality. They noticed Qingzhu's flushed face and hastily removed the truth ring. All right, no need to continue. You nearly scared me to death. Are you trying to suffocate yourself? One instructor exclaimed, patting his chest, narrowly escaping what could have been the end of his military career. Qingzhu privately sighed in relief that he hadn't revealed more. All right, you can follow Instructor Chen now. The instructor waved his hand, quickly sending Qingzhu off to rest. Ridiculous. Brother Zhu's romantic history is truly rich. Li Pangpang gasped, giving Qingzhu a thumbs up. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. Sensing that the last love letter Qingzhu had left unspoken was not a pleasant matter. Was his intuition mistaken? Moments later, the next victim was revealed to be Mo Li. Upon hearing her voice, Chao Yuan glanced at the sun in the sky. The fewer new recruits there were, the more perilous their situation became, as it meant more drones would pursue them. Li Pangpang was completely exhausted, certain that if he ran any further, he would faint. He chose to stop. You all go ahead. I can't hold on any longer. I've done my best. I'm about to pass out. Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan nodded, continuing on their path to evade the drones. The number 01 drone soon arrived, discovering the unconscious Li Pangpang. Xu Changan ordered the instructors to retrieve him. One by one, the remaining new recruits were eliminated, either fainting from exhaustion or being struck by drones and facing penalties. As night gradually fell, Chao Yuan found himself devoid of strength to continue. In the past, he would have never dared to expend all his energy, but now everything had improved thanks to his two benefactors. Qiye, you should go on without me. Lin Qiye nodded. After this ordeal, he had started to accept Chao Yuan as a friend. Now, he was the only one left on the mountain, and he had to fulfill his agreement with Chang'an. He was determined to reach the finish line. Inside the tent, Instructor Hong gazed at the suddenly accelerating red dot on the display, moving at a pace that should not have occurred. Lin Qiye is moving in a straight line. He paused for a moment before turning to Xu Changan. Did you anticipate such an outcome all along? In the realm of the mundane, where miracles are but whispers of possibility, one wonders if a person embodying such marvels could indeed bring forth a miracle. Xu Changan posed this rhetorical inquiry. Instructor Hong, momentarily taken aback, contemplated whether Michael's realm of the mundane truly symbolized miracles. Xu Changan chose not to elaborate further, instead gazing at the diminishing red that marked the destination. Before departing the tent, he had an appointment to keep, waiting for Lin Qiye at the endpoint. In the mountains of Jinan, Lin Qiye hastened his pace. driven by an overwhelming urgency to meet someone. His desire was profound and fervent. As the surrounding trees thinned and a radiant light pierced through the darkening sky, he finally beheld that person, a beam of moonlight breaking into the shadows of his life. Lin Qiye slowed his steps as he approached Xu Changan. "Chang'an, I made it. I'm here for our rendezvous." Xu Changan observed Lin Qiye, whose disheveled appearance stirred a complex emotion within his heart, one he could not quite identify. He stepped forward, offering Lin Qiye a familiar smile. "Yes, I have always believed in your capabilities." Lin Qiye attempted to muster a smile in return, but suddenly succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing into a warm embrace infused with the scent of sandalwood. Xu Changan regarded the person who had fainted in his arms, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Xu Changan's favorite 10. A question arises. If one were to choose a fan fiction for the next chapter of Slaying the Gods, would you prefer the 1v1 narrative featuring Lin Qiye or the 1v tale of the Mass Squad? Chapter 35. A Dream? Where am I? Lin Qiye stood bewildered on an empty street, faintly recalling that he had just fulfilled his promise to Chang'an. Yet, how did he end up here? Everything around him felt oddly familiar. He surveyed his surroundings, instinctively following the whispers of his heart. Eventually, he found himself beneath the steps of a house, gazing up at the structure as if he recognized its significance. But why am I here? The desolate expanse around him was pierced by a chilling wind, rendering the world as if he were its sole inhabitant. After a prolonged silence, he ascended the steps. Returning home, the interior remained largely unchanged, if there were any alterations. It was the absence of his aunt and Jean, or rather, their very existence. Lin Qiye was at a loss as to why he had arrived in this place. His mind delved into deep contemplation, and with it, deeper memories began to resurface, reminding him that he had been unconscious. Am I dreaming? But why is there not a single soul in this dream? Lin Qiye, do not leave Chang'an City. A strange voice echoed around him. I am the god of deception, merely manipulating space. Lin Qiye, you should look around. You're no longer in Chang'an City. Another unfamiliar voice resonated, evoking a sense of repulsion in Lin Qiye. Captain, your body is fading away. He recognized this voice. It belonged to Sister Hongying. What was she saying? The captain's body is disappearing? This is impossible. Captain, what happened 10 years ago? Zhao Kongqing's voice. What 10 years ago? What transpired? Lin Qiye scanned his surroundings in confusion and urgency, as if he could hear the captain speaking, yet he could not decipher the words. Qiye. Xu Changan's voice was faint, like a whispering breeze, on the verge of vanishing. Lin Qiye's heart raced with desperation as he shouted into the void. Chang'an, where are you? Qiye. Xu Changan's voice appeared once more, seemingly guiding Lin Qiye from outside the house. He immediately dashed out, following the sound in search of Chang'an. He ran, not knowing how far, yet Chang'an's voice echoed in his ears, though he could not comprehend the meaning of her words. Replacing miracles, reshaping fate, restoring vitality. What do these phrases signify? What is happening? Is this truly just a dream? Lin Qiye suddenly began to doubt. Everything here felt too real to be merely a dream. Qiye. The third call. Lin Qiye finally found Chang'an, but who could explain to him? Why did the figure lying on the ground, blood at the corner of her mouth, devoid of any vitality and resembling one already departed from this world, have to be Chang'an? He rushed over in a frenzied state, cradling the lifeless form, his voice trembling. Chang'an, are you trying to frighten me? Please wake up. Look at me. Have I done something wrong? Or Chang'an, what have you done for me? The person in my embrace offered no response. In fact, Xu Changan's form began to dissipate, vanishing into the wind like a fleeting moment, transforming into a myriad of starlight. Chang'an. Lin Qiye awoke with a start. Qiye, did you have a nightmare? Bai Li Pang Pang, startled by Lin Qiye's sudden outburst, nearly tumbled from his chair. Hearing Bai Li Pong Pong's voice, Lin Qiye felt somewhat disoriented. He first surveyed his surroundings, questioning, where am I? This is the dormitory. Qiye, you truly are remarkable. You really walked out from Jinan Mountain. After you fainted, it was Nge who carried you all the way back, Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed, giving Lin Qiye a thumbs up, his face filled with admiration. As Lin Qiye regained some clarity, he noticed he was submerged in a tub filled with an unpleasant odor. Wait a moment, am I completely naked? He asked in a panic. What do you think helped you out of your clothes? It was definitely Nge. Even though you were unconscious, you gripped him tightly. I had to exert considerable effort to pry your hands away. After Nge helped you out of your clothes and placed you in the bath, he left to attend to something. I believe a new student is arriving today. Bailey Pang Pang shook his head, recalling the scene with a mix of disbelief and amusement. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he craned his neck to look. Oh my, you really are blushing. What a pity it is that I can't take a picture with my phone to send to Nge. Lin Qiye felt himself burning with embarrassment at the realization that it was Chang'an who had helped him undress, causing his heart to race even faster. The dormitory door swung open. Nge, are you here to bring breakfast for Qiye? Perfect timing, he just woke up. Bailey Pang Pang cheerfully greeted before hastily exiting. Xu Changan, observing Bailey Pong Pong's hasty departure, closed the dormitory door and set the lunchbox down on the floor. Qiye, why is your face so red? Lin Qiye felt an even greater heat rising in his cheeks and hurriedly took a few deep breaths. It's nothing. Chang'an, what brings you here? He seemed to have forgotten Bailey Pong Pong's earlier exclamations. I'm here to bring you breakfast. I made it myself, Xu Changan said, gently waving the lunchbox in front of Lin Qiye. Then, Chang'an, would you mind stepping outside for a moment? Lin Qiye replied, feeling shy about being unclothed. Xu Changan nodded. After you bathe, have your breakfast, and then come to the office. I'll head back now. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback by her words, then nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. Seeing that Lin Qiye was fine, Xu Changan departed. Lin Qiye followed her advice, took a shower, leisurely finished his breakfast, and made his way to Chang'an's office. However, upon arriving, he encountered an unexpected individual. And Qingyu? What are you doing here? And Qingyu sat on the sofa, shrugging her shoulders. As you can see, I've joined the Night Watchers. I am now a recruit. Lin Qiye hazily recalled that the chubby fellow had mentioned the arrival of a new student today. Chang'an's departure seemed to be related to this matter. Could it be that this new student isn't Qingyu? At last, it seems the moment has arrived for you, young man. Come here and take a look. This is a reward for your previous endeavors. Instructor Hong rapped the table, revealing a small black box resting upon it. As Lin Qiye approached and lifted the box, he was taken aback. What is this? The Azure Heart, a forbidden item retrieved from the EC over 2 decades ago. It is perpetually surrounded by the protective barrier of Forbidden Territory Sequence 278, known as the Azure Guardian, which can withstand most mental assaults. However, it does have its limits. If your adversary possesses a higher mental prowess, it will merely serve to weaken their attacks. Instructeur on élaborated. And Qingyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the forbidden item. Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a valuable treasure he required. There's another reward as well. In your name, for the merits you have brought to the nation. We have granted your aunt 500,000. Instructor Hong's words left Lin Qiye momentarily speechless. 500,000? Indeed. Quite touching, isn't it? Instructeur Hong gisted. Lin Qiye fell silent for a moment, then, with utmost sincerity, bowed to Instructor Hong and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Ah, that's enough of these formalities. Instructor Hong helped Lin Qiye back up. Your current task is to show Qingyu around and help her acclimate, as Chang'an is preoccupied with matters outside the base at this time. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye turned to Qingyu, who met his gaze in silence. They remained there, wordless. Thank you for your kind intentions, Instructor Hong. I shall return to my dormitory now. Lin Qiye. I will also head back to my dormitory, Instructor Hong. And Qingyu. Huh? Wait, what? Instructor Hong was left in a state of confusion. Didn't Assistant Su say these two were acquaintances? Why do they appear as if they are at odds? Chapter 36. The arrangement the office today is anything but tranquil. All members of Team 136, save for Xu Changan, are seated in silence. Each individual is enveloped in a cloak of quietude. The events of the day have proven challenging to accept. Their longtime companion has revealed herself to be the agent of the trickster god, Loki. Captain, will Changan be all right? Hong Ying's voice is subdued, lacking her usual vivacity. I do not know, Chimai replies gloomily. What punishment will they impose on Changan? I do not know. Can Changan remain in our team? I do not know. With each inquiry from Hong Ying, Chen Mai offers a corresponding response, but none possess insight into the outcome of this trial. Yet, due to Xu Changan's identity, all instinctively anticipate the worst. Time elapses, though its passage remains indeterminate. Xu Changan, Zhou Ping, and Lu Wei emerge. With a restored memory, Xu Changan following closely behind. All eyes turn silently towards Xu Changan. Xu Changan, with a hint of exasperation, addresses them. There is no need for such silence. Xu Changan will remain a member of Team 136, but she must atone for her actions. Until she fulfills the task I have assigned her, Team 136 will be responsible for her oversight. Should she attempt to flee, the entire team will bear the consequences. Really? That's wonderful. Xiaonan, you're safe. Hong Ying exclaims, joyfully leaping up and enveloping Xu Changan in a tight embrace. With tears of joy glistening in her eyes, Xu Changan returns the hug. When Xu Changan unexpectedly returned, accompanied by two esteemed individuals and referring to her as the agent of the trickster god while restoring her memories, she had feared the worst, that she would be cast away from her home. Yet, she need not worry. She can remain here indefinitely. A collective sigh of relief washes over the others, and laughter follows suit. Xu Changan observes their camaraderie and, with a smile, decides to depart. There are many matters that require his attention. Chen Mai watches Xu Changan and the others leave and suggests, we should find an opportunity to host a banquet for Chang'an and Qiye. I concur. Wu Xiangnan is the first to agree. Absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree. Hong Ying chimes in enthusiastically. Indeed, I agree. Lin Qiye nods in affirmation. Alas, I must carefully calculate how much pocket money I have left. Zhao Kongchang sighs. Uncertain if funds will suffice, as the banquet must be grand. What are you worried about, old Zhao? We will all contribute. It's not solely your responsibility. When Qimo remarks with a grin, Zhao Kongchang raises an eyebrow. Oh, and how much do you plan to contribute? When Qimo falls silent, uncertain of his own financial capacity, Chen Mai, with a sense of resignation, responds, we shall do our best. He simply wishes to convey to Chang'an that all members of Team 136 are his friends and can also be his family, without the need to exist apart from the world. In the heart of Chang'an City stands a towering edifice, the tallest structure in the entire city. Its expansive rooftop and sweeping vistas provide ample convenience to Xu Changan. He unsealed a fragment of his own power and, with spiritual energy, crafted a formation. He then took a celestial stone and divided it into 5 pieces, placing them at each corner, thus completing the array. Is it finished? Lu Wuwei inquired with a hint of detachment. Yes, it is complete, Xu Changan replied. Are we to return now? Zhou Ping expressed a reluctance to depart, wishing to linger with Chang'an for just a while longer. Xu Changan chose silence, gazing up at the azure sky. He offered no response, and neither Lu Wuwei nor Zhou Ping pressed further. Do you wish to understand why mortals cannot ascend to divinity? Xu Changan regarded Zhou Ping and Lu Wuwei, his expression inscrutable. The two exchanged glances and nodded faintly. With a gentle wave of his hand, an image materialized in the air. In the realm of cultivation literature, one learns that ascending to a higher realm necessitates enduring a lightning tribulation, which serves to temper the mortal body. The pursuit of cultivation concerns the soul, or what you refer to as mental strength. Yet, if the power of the soul diverges too greatly from that of the body, the path to divinity results only in the dissolution of the body and the dissipation of the soul. Yet, in today's world, few comprehend the means of body cultivation. Are you suggesting there is a solution to this dilemma? Lu Wuwei questioned, uncertain if he grasped Xu Chang'an's implications. Indeed, Xu Changan affirmed with a slight nod. I entrusted Commander Yi with a second plan, aptly named the Great Xia Celestial Ascension Project. Lu Wuwei's pupils dilated in astonishment, mirrored by Zhou Ping's shock. Such an endeavor promised divinity. No one would refuse. Before Xu Chang'an's emergence, none among the illustrious elite of the Great Xia had attained ascension. Now, he revealed the possibility of such an achievement. What price must we pay? Lu Wuwei was not entirely swayed by the allure of ascension, sensing an underlying cost. Xu Changan anticipated this question from Lu Wuwei. You will need to transcend your own limitations, but time is of the essence in Huaxia. Therefore, The swiftest method is to sever the divine. Severing the divine, also known as slaying the gods, is the only means to rapidly transcend oneself. At the moment of bodily dissolution, he can utilize the celestial stone to refine their forms anew, facilitating a direct ascent to divinity. Lu Wuwei frowned. The Great Xia Celestial Ascension Project is merely one aspect. The actual plan is far more arduous. Xu Changan did not intend to douse their hopes, but the truth stood stark. What does the true plan entail? Zhou Ping ventured, uncertain if Chang'an would divulge this information. Xu Changan smiled faintly. Commander Yi, like you, posed this question. The real plan involves slaying the outer gods, offering their divine essences as sacrifices to 5 national stone monuments to activate the formation and usher in an era of spiritual energy. This will elevate the world, granting you the capacity to confront the 3 ruling divine beings and save this realm. Both were rendered speechless by such revelations. The enormity of the task transcended mere difficulty. After a prolonged silence, Lu Wuwei nodded slightly. I understand. They are the pinnacle of humanity and a formidable line of defense. If they do not take action, to whom shall the responsibility fall? They must resolutely forge ahead, never looking back for the sake of Huaxia, for humanity, and for the world in which they reside. Zhou Ping fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Yet, he harbored doubts about himself. Could he truly accomplish this? Zhou Ping. He was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Xu Changan, who had called his name. Unbeknownst to him, he and Xu Changan were in a secluded space, with the path beside them devoid of Lu Wuwei. I believe in you, Xu Changan said, his eyes sparkling with trust. Believe in me? Zhou Ping's voice quivered slightly. Xu Changan nodded lightly, saying, the sword's Saint Zhou Ping. Your aptitude for the sword is extraordinary. Unfortunately, this is not the world I inhabit. Otherwise, I would eagerly take you as my disciple. So, do not doubt yourself. Thus, Chang'an's world is a genuine realm of cultivation. Zhou Ping inhaled sharply. He did not wish to weep, yet tears were inevitable. Indeed, however, I have discerning tastes and am quite selective. It is rare for someone to catch my eye. In terms of swordsmanship, you are the first. Xu Changan spoke the truth. He genuinely admired Zhou Ping's swordsmanship. To have caught Chang'an's eye brings me great joy. Zhou Ping smiled through his tears. Zhou Ping's affection 6. Upon hearing the notification of affection, Xu Changan recognized that Zhou Ping had absorbed his words. Each of the 5 special individuals was indeed uniquely remarkable. He raised his hand and dispelled the space created by spiritual energy. We should return. I cannot ascertain whether the readers will appreciate the narrative shift towards cultivation. If not, there is little I can do. Should any readers not favor this direction, they may leave at this juncture, as this tale is inherently set upon the path of cultivation. Furthermore, I have begun arranging the cover for the next fanfiction based on readers' votes. Though the exact date for its release remains uncertain, I kindly ask for your patience. Lastly, I may not update tomorrow due to a severe cold and an excruciating headache. If I feel slightly better, I will continue to update. Chapter 37. What are you afraid of, 7 Nights? At the headquarters of the Night Watchman, within the commander's office, the ceiling once again converged, reminiscent of a previous gathering for Xu Changan. Yet this time the shock was far greater. This was prompted by Xu Chang'an's proclamation regarding the Divine Ascension Project of Huaxia, coupled with his oral recounting of the entire scheme from inception to conclusion. They soon realized that this was no mere pursuit of divinity. Should it succeed, it would usher in an era of universal cultivation. The plan had been meticulously processed in each mind. It was feasible, yet fraught with considerable difficulty and risk. Xu Changan cast a casual glance over them. Aside from the already informed Zhou Ping, Lu Wuwei, and Yi Fan, only 2 others appear to be pondering the intricacies of the plan. I concur with this plan. This was the response following deep contemplation. Chun Fuji chuckled softly. I have little reason to refuse. Young Chang'an has stated that this is currently the swiftest and most effective approach. Xu Changan smiled faintly. Thus, the plan was firmly established today, unbeknownst to anyone beyond the human elite. As night descended, Li Yifei lamented, "Thank goodness for the vice president. Otherwise, my grandmother constantly grabs at her food with her hands. No amount of teaching seems to help." Tears streamed down his cheeks. At that moment, Nikes was curiously using adult training chopsticks to pick up food from his bowl, successfully transferring it to his mouth, while his treatment progress advanced by 2 points. Xu Changan offered some words of comfort to Lin Qiye and glanced at Nike's treatment progress, feeling a pang of nostalgia. It had been quite some time since he last checked in. Nike's treatment progress mirrored the original storyline, now at 48, merely awaiting the arrival of 7 nights to surpass the 50 mark. Host, it seems we have forgotten about a letter left in the president's office. Zhou lay in the sea of consciousness, a flash of white light in his mind, triggering the recollection of this overlooked matter. Reminded by Zhou, Xu Changan too recalled this issue. Due to various reasons, Lin Qiye had not discovered the letter. Perhaps it was time for him to seek an opportunity to meet this Miss Memorial, who shared the experience of being a transmigrator. Stay here with Nikes. 7 nights will arrive shortly. Have him elevate Nikes' treatment progress to 50 before coming to find me. Lin Qiye nodded, assuring he would complete the task. Xu Changan extracted Zhou from the sea of consciousness and handed him to Lin Qiye, who was gleeful. Zhou, no, I cannot feel any joy. Lin Qiye. Little kitty. Xu Changan's spirits lifted as he smiled. He searched through the president's office and discovered the letter. Without opening it, he returned to his own office, seated himself in a chair, reclined against the backrest, and closed his eyes, awaiting Lin Qiye's arrival. After a while, he heard footsteps that halted beside him, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with a pair of eyes radiant as obsidian. The arrival was swift. Take a look. It's a letter left for you by the former acting dean. I had only just recalled this matter. Xu Changan pointed at the white envelope on the table. The former acting dean? Lin Qiye, intrigued, picked up the letter and began to unfold it. The contents were scant. His initial confusion gave way to silence. Chang'an, have you seen this letter? Xu Changan noticed the unusual expression on Lin Qiye's face, her brow slightly furrowing. I haven't seen it. What does it say? Lin Qiye, still silent, handed the letter over. The correspondence consisted of 2 sheets of paper. In addition to a message directed at Lin Qiye, there was another addressed to Xu Changan. To the esteemed Vice Dean, by the time you read this letter, you will likely have just concluded discussions with Yi Fan and the others regarding the Huaxia Sealing Ascension Plan. You need not wonder how I surmised this. After all, it was you who confided in me. I trust you have long suspected that Zhou has kept many matters from you. Therefore, I kindly ask you to bear with me a little longer. Once the crisis in Chang'an City is resolved, you may come to Pure Land to find me. I shall reveal certain truths to you. After Xu Changan finished reading, she silently attempted to put the letter away, only to have her wrist seized by the person beside her. Chang'an, it seems you have concealed many things from me. Lin Qiye's voice was heavy, devoid of discernible emotion. He fixated on the numbers above Xu Changan's head. Affection, 38. Not a trace of love, not even fondness. Yet Xu Changan perceived that Qiye was troubled, even striving to mask the fear brewing within him, which she nevertheless sensed. He did not know. During the time he was not by Lin Qiye's side, what transpired that led Qiye's initial reaction upon reading the letter to be one of sadness and fear. Rather than curiosity, Qiye, what are you afraid of? Lin Qiye grasped the delicate hand, his dark eyes seemingly brewing something as he stared intently at Xu Changan. What was he afraid of? He feared the nightmarish reality becoming manifest. Upon reading the reference to the crisis in Chang'an City, his heart momentarily halted. The buried nightmare he wished never to revisit resurfacing anew. Chang'an, you will never leave me, will you? Lin Qiye's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of obsession. Beyond this, Xu Changan discerned a trace of morbid tenacity in his gaze. She yearned to inquire about what had transpired, but given Qiye's current state, it was unlikely he would divulge anything. I will not leave you. As long as the psychiatric hospital remains, not even death can separate us. The first statement was sincere, while the latter two were well-intentioned fabrications, meant to soothe Lin Qiye's disquieted emotions. Yet she was also certain of her own safety. This exchange evidently provided comfort to Lin Qiye. Yes, I believe in you, Chang'an. Host, what have you been discussing with Lin Qiye? Hurry and have him take Nix out for a stroll. Otherwise, Lin Qiye will be unable to utilize Nix's abilities openly. Xu Changan paused. Had it not been for Xiao Jio's reminder, he might have forgotten amidst the myriad of recent events. Indeed, it is essential to rest more. Qiye, take Nix out for a walk. Lin Qiye appeared puzzled for a moment, but soon grasped Chang'an's intent, as he too had harbored the same thought, aligning perfectly with Chang'an's wishes. However, before departing, he wished to inquire about one matter. Chang'an, when will you return? Tomorrow morning. Instructor Yuan will inform you about the holiday. And I shall be present then, Xu Changan replied, recalling something else. The captain mentioned that they would come to fetch us. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye's face finally broke into a smile. All right, see you tomorrow. In the silent, desolate office, Xu Changan pondered for quite some time, still unable to fathom the changes occurring within Lin Qiye. Beyond this matter, the letter from the memorial left him deeply perplexed. He was certain he had never encountered the memorial, so why had they inscribed such words? What then is the essence of the truth? He mused that perhaps he ought to take a proper break. Suddenly, he found himself grappling with confusion. Why had he so readily assisted Xiao Jio in fulfilling its master's agreement with the deities of Huaxia and others? Was it due to Zhao Kongqing's protective strike? Or was it for Lin Qiye and his 4 companions? Or perhaps it was because of Xiao Jio. For the first time in his life, Xu Changan found himself enveloped in uncertainty. Additionally, another book is already in preparation. It will have a connection to this one, albeit only with Xu Changan. As for the nature of this connection, let us refrain from elaborating. Dear readers, you may speculate when the time comes to read. Chapter 38. Training and ambush. The following morning, the recruits gathered at the training ground. Yuan Gang announced the holiday, while the new soldiers whispered among themselves. Beside the martial arts platform, tables and benches were arranged. Xu Changan sat on a bench, his mind adrift in contemplation. Silence, please. We have an exceedingly important matter to discuss. You possess the power of choice. You may opt to enroll in this training. Those who wish to participate must form a team of 4 or 5 and register with Assistant Xu to receive their assigned tasks. Completing these tasks will yield rewards, but the specifics will only be revealed upon registration. The recruits exchanged glances, intrigued by the enigma posed by Instructor Yuan. However, after a rare holiday, not everyone was eager to sign up for training. Yet, the allure of rewards for task completion stirred their curiosity. Fatty, Chao Yuan, and Qingyu, shall we team up? Lin Qiye inquired, having no hesitation as his companions conveniently formed a team. Sure, you could be the captain, and Qingyu agreed. Wily Fatty nodded yes. Since we can't leave Songnan City during the holiday, with Qiye leading, I'm definitely in. Chao Yuan did not decline. I'm just curious about what tricks the instructors have up their sleeves. You'll find out once we receive the tasks, and Qingyu shrugged. Let us go register then. Lin Qiye suggested, casting a glance at Qingyu, who wore a knowing smile. They were the first team to sign up. Chang'an, I'm here to register, Lin Qiye announced. Xu Changan snapped back to reality, acknowledging with a hum as he recorded the names of the 4 on his notebook. He rummaged through a drawer and produced an envelope marked with the number 1. Be cautious while undertaking your tasks. They will be more challenging than those of other teams. I want to be going home during the holiday. Qiye, you may take your teammates to your home, or you can stay with Qingyu. Lin Qiye nodded. I will ensure our safety. And Qingyu, with a sudden thought, approached Xu Changan and whispered something. After a moment's consideration, Xu Changan acquiesced. Lin Qiye felt a twinge of annoyance, but was also curious about their conversation. He knew well that Qingyu would never divulge the details. He could always discreetly inquire with Xu Changan later using spiritual jade. After their departure, the second team to register was Shen Qingzhu. Xu Changan pondered briefly before assigning him task number 3. Shen Qingzhu, be vigilant. Each task presents formidable adversaries, and it is crucial to maintain your composure. Shen Qingzhu was taken aback by Xu Changan's concern for him, momentarily at a loss for words. Shen Qingzhu's affection won. Xu Changan smiled at him. You may return to your team now. Alahite. Shen Qingzhu was momentarily dazed by the smile, departing with an almost synchronized gait. His followers quickly stepped in to guide him back to the team, lest their leader's reputation be tarnished in the eyes of others. Gradually, others lined up behind them, and all the recruits joined in this training endeavor. As they opened the envelope, They discovered not only the details of their mission, but also images and basic information about the objectives, several badges, and a sum of 800 basic funds. The number of the mission they received corresponded with the number on the badges. Thus, their identifiers were determined by the tasks assigned. Most astonishing to them was the content of the missions. Some teams were tasked with capturing members of the ancient god church, preferably alive, while others were assigned to eliminate them without restraint. Among these, the majority were indeed from the ancient god church, although there were also numerous individuals from other organizations. Albeit the reputation of the ancient god church was somewhat more pronounced. Wang surveyed the new recruits with a sense of satisfaction, nodding approvingly. It was commendable that all recruits participated. He believed they were now aware of the nature of the training and need not worry for their safety. Each team would have an instructor shadowing them in the shadows, should they encounter life-threatening danger and the instructor be unable to intervene in time. They could immediately channel their mental energy into the badge, ensuring their survival. This was no ordinary training. By successfully completing their tasks, they could earn both honor and a reward of 50,000. 50,000. Goodness, when did instructors become so generous? Gang, overhearing the recruits chatter, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, casting a grim gaze upon them. Those who failed to complete their missions should not blame the instructor for the rigorous training that would follow. The new recruits, no giggling. Instructor, hee. Gang cleared his throat. All right, now line up to board the vehicle. Once the recruits boarded the vehicle, they departed the training base. My goodness, I've broken through. What? Me too. Did you break through? This is unbelievable. Lin Qiye felt a surge of mental energy within him, indicating he could now unlock the second door. However, he took out his communication crystal. Chang'an. What's up? Xu Changan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly heard Lin Qiye's voice in his mind. After much hesitation, Lin Qiye finally asked, "What didn't Qingyu say to you earlier? Why the sudden inquiry?" Xu Changan was puzzled, recalling that Qiye was not usually one to be overly curious. "Oh, nothing. If it's something you can't say, then forget it." Lin Qiye felt somewhat vexed. At worst, he would just pay more attention to Qingyu and eventually uncover the truth by stealth. There's nothing to hide. Qingyu asked me if she could meet me on the rooftop of the central building in Chang'an City after completing her task, Xu Changan replied, finding no reason to conceal it. Instantly, Lin Qiye's spirits lifted. "Can I join as well?" "Of course," Xu Changan replied. "Wait, everyone look at the sky. Damn it." The new recruits exclaimed in panic, catching Lin Qiye's attention. He looked out the window and saw a missile hurtling toward them. With no time to ponder why Chang'an had not acted, he immediately activated the skill he had drawn just the day before, Eclipse of Darkness. At the moment when Qingyu discovered the missile, he cast a glance towards Lin Qiye, who was seated diagonally across from him. Initially, he could not comprehend why Chang'an had chosen to withhold this information, but now the reason was apparent. It was all for Lin Qiye, perhaps to train this dual divine agent. Last night, Lin Qiye had taken Nikes out, and aside from the night watcher, and Qingyu, who had been restless and unable to sleep, also became aware of this. Observing Lin Qiye, who had collapsed from exhaustion, and Qingyu could not deny a tinge of jealousy. How delightful it would be if he could transform Chang'an into something solely his own, aside from the vehicle belonging to Lin Qiye. Another car locked onto by the missile was intercepted by Xu Changan, who deftly halted the missile's countdown. For now, this crisis was averted, but many more challenges awaited them. The voting for the Book 1V mask has commenced. Click on my profile to view it on my homepage. For now, I've only shared one image to add to your bookshelf. My cold has yet to subside. These past few days, every sniffle brings tears to my eyes. And even looking at my phone causes tears to flow. It's truly difficult to write. Once I recover, the other Book 1V mask will also strive to update a chapter daily, just like this one. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those who have generously supported me, especially to Baby Xie Yuan for the love and 2 flowers. Thank you. Chapter 39. Chang'an, would you allow me to suffer? Cursed ancient god sect. Gang stared at the training base engulfed in flames, wishing he could annihilate those accursed individuals from the ancient god sect at that very moment. His gaze was dark and filled with murderous intent. He hoped that Assistant Su was safe. As for Xu Changan, He had already crushed the missile, and the new recruits had disembarked, scattering to carry out their assignments. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to personally escort the unconscious Lin Qiye home. So he merely instructed Chen Mai and the others before hastening to the skyscraper in downtown Chang'an City. On the rooftop of the building, the masked team awaited their mission. Their task was to protect Xu Changan. Wang Mian kept a watchful eye on the stairway. It had been merely a few days since their last parting. Yet they were to reunite once more. His heartbeat grew somewhat erratic. The team leader had become a stone of longing for his beloved. Rose, entwined with sandalwood, leaned in and teasingly remarked on the team leader's silhouette. Tianping cast her a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Sandalwood, exasperated, urged Rose enough. Rose quickly covered her mouth, realizing her faux pas. Initially, she had been unaware of the other's feelings towards Xu Changan, only discovering them through Sandalwood's discreet revelations. She felt a pang of sympathy. It was evident that everyone in the team had fallen for the same individual. She almost felt pity for Tianping and the others. For the handsome young man could see only the team leader. This was a realization shared by all members of the masked team, even though none understood the reason behind it. Chang'an, we meet again. Xu Changan stood at the corner of the corridor, his gaze immediately landing on Wang Mian at the stairway. A smile graced his lips. The masked team was present because he had specifically requested Commander Ye's assistance, even though he did not require protection. However, this was not the time for pleasantries. There were pressing matters to attend to. Xu Changan positioned himself at the center of the formation, channeling all his mental energy into the array beneath his feet. In an instant, his realm was elevated to the pinnacle of humanity. A beam of light shot towards the heavens, rapidly spreading outward, forming a protective shield that gradually enveloped the entirety of Chang'an City. The moment the shield was established, time in Chang'an City came to a halt for a fleeting second, a phenomenon only perceptible to the time-sensitive Wang Mian. Now the entire city existed within a dreamlike state. Observing the surroundings revealed no discernible difference. Were they not in reality, but rather in a dream? Tianping looked around, unable to discern any variances. Rose curiously touched the railing, finding it no different from her previous experience. There seemed to be no distinction at all. Vortex glanced down at the towering buildings below, quickly retracting his gaze to Xu Changan within the formation, curiosity igniting within him. If I were to jump from here, would I die? The others. Xu Changan sighed. No, within the dream. This is my domain. As long as I do not wish for your demise, you shall not perish. Vortex's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How fascinating. Shall I give a try? Tianping had endured much, but upon hearing those words, he could no longer restrain himself. Vortex, if you wish to perish, I can certainly accommodate you. Haha, there's no need for that. I was merely jesting. Vortex forced a smile, realizing the gravity of Tianping's words. If he truly agreed, Tianping might very well cast him aside. He certainly did not want that. He had a fear of heights, after all. Rarely did he have a few days to rest. Yet he pondered whether there would be an opportunity to visit Chang'an after the mission was completed. Wang Mian spoke, glancing at Xu Changan, only to find the latter's eyes devoid of light, seemingly lost in thought, which left him momentarily stunned. Xu Changan had ceased to hear any sound around him. Upon regaining his focus, he turned to Wang Mian. What did you say? Wang Mian, with concern, inquired. Do you need my assistance? I was just contemplating a few matters, Xu Changan replied, diverting his gaze towards the distance, where Lin Qiye and Qingyu were located. Wang Mian opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. He had questions, but was uncertain if he could voice them. Sai host, what do you wish to know? Xiaojio, having sensed the host's emotional turmoil since last night, had been quietly diminishing its presence, but it could no longer bear to watch. When had its host ever been so bewildered? Wasn't it merely a matter of seeking answers? Regardless of when the knowledge arrived, it was inevitable. It might as well be stated outright. No more trade, no more motives, it did not care. Xu Changan subtly curled his lips, appearing expressionless yet slightly lost in thought. Are you certain? Xiaojio? Ask away, anything you wish to know. Have I lost a fragment of my memory? Ah, yes. The Deidian is indeed my true self. Correct? Yes. The person lying in the 7th ward is my original body, while I am merely a crafted avatar. Yes? Yes, wait, no. Zhou was taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, goodness, this is alarming. Go play with Li Fei. Have fun. Having confirmed the suspicions in his heart, Xu Changan unceremoniously cast Zhou into the mental institution to keep company with Li Fei. Wang Mian said, I am here. If one day I were to vanish, would you feel sorrow? I would be very saddened. Wang Mian stepped forward, turning to face Xu Changan directly, his gaze deep and sincere. Chang'an, would you truly allow me to grieve? He was taking a gamble, uncertain of his significance to Chang'an. Yet, he knew Chang'an to be a person of integrity. As long as there was a sliver of space for him in Chang'an's heart, he could attain the answers he sought. If no, he dared not think nor wish for such possibilities. Xu Changan gazed into those profound eyes, which seemed to harbor 1,000 unspoken words for him. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind, perfectly suited for Wang Mian. The gaze of one in love cannot be concealed. His heart raced momentarily. Xu Changan hastily averted his eyes, feeling unprepared to meet Wang Mian's gaze. Perhaps it is reluctance. Wang Mian offered a gentle smile. I too am reluctant. I will not let anything happen to you. Xu Changan recalled the conclusion of the masked squad, his brow slightly furrowing. Wang Mian, I shall assist you in your ascension to divinity. I believe, Chang'an declared. I have faith in every word you utter, thus you shall not depart, correct? Wang Mian understood that, even with the answer, unease would still linger within him. Yet, it was certainly preferable to the absence of an answer. Xu Changan paused, redirecting his gaze towards Wang Mian, and solemnly reiterated, Indeed, I shall not leave, no matter the means. Wow! The anticipation grows ever more exhilarating. Though it is regrettable that we cannot overhear the conversation between the captain and the charming young man. Rose, brimming with excitement, enveloped Sandalwood's hand within her embrace. Sandalwood, feeling somewhat helpless, raised a hand to gently poke Rose's cheek, too weary to remind her that the others were still present, only feeling a twinge of sympathy for them. This was a love that would forever remain shrouded in darkness. At that moment, the inky sky unexpectedly showered down white down feathers. Chapter 40. If today we share the snow, this life can be counted as growing old together. Snow began to fall. Xu Changan raised his hand to catch a few delicate snowflakes, with companions by his side and their captain discreetly assisting. Qiye should be able to complete the task swiftly. The fine snowflakes drifted gracefully downwards, blanketing the steps in a thin layer of white. Lin Qiye, with a swift motion, dispatched the last member of the ancient god church, wiping the blood from his face as he gazed at the scattered snowflakes in the sky. It was snowing. Chang'an must be watching the snow too, right? Qiye. On the nearby steps sat Chao Yuan, who had already completed his task and was now resting, waving at by Li Pang. Below the steps stood Qingyu, also gazing at the sky. Lin Qiye walked over, unbothered by the dirt on the steps, and sat beside by Li Pang. Bai Li Pang looked around and finally turned to Qingyu. Qingyu, come sit. Aren't you tired of standing? And Qingyu glanced back at him and joined Chao Yuan. The four of them sat together, gazing at the same sky. In the shadows, Chen Muyi and Wu Xiangnan, like them, found a spot to sit and stared at the starless expanse above. Though I have faced countless assassination attempts throughout my life, this is the first time I have taken a life, Bai Li Pang remarked, scratching his head. Feeling overly sentimental, he pondered for a moment before changing the subject. Why do you think this group from the ancient god church targets an ordinary family? Lin Qiye cast him a sidelong glance. They're targeting me. What? Bai Li Pang was taken aback. Chao Yuan turned to look at the brightly lit cottage and express surprise. Qiye, is this your home? Yes, this is my aunt's house. I have always lived here. Lin Qiye nodded in affirmation. Bai Li Pang clasped Lin Qiye's shoulder, exclaiming, "Oh Qiye, how unfortunate. Those lunatics from the ancient god church have set their sights on you. They love to destroy what they cannot possess." Lin Qiye shrugged off the hand on his shoulder, his tone calm, yet earnest. I will eventually eradicate the ancient god church. As long as they exist, my aunt and Ajin will never be safe. Good idea, Bai Li Pang praised, giving a thumbs up. Make sure to take me along when the time comes. Chao Yuan, are you in? Taking down the ancient god church would be quite the spectacle. Qingyu, will you join us? Such an impressive endeavor. Of course. I shall join, Chao Yuan replied. And Qingyu pondered briefly. All right, I'm also curious about what differences lie in dissecting the members of the ancient god church. Lin Qiye, Bai Li Bang Bang, Gao Juan, Bai Li Bang Bang Shivarath. Recalling the jars and bottles he had seen in Qingyu's basement during his visit, silently offering a prayer for the ancient god church. Anyone targeted by Qingyu, the dissecting enthusiast, must have committed heinous deeds in their past life. Chao Yuan also murmured a prayer, Amit Ba. I'm merely curious. And Qingyu stated. And Qingyu rarely offered an explanation, for he would soon be teammates with these individuals, and the current training was merely a process of acclimatization. Lin Qiye chuckled softly to himself, extracting an item from his pocket to examine the next task. His brow furrowed slightly. The upcoming assignment posed a challenge, involving Han Shaoyan from the ancient god church and the serpent woman. What on earth? Surely, we're not expected to eliminate them? Baili Pongpong's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. Lin Qiye nodded, suggesting they return to rest. Oh heavens! Baili Pang Pang shouted, then suddenly covered his face, adopting a serious demeanor. From now on, please refer to me as the Night Assassin. Chao Yuan surveyed Baili Pang Pang from head to toe, remarking, with your physique, can you even navigate rooftops? Assassin is not a fitting role for you. A chef would suit you better. Baili Pang Pang twitched his lips in disdain, casting a reproachful glance at Chao Yuan. If you have nothing constructive to say, it's better to remain silent. Qingyu, what do you think? Do I have the makings of an assassin? Qiye, you should weigh in too. And Qingyu was taken aback that he had been drawn into this discussion. You might consider attempting to assassinate someone wielding a frying pan. Baili Pang Pang fell silent instantly. The thought of murdering someone with a frying pan. Night Assassin. Chef version. Chao Yuan stifled a laugh, his shoulders trembling. Lin Qiye could not suppress a chuckle, offering consolation. Well, chubby one if you shed a few pounds. You might indeed be well suited for the role of an assassin. Baili Pongpong's eyes lit up. Really? Yes, Lin Qiye affirmed, his conscience momentarily set aside. You truly have an eye for talent, unlike some people. Baili Pang Pang turned to glare at Chao Yuan, rolling his eyes dramatically. Gao Juan Zito. If you're so clever, why not take a jab at Qingyu? Baili Pang Pang replied. I'm not foolish. You're just easier to pick on. Chao Yuan, a small cat, remained speechless, wearing a sarcastic smile. The four of them bickered jovially as they made their way back to the villa. Do you think Chang'an has any plans? Wu Xiangnan inquired, glancing at the retreating figures of the four, directing his question to Chen Mai. Chen Mai was equally perplexed by Chang'an's thoughts, yet he could surmise some of the higher-ups' intentions. However, due to Qiye's circumstances, he could not leave Chang'an City, raising the question of how a special team could be formed. Rather than dwell on that, it would be better to contemplate whether this year's New Year's Eve can be spent together with Chang'an. I'm not worried about Qiye, Chen Mai said with a sigh. Wu Xiangnan fell silent for a moment before responding, I believe it will happen. Let us hope, Chen Mai added, unwilling to dampen his own spirits. In the heart of Chang'an City, the towering edifice stood. Given the peculiar circumstances surrounding Xu Changan and his companions, they were unable to leave the formation, should they depart. Maintaining such a vast domain would be impossible. Consequently, the rooftop was adorned with makeshift tents. Roses and sandalwood had already retired for the night. Vortex, Moon Ghost, Libra, and Star Trace gathered to play cards, while Wang, Mian, and Xu Changan engaged in tender exchanges of affection. Such a scene was indeed a rare occurrence. Typically, the masked team was either embarking on a quest to vanquish the enigmatic or fulfilling other missions, making moments like today as both delightful and tranquil. I have just sent a message to Commander Yi, exchanging some intelligence for the masked team to celebrate the new year with me. However, it seems I'm not the only one they will be with. As the phone screen darkened, it illuminated Xu Chang'an's face. Wang Mian was aware that the 136th team in Chang'an City would also be delighted if they knew. And you? Are you happy as well? Xu Changan inquired. Wang Mian nodded lightly. Naturally, I am quite pleased to celebrate the new year with Chang'an. It would have been even better if it were just the two of us. Unfortunately, Lin Qiye and Qingyu are also present, perhaps even more than that. If I were to speak of it, you might find it hard to believe, but I have never celebrated the New Year. Xu Changan reflected on his 2 lifetimes, spent as an orphan without parents, and couldn't help but feel a tinge of irony. Wang Mian was indeed astonished. He vaguely sensed a possibility, but refrained from voicing it. This New Year, many will accompany you. Indeed, which is why I'm also happy, Xu Changan replied. Yet, he was uncertain if his current emotion could truly be classified as happiness. His feelings had always been rather insipid. It was only after arriving here that a multitude of emotions had surfaced. Wang Mian gazed quietly at Xu Changan's profile, the silvery moonlight casting a faint glow upon him, while delicate snowflakes settled on his already pristine white hair, rendering it impossible to look away. Lost in thought, he suddenly recalled a phrase. If today we share the snowfall, this life can be deemed a shared journey to old age. Chapter 41. Han Xiaoyan. The conversation was flowing smoothly when Xu Changan suddenly felt the haunting call of the mental institution. He managed to leave a reassuring remark for Wang Mian, urging him not to worry about his health, before collapsing. Wang Mian instinctively caught his falling body, drawing him close. As a faint fragrance enveloped his senses, causing an unusual blush to creep upon his ears. His voice, heavy yet tinged with joy and affection, murmured, Chang'an. Qiye, what are you doing standing here? Huh? Lin Qiye momentarily lost his train of thought, his eyes sparkling as they met Xu Changan's. Chang'an, how could you be here? For some inexplicable reason, Xu Changan found Qiye somewhat endearing. He could not resist teasing. I heard someone was missing me, so I had no choice but to come and see who has been whispering my name in their heart. Little did he anticipate that Qiye, as the proprietor of the mental institution, could summon him simply because he longed to see him. It was undeniably a rather amusing predicament. Lin Qiye awkwardly scratched his face, pondering why no one had informed him that his longing for Chang'an could be perceived. Behold, the second patient, Mei Lin, an intriguing character, Xu Changan remarked, handing over the documents. I cannot linger here, as I'm needed outside. Lin Qiye nodded, accepting the files and watching Xu Changan's figure gradually fade away before he opened the folder to examine its contents. Upon exiting, Xu Changan opened his eyes to find himself nestled in Wang Mian's embrace, firmly held by 2 powerful arms around his waist. He struggled slightly, calling out, Wang Mian. Wang Mian offered no response. His closed eyes and steady breathing suggested he had succumbed to slumber. Recognizing this, Xu Changan refrained from disturbing him and remained still. Unbeknownst to him, the sleeping Wang Mian subtly curled his lips into an imperceptible smile. Yet, in the next moment, Wang Mian was struck at a pressure point, transforming his feigned slumber into genuine sleep. Wang Mian, little dog, crying JPG. Xiaojiu, truly a beauty like a wooden post, such skill. Gently, Xu Changan extricated himself from Wang Mian's embrace, glancing at the restless sleeper. He tenderly smoothed the furrowed brow and whispered, Sleep well. I shall remain by your side. Surveying the surroundings, he picked up a nearby blanket to cover Wang Mian. Exiting the tent, he discovered Tian Ping and the others still engaged in a card game. Curiosity piqued, he approached them, assured that as long as he did not stray from the array on the rooftop, it would not falter. A 1-against-2 situation unfolded. Xing tossed down 2 twos. Chang'an, what brings you here? Has the captain fallen asleep? Yu Gui inquired, casting a surprised glance at the newcomer beside him. Tian Ping also found it odd, glancing toward the captain's tent, pondering if perhaps he was simply fatigued. Chang'an, would you like to join us? I can make room for you. Vortex cheerfully exclaimed, carelessly dropping his cards to the ground, revealing the kings. Starmark, you certainly know how to play dirty. Libra, Moon Demon, is it that you cannot handle the vortex? Xu Changan glanced at the cards on the ground, admitting, I do not know how to play cards. No witties. I can teach you. The vortex, unfazed, was not inclined to play with Libra and the others anymore. Instead, he saw an opportunity for some intimate proximity with Chang'an. It was a win-win situation. His luck today was undeniably peculiar. What kind of good person plays over 20 games and wins more than 10 with wild cards, without a single teammate, losing every round? All right, I shall give it a try. Xu Changan did not refuse. After 5 rounds, Libra and the others began to question their very existence. Perhaps it was due to inheriting the Vortex's luck. In those 5 rounds, Xu Changan managed to secure all the wild cards, winning each time. The Vortex scratched the back of his head, having only briefly explained the rules without imparting much knowledge, merely observing Chang'an win effortlessly. Ah, Chang'an, is this truly your first time playing? Xu Changan blinked, responding, am I playing incorrectly? Ahem. Quite well indeed. Remarkable. To be so proficient at your first attempt. I bow before your prowess, my esteemed one. The Vortex gave an unabashed thumbs up in praise. Xu Changan smiled helplessly. He was indeed full of vitality. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, carrying an odd scent. The Vortex beside him suddenly collapsed, prompting Xu Changan to instinctively catch him. Quickly turning to check on Libra and the others, only to find everyone but him had fainted. At that moment, the door to the rooftop was violently dismantled. Upon seeing the true identity of the intruder, Xu Changan gently laid the Vortex down, while the vines emerging from the floor tightly shielded all members of the mass team. I know you. Han Xiaoyan, do I not? Han Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, surprised that you would recognize me. I not only know who you are, but I'm also aware that the ancient god sect has sent you here to meet your demise. Am I correct? Xu Chang'an's expression grew cold, commanding the vines, ready to claim Han Xiaoyan's life at any moment. Han Xiaoyan casually glanced at the vines on either side, unfazed by the perilous situation he faced. From the moment he was dispatched to confront such a mysterious opponent, he understood that he had been forsaken. The unknown signified endless danger, or perhaps death. Yet, he remained indifferent. Indeed, it seems you are even more powerful than they anticipated, a pinnacle of humanity, or perhaps you exude a strength that surpasses that of a mere human pinnacle. Han Xiaoyan spoke lightly. Xu Changan regarded him coldly. While Han Xiaoyan's circumstances could be deemed tragic for someone as emotionally detached as him, empathy was entirely unattainable. Their exchange was devoid of frivolities, apart from Han Xiaoyan's self-talk. Xu Changan had no desire for further dialogue. Controlling the vines, he swiftly sought to end Han Xiaoyan's life. Gazing at the starless sky adorned only by a solitary moon, Han Xiaoyan felt his life gradually siphoned away by the vines. In that moment, it was rather agreeable. Xu Changan silently watched as Han Xiaoyan's life slowly faded away. Ah, host, Han Xiaoyan is not dead yet. Have you forgotten that you are the vice president of the psychiatric hospital? Those you have killed or the mysterious beings will still appear in the basement. Zhou gently reminded. Xu Changan paused, taken aback by this realization. Come out and help me guard them. A deep blue vortex emerged, and Zhou leapt from it, landing gracefully. All right, meow. Xu Changan sat cross-legged, his consciousness entering the psychiatric hospital. Upon arrival, he noticed Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye leaning against the door of the second patient room, their expressions reflecting the relief of having survived a harrowing ordeal. What are you two doing? Lin Qiye halted his deep breath, looking up to see the person who had left reappear. Chang'an, how come you? In stark contrast, Lin Qiye, upon spotting Xu Changan, seemed to see a savior. What? Vice President, you finally made it. This second patient is terrifying. Xu Chang'an's thoughts coalesced, and he helplessly rubbed his forehead. Just take care of Nikes. The psychiatric hospital will likely gain an additional caregiver today. Lin Qiye, with tear-filled eyes, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the vice president is far better. The president only torments me. A new caregiver? Who is it? Lin Qiye inquired with curiosity. Xu Changan mentioned a name he was quite familiar with, the cult of the ancient gods, Han Xiaoyan. Well, there should be another chapter today, though it might not materialize. This is not my first foray into fan fiction, yet I often find myself abandoning or deleting my work midway due to writer's block. Now, I find it quite enjoyable to read the comments daily. It delights me to see so many readers engaging with my little fanfic. I will strive to keep updating. Chapter 42. The new caregiver, could one truly be unfamiliar with it? Han Xiaoyan was, after all, one of Lin Qiye's targets. However, he did not anticipate that Han Xiaoyan's aim would be Chang'an. Lin Qiye had perused the man's dossier and knew that he was originally a night watchman of the great Xia, yet due to certain circumstances, He ultimately became a puppet of the whispering. What kind of contract did Chang'an intend to propose? First, he would ascertain whether Han Xiaoyan was willing to stay. Xu Changan had already formulated a contract in his mind. It was merely a matter of Han Xiaoyan's own inclination, and should he choose not to remain, there would be no compulsion. When the two appeared together in the basement, Han Xiaoyan's face displayed unmistakable shock upon their meeting, though it was only for a fleeting moment. At this juncture, he seemed to grasp the situation vaguely. He gazed at the individual who held the power to determine his fate. Lin Qiye glanced at Han Xiaoyan before turning his attention to Xu Changan. I possess a contract here. You may choose redemption or choose to perish. What will your decision be? Upon Xu Changan's words, a piece of parchment materialized before Han Xiaoyan, who caught it and scrutinized it closely. Beyond the fundamental stipulations, it was the final clause that held significance. Are you willing to contribute to the eradication of the ancient god sect in the future? You know, has the great Xia already resolved to eliminate the ancient god sect? Han Xiaoyan's voice quivered. If he harbored any desire, it was undoubtedly to take personal vengeance upon the ancient god sect. Lin Qiye was somewhat taken aback, yet not surprised. Xu Changan had no intention of explicating matters before Han Xiaoyan. He aimed only to offer a glimmer of hope for revenge. What is your choice? Han Xiaoyan, without further hesitation, inscribed his name. He had become a caregiver here, and he could finally escape his confinement. Xu Changan turned to Lin Qiye and said, "Come with me." The two proceeded to the vice president's office, taking care to close the door behind them. Xu Changan picked up a cup from the desk and filled it with water from the dispenser, pouring a glass for Lin Qiye as well. He then spoke in a leisurely manner regarding the eradication of the ancient god sect. I have conferred with Commander Yi. It will be entrusted to you for execution. Once the crisis in Chang'an City has passed, you will need to assemble a specialized team. However, this will merely be a preparatory team. It will only be officially established upon successful completion of an evaluation. During the assessment period, I will serve as your direct superior. Do you have any uncertainties? From initial surprise to contemplative reflection, Lin Qiye pondered, and Qingyu. Could it be that Chang'an, you have arranged for me to have him as a team member? Yes, indeed. What of it? Xu Changan tilted his head in curiosity. Lin Qiye opened his mouth, yet refrained from pursuing the topic further. I have no uncertainties. I wish to know, what is the crisis in Chang'an City? Will it be perilous? I had a dream. A dream? Xu Changan was momentarily taken aback. What kind of dream? Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, seemingly reluctant to revisit the memory. Yet he recounted the dream in its entirety. Once the dream was described, the two exchanged glances, a silence enveloping them. Lin Qiye forced a smile. Chang'an, you once said that even death could not separate us. You would not deceive me, would you? Xu Changan nodded, assuring, indeed, I shall not deceive you. Even though he had come to realize that he was merely a fabricated avatar, a mere puppet, he clung to hope, determined not to relinquish his presence among them. He resolved to alter the fates of certain individuals. Even if he could not remain, he would ensure that his departure heralded a joyful conclusion for all. Qingyu, you might consider engaging with Shen Qingzhu. Apart from Qingyu, Chao Yuan, and the plump fellow, I hold great expectations for him as well. Shen Qingzhu? Understood. Lin Qiye replied, also acknowledging Shen Qingzhu's merit, albeit recognizing his sharp tongue, yet strong prowess. However, should he discern Shen Qingzhu's intentions, he might not be so readily accepting. Perhaps this is the essence of being favored, an unyielding confidence. After their conversation drew to a close, Xu Changan bid farewell to Lin Qiye and promptly exited the psychiatric hospital, uncertain of when Tianping and the others would awaken, fearing they might worry for his well-being. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of Wang Mian, seated cross-legged before him, one hand propping his head as he gazed intently. Wang Mian, you are awake? At this, Wang Mian, unable to maintain his posture, let his head droop momentarily before quickly rectifying himself, clearing his throat. What has transpired? It appeared that even the higher echelons of the night watch had their own rodents. The followers of the ancient god had discovered this place. But I have dealt with them, Xu Changan remarked, rising to survey the room, noting that even the likes of Mian, Rose, and Sandalwood had regained consciousness. We should not become complacent, Ping lamented. Being in Chang'an's presence often brought a sense of ease, particularly during this operation, where only the higher-ups were aware. Who would have thought that even they harbored traitors, leading to their overconfidence and allowing an intrusion? Wang Mian found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly confess that he had pretended to sleep only to genuinely succumb when Chang'an activated his acupoint. My apologies. This time it is on us, Xu Changan replied, gently shaking his head. I initially sought to bring you over from Commander Yi merely to see you. Perhaps enjoy a brief leave? The issues with the higher-ups do not concern you. Wang Mian opened his mouth, suddenly at a loss for words, while Mian and the others exchanged glances, equally speechless. For Xu Changan was indeed formidable, requiring no protection from them. Commander Yi was likely aware that they were on paid leave, hence there was no need for guilt. Xu Changan reassured. Though he spoke thus, in the ensuing hours, Mian tacitly gathered to play cards. Xu Changan had just informed Commander Yi of the situation when they insisted he join their game of Zhou. After some time, heavens, Chang'an, show some mercy. Who suggested we directly divide into teams for Zhou? Do you not realize we stand no chance against Chang'an and the captain? Shen exclaimed, clutching his head, on the verge of defeat. The Rose, who had proposed the idea, offered an awkward smile, discarding her cards. How about we divide teams by the size of the wild cards? I refuse. Ping, I wish to switch teams with you. The whirlpool turned its gaze towards another group engaged in a game of Zhou, calling out to them. However, the scales of fate remained unmoved, as they did not spare him a glance, holding a pair of aces. At that moment, Xu Changan noticed someone approaching. Upon turning, he encountered the somewhat flustered Zhou Ping. Puzzled, he inquired, Zhou Ping, did Commander Yi send you? Ami interrupting? Zhou Ping stepped back awkwardly, filled with regret for his earlier excitement at coming. Yet he truly wished to see Chang'an. The whirlpool's eyes brightened upon seeing Zhou Ping. You are the Sword Saint. Zhou Ping? Zhou Ping, bewildered, nodded. I am. How splendid. Come. Join them in the game. The whirlpool enthusiastically rose and forcibly seated Zhou Ping at the table. Confused and somewhat uncomfortable, Zhou Ping asked, what is going on? Xu Changan chuckled softly. We are playing Zhou. Would you care to join us? Zhou. Zhou Ping recalled that he had come with a task entrusted by Commander Yi. How had it transformed into a game of cards? Come. Let's play. The whirlpool swiftly shuffled the cards, offering Zhou Ping no chance to refuse, and dealt the cards manually. Thus, he found himself adrift from his original purpose. Throughout the entire episode, Xu Changan remained silent, merely observing with amusement as Zhou Ping was led astray by the whirlpool, engaging in a game of Zhou. Roses glanced at Zhou Ping, then at their expressionless captain, unable to discern any emotion. It was evident that the charming young man held a distinct regard for Zhou Ping, akin to his demeanor towards their captain. Captain, do confess your feelings soon. The competition is only growing. Chapter 43. The Serpent Woman. Zhou Ping's mission here was rather unremarkable, akin to that of the masked squad tasked with guarding Xu Changan. As a day passed, the undercurrents of Chang'an City had calmed significantly. Throughout this time, there were instances where new recruits, in the throes of their tasks, nearly perished at the hands of their targets, yet they were salvaged by instructors or Xu Changan. The badges held by the new recruits served as conduits, imbued with Xu Changan's mental energy, allowing her to traverse the dreamscape and reach anyone in a unique spiritual form. Only through the crucible of life and death can one grow swiftly. One can only hope time is on their side. Xu Changan gazed towards the direction of Shen Qingzhu, sensing that Lin Qiye and his group had encountered their target, the Serpent Woman. The throngs of her followers had already been dispatched by Lin Qiye, and once the final Serpent Woman was dealt with, the remaining rabble would pose no concern. He had anticipated this moment well in advance, hoping it would coincide with the new year. A fierce battle ensued, leaving 4 individuals unconscious on the ground. 2 were Shen Qingzhu's aides, while the other 2 were instructors gravely injured while protecting the recruits. Lin Qiye, what the hell are you dawdling for? Shen Qingzhu scolded, feigning disdain as he sprinted forward, shoving Lin Qiye aside to block the Serpent Woman displayed with his own weapon. But in doing so, he found himself ensnared. Lin Qiye, pushed off balance, rolled on the ground twice, struggling to rise but failing, clutching his bleeding arm in despair. Xin Yi, hurry and get out of here. Oh dear, have you truly considered becoming my follower? Perhaps I could spare you. The serpent woman exclaimed, excitement bubbling in her voice as she relentlessly pressed down on Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu spat in disdain. You wretched woman, how dare you presume? Your tongue is quite vexing. Thus, I shall have to eliminate you first. Then I shall slay your loyal aides to keep you company. The serpent woman's eyes glimmered with a faint light. Shen Qingzhu immediately shut his eyes, yet closing them only intensified his peril. Suddenly, the sound of a blade slicing through the air resonated. Damn it! The serpent woman cursed as she teleported to evade the incoming Tianquan. However, upon recognizing the identity of her assailant, her excitement surged anew. Brother Zhou, are you all right? Bali Pang Pang helped Shen Qingzhu to his feet, scrutinizing his injuries. You're in quite a bad state. Shen Qingzhu shrugged off his hand, casting a glance at Lin Qiye, who was being aided by Chao Yuan, then turned his fierce gaze back to the serpent woman, gritting his teeth. I must kill her today. Fear not, Qiye will surely avenge you. Bali Pang Pang, well aware of Shen Qingzhu's temperament, remained unfazed by being brushed aside. Though Shen Qingzhu longed to continue fighting, his current condition forbade it. He could only watch as Lin Qiye nearly subdued the serpent woman, turning to Bali Pang Pang. Is this wretched woman your mission target? Bali Pang Pang nodded, introducing in Qingyu, a member of their team. If it weren't for his guidance in informing us that Brother Zhou had encountered the serpent woman and leading us here, we might not have arrived so swiftly. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu glanced at Qingyu, recognizing him as a newly added recruit in their training. I will remember you, he stated before turning to join Lin Qiye. Don't take it personally. That's just how he is. Bali Pang Pang reassured, concerned that Qingyu might misinterpret Shen's words, which, despite sounding confrontational, reflected a gratitude that Shen silently held in his heart. Qingyu nodded thoughtfully, casting a final glance at Shen Qingzhu before withdrawing his gaze. Aren't you going to help? Gao Juan, of course. We've been waiting for you. Charge. Let that wretched woman know that our night watchman's bond is invincible. Bali Pang Pang exclaimed, pulling Chao Yuan and Qingyu into the fray. Chao Yuan drew his knife to assist Lin Qiye, while Bali Pang Pang unleashed all his forbidden items. Qingyu, after a moment of silence, drew the gun from his waist. Shen Qingzhu looked up at them. Brother Shen, you should join as well, Lin Qiye urged. Shen Qingzhu frowned, about to voice a thought, when Li Liang, who had been unconscious, regained consciousness. Brother Shen, go avenge us. Shen Qingzhu paused, gripping his knife tightly, his expression resolute as he sprinted towards Lin Qiye. It was at that moment that Xu Changan appeared. Assistant Xu, what brings you here? Li Lian exclaimed, startled by Su's sudden arrival, nearly fainting again. However, Xu Changan appeared markedly different, cloaked in an ethereal, transparent state. After a brief glance towards Lin Qiye, Xu turned his attention back to Li Liang and the two instructors administering healing. After completing these tasks and exchanging a few words with the awakened instructors, he vanished. Armed with almost supernatural information, Lin Qiye and his companions swiftly overwhelmed the serpent woman through sheer numerical advantage, ultimately slaying her. Once the serpent woman was defeated, only trivial entities remained. Lin Qiye and Qingyu had accomplished their mission and were prepared to seek out Chang'an, while Shen Qingzhu still had tasks to complete. The four of them made their way to the city center of Chang'an. Climbing the heights of the skyscrapers, they anticipated the sight of the luminous moon, though it was always accompanied by a multitude of others. Xu Changan was engaged in conversation with Zhou Ping and Wang Mian when he heard footsteps behind him. Turning, he greeted Lin Qiye and the others with a smile. You've arrived. Just finish your task and came straight here? The captain has even messaged me, inquiring when we would return for the new year. Lin Qiye felt buoyant, unaffected even by the presence of a rival. Bali Pang Pang and Chao Yuan exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively moving towards the whirlpool where cards were still being played. Wang Mian glanced at Qingyu, who remained. It seems the competition is rather fierce. Xu Changan was momentarily taken aback, pulling out his silence phone to indeed find messages from Chun Mai and the others, along with an unexpectedly intriguing note. This year is bound to be lively. Qingyu, will you join us? Accompanied by Chao Yuan and the chubby fellow. Zhou Ping and Wang Mian will also join us in celebrating the new year. The more, the merrier, as it enhances the festive spirit. It is his first time experiencing the new year, and he yearns for a lively celebration. Indeed, and Qingyu gladly accepts the invitation. Lin Qiye is indifferent. He has already devised a plan to take Chang'an to the mental hospital on New Year's Eve to celebrate with Nikes and the others. After all, he has profited, so he is not overly concerned about the details. Zhou Ping, I just saw a message from my third uncle. He mentioned that he has arrived at the office. Are you aware of this? Xu Changan inquired. Zhou Ping appeared bewildered. Has my third uncle come as well? It seems he has kept this from Zhou Ping. Xu Changan pondered. I wonder if the office can accommodate so many people. Should we invite Shen, Qingzhu, and the others to celebrate together? This may very well be the only new year of his life. Chapter 44. Daily life in the arena with the absence of overly formidable adversaries. The new recruits completed their assignments with remarkable speed, finishing just a day before the new year. Xu Changan dismantled the formation, and remnants of divine power lingered in the fragments from the 5 directions. After some contemplation, he resolved to craft 5 necklaces as gifts, providing an additional layer of protection for their recipients. He glanced at the 4 individuals awaiting him and offered a gentle smile. Gulme, I invite you to my home as guests. The 5 descended the stairs in jovial conversation, deliberating on what dishes to prepare for their meal, occasionally experiencing minor disagreements. The 2 floors leading to the rooftop lacked an elevator, necessitating their descent on foot. Once they entered the elevator, Xu Changan intended to stand in a corner, but somehow found himself positioned in the center with the corners occupied by others. He paid it little mind. Upon exiting the building, Xu Changan unexpectedly spotted someone, greeted others briefly, and approached. Shen Qingzhu was crouched on the ground. As 2 legs appeared before him, he looked up, intending to say something. Upon recognizing Xu Changan, he froze momentarily, then sprang to his feet, somewhat flustered. Su Asiftung. Shen Qingzhu, are you waiting for me? Xu Changan asked with a warm smile, contemplating how to invite Shen Qingzhu to celebrate the new year together, as he was one of his special acquaintances. Shen Qingzhu turned his face away, seemingly attempting to conceal something, but his rapid speech betrayed his nervousness. No, I'm not waiting for you. I'm just waiting for Li Liang and the others to come out. Hiding behind a flower bed, Li Liang and his companions exchanged glances. Is Shen Ge feeling shy? Li Liang remarca. I think that the possibility. Otherwise, he wouldn't use us as an excuse, especially since he initially wanted us to leave, Li Jia added. So what should we do? Deng Wei inquired. Li Liang pondered for a moment and replied, let us not create any more trouble for Shen Ge. Xu Changan was taken aback. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. If that's the case, would you like to contact Li Liang and the others? I would like to invite you to celebrate the new year with us. Are you willing? Shen Qingzhu's uncomfortable demeanor faltered as he turned to Xu Changan. With you? To celebrate the new year together? Xu Changan nodded slightly. Are you willing? Shen Qingzhu's throat bobbed as he struggled to process the implications of the question, filtering out unnecessary words and focusing on those he cherished. Damn it. Did he even comprehend what he was saying? Was there any difference between this and being asked if he wanted to marry? After hesitating for a moment, he instinctively sought to refuse. But the tumultuous beating of his heart overpowered his initial reaction. Em willing. Shen Qingzhu's affection for now. Upon hearing the affection notification, Xu Changan managed to remain unperturbed, as each individual's affection had already surpassed his initial expectations. Xian Yi. Xu assistant, you're here too. Li Liang and the others emerged from the building, hastily approaching Shen Qingzhu, their expressions filled with surprise upon seeing Xu Changan. No one could fathom the awkwardness they felt when they intended to enter the building, only to find Lin Qiye and his group staring at them. Now, they could only hope that their secrets would remain safe. It seems quite serendipitous. Xu Changan's words startled Li Liang and the others. They endeavored to maintain smile for the sake of Shen Qingzhu, yet Chang'an had merely spoken casually. With everyone present, there was no further need to wait. Upon arriving at Xu Changan's residence, those who had never visited were astonished. Gundens, Su, Our teaching assistant is actually from a wealthy family. Qingyu, you have a long road ahead, Li Jiao whispered, offering a comforting pat on Qingzhu's shoulder. However, despite his lowered voice, some of the more perceptive individuals in the group overheard, and others, emboldened by their divine realms, caught wind of it as well. Lin Qiye cast a fleeting glance at Qingzhu before swiftly averting his gaze, stepping forward ahead of Chang'an to unlock the first iron gate, revealing a polite smile to the others. Welcome to my humble abode. Wang Mian, observing Lin Qiye's provocative smile, nonchalantly turned his attention to Xu Changan. Chang'an, are there any other rooms in the house? Would you mind if I chose one? I plan to visit often. In the sea of consciousness, Zhou commented. So it's a competition, is it? There are plenty of vacant rooms. Feel free to choose. Xu Changan nodded, oblivious to the underlying tension between the two. Wang Mian raised an eyebrow at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye thought, I'll let my guard down. Zhou Ping, perplexed, wondered why these two seemed so charged over something as trivial as a room. After all, he had stayed at Chang'an's home once and had been granted a key in a designated room. Brother, you wouldn't mind if I selected a room too, would you? And Qingyu, the little green tea, interjected. Xu Changan was puzzled, finding their behavior peculiar. Qingzhu, would you like to choose a room as well? And Qingyu sighed. Oh no, I'm making garments for others. We won't need it. We've already booked a hotel, and Qingyu insisted. Qingyu, you should stay at Su's place. It would save you some money. Li Liang chuckled foolishly, while his hand discreetly poked Qingzhu's back. The other two promptly nodded in agreement. What a joke. Shouldn't they consider who is pursuing the illustrious Xu Changan? What business do they have in this? Qingyu, you must persevere. Qingzhu reluctantly nodded, yet inwardly delighted. After all, he hadn't even spoken, and Xu Changan had already noticed him. What did that signify? It indicated Xu Changan cared for him more. Lin Qiye licked his gums, thinking the competition truly is becoming fiercer. Among the five, two were engaged in a fierce rivalry. One was a pure green tea, and the remaining two included one who would receive extra attention due to social anxiety, and another whose attributes remained unknown, yet held some weight in Xu Chang'an's eyes. In the end, Li Liang and his companions did not enter the house. Only Lin Qiye and the other three proceeded inside. Xiao Jiu couldn't help but exclaim, a pure battlefield. As time pressed on and noon approached, Xu Changan instructed them to select their rooms upstairs while he donned an apron and headed into the kitchen. Choosing a room is quite convenient, for each occupied room bears a wooden plaque inscribed with its designation. Xu Chang'an's adjacent rooms are already taken. To his left resides Lin Qiye, and to his right, Zhou Ping. Thus, Wang Mian and the others have no choice but to select among the three rooms directly opposite Xu Changan. Miao Little Zhou emerged from Xu Chang'an's room and leisurely descended the stairs. Upon spotting a stranger in the living room, it showed no fear. Instead, it leaped onto the table, tilting its head while mewing inquisitively. Lin Qiye scooped up Little Zhou, weighing it in his hands. Little Zhou, it seems you've put on some weight. Perhaps it's time for a diet? Little Zhou. Meow, meow. Fat. Nonsense. Get lost. Little Zhou's fur bristled, and it swatted Lin Qiye across the face. Although Little Zhou's claws were well trimmed, it still left a faint red mark on Lin Qiye's skin, which, rather than frightening, appeared somewhat ahem. The two, one human and one cat, exchanged glances. Little Zhou thought, oh no, could he possibly withhold my food? Lin Qiye fell silent for a moment, suddenly struck by a thought. He gently set down Little Zhou and quietly made his way to the kitchen. Understanding his intent, Little Zhou rolled its eyes internally. Off to find the host to play the victim again? How shameless. As Lin Qiye entered the kitchen, he wrapped his arms around Xu Chang'an's waist, adopting a rather pitiful tone. Chang'an, Little Zhou scratched me. I merely suggested he might be a bit overweight. An excessively plump cat may fall ill. Little Zhou, seriously, you little rascal. Such affectionate gestures were not uncommon between them. During training, Lin Qiye often sought excuses to request a hug from Xu Changan, and they had grown accustomed to it. Xu Changan paused in his vegetable chopping, setting down the knife as he turned to see the red mark on Lin Qiye's face. With a gentle touch of his finger, the mark vanished. All right, let's go sit down. Lin Qiye, undeterred, reveled in the moment, having secured a hug and now flaunting it in front of others. To his surprise, he discovered that the agent of Michael was rather delicate. Wang Mian cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qiye, offering a cold chuckle. Lin Qiye smiled through the tension. After all, even if he remained silent, Chang'an would surely notice. It was better to be direct. How fortuitous that Chang'an felt the same way about him. Wang Mian silently retorted, the two standing firm, neither willing to yield. And Qingyu pondered how to captivate Chang'an's attention, contemplating what steps he might take to ensure that the affection of another belonged solely to him. Meanwhile, Qingzhu cradled little Zhou, one hand stroking its fur, while the other discreetly perused messages from Liang and the others, learning how to pursue someone under the watchful gaze of a rival. Zhou Ping, feeling a bit restless, seized the opportunity when no one was paying him mind and stealthily made his way to the kitchen in search of Xu Changan. At that moment, Xu Changan was engrossed in stir-frying, adorned in a pink apron, resembling a celestial being who had descended into the mundane world, enveloped in the aroma of home-cooked meals. Noticing Zhou Ping's arrival and recalling his social anxiety, he kindly suggested, I'm a bit overwhelmed at the moment. Would you mind lending me a hand? Zhou Ping, caught off guard and without a well-formed excuse to linger with Chang'an, couldn't help but smile at the understanding nature of his words. Little Zhou, who had been pampered, glanced around at the four oblivious individuals who had been robbed. I initially thought that Zhou Ping would be the least resilient among the five of us. Yet it turns out that you four are the most disappointing. Little Zhou sighed. I had such high hopes for these people. I would like to express my gratitude to Mo Shangranchen for a wonderful contribution. This afternoon, there will be 2 additional chapters as a reward. The extra chapters for those on the recommendation list will be available tomorrow. However, I must emphasize that dear readers should only offer rewards within their means. Your affectionate support brings me joy, but I do feel a bit uneasy when the contributions are excessive. Chapter 45. New Year. Regardless of the tumultuous struggles of today, tomorrow will usher in the new year, accompanied by the winds and snow. Amidst the chill lies a touch of warmth, vibrant and lively. At the crack of dawn, before the sun had risen, the office was already teeming with people, a cacophony of voices filling the air with festive cheer. Red silk adorned the white walls, and jubilant red lanterns hung at the entrance. The character for fortune was affixed to every door and window, while outside, colorful fireworks illuminated the sky. Everyone inside busied themselves with tasks. Those who could not find their own simply passed the time. In the kitchen, the third uncle was hard at work, preparing a feast alongside Shen Mai and Wu Xiangnan, while Zhao Kongsheng and Lung Xian lent a helping hand. Outside the kitchen, the lovely Rose, Tan Xiang, and Hong Ying, along with Si Xiaonan, engaged in cheerful banter as they wrapped dumplings. Meanwhile, the rest, after completing a thorough cleaning, formed small teams of 4, indulging in games of landlord or mahjong, and some even practiced sparring in the underground training room. Your swordplay is quite impressive, Zhou Ping remarked, sheathing his sword as he complimented Wang Mian. Wang Mian also sheathed his knife and wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, responding, You are formidable as well, but I perceive the shadow of Chang'an in your swordsmanship. Zhou Ping nodded in acknowledgement, feeling comfortable conversing with them, often practicing swordplay with Chang'an in his spare time. Wang Mian nodded in return, choosing not to elaborate further. As the two concluded their sparring session, they discreetly departed to seek out Chang'an. On the other side, Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu had yet to finish. Another round, Shen Qingzhu exclaimed, growing increasingly animated. I can't keep playing with you indefinitely, Lin Qiye panted, determined to end the final match swiftly. He found Shen Qingzhu to be a worthy partner, yet he had to cultivate his feelings with Chang'an as well. Shen Qingzhu, understanding the implication behind Lin Qiye's words, could not help but think of Xu Changan. He resolved to give his all in this round. After all, strength was necessary to stand alongside Su Zhujiao. He could do it. Pursuing someone was not beyond his capabilities. He was eager to gauge just how strong Lin Qiye truly was. In the final match, the two exchanged blows with remarkable skill. Meanwhile, the frail figure of Qingyu had long been searching for someone since Xu Chang'an's sudden disappearance. Xu Changan had not strayed far. He merely sought a moment of solitude amidst the bustling celebration, experiencing this lively scene for the first time. Zhou perched on his shoulder, inquiring host. How do you feel? Though entering the world may entangle you in karma, are you not happy? Gazing at the resplendent fireworks, Xu Changan smiled softly. It is wonderful. Zhou, I lack memories of my original self, and I wish to know how we first met. Regarding this matter, Zhou slowed the wagging of his tail, seemingly drawn into memories by Xu Changan's words. Though we have traversed countless worlds, I have always remembered the day we first met. It leapt from Xu Changan's shoulder, the black kitten transforming into a charming youth, with raven locks and a pair of azure eyes that sparkled with mirth. The host recalled your first existence, that unparalleled genius renowned among mortals over 5 millennia ago, who achieved the pinnacle of immortality within mere centuries. And there were whispers that he did not ascend, but departed this realm in pursuit of even loftier realms. Xu Changan surely remembered this tale. That individual was me? Indeed, that individual is you. Our encounter lacks the tumultuous narrative of epic sagas. Perhaps it is even somewhat kitsch. Zhou scratched his cheek, grinning playfully. At that time, I was ensnared by the previous host's machinations, resulting in grievous injuries that caused me to inadvertently fall into this realm, fortuitously rescued by you, the host, who not only healed me, but also altered my internal system. As he spoke, a hint of indignation crept into Zhou's tone. I once had an established identity, yet now it has been stripped away. Xu Changan fell silent. It was indeed within his capabilities. Do you regret it? With your prowess, even after I modified your internal system, you could still reach out to them, could you not? Xu Changan was uncertain about the nature of the organization referred to as them. Zhou, having relaxed his frown from earlier irritation, resumed his cheerful demeanor. Initially, there was certainly some regret. Without an established identity, we would face numerous limitations, but he paused, letting out a soft hum. Who could blame me? Your words back then were so compelling that I had no choice but to reluctantly continue accompanying you. We traversed countless worlds together, undertaking no missions, merely exploring different realms to cultivate and seek the truths of existence. We faced moments of life and death, yet we persevered. I witnessed you grow increasingly powerful, to the extent that we no longer feared any entity. Wherever we ventured in the cosmos, we were met with utmost reverence. Even if I returned to the Bureau of World Maintenance, I would be esteemed enough to assume the position of director. We are friends, family, and far beyond any conventional bonds. Xu Changan listened to Zhou's words, and even he found it difficult to fathom the dramatic twists and turns of their shared journey. He felt no urge to recall any memories. Indeed, he had overthought, believing he might simply be sealed away from certain recollections. Then, why we arrived in this world? Zhou fell silent. Not wanting to press further, Xu Changan gently patted Zhou's head, understanding that if silence was the response, it was best left unspoken. Feeling the touch, Zhou's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears, reluctant to let the host see his reddened eyes. He transformed back into a kitten, curling up in the warm embrace of Xu Changan. Brother, I have found you again. Hearing this, Xu Changan turned to see Qingyu standing under the lamplight, smiling at him. Qingyu, what brings you out here? I suppose little fish wanted to see the moon, but the moon seems to have vanished, so little fish could only seek it alone. Though Qingyu spoke subtly, the emotions in her eyes were candid and fervent. Perhaps Xu Changan finds the notion of a battleground somewhat elusive. Yet in their moments of solitude, coupled with the awareness of the feelings harbored by the person before him, Xu Changan comprehends the underlying message. Where have you been studying? The response is rather vague. Little fish longs to meet the moon, but Qingyu yearns to be with Xu Changan. Qingyu shrugs, momentarily subtle, before becoming forthright once more. Xu Changan, caught off guard, chuckles. Now that Qingyu has encountered Xu Changan, does little fish wish to return home with the moon? Little fish does not desire to go home with the moon. It simply wishes to linger by the moon's side. However, Qingyu wishes to return home with Xu Changan. Grasping one of Xu Changan's hands, Qingyu's fingers firmly intertwine with his. With a playful smile, he inquires, Brother, would you care to keep a fish at home? Almost forgetting, I'm the little fish that you keep. Cowering in the host's embrace, Xiao Jiao, who had been reluctantly listening to the entire exchange, interjects, "Damn that insufferable green tea fish." With a sardonic tone, Xiao Jiao mimics, "I almost forgot, I am the little fish that you keep," accompanied by a roll of his eyes. Xu Changan's heart races, momentarily thrown into disarray. The tips of his ears, concealed beneath his white hair, blush faintly as he shifts the topic. "Let us return. Others may soon grow concerned about our absence." "Very well, let us go home." And Qingyu replies with a gentle smile. Thus concludes one chapter, with another yet to follow. I wonder if Qingyu's characterization seems out of place? If so, please inform me, and I shall revise it accordingly. Moreover, aside from the 5 primary characters, could the others who harbor unreciprocated affections kindly comment collectively in this section? It would greatly assist me in keeping track. Chapter 46. New Year's Eve feast. Upon returning to the office, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Lin Qiye, with a half-smile, glanced at Qingyu and said, "Chang'an, the captain has been looking for you. You should head to the kitchen." Xu Changan nodded and released his intertwined fingers. And Qingyu looked at his empty palms, chuckled softly, and paid no heed to Lin Qiye's actions, feeling that the flirtation had run its course. Lin Qiye inwardly scoffed at the idea of forming a special team with a rival in love, truly absurd, especially when it involved 2 competitors. As Xu Changan entered the kitchen, he was promptly pulled by Chun Mai and his uncle to don an apron, insisting that he contribute a dish for the festive occasion. He felt quite helpless. With such a lavish spread already, what more can I possibly prepare? Chun Mai, washing his hands, encouraged him. "Anything will do. It's a perfect opportunity for us to sample your culinary skills." Reluctantly, Xu Changan decided to see what dishes had already been made and ultimately used the remaining spare ribs to create a plate of sweet and sour ribs for the table. The group filled 3 tables, and initially, the meal proceeded pleasantly. However, without warning, Zhao Kongqing's table erupted into a drinking contest, resulting in a majority of the attendees becoming thoroughly inebriated. Li Liang, Li Jia, and Deng Wei were sprawled in disarray, with the unfortunate Deng Wei at the bottom of the heap. Shen Qingzhu, flushed crimson, stubbornly engaged in a drinking duel with Zhao Kongqing and his uncle. Wen Qima and Lung Xian had already succumbed to intoxication, and even Wu Xiangnan was feeling dizzy and needed to close his eyes for a moment. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan had collapsed onto the sofa, fast asleep. The only one at that table untouched by alcohol was Chun Mai. Meanwhile, only Tian Ping retained some awareness, alongside the relatively sober Tan Xiang. "Well, handsome guy, do you like my team leader? Just say the word, and I'll package him up for you." Chang Wei, inebriated, leaned against Tan Xiang, struggling to maintain her balance. Even in her drunken state, she was fixated on her favorite pairing. Tan Xiang hurriedly covered Chang Wei's mouth and led her away. Xu Changan was not faring much better. Zhou Ping had dozed off against his shoulder, while Wang Mian seemed either intoxicated or merely pretending, clutching his wrist tightly. And Qingyu had been coerced by Lin Qiye into drinking and was now sprawled over the table, asleep. Only Lin Qiye remained alert. "Wait, where is Xiao Jiao?" Xu Changan looked around and spotted the little cat nestled by Zhao Kongsheng, clutching a beer bottle and giggling foolishly in a drunken stupor. Those who were sober or somewhat coherent had no choice but to dutifully escort their inebriated friends home. Lin Qiye made a phone call to his aunt to exchange New Year-esque greetings, and, just as he hung up, he pressed the doorbell to Chang'an's room. The deep brown door swung open to reveal a vision of pure white skin and a slightly flushed, stunning face. "Chang'an, UI." Lin Qiye felt his face heat up like a volcano, his heart racing uncontrollably as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, stumbling over his words. Xu Changan gazed with keen interest at the bashful Lin Qiye for a while before deciding to let him be, turning to retreat to his room to change his attire. Lin Qiye hesitated at the doorway for an extended period before finally stepping inside. Just as Xu Changan emerged, now attired differently, he inquired, "Are there pressing matters that require my attention at this late hour?" Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before responding. "I was contemplating the idea of sharing a New Year's Eve dinner with Nikes and the others. It might be beneficial for my recovery." He took several deep breaths to quell the flush on his cheeks. Xu Changan nodded thoughtfully. After they reached an agreement, Lin Qiye returned to his room and entered the psychiatric ward. Strangely, each time Chang'an arrived, his clothing transformed into a white coat, adorned with an identification badge. Paradoxically, this only heightened Lin Qiye's sense of belonging to Chang'an. Let us proceed. We can invite Nikes and Merlin to join us in making dumplings. Perhaps today, you might even acquire Merlin's abilities, Xu Changan suggested, lifting the vegetables he had gathered, the last remnants of ingredients from the kitchen. When Lin Qiye and Han Xiaoyan learned of Lin Qiye's intention to make dumplings for the New Year's feast, their reactions diverged. Lin Qiye joyfully accepted the ingredients, while Han Xiaoyan stood in stunned silence. He could scarcely recall the last time he celebrated the New Year. On this day, he could only linger in the ancient god's church, gazing toward his homeland and reminiscing about the past. Dana Dus, what are dumplings? Nikes inquired, taking Lin Qiye's hand as they made their way to the kitchen. Making dumplings is a cherished custom of the great Xia. It is quite simple. During the New Year, families gather to share a meal, Lin Qiye gently explained. Nikes nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. Ah, then I too shall make some dumplings for Dana Dus to taste. Lin Qiye smiled and replied, Lin Qiye, please assist Grandma in making dumplings while I consult with Mr. Merlin. Of course, Grandma, I will teach you how to make dumplings, Lin Qiye exclaimed, having already minced the meat. Lin Qiye proceeded to the second ward to find Merlin. Xu Changan emerged from the kitchen, having prepared the seasonings, and paused beside the still-dazed Han Xiaoyan. Although this psychiatric ward may seem devoid of life, you can consider it a home. Perhaps in the future your former companions may have the chance to resurrect and reunite with you. Han Xiaoyan remained silent for a moment, his lips moving as if to form words, before sincerely uttering, Thank you, Go, and join Lin Qiye in making dumplings. He has even prepared a few with hidden coins. You might be the fortunate one, Xu Changan softly suggested before departing. Han Xiaoyan watched the retreating figure clad in white. Xu Changan exhibited such cold indifference when taking his own life, yet now displayed such tenderness. He truly was an enigmatic individual. Those fortunate enough to stand by his side likely harbored impure intentions. He discerned Lin Qiye's feelings for Xu Changan, but wondered how many others outside shared Lin Qiye's sentiments. The dream of reunion seemed a most extravagant hope. If I could truly reunite with them, I would gladly sacrifice anything, even my life. Xu Changan did not return to the kitchen, but sought out Lin Qiye, and from quite a distance, he could hear Merlin's voice of rejection. Lin Qiye emerged from the ward, letting out a sigh. Xu Changan gently patted his head and said, Let me give it a try. Lin Qiye nodded, hopeful that Chang'an might succeed. Vice Dean, I was just pondering when I might have the pleasure of seeing you again. Our previous discussions on magic remain unresolved. Merlin sensed Xu Chang'an's presence at the ward's entrance. With a subtle smile, Xu Changan replied, We can save the discussion for next time. I came to invite you to join us for the New Year's Eve dinner. New Year's Eve dinner? Merlin contemplated, then agreed, sure. Standing at the ward's entrance, Lin Qiye remarked, You certainly know how to treat people differently. In any case, the attendees for the New Year's Eve dinner had finally gathered. Although he had shared the meal with many, for Lin Qiye, it felt akin to celebrating the New Year alone with Chang'an. At least there were fewer rivals for his affection. Xu Chang'an's affection 5. At last, I have completed the final chapter. 2 more chapters await tomorrow. What a burden. The update for Lin Yun's book will be on the day after tomorrow. Typically, when one is updated, the other does not receive an update. Chapter 47. Preparing the 5th special squad with the new year behind us. It is time to conclude. The training has come to an end, and today marks our return to the training camp. This time around, most of you have performed exceptionally well. However, a minority, akin to reckless brutes, charged ahead without the capacity for thought, merely knowing to rush forward. What nonsense is this? Yuan Gang's words elicited laughter from the new recruits, though a few remained silent. Their heads bowed and faces flushed. Were it not for Assistant Su's presence, each of you, with your foolishness, would have found yourselves facing dire consequences. Consider this a lesson. In the future, we will not always be here to safeguard you. Yuan Gang observed the expressions of the recruits, sensing that the lesson had sufficiently been imparted. Very well. Now, I shall present you with rewards. Upon receiving your accolades, stand quietly. There are further announcements to be made. The matter at hand pertains to the awarding of medals. In the original narrative, these medals would have followed the established course to Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu. However, the reasons for their acquisition have changed. Lin Qiye gazed at the medal in his hand for a moment before putting it away. "Qiye, why aren't you the least bit excited? This is the Starlight Medal. Shouldn't we at least wear a smile?" Bai Li, the chubby recruit, scratched his head in confusion. Lin Qiye sighed inwardly at Bai Li's navet, thinking, indeed, fools have their own fortunes. Meanwhile, in the living room, Xu Changan sat on the sofa, facing Wang, Mian, and Zhou. "With this parting, I am uncertain when we shall meet again. The shards from the array we activated still retain considerable divine power, and I have fashioned them into necklaces for your convenience." Xu Changan pushed a wooden box forward. Wang, Mian, and Zhou opened the box to find colorful glass crystals, their hues gently flowing under the light, imparting a refreshing sensation merely by being opened. Wang Mian closed the box, admiring the beautiful necklace, yet inquired, "Chang'an, I am curious about the meaning behind your words." Zhou, pursing his lips, stared intently at Xu Changan. After a brief silence, Xu Changan spoke. "I have submitted a request to Commander Yi concerning the formation of the preparatory 5th Special Squad, which directly involves both of you." The furrows in their brows deepened, and a sense of foreboding arose within them. Xu Chang'an's subsequent revelations confirmed their apprehensions. "Is the crisis in Chang'an City truly this severe?" Zhou murmured, gazing at the wooden box in his hands. Wang Mian fell into a contemplative silence. In that moment, human selfishness peaked. Yet no one dared voice their inner desires. "If something were to happen to me, I would trouble you to look after Lin Qiye and the others." Xu Changan continued speaking before bidding them farewell. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the quiet classroom, startling everyone. Instructor Gu turned to the door. "Instructor Hong, what brings you here?" Instructor Hong entered the classroom and whispered something into Instructor Gu's ear. Gu nodded and walked down to the podium. Lin Qiye, Bailey Tumming, Chao Yuan, and Qingyu. Instructor Hong scanned the room, his gaze settling on the new recruit dozing in the back, along with Shen Qingzhu. "Come with me to the commandant's office now." Shen Qingzhu, roused from his slumber by Li Jia, rubbed his eyes in annoyance. "Shen, the instructor says you need to go to the commandant's office," Li Jia murmured. Reluctantly, Shen Qingzhu made a sound of discontent. The 5 of them left the classroom, trailing behind Instructor Hong. Bailey, plump and curious, nudged Qingyu with his elbow. "What do you think Instructor Hong wants us to do at the commandant's?" Since the last incident, when Qingyu revealed his abilities after Shen Qingzhu's encounter with the snake woman, Bailey had developed a habit of seeking Qingyu's insights whenever something arose. And Qingyu, with an air of mystery, replied, "You'll find out soon enough." Bailey, feeling a surge of curiosity akin to ants crawling under his skin, sensed Qingyu's reluctance to divulge more. In contrast, Chao Yuan remained laid back, his curiosity not particularly piqued, while Shen Qingzhu appeared indifferent. Only Lin Qiye was pondering the possible reasons for their summons. A vague thought crossing his mind. Could it be related to the 5th Special Squad? His suspicions were soon validated. "Goodness!" Bailey's astonished voice echoed in the office. So loud that, had it not been for the soundproofing, it might have been heard outside. Chao Yuan trembled slightly as he held the application for the 5th Special Squad. His shock evident. Shen Qingzhu, observing the document, furrowed his brow in silence. The calmest among them were likely Lin Qiye and Qingyu and Molly. Lin Qiye and Qingyu had been aware of this matter for some time, while Molly, having arrived earlier, had already expressed her excitement. Do not rush to sign your names. Think carefully before making a decision. The responsibilities and tasks of the 5th Special Squad are far more arduous and dangerous than you can imagine, Yuan Gang remarked, observing their expressions. Upon hearing his words, the 2 most agitated individuals began to regain their composure. And Qingyu had already signed, and Lin Qiye hesitated only briefly before following suit. After some contemplation, Chao Yuan, Bailey, and Molly also affixed their signatures to the application, handing it over to Xu Changan. Only Shen Qingzhu remained indecisive, undisturbed by others as he contemplated. Under the watchful gaze of his peers, he ultimately signed his name. "Hee, Miss Molly, we shall be teammates from now on. I look forward to your guidance." Bailey said, awkwardly shuffling over to Molly. She responded with a simple offering her assistance. Bailey, oblivious to the indifference on Molly's face, wore a foolish grin that seemed hardly worth anything. Xu Changan meticulously reviewed their signatures. Given that you have all affix your names, it is presumed that you are well aware of the prerequisites for becoming formal members of the 5th Special Team. Remember, during the training period, it is imperative that you do not disclose the existence of the preliminary 5th Special Team. Those who violate this rule will face immediate disqualification. Upon the conclusion of the training, you will have a month of rest before undergoing assessment. I will serve as your direct superior during this evaluation period. The 6 individuals nodded in understanding. Xu Changan cast a glance at them and produced 3 wooden boxes. These contain 3 of the 5 fragments from the formations previously assigned. I am entrusting these to Lin Qiye and Qingyu and Shen Qingzhu. The residual divine power within may assist you in times of peril. The 3 stepped forward to accept the wooden boxes. Lin Qiye scrutinized the box in his hands, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, though he could not articulate what felt amiss. Return to class, Xu Changan said nonchalantly. Something is off. Is Chang'an concealing something from me? Lin Qiye fixed Xu Changan with a penetrating stare for a moment before turning to leave the office with Qingyu and the others. Yuan Gang observed their departure with curiosity, inquiring, Xu assistant, are you certain Lin Qiye will come to me for news about Chen Mai? Xu Changan nodded. Once I depart, they will seek you out. Perhaps they will inquire further. Outside the office, Lin Qiye and the others had not ventured far. You sense it too? And Qingyu toyed with the colorful glass necklace taken from the wooden box. Lin Qiye responded affirmatively. Chang'an is hiding something. Shen Qingzhu had not spent much time with Xu Changan and thus was perplexed by the cryptic exchange between the two. Could you not speak plainly? What is with the riddles? Bailey Pang and Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement. Molly, looking bewildered, asked, You can't possibly think there is something amiss just because of these necklaces given by Su's assistant, right? Lin Qiye nodded again. I need to speak with Instructor Yuan. Hey, let us go together. Once the training concludes, we will be part of the same team. So don't leave us behind, Bailey Pang urged. Anxious about being abandoned by Lin Qiye, Xiao Yuan and Molly also nodded in agreement. As for Shen Qingzhu and Qingyu, it was impossible to keep them from following. There was no need to even ask. Thus, shortly after Xu Changan had departed, Yuan Gang observed the 6 individuals who should have been attending class instead barging into his office, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. Damn it. Su's assistant was right. I have seen some comments suggesting pairing Molly with the plump fellow. After some thought, I believe it could work. I wonder what you all think. Additionally, there's an extra chapter pending on the recommendation list. I'm uncertain if I can produce it today, as yesterday's 3 chapters have somewhat drained me. I will owe it to you if it does not materialize. Chapter 48, The Crisis of Chang'an City, on the recommended list. Why are you here instead of attending class? Yuan Gang remarked with a half-smile, surveying those before him. I seek information on Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan, and I wish to uncover what transpired in Chang'an City a decade ago. What is the nature of the crisis in Chang'an City? Lin Qiye stated directly. Yuan Gang's eyelids flickered. Goodness, is that really a single inquiry? Did Assistant Su anticipate that this young lad would ask such questions? I possess some information, but why should I share it with you? Yuan Gang leisurely lifted his teacup, blowing gently across the surface before taking a sip. Lin Qiye produced a silver insignia from his pocket. This is an artifact acquired from our battle with the believers. Surely, this is sufficient for 3 pieces of information? Yuan Gang nearly spat out his tea, silently examining the insignia. Serial 209, Passion Ignited. You come prepared, but I must clarify a few points. First, I can divulge some information regarding Chen Mai, but there are matters I cannot disclose, and I'm not privy to everything. Second, my knowledge concerning the event in Chang'an City a decade ago is limited. I cannot ascertain its utility for you. Third, I am unaware of the specifics regarding the crisis in Chang'an City. Are you still certain you wish to exchange information with me? Lin Qiye nodded emphatically. Let us proceed. Very well. I want to deceive you. Besides the information, I shall submit Passion Ignited. You might end up with around 2 million. At the conclusion of Yuan Gang's statement, a sharp intake of breath echoed in the room. 2 million. Please divide it into 6 portions, Lin Qiye declared, unwilling to hoard the wealth. Are you serious? Shen Qingzhu exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Qiye cast him a glance. We are a team. Shen Qingzhu opened his mouth, but then fell silent. Don't be shy, bro. Both I and Chao Yuan support Qiye's decision. What about you, Qingyu? Bali Pang Bang lightly tapped Shen Qingzhu's arm. Chao Yuan nodded in agreement. I concur. I am indifferent. And Qingyu replied nonchalantly, holding a secondary card for Chang'an, thus not lacking in funds. Molly observed them quietly, aware that if she were to decline, Bali Pang Pang would likely persuade her to accept. Her intention was to remember all of this. Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction. All right, I understand. I shall ensure the distribution is handled properly. Now, let me share the information you seek. Details regarding Chunmai and the events in Chang'an City shall not be elaborated upon here. Lest it appear I am padding the word count. After obtaining the desired information, Lin Qiye and the others exited Yuan Gang's office, coincidentally during a class break. Do you think the divine battle in Chang'an City a decade ago has any connection to the current crisis? Bali Pang Pang expressed his thoughts. I believe the focus should be on Shiva's grievance, though I am uncertain of its relation to Chang'an City, Chao Yuan added, contributing his perspective. After all, they were merely speculating. The crisis in Chang'an City must inevitably be linked to Chang'an itself. However, the information they possess is woefully insufficient to establish any connections. Molly nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the validity of both arguments. The divine conflict, the resentment of Shiva, Chunmai, and Chang'an City all seem to elude any cohesive understanding based solely on our current knowledge. The three individuals present shared their perspectives, while the other trio remained notably silent. What, indeed, is the nature of the crisis in Chang'an City? Lin Qiye's mind raced. Yet no matter how he attempted to correlate the elements, there remained an insurmountable gap in understanding. Instructor Yuan remarked that while a deity wielding the power of Shiva's resentment may not be capable of obliterating a nation, annihilating a city is well within their grasp. Could this be related to Chang'an? Yet, if that were the case, Chang'an appears to be thriving, a place where he has resided for over a decade. He should be aware of any impending peril. What could it possibly be? The six-member group found themselves ensnared in prolonged contemplation regarding the Chang'an City crisis, their thoughts wandering during lessons, leading to a report being filed with Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang deduced the underlying cause and summoned Xu Changan. Xu Changan was genuinely surprised that these individuals were so singularly fixated on this matter. He decided to observe the forthcoming shooting class from the sidelines. The six promptly nodded in agreement. Lin Qiye, come with me, Xu Changan stated with a stern expression. Lin Qiye swallowed nervously and obediently followed. And Qingyu smirked slightly, finding her stern brother rather endearing. And Qingyu's affection won. Perhaps beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. Xu Chang'an's imposing demeanor was reminiscent of Shen Qingzhu's former homeroom teacher, yet he couldn't help but find an inexplicable charm in it. Shen Qingzhu found herself uncontrollably pondering inappropriate thoughts and chastised herself internally. Shen Qingzhu's affection won. Bai Li, feeling a twinge of fear, patted his chest, remarking on how intimidating Brotherin was. The atmosphere felt stifling. After a moment, he sought out Molly again. Miss Molly, please don't make me resort to slapping you. Molly replied impassively. Bai Li's eyes lit up. Is that true? Molly responded with silence. Chao Yuan twitched his lips and promptly turned away. Xu Changan, bewildered by the inexplicable increase in affection notifications, pondered what is going on. He dismissed it from his mind and turned to Lin Qiye. Qiye, these matters are beyond your current capacity to address. Knowing them will only burden you further. Your present focus should be on how to heal Merlin. Lin Qiye opened his mouth to retort, but found no words, his gaze dropping in prolonged silence. The crisis in Chang'an City. It is related to me. I assent it. Otherwise, I cannot fathom why you wouldn't share it with me, especially when you are willing to disclose other matters. He could think of no other explanation for the omission. The atmosphere abruptly fell into a heavy silence as the two exchanged wordless glances. Regardless of the outcome of this matter in Chang'an City, you must accept it and resolutely move forward. Xu Changan chose not to reveal the answer to Lin Qiye. Initially, he believed it was merely about saving city. He was also certain that Xiao would not allow him to perish. However, as he became aware of too many truths, uncertainty enveloped him, and he grew increasingly sentimental, lost in his own feelings. He found himself questioning his state of being. When he heard Lin Qiye recount the dream, he had to concede that he was indeed somewhat bewildered, unable to discern whether it was merely a dream or a glimpse into the future. Just moments ago, he learned he was but a mere projection, perhaps even a puppet, and in the next instant, he heard of his own demise from Qiye's lips. He was at a loss as to how he should feel. A person typically devoid of deep emotions suddenly became sentimental, swayed by the sentiments of 5 individuals. When did this transformation begin? Go back and pay attention in class. Lin Qiye gazed silently at Chang'an, who urged him to return to his studies, ultimately taking a step back. I understand. Today, I calculated the affinity levels. Lin Qiye's affinity, 82, which has increased by 2 points, though I am too lazy to amend it. Qingyu's affinity, including the recent point, stands at 71. Shen Qingzhu's affinity, accounting for the latest point, is 65. Zhou Ping's affinity, 60. Wang Mian's affinity, 75. It seems the progression isn't particularly swift. The transition from 60 to 80 denotes a shift from fondness to love, while beyond 80, the affinity becomes increasingly challenging to elevate, likely requiring profound experiences to foster growth. I find myself uncertain whether it can ever reach its zenith. Sigh, with more eyes upon my work, I feel anxious. Is what I have written satisfactory? It should be somewhat pleasing to the eye, shouldn't it? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that I have not done well. Chapter 49. Is the world real or not? Perhaps influenced by Xu Changan's words, Lin Qiye and his companions ceased to ponder the crisis in Chang'an City. Nonetheless, Xu Changan chose to accompany them to a class, simultaneously observing the performance of other recruits. Once the lesson concluded, a 10-minute break ensued. Chao Yuan approached Lin Qiye and seated himself beside him. What are you thinking about? This world, does it truly exist, or is it merely an illusion? Lin Qiye mused, lost in thought, and unconsciously articulated his reflections. Chao Yuan was taken aback by this revelation. At that moment, Qingzhu, who was sipping water, found himself choking as he overheard their conversation, inadvertently spraying Li Jia with the contents of his mouth. Qingzhu regarded Lin Qiye as if he were a lunatic. Lin Qiye remained silent. Xu Changan was engaged in a discussion with the instructor regarding the recruit's performance. However, his attention was primarily drawn to Qingyu, who fell silent upon hearing Lin Qiye's words. He refrained from intervening unless someone, like the character Gu, exhibited signs of mental distress due to such inquiries. He preferred to allow them to forge deeper connections. Bailey Pang Pang scrutinized Lin Qiye with an odd expression, appraising him for considerable while before cautiously inquiring, "Qiye, have you lost your mind during class?" Lin Qiye closed his eyes, stifling the urge to retaliate. Given the current state of technology, the authenticity of the world remains inexplicable. Yet I personally lean towards the belief that this world is a fabrication. And Qingyu's statement abruptly halted. He glanced at Xu Changan, who was engaged in conversation with the instructor, and shifted his stance, asserting, "I tend to believe that the world is, in fact, real." Bailey Pang Pang sighed. Beauty can lead one astray. Alas, it is unfortunate that boys and girls are separated in classes. I miss Miss Molly dearly, and my heart feels quite desolate. And Qingyu paid no heed to Bailey Pong Pong's teasing. I assert that the world is genuine. After all, I reside within it. Chao Yuan contemplated for a moment before sharing his perspective. I concur with this notion. Bailey Pang Pang plopped himself down beside Lin Qiye. As for me, I find little interest in such philosophical quandaries, but this world is undoubtedly real. Surely I exist, while the world cannot be false. Are you all out of your minds? Qingzhu exclaimed, exasperated. What does it matter whether the world is real or not? Some believe it to be true, others false. Isn't that just a matter of personal conviction? Qingzhu struggled to comprehend the thoughts of those around him. Do the Night Watch not screen for mental history? What manner of individuals are they recruiting? Lin Qiye pondered thoughtfully, knowing how to respond to Mei Lin. Brother, I never expected you possess such insight. Qingzhu thought. I wish to give him a good thrashing. However, in a fair contest without invoking their respective divine realms, it might end in a draw. Upon hearing their discussion, Xu Changan smiled knowingly. He decided not to remain with them for the remainder of the lesson, as he had other matters to attend to for his own security. Later that evening, after completing his evening routine, Lin Qiye lay in bed, listening to Bailey Pong Pong's snoring for a while before closing his eyes and entering the realm of dreams. Xu Changan entered the psychiatric hospital much earlier than he did, and although he had not discussed magical memories with Merlin as promised, his understanding of formations was quite commendable. He believed that perhaps he could add something extra here. Before the two stood a colossal floating magical array, from which faint hints of thunder and rain wafted. After Xu Changan added a few strokes, the power of the magical array intensified. It was no longer just the essence of thunder and rain. The breath of wind joined in as well. Possibly the summoning of wind and rain referred to in the Great Xia. Merlin's eyes sparkled as he approached to meticulously examine the modified magical array, nodding in approval. The Vice Dean truly knows how to surprise me. Perhaps Lord Merlin would be interested in charms? Xu Changan humbly smiled and produced various pre-drawn talismans. Charms? Merlin gazed curiously at the symbols and illustrations, expressing his familiarity with the myths of the Great Xia, albeit surprised that the Vice Dean possessed such skills. Let us conclude our discussion for today. I hope these charms can inspire you, Lord Merlin. Xu Changan glanced at the door from which footsteps approached, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Have they quarreled? Merlin wondered, perplexed. Knock, knock, please enter. Lin Qiye pushed the door open, immediately noticing the immense magical array in the room, followed by Merlin, holding the charms. Lord Merlin, has Chang'an also come in? Merlin pondered how to respond to this question. Well, the Vice Dean just left after hearing your footsteps. He opted to answer truthfully. Lin Qiye bore no expression, yet his clenched hands betrayed his current emotions. Lord Merlin, I believe I have an answer to your previous question. Oh, I am all ears, Merlin replied with curiosity. Regarding your question, I have inquired with many individuals. Some believe the world is real, while others contend it is not, and I too believe the world is indeed real. Lin Qiye paused, observing Merlin's expression. Merlin frowned slightly, evidently disagreeing with this notion. Lord Merlin, the truth of the world does not lie within the world itself, but within you. Countless individuals inhabit this world, including my family, friends, and beloved ones. Even if this world is false, does it mean that those who are flesh and blood, who exist vividly, are also mere illusions? The essence of the world is inconsequential. What truly matters is you. Lin Qiye continued to articulate his reflections of the day until every thought had been voiced. Lord Merlin, perhaps you should try to relax a bit. Merlin appeared lost in thought, seemingly ensnared in deep contemplation. Lin Qiye was pleased to witness the progress in therapy. Though exhilarated internally, he refrained from disturbing Merlin and quietly exited the ward. Observing the dazzling divine abilities, he took a deep breath and opted to initiate a lottery. The wheel spun rapidly, finally halting on mastery of summoning magic. After receiving the guide for the use of summoning magic, Lin Qiye decisively exited the psychiatric hospital. Casting a glance at the peacefully slumbering Bai Li, who was fast asleep, he promptly rose to change his attire. Meanwhile, Xu Changan had just finished his bath and moved a chair to the window, leaning back against it while gazing at the moon outside. Qiye refrained from asking instructor Gu the question of whether the world was real or not, uncertain if it would advance Merlin's treatment progress. Prior to this, he was unsure if the reason for his inability to assist Qiye in the collaborative treatment of the divine being stemmed from the fact that his original self had already undergone treatment from the deities of the psychiatric hospital. Even if he were to help Qiye answer Merlin's inquiries, the progress of treatment would not increase, a fact he had already tested during their recent discussion of the magical array. Just as Xu Changan was preoccupied with concern for Lin Qiye, a figure suddenly appeared at the window. Lin Qiye and Xu Changan locked eyes. Xu Changan was momentarily taken aback. Qiye, my dear readers, I sincerely apologize for neglecting to update yesterday, as it was the day of my follow-up at the psychiatric hospital. Due to the absence of such facilities in my city, I had to travel to Changsha, which resulted in no updates. Chapter 50. A startling appearance. Progress of the Vice Dean's treatment. Lin Qiye remained silent, and despite not receiving permission from Chang'an, he climbed through the window into the room. Xu Changan sat motionless in a chair, watching Lin Qiye enter. The tall figure blocked the moonlight streaming through the window, and at that moment, both the front and back were under the moon's gaze, with only him in sight. The two exchanged glances in silence, neither willing to speak first. Lin Qiye's gaze was calm, yet profound, concealing a fervent emotion beneath its surface. After a brief moment of eye contact, Xu Changan hurriedly lowered his gaze, causing Lin Qiye's heart to stir. Did this imply that Chang'an harbored some feelings for him? Previously, in the psychiatric hospital, upon realizing that Chang'an might be avoiding him, he felt an indescribable heaviness in his heart. In a moment of impulse, he chose to climb through the window, evading the surveillance and the instructor's patrol, and ascended to the 5th floor. Now, faced with Chang'an, he found himself at a loss for words. He longed to ascertain Chang'an's affections. Perhaps his thoughts were too fervent. Even outside the confines of the psychiatric hospital, a gauge of affection appeared above Chang'an's head. Xu Changan affection, 53, however. Lin Qiye had barely reveled in this moment when the affection suddenly morphed into a string of garbled text. This peculiar situation persisted for a while before gradually returning to normal. Yet, aside from the affection gauge, additional words materialized. Xu Changan affection, 53, has developed fondness for you. Unlocking treatment progress. Vice Dean's treatment progress. 5. Can extract currently unlocked divine abilities or other unknown capabilities or items from the Vice Dean. Lin Qiye's expression froze. Chang'an. Was he also unwell? But weren't those who fell ill in the psychiatric hospital all divine beings? Why would Chang'an be sick? Could it be that Chang'an was also a divine being who, due to certain circumstances, lost his memories? The depths of this situation seemed to grow murkier. He completely overlooked the contents within the parentheses of the second sentence. Qiye? What's the matter? Xu Changan, having waited for Lin Qiye to speak for a long time, lifted his gaze only to find the other staring blankly at the space above his head. Lin Qiye snapped back to reality, responding, I'm fine. I just wanted to know if you were avoiding me. Why would you think that I was avoiding you? Xu Changan replied, seemingly perplexed. Lin Qiye felt a pang of grievance. Then why did you leave when you heard my footsteps while I was looking for Merlin? Was it because of the incident in Chang'an City? Upon hearing this, Xu Changan understood, realizing he had not anticipated that Lord Merlin would possess such a wicked sense of humor. With a hint of exasperation, he wished to comfort Lin Qiye by ruffling his hair, but as he raised his hand, he remembered he was still seated and could not reach. Consequently, Lin Qiye squatted down. Xu Changan gently rubbed Lin Qiye's head, his voice soft as he explained, I wasn't avoiding you. I had been discussing matters with Lord Merlin for quite some time and was just a bit fatigued, planning to leave when you arrived. Lin Qiye pressed his lips together, conceding that he had misjudged the situation. Has Lord Merlin's treatment progress increased? Xu Changan playfully poked Lin Qiye's face, finding it amusing and continued to do so a few more times. Lin Qiye instinctively grasped that hand, and even upon realizing it, did not let go. He had drawn a summoning spell. The thought of a summoning spell made Xu Changan ponder that Lin Qiye should be practicing magic in his dormitory, conjuring a plethora of useless items. After a moment's reflection, he suggested, why not spend the night here? I have some time to help you practice. All right, I will study diligently. Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled. This was a golden opportunity to spend time alone with Chang'an, even to share a bed. Which type of summoning magic would you like to attempt first? Xu Changan inquired. Lin Qiye was not surprised that Chang'an knew about the various types of summoning magic he had drawn. He could ascertain that Chang'an was an amnesiac deity, so it was quite natural for him to possess some knowledge. After careful consideration, Lin Qiye proposed, how about we try a random summoning? After all, it has a low cost, though it does rely on luck. Xu Changan recalled the items Lin Qiye had summoned in the original storyline, paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Thus, the two began searching for items that were no longer needed in the room. However, 15 minutes later, Lin Qiye stood quietly, pouting like a well-behaved child. Xu Changan closed his eyes, doubting whether the memories of the original plot in his mind were genuine, wondering if there were any hidden manipulations at play. Lin Qiye blinked his sincere eyes, seemingly oblivious. Xu Changan remained silent, fully aware that, with Lin Qiye's current abilities, random summoning magic could not involve any hidden tricks. Yet, who could tell him what exactly was being summoned? A complete set of maid attire from head to toe? While a wig seemed normal, why on earth were there even underwear? The clothing was of the briefest style. It barely reached the upper thigh, and 3 pairs of black stockings, 1 pair of white stockings, and 2 pairs of lace. The only item that appeared relatively normal was the clothing, which, upon wearing, had an entirely hollow back. Lin Qiye's eyes darted around, unable to control his gaze on the garments strewn across the floor, his mind spiraling into unrealistic and improbable scenarios. Let's try again. Xu Changan refused to believe that such items could be conjured again. All right, Lin Qiye replied absent-mindedly. Half an hour later, it became evident that some things should indeed be believed, while skepticism could lead to confusion. Xu Changan gathered the few items that were somewhat normal, overwhelmed by the sheer number of bizarre items he did not even wish to count. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, he declared, "No more practice. It's time for sleep." "Ah, yes, I'm feeling a bit tired too, but what do we do with all these items?" Lin Qiye pointed at the pile of clothes on the floor. Xu Changan snapped his fingers, and all the items vanished. Meanwhile, in the sea of consciousness, the mischievous Zhou, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly widened its eyes at the cascade of garments that fell from the sky. Zhou exclaimed, "Oh my! Help! Let us sleep. Tomorrow's troubles will not be easy for you," Xu Changan remarked. Xu Changan pulled back the covers and nestled into the bed, feeling the need for a profound slumber. The night's revelations had been overwhelmingly intense. Lin Qiye approached the opposite side of the bed, removed his shoes, and lay down. Yet sleep eluded him entirely. How could one possibly rest with their beloved so near? He, for one, found it impossible, his entire being tense, waiting in anticipation until he finally heard the steady rhythm of Chang'an's breathing beside him. Lin Qiye turned his head, gazing at Chang'an's serene visage, holding his breath and moving with utmost delicacy as he slowly inched closer. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, without disturbing Chang'an in the least. He extended a hand, gently grazing Chang'an's face with his fingertips, his eyes wide open, as if fearing that the scene before him was but an illusion, reluctant to close them. "Chang'an, you must stay with me always." Chapter 51. Special Entities and Their Visible Affection Levels. When Lin Qiye awoke, he found himself sprawled upon the bed in his dormitory. The night still shrouded in darkness without a hint of light. He sat up and glanced at the peacefully slumbering Bai Li Pang Pang, attempting to summon the thought, "I wish to extract abilities within his mind." In an instant, a colossal wheel materialized before him, adorned with several large black segments, including time, life, unknown ability, and unknown item. He silently recited a phrase, and the wheel began to spin with great velocity. Ultimately, it came to a halt on unknown ability. After a brief moment, a beam of light surged into his forehead. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. Infinite armory? What purpose does he have for such a thing? To use it as a mere toy? Meanwhile, on the other side, Xu Changan also sensed a sudden contract binding to the infinite armory within the celestial repository. The essence of this contract was familiar to him. It belonged to Qiye. Xu Changan extracted Zhou, placing him on the table, demanding an explanation. "Is this yet another decision you made unilaterally with the main entity?" Zhou shrank back, his gaze evasive. "Did you decide this on your own?" Xu Changan raised an eyebrow. Isn't it splendid? Lin Qiye will be able to extract the abilities possessed by the host, thereby providing an additional layer of assurance for the upcoming assessments, especially since the host has expedited the formation of their special team. Zhou attempted to obscure his act of unilateral decision-making. Xu Chang'an's lips moved, but he refrained from speaking further. "Is this the only matter at hand? Why does Qiye always glance at the top of my head when he is in the psychiatric hospital?" Zhou was left speechless. The host's intelligence made it exceedingly difficult to conceal the truth. "To save Chang'an City, you will ensure my safety, correct?" Xu Changan observed Zhou, who was reluctant to divulge more. Whenever the topic turned towards Lin Qiye and his companions, Xiao Jie would exhibit a wandering gaze, speaking in circles. Thus, Xu Changan speculated that perhaps it was not solely the main entity engaging in transactions with these individuals. Xiao Jie had likely sought out others for dealings as well. These individuals could very well be the 5 special entities present now. The shift in conversation occurred too swiftly for Xiao Jie to fully grasp. After pondering over the host's words, he nodded emphatically. I will certainly ensure the host remains unharmed. Xu Chang'an's expression darkened with ambiguity. Yet, the chattering Xiao Jie remained blissfully unaware. As dawn broke ever so slightly, the new recruits gathered at the training ground. Today's training on the Forbidden Ruins was a novel course, distinctly different from the previous classroom lectures. In our utilization of the Forbidden Ruins, the most crucial evaluative criteria can be divided into 3 categories. The instructor's words fell on deaf ears, as Qingzhu was wholly absorbed in Xu Changan, or more precisely, in the words that had suddenly appeared above Chang'an's head. Xu Changan affection, 21. Qingzhu's eyes brimmed with confusion. An affection level of 21. Had they reached such a relationship? No, this world must surely be mad. Or perhaps he had not slept well last night, and was now seeing things? Regrettably, the truth is that he rubbed his eyes several times. Qingyu, we need a cue. Li Liang gently nudged Qingzhu, who appeared to be lost in thought as he followed into the line. Upon reaching Xu Changan, the words above his head became increasingly distinct, making it all the more evident that he was not dreaming. 21. Xu Changan was puzzled. What is 21? In nothing. Qingzhu hastily retorted, seizing the watch handed to him by Chang'an and hurriedly departing. Xu Changan felt an inexplicable sense of unease. 21? What is 21? Why look above his head? This bewilderment lingered until Qingyu appeared before him, her ardent gaze reminiscent of their first encounter. And Qingyu took the wristwatch and leaned closer to Xu Changan, whispering, I wish my brother liked me a bit more. Xu Changan fan de. What had transpired from yesterday to today? Last night, it was Qiye staring vacantly at his head. Today, it was Qingzhu and Qingyu. What could be the connection? Unbeknownst to him, after uttering that phrase, Qingyu had been observing the fluctuations of the numbers above his head. The figures danced between 35 and 36 before finally settling on 36. Qingyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Wow, this watch is truly hideous, yet it possesses quite a unique character. Li Pang remarked while fiddling with the silver timepiece. Chao Yuan had donned the watch first, instantly performing a backflip that startled Li Pang. Wow, that backflip was impeccable. Li Pang managed to give Chao Yuan a thumbs up in admiration. Taking a deep breath, Chao Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. You could do it too, I think. Before he could finish, the watch was already on, and Li Pang uncontrollably executed a backflip, exclaiming, I believe I can indeed. Oh, my help. Chao Yuan observed Li Pang gradually receding and nearly lost control of his own movements. He turned to Lin Qiye. Qiye, why are you so distracted today, lost in thoughts about Chang'an City? No, I'm thinking about something else. Lin Qiye replied absent-mindedly. I'm contemplating what illness Chang'an has and how it might be treated. Chang'an doesn't seem to exhibit any signs of illness, does he? Chao Yuan glanced at the still-absorbed Lin Qiye and then at Xu Changan, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately deciding against interrupting Qiye's contemplation. It was better to let him ponder in peace. The acrobatic spectacle truly lived up to its name. The entire training ground had transformed into a grand circus. Be careful. Xu Changan swiftly embraced Qingyu's waist. Had he delayed even a moment longer, she would have nearly fallen head first. Qingyu gripped Xu Chang'an's hand tightly, adjusting her mental energy before releasing him to stand steadily. Thank you, brother. How about I repay your life-saving grace with my heart when I grow up? Xu Changan found himself unable to articulate why he did not outright refuse. Qingyu's smile faltered. Oh no, I forgot about that. Suddenly, a shadow appeared within his line of sight. Xu Changan instinctively reached out to halt the figure. Upon recognizing the person, he softly inquired, Chao Yuan? A tremor ran through Chao Yuan's heart as he replied, Thank you, Assistant Xu. Xu Changan nodded and released his grip, suggesting, You should head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Otherwise, it will soon close. Assistant Xu, Instructor Yuan is looking for you. A nearby instructor called out as he jogged towards Xu Changan. Xu Changan urged in Qingyu and Xiao Yuan to hasten to the cafeteria before following the instructor away from the scene. Upon arriving at the conference room, he discovered that all the instructors were present. Seated at the head of the table, Yuan Gang acknowledged Xu Chang'an's arrival, stating, "Assistant Xu has joined us. We can now engage in a thorough discussion regarding the upcoming assessments. As for me, I have recently struggled to find the motivation to write, resulting in delayed updates. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your generous support and the love that fuels my efforts. Thank you for your affection and encouragement." Chapter 52. The floral messenger, Qingzhu Xu Changan, did not partake in the discussions regarding the assessment plans. Yuan Gang cast a glance his way, understanding the unspoken agreement, and engaged solely with the other instructors about the evaluation content without disturbing him. The meeting persisted into the evening, concluding as the training for the new recruits wrapped up. On his way back to the dormitory from the dining hall, Xu Changan was frequently greeted by passing recruits, to which he responded with polite nods. "Wait a moment. Assistant Xu." Just as Xu Changan was about to step into the dormitory building, he paused and turned around, curious about who called him. Suddenly, he felt someone push into his embrace, and instinctively, he caught the person. "Shen, you can do it," Li Liang shouted before running off with two others. Not even glancing back, Shen Qingzhu gritted his teeth, feeling a mix of anxiety and irritation. Although he did not wish to leave the fragrant warmth of Xu Chang'an's embrace, he forced himself to steady his stance and take a step back. "Shen Qingzhu, is there something you need from me?" Xu Chang'an's voice was gentle, devoid of any anger. With his hands clasped behind his back, Shen Qingzhu appeared somewhat like a bashful young girl. He encouraged himself internally, yet the words that escaped his lips were entirely contrary to his thoughts. "And no, it's nothing. It's just that Li Liang and the others picked some flowers and insisted I bring them to you. They said something about fresh blooms complementing beauty. If you don't like them, feel free to discard them." As he spoke, he became increasingly flustered, ultimately thrusting the floral wreath into Xu Chang'an's hands before turning and fleeing. Xu Changan stood momentarily stunned, yet he keenly noticed the crimson hue of Shen Qingzhu's ears. It wasn't until the other had vanished from sight that he glanced down at the wreath crafted from wildflowers and delicate vines. It was quite ordinary, albeit somewhat rough-hewn, yet undeniably beautiful. The blossoms remained vibrant, clearly well cared for. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. How contradictory, little one. If Shen Qingzhu were present, he would have witnessed the number above Xu Chang'an's head surge from 21 to 26 in an instant. Remarkably, a mere floral wreath had garnered him 5 points of affection. Contemplating the wreath in his hands, Xu Changan pondered what kind of reciprocation would be appropriate. Should he also gift a floral wreath? However, he recalled that the training camps seemed devoid of even a single tree. Where had they procured those flowers? Despite his curiosity, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he considered crafting a wreath in return. Having just finished his bath, he intended, as usual, to sit by the window and gaze at the moon when he spotted Shen Qingzhu and his companions jogging nearby. Now, Xu Changan seemed to comprehend the source of the flowers. After a moment's reflection, he conjured a selection of beautiful blooms and wove a floral crown suitable for wearing upon his head, along with 3 smaller wreaths for wrist adornments. "What about mine? What about mine?" Little Zhou immediately sprang forth from his consciousness, indignant that the host had never crafted a wreath for it. Why should Shen Qingzhu be the exception? It was incensed. Xu Changan cast a glance at it and fashioned a floral crown of the same size as Shen Qingzhu's to rest atop its head. "Are you not angry now?" Not angry anymore." Little Zhou grinned foolishly in response. Xu Changan then returned the cat to his consciousness, changed his attire, and stepped out with a collection of floral wreaths in hand. "Brother Shen, I feel we have suffered a great loss," Li Liang gasped. Li Jia concurred, "I agree. I wonder if Assistant Xu likes the flower crown crafted by our brother Shen. She should, right?" Deng Wei shared their sentiment of loss. They had gone to great lengths, sneaking out of the training camp to gather flowers. Yet, Brother Shen was too bashful to even hear Assistant Xu's response. Shen Qingzhu remained silent, given another chance. He would never run away again. Why did he feel so shy the moment he saw Chang'an's face? You have 30 more laps. Save your strength and run quickly. Instructor Hong strolled leisurely, astonished at their audacity to sneak out of the training camp. Merely being sentenced to run laps was a testament to Instructor Yuan's mercy. Hong, we were wrong. Li Liang Shouta. Acknowledging your mistake still requires you to run. Instructor Hong retorted with a cold smirk. These little rascals had no comprehension of the gravity of their actions. Were it not for Assistant Su's influence, they would not simply be running 50 laps. As Xu Changan arrived at the training ground, he spotted the exhausted quartet. Assistant Su, what brings you here? Instructor Hong was taken aback, suspecting that those 3 little rascals had alerted him. Xu Changan glanced at Shen Qingzhu. From my room, I can see the training ground. I'll keep an eye on them, as I am well aware of their transgressions. Instructor Hong hesitated to refuse, but ultimately agreed, knowing that with Assistant Su overseeing them, the little rascals would certainly behave. Watching Instructor Hong depart, Xu Changan summoned Thundercloud to follow the 4. Thunder rumbled ominously, startling them. Upon seeing Xu Chang'an's stern expression, a singular thought crossed their minds. They were doomed. They feared they might perish there today, or at least face severe repercussions. The 4 hastened their pace, terrified of being struck by Thundercloud. Yet, Xu Changan was not so merciless. As their stamina waned, he would restore some of their energy with a life spirit. They continued to run until they completed all 50 laps. The 4 collapsed on the ground, disregarding their appearances, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang, observing from the office through binoculars, nodded in satisfaction, reflecting, indeed, Assistant Su is more formidable. Xu Changan approached Shen Qingzhu, whose face was obscured by the radiant crescent moon. Shen Qingzhu gazed intently at the number above Xu Chang'an's head. 26. It has increased by 5 points. Chang'an truly likes the flower crown I gifted him. Those 50 laps were not in vain. He even felt he could run 10 more laps. Are you tired? Xu Changan maintained a serious demeanor. Shen Qingzhu swallowed hard, yes. As a night watchman, one must adhere to discipline. If it weren't for Instructor Yuan's consideration of my reputation, you would face serious consequences for sneaking out of the training camp, possibly even losing your qualification as night watchman. Xu Changan exaggerated the severity of the situation. Although sneaking out indeed warranted punishment, the current shortage of night watchmen meant the repercussions would not be so harsh. I understand, was suddenly filled with trepidation. If he left the night watcher, would he not see Chang'an again? The other 3 were equally unprepared for the gravity of the situation, and they too felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Thankfully, how fortunate! Xu Chang'an's expression softened, and she even kindly offered a faint smile as she said, I truly adore the garland you gifted me today. As a gesture of gratitude, I've crafted garlands for all of you as well. No sooner had she spoken than several garlands adorned with vibrant flowers materialized in midair, gently descending before them. Huh? Why is Assistant Su giving us garlands too? Wasn't it just Shun Ge who was busy with this? Deng Wei remarked, scratching his cheek in confusion as he examined the garland in his hands. Li Liang interjecta. No wonder Shun Ge thinks you're foolish. Li Jia added, why did you have to say that? Upon seeing the garland, Shen Qingzhu's earlier delight dissipated entirely due to Deng Wei's comment, and he found himself reluctant to exert pressure on it, casting a sharp glance at Deng Wei. Xu Changan, blissfully unaware, responded with an "oh," seemingly hinting that someone was not being entirely sincere. She hoped to hear his true feelings next time. This implication rendered Shen Qingzhu's face a deep crimson. Deng Wei quickly realized his blunder, glancing awkwardly at Shen Qingzhu, only to be promptly escorted away by Li Jia and Li Liang. The garland you made is exquisite. Will there be another occasion? Xu Changan inquired, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Shen Qingzhu. Taken aback, he nodded vigorously, stuttering yes. If you like it, the next one will be even more beautiful. I look forward to it, Xu Changan replied with a smile before departing, leaving Shen Qingzhu blushing like a ripe tomato in his place. Today's update is a tad late. I wanted to share with you all something that made me very happy today. My father transferred money to me. I pondered all morning and decided to buy a new phone. I spent a considerable time selecting one in the afternoon, and was thrilled to play a few games of Honor of Kings with friends before sitting down to write. Oh, and by the way, I appreciate the generous donations and the love you all have shown. Thank you for your support and affection. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, there will be no interruptions in updates. A chapter will be released daily. Chapter 53. The gradual dissipation of emotions upon returning to his dormitory. Xu Changan enveloped himself within the comforting confines of his blanket. He did not find himself in a psychiatric hospital. Rather, he succumbed to a state of light slumber, inadvertently missing several occurrences. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye entered the psychiatric hospital. His first instinct upon spotting Han Xiaoyun was to inquire whether Chang'an had been admitted. Han Xiaoyun shook his head, noting that the vice director had not made an appearance that day. Lin Qiye exhaled a sigh of relief, urging Han Xiaoyun to attend to his own matters before turning to seek out Nike's in room 1. "Dinazdas, you have arrived," Nike's remarked, his previously vacant eyes shimmering with a flicker of life upon seeing Lin Qiye. Confronted with such a gaze, Lin Qiye felt an inexplicable pang of guilt, resolving to visit Nike's more frequently. However, he had pressing matters to discuss. "Mother, how do you fare today?" Nike's nodded. "I am well. Is there something troubling you, Dinazdas? You appear rather anxious." Lin Qiye had thought he had concealed his emotions effectively, yet their visibility was evidently apparent. "I merely wish to inquire about your impression of Chang'an." He delicately shifted the topic. "Impression." Nike's seemed to drift into reminiscence, recalling her initial encounter with a vice director who had exuded an aura of danger. Compared to other deities, he seems more aloof, as if devoid of any emotions. Nevertheless, he is quite approachable, often engaging us in conversation. Lin Qiye took note of the observation regarding his lack of emotions and engaged Nike's in further conversation before departing to seek Merlin in room 2. However, he did not find Merlin there. At that moment, Li Yifei happened to pass by. "Where has Lord Merlin gone?" Lin Qiye inquired, gesturing towards the empty room. Li Yifei pointed towards the exterior of the hospital, stating, "Lord Merlin mentioned he wished to bask in the sunlight. Han Xiaoyun just went to deliver medication." "Very well. I understand. You may carry on with your duties," Lin Qiye replied, waving his hand as he made his way towards the courtyard outside, where he encountered Han Xiaoyun returning from the medication delivery. The two brushed past one another. Han Xiaoyun paused, turning back to observe Lin Qiye's somewhat anxious retreating figure, before regaining his focus. Upon locating Merlin, Lin Qiye found him leisurely reclining on a chaise lounge, soaking in the sun. It was only upon sensing Lin Qiye's presence that Merlin opened his eyes. "Is the director facing some difficulties?" Merlin inquired. Lin Qiye recognized his own impatience, but dismissed it, stating, "Not particularly. I simply wish to ask you, what is your impression of Chang'an? Why does the director wish to know?" Merlin's expression was inscrutable. Lin Qiye was uncertain whether Merlin would respond, "Well, you may consider it a fleeting curiosity of a child." The erudition of the vice dean was met with a torrent of praise, leaving Lin Qiye in a state of astonishment. Only when Merlin ceased did the discourse shift. However, it appeared that the vice dean's emotional spectrum was somewhat impaired. For mortals, emotions are of utmost significance. For deities, it is equally paramount. The absence of emotions signifies that a god may eventually dissolve into the void, rendering everything in existence incapable of stirring him. An excessive detachment might compel him to choose eternal slumber, and who can ascertain whether he shall awaken one day? It is conceivable that prolonged dormancy could lead to his very essence manifesting into a cosmos. Lin Qiye pondered, realizing that perhaps the essence of affection itself constitutes a form of healing. Yet, a disquieting thought arose. Why had Chang'an's affection for him progressed to over 50? Yet the healing advancement remained a meager 5%. Observing Lin Qiye lost in contemplation, Merlin refrained from interruption. This reflection persisted until the afternoon. During the close combat instruction, the absence of Instructor Han was palpable. Today, they were under the tutelage of Xu Changan. Instructor Yuan informed Xu Changan that due to the multitude of challengers, Instructor Han had taken a few days off to evade them. However, there was little left to teach. Instructor Han had imparted all necessary knowledge, and Xu Changan merely needed to oversee their practice sessions. Originally, such a task did not necessitate his presence, yet his watchful eye proved invaluable. Today, Chang'an seemed markedly different. Although his attire remained unchanged, his typically unkempt white hair was intricately braided and draped before him, and despite his efforts to maintain a stern demeanor, an aura of gentleness emanated from him. Lin Qiye mused silently, while deftly evading Chao Yuan's strikes. Xu Changan noted that the new recruits frequently stole glances in his direction, their focus entirely diverted from their sparring sessions. "Cease your activities," he commanded, prompting the recruits to halt. Lin Qiye, An Qingyu, Shen Qingzhu, Cao Yuan, Montakli, and Bai Li Pangpang stepped forward. Upon hearing their names, the designated individuals approached the stage without hesitation, while the other recruits speculated about the impending exercise. "I shall contend against all 6 of you. You must collaborate to devise a method to displace me from the stage. Any means are permissible. Should you succeed, I shall grant each of you a promise. However, if I manage to unseat you first, consider a defeat." Xu Changan toyed with his sword, his slender fingers gliding over the blade, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes as he spoke with an air of nonchalance. "Are you prepared? Surround Chang'an." Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan alternated as the primary vanguards, while Bai Li Pangpang supported Mo Li as the secondary vanguard, and Qingyu took on the role of the tactical overseer. Lin Qiye assumed the position of the main attacker, with the remaining 4 forming 2 groups to aid his assault. Although Qingyu's skills were slightly inferior to the others, his intellect made him an excellent field commander, while Bai Li Pangpang's restrictions made him a fitting assistant to Mo Li. Though it was their inaugural collaboration, the potential was palpable. The level of synergy displayed was far from that of a first-time collaboration. The newly recruited soldiers expressed their astonishment, their eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. However, no matter how harmonious their cooperation, Xu Changan remained firmly within the designated area. Setting aside the fervor of the ongoing match, Yuan Gang pondered aloud. What kind of brilliance does Assistant Instructor Xu possess? I wish I could borrow his intellect for a while. He marveled at this brilliant strategy. It not only allowed for the early training of Lin Qiye and his 5 companions' teamwork, but also, once this round concluded, enabled the other recruits to form smaller teams for additional practice, thereby uncovering latent abilities among them. I believe that Assistant Instructor Xu's capacity for such ingenuity is indicative not merely of sharp intellect, but also of his formidable prowess. Instructor Hong maintained a fade of composure, yet inwardly he praised Commander Yi profusely. After all, having Xu Changan as an assistant instructor was an exceptionally wise decision. Xu Changan decisively eliminated Qingyu from the platform, signaling the conclusion of the practice match. As Yuan Gang and the others had anticipated, the remaining recruits were instructed to form teams of 6 or 5, appointing captains and vice-captains for their practice. Lin Qiye and his group were granted a reprieve, no longer required to participate. Ouch! Nge showed no mercy at all. Bai Li, feeling despondent, rolled up his sleeves to reveal a sizable bruise on his arm, lamenting internally. Even Lin Qiye, Shen Qingzhu, and Qingyu were not faring much better. Nonetheless, the 3 did notice a slight increase in their mutual affinity. This beating had not been in vain. The words are just not flowing anymore. Alas, are all my beloved readers hoarding books? The data seems to have taken a downturn, likely because everyone is stockpiling literature, right? I sincerely appreciate your generous support and the love you've shown. I see many of you wish for more frequent updates. I must apologize as it is not for lack of desire. Each day, managing to write a chapter feels like an accomplishment in itself. Unfortunately, I am grappling with severe illness, feeling the weight of depression most of the time. Occasionally, during bouts of elation, I might manage to produce more content. Please bear with me. The recent spate of updates was due to a family member's support coinciding with a period of excitement, which energized my creativity. I originally embarked on writing this book on a whimsical impulse, intending merely to earn a bit of pocket money. Thus, I apologize sincerely for any inconvenience. Chapter 54. Assessment. The Close Combat Guidance class was conducted by Xu Changan. For the past few days, the recruits have been engaged in team battles daily, which revealed many individuals' innate talent for command. Lin Qiye and his 5 companions were personally overseen by Xu Changan. Their level of synergy increased with each passing day. The stronger they became, the more at ease Xu Changan felt regarding the forthcoming special squad evaluation. As day transitioned into night, time slipped away swiftly. Soon, the assessment for the recruits before the conclusion of their training camp arrived. Xu Changan stood in the monitoring room, glancing up at the surveillance screens with a sense of resignation before turning to Yuan Gang beside him. Are we truly certain about increasing the difficulty for them? He inquired. Yuan Gang nodded affirmatively, explaining, given your team training regimen, our original plan seems overly simplistic. Your soul capture can introduce a mystique, thereby enhancing the challenge. Xu Changan sighed. Was he merely complicating matters for himself? Initially, he had no intention of participating in this assessment. He turned his gaze back to the monitoring screen, where Lin Qiye had already sensed something amiss and was attempting to rouse the slumbering by Li Pangpang. Slap. The sound of a palm striking a face echoed through the dormitory. The struck by Li Pangpang frowned and muttered a few words, showing no signs of awakening and instead merely turning over. Lin Qiye, scanning by Li Pangpang with his mental energy, found nothing unusual. Looking out at the glaring sun, he seemed to grasp a vague understanding. Recently, they had been discussing a matter. Before graduating from the training camp, there would be a scoring assessment that determined the fate of all recruits. The scores and evaluations were primarily decided by Chang'an. It seemed this was indeed the assessment before the conclusion of their training. Perhaps Pangpang had fallen into some sort of mental trap. He resolved to seek out Qingyu and the others. As he exited the dormitory, he encountered Qingyu and her 3 companions, along with a throng of other newly awakened recruits. They exchanged glances, both parties understanding that the current situation was an assessment. Has Morley not come looking for us? Lin Qiye inquired. Ever since the 6 of them learned they would be forming a special squad, they had instinctively gathered to cultivate camaraderie. Morley had been present during discussions about the graduation assessment. She would surely have realized the current predicament, but had not approached them, which seemed suspicious. I went with Shen Qingzhu to check. All the doors and windows of the girls' dormitory are tightly shut, and not a sound can be heard, Chao Yuan explained. Shen Qingzhu added, thus, we suspect that the training camp may no longer be safe. Since this is an assessment, it's possible that there are enemies within the vicinity. He paused momentarily before supplementing. This was a possibility proposed by Qingyu. Lin Qiye nodded in acknowledgement. He would have come to the same conclusion. What remained uncertain was whether the enemy's faction was comprised of instructors or something else entirely. And Qingyu raised an eyebrow, questioning, do you believe the instructors would employ mystique? One cannot dismiss the possibility that this assessment might also be orchestrated by Chang'an. It is conceivable that Chang'an possesses the ability to manipulate the mysterious. Lin Qiye merely presents a reasonable hypothesis. After all, while the instructor exhibits audacity, Chang'an's boldness is even more pronounced. Initially, they were allowed to engage with the ancient divine sect without any fear of repercussions. Such courage cannot be trivialized. Moreover, no one truly comprehends the extent of Chang'an's capabilities, each more extraordinary than the last, rendering the manipulation of the mysterious a triviality. His assertions bear merit, and the others concurred wholeheartedly. Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow, relieved that he had deduced the instructor's involvement in all of this beforehand, thus refraining from impulsively gesturing obscenely at the surveillance. What do you believe the criteria for concluding this assessment will be? And Qingyu suddenly posed this question. Perhaps it involves eliminating the enemy? Chao Yuan suggested, albeit uncertainly. Shen Qingzhu shared the same line of thought as Chao Yuan. If not for defeating the enemy, then what else could it entail? Lin Qiye scrutinized Qingyu, skeptical that he would pose trivial inquiries, yet he found himself momentarily perplexed. If it were not about vanquishing the enemy, what could it be? Let's first procure weapons. We cannot confront the enemy empty-handed, Shen Qingzhu proposed. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement, adding, it would be prudent to leave some individuals here as well. If our building remains devoid of enemies, this will serve as our sole exit. Wait, there is something I have yet to mention. And Qingyu's words caused the group to pause and turn towards him. Lin Qiye instantly sensed something amiss, though he could not articulate what fell off. It was merely an intangible intuition. And Qingyu, with a hint of resignation, disclosed, I have become a target for Chang'an. I am unable to utilize fish species, but my symbiosis ability remains intact. Fish species? What sort of ability is that? Gao Juan in Guit Pu Dao. I can connect with the consciousness of other organisms, control their actions, and achieve shared vision. Once under my influence, their bodies undergo transformations. You may consider them as walking poison bombs. And Qingyu's explanation left the new recruits wide-eyed, while Lin Qiye remained unfazed due to his prior knowledge. Although Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu displayed no outward reaction, they were internally taken aback. Nevertheless, your intellect remains sharp. Let us proceed to the warehouse to acquire weapons first. Lin Qiye mused for a moment about Qingyu's predicament without sensing any irregularities. He then contemplated their next course of action after securing weapons. Should they investigate the female dormitory directly? However, what they failed to notice was that at the very moment everyone turned their backs on Qingyu, preparing to head to the warehouse. He cast a sly smile at Lin Qiye's retreating figure and gestured towards the surveillance camera on the ceiling. In the monitoring room, Xu Changan understood the implications and glanced at the cafeteria's surveillance. Indeed, Wang had been taken away by the instructor, leaving behind a mere imposter. Currently, anyone entering the cafeteria would undoubtedly be met with terror. Upon entering, one is immediately greeted by a vast spider's web, adorned with dozens of cocoons ensnared in silken threads. Among them, the figure of the foe Wang is ensconced, with only his head visible, while the enigmatic entity lies nearby, seemingly in control. Given the nature of the assessment, it is improbable that adversaries are the sole presence. After all, foes are not devoid of cunning. Surely, they would deploy an infiltrator. The suggestion to have Qingyu assume the role of an undercover agent was a spontaneous idea from Xu Changan, which Yuan Gang readily endorsed. There is hope that Qiye and his companions will soon become aware of the situation, even if the three enigmatic beings were to perish. As long as Qingyu's true identity remains undisclosed, the assessment cannot be deemed complete. Should he succeed in eliminating all threats, Xu Changan would find himself at a loss for how to evaluate and comment on their performance. Yet he is confident that Lin Qiye will not disappoint. I have noticed a plethora of comments from my dear readers. Due to the sheer volume, responding to each individually would be quite cumbersome. So I wish to express my gratitude to all for your concern here collectively. Your words of comfort truly bring me immense joy, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness. I do not mind if you wish to stockpile my works. However, I can't help but wonder if perhaps my writing has faltered, resulting in diminished engagement. With the May Day holiday drawing to a close, many of you will be returning to school. Yet the statistics seem to reflect an even greater decline than prior to the break. Perhaps this is due to many of you gathering books in anticipation. I extend my heartfelt thanks to those who have supported me through donations. Your generosity and encouragement mean the world to me. Chapter 55. A terrifying encounter in the cafeteria. Lin Qiye and his companions arrived at the warehouse with remarkable ease, a fact that left them incredulous. Could it be that the instructor had undergone a change of heart, refraining from setting up ambushes along the way? Shen Qingzhu stepped forward and snapped her fingers, causing the warehouse doors to explode open. A dazzling array of weapons greeted their eyes, and each person eagerly selected their preferred armament, hastily transporting crates of explosives as if intent on obliterating the training camp. Suddenly, piercing screams echoed from afar. Someone recognized the voice. It was Wang Li. Let's go check it out, Lin Qiye decisively ordered. The group swiftly made their way towards the source of the commotion. The new recruit who identified Wang Li's voice looked alarmed, exclaiming that it emanated from within. The cafeteria before them exuded an eerie atmosphere, its unsettling ambience complemented by a faint scent of blood. The notion of bloodshed seemed implausible to Shen Qingzhu. Surely, in the presence of Chang'an, nothing so horrific could transpire. Surely, the instructor was merely attempting to instill fear in them. It was all too evident. Alas, assistant instructor Xu had provided them with an abundance of reassurance, rendering any attempt at intimidation utterly ineffective. The instructor's morbid sense of humor was truly beyond words. The new recruits' reactions prompted the instructors in the monitoring room to exchange glances, instinctively turning their attention to Yuan Gang and Xu Changan. Yuan Gang's lips twitched as he teasingly remarked to Xu Changan, "The sense of security provided by assistant instructor Xu truly surpasses that of all the instructors in the training camp combined." Xu Changan merely pursed his lips, ignoring Yuan Gang's jibe. "If you think this one tea frighten you, just wait until you step into the cafeteria." As the de facto leader recognized by the group, Lin Qiye utilized his mental prowess to survey the cafeteria's interior, his brow furrowing in concentration as he approached to push open the doors. The scene within left everyone in stunned silence. The once pristine cafeteria was now draped in white spider webs, some of which bore grotesque, human-shaped cocoons that sent chills down their spines. With a sickening thud, a bloodied head fell from above, rolling to a stop between Qingzhu and Chao Yuan. Qingzhu lowered his gaze, locking eyes with the severed head, swallowing hard as he forced himself to look away. Chao Yuan glanced at the head, a flicker of barely concealed revulsion crossing his features before he quickly averted his gaze. A sound of gnawing echoed from above, causing the group to shiver in unison. They looked up, their eyes widening in horror at the sight before them. A colossal spider perched atop the cocoon, blood dripping from its prey and splattering onto the tables and floor, striking dread into the hearts of each onlooker. Is Wang Li really still alive? The new recruit who recognized Wang Li's voice and who shared a close bond with him stammered in terror. Qingyu opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Chang'an did not inform him that it would be so exhilarating. Lin Qiye fixated intently on the mysterious entity that continued to feed. He lowered his voice as much as possible, instructing everyone but Chao Yuan and Qingzhu to retreat immediately. "And Qingyu, you are in charge of directing them." And Qingyu gave him a glance, quickly grasping the situation. Before departing, she cast a final look at the spider ensnared in its web and swiftly exited the cafeteria. The others gradually followed suit, hastily retreating. Once the last person had exited, the colossal spider turned its gaze upon Lin Qiye and the others, its crimson eyes flickering with a hint of pink luminescence. Lin Qiye felt a sudden dizziness wash over him. The necklace around his neck glowed, and his first instinct upon regaining clarity was to hurl the star knife at the spider. The giant spider ceased its mental assault, evading the strike and vanishing from their sight. "Are you two all right?" Lin Qiye inquired, opting not to pursue the creature, and instead checking on Chao Yuan and Qingzhu's condition. "I'm fine. That cursed entity." Qingzhu shook his head vigorously. "If I encounter it again, I will obliterate it to ashes." Chao Yuan pressed his temples. "I'm also unscathed. Let us exit. That entity could be anywhere now. I can confirm that it is under Chang'an's control." Lin Qiye intended to investigate the girl's dormitory. At the very least, he needed to ascertain whether any living souls remained there. The mysterious entity could be dealt with later. If Qingzhu and Qingyu were left behind, it would be no trouble to delay it, if not eliminate it altogether. As the three stepped out of the cafeteria, they overheard a commotion among the new recruits. "Is this really an assessment? Why are there fatalities?" "Calm down. Wang Li cannot possibly be dead. But this is too real. I could see Wang Li's innards clearly. Do you really think the instructor would allow us to be harmed for real?" Lin Qiye's gaze shifted to Qingyu outside the crowd, his eyes filled with inquiry. And Qingyu shrugged. "They do not trust me." Lin Qiye replied, "Enough of the noise. If you're truly so frightened, why not go home and farm instead of joining the Night Watchers? Don't forget this is an assessment. Who knows where the instructor is watching us from?" Qingzhu impatiently interjected, disrupting their quarrel. Lin Qiye elaborated, "I can assure you that this entity is certainly under Chang'an's control. As for Wang Li's body, it must be a fabrication, likely conjured by the instructor to appear convincingly lifelike." The panicked recruit calmed down upon hearing this. Once the others realized that the mysterious entity was manipulated by assistant instructor Xu, they too breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledging that the earlier scene had genuinely terrified them. "Who was it that claimed we wouldn't be frightened?" A new recruit lamented. The one who had asserted that they would not be scared fell silent for a moment, still somewhat unconvinced, muttering, "You should consider who is attempting to frighten us." The new recruit who had just spoken found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, if it were any other instructor, they would likely fail to intimidate them. After all, the sense of security provided by Assistant Xu is undeniable. Yet, ironically, it is Assistant Xu who instills fear. What a wicked sense of humor. Could it be that Instructor Yuan has led Assistant Xu astray? In the monitoring room, silence reigned. Yuan Gang clapped his hands, giving Xu Changan a thumbs up, surprised to discover that our Assistant Xu possesses a knack for scaring others. Instructor Hong cast a glance at the calm and composed Xu Changan before shifting his gaze back to the scoring sheet in his hands. Goodness, is there really such a terrifying side to Assistant Xu? He even doubted whether he could remain unscathed in a similar situation. Assistant Xu truly excels at instilling fear. Chao Yuan and I will investigate the situation at the girls' dormitory. I leave this matter in the capable hands of Shen Qingzhu and Qingyu. Resolve the mysterious threat if you can. If not, keep it at bay. The immediate priority is to ascertain whether there are any living souls in the girls' dormitory. Lin Qiye's decision met with unanimous agreement from the others. After all, strength lies in numbers. If the girls' dormitory has fallen, it would suggest an even more formidable adversary awaits them. This would be exceptionally detrimental to their prospects. I am grateful to my dear readers for their generous support in the previous chapter. I find myself unable to sleep, and in my restless state, I am inspired to provide you with an update. Chapter 56. The disgraced Chao Yuan Lin Qiye aspired to investigate the girls' dormitory. Yet, would the endeavor prove to be so simple? Just as they returned to the dormitory building, deliberating on the specific tasks for each team, the colossal spider that had previously vanished reappeared, catching them completely off guard. However, the spider's intention did not seem to be a direct confrontation. It engaged in guerrilla warfare, retreating swiftly whenever one of them succumbed to its mental assault. Even those endowed with speed in the Forbidden Realm found it challenging to pursue the creature. Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan attempted to dash out of the dormitory during the spider's absence, only to discover that the main entrance was ensnared by webs, and even the windows were thoroughly obstructed. They had unwittingly fallen into a trap. In the ensuing period, the giant spider launched multiple surprise attacks, continually harassing them with its guerrilla tactics. This relentless assault compelled Lin Qiye and his companions to maintain an unwavering vigilance, though it proved futile. The spider, controlled by Chang'an, was exceedingly cunning. Even in the absence of casualties, it would promptly flee. However, as time passed, some began to discern a pattern. Lin Qiye, have you noticed? And Qingyu's voice broke the stillness, startling everyone. Lin Qiye glanced at him. Have you noticed as well? And Qingyu shrugged. Of course, with Chang'an being so overt, it would be difficult not to. Aside from its repeated ambushes every 5 minutes, what else is there? Shen Qingzhu, perplexed by their cryptic exchange, questioned why they could not articulate their thoughts plainly. Chao Yuan faintly grasped the implication. Qiye, are you suggesting that the spider has a 5-minute lapse between its attacks? Lin Qiye nodded, affirming Chao Yuan's deduction. Indeed, but I must accomplish one more task to ascertain whether our hypothesis holds true. What do you need me to do? Shen Qingzhu inquired, skipping any unnecessary dialogue. When that mysterious creature next assaults us, we must all unleash our attacks without pause for 5 minutes, Lin Qiye articulated, conveying his conjecture. Those who understood would grasp the essence. Those who did not would merely follow orders. Shen Qingzhu pondered briefly before comprehending Lin Qiye's intent. You too. How did you come to this conclusion so quickly? Given a bit more time, he might have arrived at the same conclusion. It was simply that Lin Qiye and Qingyu had been quicker to perceive it. Your manner of complimenting is rather ambiguous, Lin Qiye remarked, exasperated. Were it not for his awareness of Shen Qingzhu's character, he might have thought it an insult. Shen Qingzhu shrugged nonchalantly. If you don't appreciate it, that's fine. I never intended to flatter you. What good-hearted person would praise their rival? He was no fool. It's coming, Chao Yuan warned. The group braced themselves. As someone confronted the pair of scarlet eyes on the ceiling, their bodies instinctively reacted, launching an attack. The giant spider seemed to anticipate their move, evading with greater speed than before. Yet this time, Lin Qiye and his companions managed to ensnare it firmly. For a full 5 minutes, the situation remained unchanged. As soon as the 5 minutes elapsed, it launched another psychological assault. Although it did not bring them down, it paved a path for its own escape, swiftly vanishing from sight. As anticipated, Lin Qiye was certain that the assessment would not be excessively challenging. Otherwise, given that this enigmatic creature was manipulated by Chang'an, they would have been annihilated countless times by now. Yet, one question eluded his understanding. What was the purpose of this colossal spider's design? Was it merely to delay their arrival at the girls' dormitory? Qiye, shall we proceed to the girls' dormitory now? Chao Yuan sheathed his sword, having become increasingly adept at controlling the forbidden ruins. Lin Qiye nodded in affirmation. We must go. What happened during my sleep? Bai Li, who had awakened at some point, stood bewilderedly behind the main group, gazing at them in confusion. Everyone turned to look at him. Bai Li was taken aback by the collective gaze, feeling goosebumps rise on his skin as he hugged his arms. Why are you all looking at me? Why are we looking at you? You appeared right after the giant spider vanished. What do you think? Someone silently remarked in their mind. However, no one voiced their thoughts. They could not ascertain whether this Bai Li was genuine or an imitation created by uncovering the giant spider's other settings. With a surge of courage, Shen Qingzhu stepped forward, circling Bai Li as if scrutinizing a suspect. Are you truly Bai Li, not someone impersonating him? Are you stupid? If I'm not Bai Li, then who could I possibly be? What on earth is wrong with you all? Bai Li scanned the bewildered expressions of his companions. What are Chao Yuan's hobbies? Shen Qingzhu inquired. Married women. Bai Li and Suara Prumli. Gao Yuan. Lin Qiye. Good question. That's utterly scandalous. And Qingyu. Fortunately, I have no incriminating evidence against me. The other recruits. Oh wow, what a big revelation. Exciting. The matter of Chao Yuan's affinity for married women surfaced during a previous gathering when someone spontaneously suggested playing truth or dare. It was during this game that Chao Yuan's secret was exposed. Shen Qingzhu. After the assessment, we will settle this. Chao Yuan bit down hard, already envisioning the scene of his disgrace following the assessment. Not to mention, the instructors were undoubtedly observing them now. Let us fight. Shen Qingzhu rubbed his nose, feeling slightly guilty. In the monitoring room, a group of instructors burst into laughter. Who was the first to laugh? The laughter quickly escalated. Excellent. Quite a unique interest. I never realized this about Chao Yuan. Yuan Gang listened to the banter among the other instructors, nearly unable to contain his amusement. He cleared his throat and said with a serious tone, Enough. Let us focus on observing each of them. The instructors fell silent, each one intently gazing at the surveillance screen. Xu Changan turned his attention to the monitor overlooking the girls' dormitory, manipulating the sound hunter to once again claim the life of a female student, and subsequently directing the cube to relocate the sound hunter. The situation at the girls' dormitory was becoming increasingly dire. In comparison to the original narrative, the current death toll was significantly higher. All that could be hoped for now was that Lin Qiye and his companions would swiftly enter the dormitory to assist Molly. Even aiding them in resolving any single mystery would provide a moment's respite. Do you believe they will discern the purpose behind the design of the giant spider's move? Yuangong inquired, a hint of curiosity evident in his tone as he engaged with Instructor Hong. Instructor Hong furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. It's difficult to say, but I believe Lin Qiye is the most likely candidate to uncover Qingyu's true identity. Are you so confident in him? Yuan Gang asked, intrigued, though he too held a degree of faith in Lin Qiye. Assistant Su mentioned to me that the mortal realm is synonymous with miracles. A person who possesses miracles will bring forth more miracles. Instructor Hong quoted Xu Changan's words directly. Yuan Gang paused momentarily, his gaze shifting to Lin Qiye on the screen. A person who possesses miracles? Let me witness the miracles that Lin Qiye shall bring forth. Chapter 57. The assessment officially commences to confirm that Bai Li Pang was indeed genuine and not an imposter. The new recruits explain the current situation to him. An assessment, indeed. Hey, you won't believe it. I possess a method to awaken those who lie in slumber. Without hesitation, Bai Li Pang produced the eye of true sight and the soul-severing blade. Once adorned with the eye of true sight, all tangible and intangible entities became visible. including the soul entities, while the soul-severing blade adeptly sliced through the webs of colossal spiders. His brief explanation elicited astonishment from the crowd. Is this the advantage of wealth? How does one possess such extraordinary items? However, Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, saying, "Pang Pang, lend these two forbidden items to Qingyu." The situation in the girls' dormitory remains unclear, and we are uncertain about the circumstances of Mo Li and the others. Before he could finish, Bai Li Pang Pang threw the forbidden items to Qingyu and seized Lin Qiye's hand, exclaiming, "Miss Mo Li, I will come to your rescue." Lin Qiye instinctively grasped the arm of Chao Yuan beside him, and Qingyu watched as the three figures receded into the distance. The two forbidden items in her arms feeling akin to burning coals. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu, feeling the weight of her gaze, stepped back, asking, "What do you want from me?" "Thank you for your hard work, bro," and Qingyu said, directly thrusting the two forbidden items into Shen Qingzhu's hands. Shen Qingzhu's lips twitched in exasperation as he retorted, "Is that how you see me? Like some beast of burden?" Nevertheless, his hands did not cease their motion. Observing Shen Qingzhu's swift actions, and Qingyu adjusted her glasses, a smile gracing her lips, as she drew a pistol and fired a shot at the surveillance camera. Amidst the shocked and perplexed gazes of the other new recruits, she leisurely explained, "Destroying the surveillance is to prevent the enemy from discovering our whereabouts. The assessment never stipulated that we could not damage the cameras. Furthermore, those who have just awakened are likely unaware of our current situation. I propose we form a team to find those rescued by Shen Qingzhu. Only by strengthening our ranks can we assist Lin Qiye and the others." Her words met no skepticism. Thus far, those who remained conscious were individuals of resolute will, and since they were not permitted to act independently, no one questioned Qingyu's intentions. The previously assembled group swiftly dispersed, forming ad hoc teams to destroy the surveillance and search for those rescued by Shen Qingzhu, leaving only a few to guard several crates of explosives. And Qingyu quietly departed as they divided into groups, strolling leisurely along the second-floor corridor, a small white mouse climbing onto her shoulder. Ahead, a figure awaited, eliminate him. The voice of Chang'an echoed in her mind. Excitement sparkled in her eyes. The true game had commenced, and she hoped the two mysterious entities in the girls' dormitory could delay Lin Qiye and his companions for a while longer. On the path to the girls' dormitory, Lin Qiye suddenly halted and glanced back at the dormitory building. "Qiye, what is wrong?" "Gao Juan in Guit pulled out." Lin Qiye frowned it, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "I don't know why, but I suddenly feel an ominous premonition. Could it be that Qiye is feeling particularly tense?" Over at the dormitory, there are Zhuanggu and Qingyu, along with the forbidden items I provided, which should be more than sufficient to subdue that colossal spider. Bai Li Pang Pang patted Lin Qiye on the shoulder. Yet, Lin Qiye still sensed something amiss. It seemed he had overlooked something. "Qiye, the priority is to ascertain the situation in the girls' dormitory. If they fall completely, we will be in even graver peril," Chao Yuan remarked with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye ceased his pondering and declared, "Let us proceed. Thank you to my dear supporters for your generous contributions and for fueling my passion. I am truly grateful for your affection and encouragement." Unable to sleep in the dead of night, I managed to pen a few words, albeit rather brief. Chapter 58, The Sound Hunter. The three of them arrived at the girls' dormitory, but they soon found themselves confronted with a formidable challenge. They were unable to enter the building before them. Lin Qiye attempted to utilize the mortal realm, but could not sense the existence of this edifice. It appeared to be shrouded in some form of concealment, preventing those inside from exiting and those outside from entering. "Do not fret, allow me to search." Bai Li Pang Pang rummaged through his collection of forbidden items, and under the watchful gazes of Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan, he triumphantly produced a piece of chalk. "Found it," he exclaimed, tossing the chalk a few times before drawing a large circle on the glass door. The trio then squeezed through the circle, yet their fortune was less than favorable. Upon entering the girls' dormitory, they were met with an eerie dragging sound that grew ever closer. Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan exchanged glances, both sensing an ominous foreboding. instinctively slowing their breaths. Li Pang glanced at them, covering his mouth and nose with his hand, bending slightly as if to steal away undetected. The grating sound continued to approach. Just as Lin Qiye pondered their next course of action, the scene before them abruptly transformed. The once solid walls morphed into a room. The three exchanged knowing looks, each comprehending the other's thoughts, and they chose to enter the room. However, the moment they opened the door, calamity struck. The slow, grating sound accelerated. And the last to walk, Chao Yuan, unexpectedly locked eyes with the mysterious entity. He swiftly shoved Li Pang into the room, closed the door behind him, and drew his blade to fend off the oncoming attack from the Sound Hunter. This is bad. Lin Qiye steadied Li Pang and immediately resolved to assist Chao Yuan, but alas, when he opened the door, the space shifted once more. Faced with an unfamiliar room, he furrowed his brow. It's over. Chao Yuan is in grave danger now. We must hurry and find him. Li Pang exclaimed anxiously, clutching his head. There are two. The girls' dormitory is far more perilous than ours. There are two mysterious entities inside. Lin Qiye had not anticipated the level of danger present in the girls' area. Chao Yuan's situation was undoubtedly dire, yet with the ever-shifting space. Lin Qiye had no means to deduce Chao Yuan's whereabouts based on the information he possessed. Let us search, Qiye. It is better than doing nothing. I must find Chao Yuan today. Li Pang declared as he began to act, drawing a circle on one of the walls. Lin Qiye concurred with Li Pang's sentiment. They could not remain stagnant in this place, hoping that Chao Yuan could endure until they found him. Perhaps their prayers bore fruit. After traversing through 3 or 4 rooms, they heard the sounds of a struggle emanating from the other side of a wall. Bang bang. Seized the opportunity to pull Chao Yuan in. Lin Qiye pressed against the wall, listening intently to the sounds from the opposite side. Leave it to me. You can rest assured. Li Pang echoed, pressing his ear to the wall to discern the noises, shifting his body until he confirmed the precise location. He swiftly sketched a circle. The two stood ready at the circle's entrance, and the moment they spotted Chao Yuan, they acted with urgency, pulling him inside. The hunter was unable to halt its momentum, flinging itself away, exuding an aura of bewilderment despite its headless form. Chao Yuan gazed at Lin Qiye and Li Pang, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. It was indeed too arduous for him to confront a mysterious entity from the Chuan realm with his current abilities. His body bore numerous wounds, though fortunately they were not fatal. While Xu Changan manipulated the hunter, he refrained from targeting lethal areas except during moments of guaranteed fatal strikes. Lin Qiye rummaged through the available items in the room to assist Chao Yuan in dressing his wounds, at least to stem the bleeding. Qiye, let us depart. Li Pang beckoned them from the center of the circle. Indeed, the recent days may have been somewhat brief. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the generous gifts and the love that fuels my endeavors. I'm immensely thankful for your affection and support. 5. Chapter 59. The unwavering progress of healing with the presence of Li Pang. They effortlessly traversed the space. As long as they could locate Molly and her companions, a wealth of information awaited them. In the monitoring room, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow as he observed Lin Qiye and his companions moving about freely. The ability of Li Pang to employ such methods was beyond their expectations. However, the performance of the new recruits thus far had been commendable. The assessment was nearing its conclusion. Xu Changan shared this sentiment, which is why he refrained from taking any action against Li Pang. Although he was somewhat surprised that Chao Yuan had managed to hold out against the Forbidden Ruins and the Sound Hunter for so long. Instructor Yuan, I wish to lift the control over the cube and the Sound Hunter. The assessment should be concluding at this point. Certainly, Yuan Gang replied. In the ensuing time, Xu Changan focused his attention on Qingyu, directing the giant spider to disperse the new recruits' formations, ensuring they became isolated, making it easier for Qingyu to handle them one by one. He tightly gripped the communication spirit jade. Qingyu, the recruits have begun to sense something amiss. Find a way to eliminate any suspicion on your part. Qiye won't be returning anytime soon. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, after incapacitating another recruit, Qingyu heard Chang'an's voice in his mind, calmly stating, "Is this the 46th recruit to realize something is off?" It appears they are indeed lacking in vigilance. He pondered how to remove any suspicion directed at himself. After considerable thought, he devised a plan that would serve both purposes. First, he would injure himself, thereby facilitating the fabrication of a scenario that would deceive others. And then, he gazed at the ceiling light, a smirk playing on his lips before he quickly suppressed it, scanning his surroundings for something to inflict harm upon himself. His gaze settled on a knife held by the recruit lying on the ground. As he contemplated how to injure himself convincingly, Xu Changan suddenly manifested beside him in a spiritual form. "I can assist you in faking an injury." And Qingyu looked at the figure beside him, a triumphant smile creeping onto his lips. "So, brother truly cannot bear to see me hurt? Was this intentional?" Xu Changan furrowed his brow, a rare expression of concern on his face. "Chang'an, is that truly how you perceive me?" And Qingyu's tone was oddly calm, yet a flicker of hurt crossed his eyes. Xu Changan was taken aback. Had he misjudged the situation? But just a moment ago. Never mind. Perhaps he had indeed misunderstood. In his consciousness, Zhou could not help but shout, "Host, host! You are about to be completely deceived. That treacherous fish." "My apologies, I misinterpreted the situation." Xu Changan earnestly apologized. "I simply do not wish for you to harm yourself over such matters. Allow me to assist you in faking an injury." Xu Changan's affection too. Hearing of the increase in affection, a momentary look of astonishment crossed in Qingyu's face before he quickly composed himself. It seemed he held significant importance in Chang'an's heart. Xu Changan pressed his lips together, choosing to remain silent on the matter. After successfully fabricating the injury, he swiftly departed from the scene. Watching the departing figure, and Qingyu chuckled inwardly. In Chang'an, evasion is indeed the true answer. He contemplated, knowing precisely what could keep Chang'an close at hand. And Qingyu steadied his emotions, glanced at his wounds, and feigned the appearance of having narrowly escaped from a surprise attack as he hurried towards the vicinity of Shen Qingzhu. Accompanying Shen Qingzhu were several new recruits. The previously scattered group gradually began to coalesce once more as they sought out the other recruits who had scattered within the dormitory building. "Is that in Qingyu?" A voice from an unknown recruit called out. All eyes turned towards the battered figure of Qingyu, and the initial suspicion evaporated in an instant. Shen Qingzhu quickly supported Qingyu, unable to inquire before he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Grasping Shen Qingzhu's coat, he whispered urgently, "The ranks are not safe. Someone is attacking me from behind. Be extremely cautious." Shen Qingzhu's pupils dilated in shock as he looked at him, and Qingyu gave a slight nod. The others were oblivious to the discreet exchange occurring between them, as Qingyu had not opened his mouth in their sight. After divulging the life-threatening information he had gleaned, Qingyu leaned against the wall and slowly sank to the ground, watching as Shen Qingzhu feigned ignorance while attempting to extract information from the recruits, turning his head slightly to reveal a cryptic smile. Shen Qingzhu was probing the others, but a sense of unease gnawed at him, though he could not pinpoint why. As the spirit returned to his body, Xu Changan opened his eyes, only to feel a series of gentle taps on his shoulder. Turning, he found Yuan Gang regarding him with a peculiar smile. A question mark slowly formed above his head. Yuan Gang cleared his throat. "Xu, your charm is truly overwhelming. But I wonder if that rascal Wang Mian is aware of this? Surely, Instructor Yuan would safeguard this secret for me, wouldn't he?" Xu Changan maintained his customary warm smile, engaging in playful banter with Instructor Yuan. Yet, Yuan Gang shivered at such a smile, thinking if I refuse, Instructor Xu won't kill me, will he? And what of them? Yuan Gang gestured to the group of instructors behind him. The instructors, caught off guard while gossiping, were momentarily stunned. Well, the thick-browed and big-eyed Yuan Gang are quite the character. Upon hearing this, Xu Changan turned to face them. The instructors quickly protested. "We know nothing. Yuan Gong chuklet all. So you lot are genuinely terrified of Instructor Xu?" The instructors averted their gazes, focusing on everything but Yuan Gang. It was no jest. Instructor Xu was indeed exquisitely beautiful, a rarity in both heaven and earth, but they knew how formidable he was. Moreover, was this fear? No, it was reverence. Never mind. I have no more words for you. Hong Hao, what about you? Yuan Gang looked towards the instructor on his right, who was acting timidly. Instructeur en cours de l'Italie. raising his fist to his mouth, and spoke earnestly. I believe some matters are better left for Wang Mian to discover on his own. Excessive commentary from outsiders does little good. All right, enough said. I understand your meaning. Yuan Gang gazed at him in utter disbelief, barely restraining an eye roll. Instructor Hong curled his lip. Is there a problem with what I said? What business is it of ours as outsiders to meddle in their family affairs? Instructor Yuan, we cannot focus solely on Wang Mian. I believe Lin Qiye could also present a formidable challenge. Yuan Gang interjected, Stop. You're giving me a headache. Xu Changan, amused, allowed the exchange of glances between the two to unfold, his gaze shifting to the surveillance screen, where he observed Qingyu seated on the ground, alongside the deeply contemplative Shen Qingzhu. He understood then that once Qiye returned from his tasks, the truth about Qingyu being an undercover would inevitably come to light. He found himself momentarily dazed. How swiftly time passes. Had it truly flown by so quickly? In the realm of his consciousness, little Zhou watched the fluctuations of its host's emotions, nearly bursting into a celebratory dance. Yet, upon glancing at the healing progress, it was as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over it. Little Zhou lamented, Who will rescue me? Why are the emotions so tumultuous, yet the healing progress remains stagnant? Gratitude to Zijinsheng's little Tooba for the 2 delightful performances. Here, I am diligently penning the next installment, dear one. I hope you refrain from further donations. Save your money for yourself. Such generous contributions are unnecessary. I do not wish to increase the frequency of updates. I truly do not want to. Chapter 60. The cube Lin Qiye and his companions were unaware of how long they had been searching. As they endeavored to locate Molly and her team, Lin Qiye meticulously noted each room they traversed, seeking patterns in the spatial anomalies. Bai Li, the rotund companion, was nearly out of chalk, marking the walls with circles. This was their final opportunity. Just as he completed his last circle, the chalk crumbled to nothing. Ahead, Lin Qiye stepped forward just in time to summon Tian Quan, deflecting a blade that swung toward him. Upon recognizing Lin Qiye, Molly was momentarily taken aback, but quickly sheathed her weapon, only then noticing the others behind him. A fatty, and Xiao Yuan. What brings you here? She inquired. Molly, I am so relieved to see you unharmed. I have lost count of the circles I drew on this journey. At last, we have found you. Bailey exhaled in relief upon seeing Molly. Molly appeared momentarily flustered. You all should come with me. It seemed she was evading Bai Li's concern. Oblivious to her discomfort, Bai Li remained as naive as ever, although he was acutely aware of the dynamics between Lin Qiye and Xu Changan. Yet when it came to himself, he became a baffled participant in the unfolding drama. Lin Qiye observed this with a sense of resigned amusement, recognizing that this was neither the time nor place for such matters. Xiao Yuan noticed a cluster of female soldiers seated together, sketching on their boards, seemingly documenting something, which piqued his curiosity. He began, but before he could finish, a cacophony of voices erupted around him. No, this is all wrong. Ling, the layout of the 5th room is almost complete. Can you see if it can connect with the 4th area? And here, adjust this information. Lin Qiye, slightly taken aback, quickly grasped the situation. This was a mental connection. How'd he know? It was thanks to the communication jade given to him by Chang'an, which facilitated conversations through mental links, transcending the limits of distance and space. Molly nodded, affirming, indeed, this is a minor mental link, allowing for direct thought-based communication. However, the confines of the Forbidden Expanse are limited, only encompassing the 2 adjacent rooms. Are you searching for patterns in spatial changes? Lin Qiye inquired, observing the diligent soldiers engaged in their tasks. Molly nodded once more, explaining, yes, Shaoling's Forbidden Expanse can traverse terrain without obstruction. She and I are responsible for surveying each room's designation, while a Z serves as our strategist, directing our efforts. Have you discerned any patterns? Bailey asked, his curiosity piqued. Molly cast a glance at a Z before responding, not yet, but we are close. Lin Qiye turned his attention to the soldier amidst a pile of papers. For what I perceive before locating you, this space appears chaotic at first glance. Yet fundamentally embodies only 2 basic variations. 2 basic variations? A Z murmured, suddenly lifting her head to stare at Lin Qiye. What are those two? Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before articulating. The rotation of the horizontal cross-section and the vertical cross-section must occur at right angles. And the starting point for rotation is arbitrary. Although only one cross-section can be rotated at a time, the speed of rotation is exceptionally swift. I cannot shake the feeling that this pattern is somewhat familiar. As AZ murmured these phrases while examining the blueprints in her hands, a sudden realization illuminated her eyes. With palpable excitement, she exclaimed, "The Rubik's Cube! It is the Rubik's Cube! So that is it!" Lin Qiye also experienced a moment of clarity. I now comprehend the entire pattern of spatial changes and can even predict the next spatial transformation. Thus, we must decide whether to address the hunter first or the Rubik's Cube. No sooner had AZ finished speaking than an irate voice erupted. "We must deal with the hunter first. Indeed, he must be eliminated." The female soldiers rushed forward, their fury unleashed. Even though they understood that no one would perish during the assessment, the agony of witnessing their comrades fall helplessly ignited an uncontrollable rage within them. "You all handle the hunter. I shall manage the Rubik's Cube," Lin Qiye stated, prompting everyone to turn their attention toward him. "Isn't that too perilous?" Chao Yuan frowned in concern. Bai Li, plump and earnest, nodded in agreement. "Yes, Qiye. No, while you detain the hunter, it is prudent for me to tackle the Rubik's Cube. The danger does not lie with me. Let us not forget that the Rubik's Cube lacks offensive capabilities," Lin Qiye countered, shaking his head. The others exchanged glances, unsure of how to dissuade him. "Let's proceed as such," Lin Qiye decisively concluded. For reasons unknown, ever since departing the dormitory, an ominous premonition had lingered in his heart. The group then split, with Lin Qiye undertaking the task of resolving the Rubik's Cube alone, while AZ led the others to confront the hunter. As Lin Qiye gazed at the wall, once again obstructed by the spatial changes, he fell into contemplation, uncertain if he could blast through it. In that moment, he recalled the infinite armory. Surely, it would not be a challenge to use explosives to breach this wall. He focused on the barrier before him, snapping his fingers, causing several packs of explosives to materialize and hover in the air. "Blow!" he uttered softly. In an instant, the explosives detonated, and the protective mechanism of the infinite armory shielded him entirely from the blast effects. It appears this ability is indeed quite useful. Lin Qiye's voice was barely audible, even to the instructors in the monitoring room. The path ahead could only be described as ruthlessly straightforward. As Lin Qiye calculated the spatial transformations, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, brutally employing explosives to obliterate any walls that impeded his progress. The journey was, in essence, unimpeded. In the monitoring room, Yuan Gang observed Lin Qiye's unrefined approach with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Can someone explain what kind of ability Lin Qiye possesses? Materializing a plethora of explosives from thin air? Can the space manipulated by the cube still be detonated? The infinite armory is a capability I bestowed upon him, a gift from the deity in. However, I have discovered that it can be contracted to multiple individuals simultaneously, Xu Changan elucidated. Yuan Gang regarded Xu Changan with a more scrutinizing gaze. "You did not inform us of this matter in advance, Assistant Xu." "I had indeed relayed this information to Commander Yi. Did he not convey it to you?" Xu Changan affirmed. Having informed Commander Yi right after learning of Lin Qiye's contract with the Infinite Armory, Yuan Gang, somewhat skeptical, replied, "I will contact Commander Yi." The previously tranquil monitoring room suddenly filled with a palpable tension. All the instructors were eager to distance themselves from the situation. Could they truly be privy to such matters? Xu Changan remained unperturbed, though he found it surprising that Lin Qiye would employ this ability without hesitation. Could it be that he had become so engrossed in thought that he had forgotten? Before long, Yuan Gang returned. He looked at Xu Changan. "I apologize. There is no need for such formality. I too failed to inform you in a timely manner. We are even in this regard," Xu Changan replied, understanding Yuan Gang's earlier indiscretion, thus dismissing the need for an apology. Yuan Gang, recognizing this, chose not to elaborate further, merely reflecting inwardly, "Damn it. Which deity is so generous, bestowing all that is good upon their agent? Is this charity?" This chapter continues to be driven by rewards and updates. Once again, Heartfelt thanks to the generous contributions from Little Tooba of Zijing Mountain Villa for the 2 splendid gifts. I also extend my gratitude to all other supporters for their donations and affection. Your appreciation means the world to me. Chapter 61. Illusion. After an indeterminate number of walls had been breached, Lin Qiye finally sensed the presence of the cube merely a few walls away. The use of explosives was evidently unsuitable for this task. He took a deep breath, gently pressed a hand against the wall, and closed his eyes, rapidly calculating the operational patterns of this place in his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes. Success or failure hinged upon this very instant. He murmured, resolutely snapping his fingers, causing an unfathomable quantity of explosives to levitate in the air. Boom! Boom! The deafening sound of explosions reverberated as 2 walls were obliterated in an instant. Smoke billowed, obscuring everything around, and a blue light surged forth from the haze, hurtling straight toward the final wall. Lin Qiye swiftly moved into the adjacent room. The strike did not shatter the last wall, yet it startled the cube that was manipulating the space, prompting it to instinctively alter the surroundings. The environment transformed at a rapid pace and gradually came to a halt within a few minutes. Lin Qiye cast a glance at the wall on his right, a triumphant smile illuminating his face as he approached and detonated it with explosives. At long last, the enigmatic entity that had been controlling the space revealed itself. A spherical void, over 3 meters in radius, hung silently in the air. At its center floated a silver cube. Lin Qiye advanced cautiously toward the cube, but stopped short as he neared, sensing an unusual fluctuation encircling the surface of the sphere. What is this? Just as he pondered, the layer of fluctuation seemed to detect the presence of an intruder, suddenly becoming exceedingly animated. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow and retreated a few steps in caution. He watched as the fluctuation coalesced into a circle, slowly descending to the ground, its white radiance flickering, transforming everything around into memories of home. Lin Qiye's pupils contracted. He beheld his aunt. Aunt. The figure in the kitchen appeared to hear his voice, turning to smile at him. Qiye, my dear, you've worked so hard. Before Lin Qiye could utter a word, the white light flickered once more, revealing Yang Jin. Brother, mother, and I will always await your return home. Yang Jin, holding the small black dog, stood at the doorway, smiling at him. Ajin. Lin Qiye momentarily fell into a daze. What is this? Wasn't he in the training camp? Is everything here a fabrication, an illusion? But why does it feel so palpably real? Where exactly am I? Qiye. Lin Qiye abruptly looked up, only to discover that everything around him had morphed into the visage of a psychiatric hospital, with Chang'an standing directly opposite him. Xu Changan offered him a gentle smile. Qiye, everything you see is an illusion. Trust your heart. If you do not leave this place soon, it will escape you. Chang'an. Indeed, is this merely an illusion? Without hesitation, Lin Qiye chose to believe the words of the figure before him. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had returned to reality. Gazing at the cube before him, he raised his hand and struck decisively. Surveillance room. This seems rather illogical. Yuan Gang stared in confusion at Lin Qiye, who had just awakened from a 2-minute illusion. Outside the magic cube, Yuan Gang and his companions had established a final layer of protection, a forbidden realm possessed by a certain instructor. This realm could silently draw in those near the fluctuations into a dreamscape, where the most significant person in the dreamer's life would materialize, perfectly aligning with the inner persona of the dreamer. The presence of these figures would subtly influence the dreamer's senses, which is why Lin Qiye felt disoriented, almost doubting the authenticity of everything in the training camp, as he was swayed by the illusion. Unfortunately, an unexpected variable, Xu Changan, had emerged. In Lin Qiye's heart, Chang'an would never deceive him. Thus, the Xu Changan in the dream would also not mislead him. Would the illusion perfectly conform to Lin Qiye's envisioned persona for that significant individual? Xu Changan inquired. Yuan Gang nodded affirmatively. Then the problem may lie with me. Xu Changan was at a loss for words. If she were among the significant people in Qiye's life, she would never betray him. Yuan Gang fell silent. So that's how Lin Qiye managed to break through the illusion so swiftly, with you acting as a spy within. He remarked, "What is the purpose of this layer of protection, then?" Regrettably, no one would, nor dared to, answer his question. After resolving the magic cube, Chao Yuan and his group swiftly dealt with the hunting sound. Chao Yuan, Fatty, Molly, Lin Qiye jogged over to them. "Qiye, you're amazing. You really took down the magic cube all by yourself. We struggled so much just to handle one hunting sound." Bai Li, the chubby one, exclaimed, standing up from the ground and giving Lin Qiye a thumbs up, clearly excited. Lin Qiye merely nodded in acknowledgement of the praise. "Now that this matter is settled, let us hurry back to find Zhuanggu and the others." "Has something troublesome occurred on Shen Qingzhu's side?" Molly asked, somewhat puzzled. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. "Perhaps. He still trusted his instincts. When I came to find you before, I had a nagging feeling that Zhuanggu and the others might be in trouble. But you were more important, so we didn't go back to check," Bai Li explained. Chao Yuan also believed in Lin Qiye's intuition. After all, one might dismiss such feelings as mere illusions, but after experiencing them repeatedly, could they still be deemed mere illusions? Among the female soldiers, aside from Molly who followed Lin Qiye, others were either injured or too exhausted to continue. Thus, only the 4 of them hurried forward. This book is not 1v1. It is 1v5. If you prefer 1v1, then this book may not be to your taste. Please read the synopsis carefully before diving in. Thank you, dear readers, for your generous support and affection. Your love and encouragement are greatly appreciated. Chapter 62. Who is the traitor? Upon their return to the dormitory building, they confirmed just how accurate Lin Qiye's intuition had been. Shortly after their departure, a significant event indeed transpired. Listening intently as Qingzhu recounted the happenings during their absence, each person was lost in their own thoughts. Is the instructor truly this malevolent? Is there no one left unscathed? Bai Li Pang exclaimed, covering her face in dismay. Molly was equally taken aback. She had thought that their own troubles were unparalleled, only to discover that the situation here was equally dire. The 2 enigmatic factions posed a far greater challenge than the combination of mystery and betrayal, for the former adhered to a consistent pattern, unlike the latter. Furthermore, it was essential to note that the traitor they faced was human. Intelligent individuals are always adept at exploiting the rules to their advantage. A look of profound contemplation crossed Lin Qiye's face. So, the traitor has evolved from eliminating you one by one to collaborating with that mysterious entity? And you and Qingyu have searched in vain for the identity of the traitor? Qingzhu nodded, her expression boiling with indignation. Indeed, initially, with the forbidden items provided by Pang, we had managed to suppress that mysterious being perfectly. However, now that it has allied with the traitor, it is behaving like a rogue. Rogue? Chao Yuan looked bewildered. What an odd description. Qingzhu elaborated on how the mysterious entity was indeed behaving in a rogue manner. The previous pattern of attacking every 5 minutes remained unchanged, yet had ceased using mental assaults, instead resorting to weaving webs. Initially, the traitor within the ranks had been conveying information to the mysterious entity. Like a specter, it would unexpectedly discharge threads from unanticipated locations, ensnaring individuals before they even realized what was happening. Once they began to fortify their defenses, however, the entity no longer adhered to its 5-minute attack rule. If they remained stationary and vigilant, it would retreat like a turtle, refusing to reveal itself. The term rogue was coined by Liliang. Bro, during your pursuit of that mysterious entity, it continued attacking you at 5-minute intervals, did it not? Lin Qiye suddenly conceived a possibility based on Qingzhu's information. Qingzhu pondered carefully and then exclaimed, "Wait, are you suggesting that the mysterious entity still follows the 5-minute attack rule, but is under the control of the traitor? It's not foolish." Taking a moment to reflect, Lin Qiye nodded. Indeed, rather than being controlled, it is more accurate to say they are cooperating. Until now, we assumed the 5-minute attack was a mandatory rule, but it appears that is not the case. How intriguing. Wait, where's Qingyu? Bai Li Musa, stroking her chin thoughtfully as she glanced back at the group of new recruits resting behind them. Yet she failed to spot Qingyu. The mention of Qingyu prompted the others to react as well. Yes, where is in Qingyu? Qingzhu remained silent for a moment before speaking. Earlier, when that mysterious entity ambushed me, it was in Qingyu who pushed me aside, only to be seized by the creature himself. Moreover, in Qingyu sustained severe injuries. His chances of survival may be slim. The group fell into a heavy silence, and Qingyu was the first member of their team to be eliminated. The atmosphere grew somber. "Brother Cool, you're quite impressive," Chao Yuan suddenly blurted out without context. Qingzhu stared at Chao Yuan as if seeing a ghost. "You know how to give compliments?" Chao Yuan rolled his eyes, too exasperated to respond. Li Pang couldn't hold back a chuckle. "Brother Cool, Chao Yuan's just worried you might be affected by Qingyu's situation. He's trying to lighten the mood." Qingzhu, the self-proclaimed expert at ruining the atmosphere, rubbed his nose and muttered inwardly. Since when did Chao Yuan learn to talk like Pang? "What should we do now? Continue hunting the creature?" Emoli turned to Lin Qiye, who was still deep in thought. "Honestly, our group is still too large. Even after losing several members to the entity, we remain too conspicuous, which limits our mobility." "Exactly. We must keep searching for the creature. Trust me, no one else will be taken this time. I also need to confirm a suspicion of mine." Confidence radiated from Lin Qiye's expression. Moving forward was their only option. If they remained passive, the entity would not reveal itself. Moreover, Lin Qiye already had a suspect in mind. All that remained was verification. Once the traitor was dealt with, this mysterious threat would no longer be a concern. Chapter 63. Blow up the dormitory. Where else have you not searched? Only the top 2 floors and the rooftop remain. Then let us ascend. Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan led the group, while Qingzhu, Molly, and the plump one trailed at the end. Here, restrictions were non-existent, allowing Lin Qiye's realm of mundane deities to effortlessly encompass a vast area. Any subtle movement would not escape his notice. Suddenly, Lin Qiye sprang into action, darting like a shadow from the wall to the back of the line, intercepting the spider's silk aimed at Molly. Li, the plump one, was so astonished that his mouth formed an O shape. "My goodness, Qiye, you are nothing short of superhuman." Lin Qiye paid no heed to Li. The Tian Quan in his hand was firmly ensnared by the spider's silk, which tugged him forward. After a brief moment of contemplation, he ceased his resistance. Just before being pulled away, he left a message for the others. "Qingzhu will direct you. Wait for my return." Did he truly prefer to venture alone into enemy territory, leaving us behind? Qingzhu cast a glance at Li, displaying no concern for Lin Qiye's safety, even appearing somewhat exasperated. Li patted his shoulder. "Come on, don't say that. You and Qiye are equally fond of solo missions. Besides, if you're not around, who will manage the group? Surely, you can't expect me and Chao Yuan to handle it, can you? With so many of us, if we let Miss Molly lead, she'll be exhausted. Who knows if the others will even listen?" Qingzhu, hopeless romantic. The other new recruits, who heard every word, chimed in. "Li, are you afraid we can't hear you? Hopeless romantic." Molly sighed in resignation. "Are you trying to ensure everyone hears?" "My apologies, everyone," Li said awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Qingzhu, deep in thought, suddenly had a terrifying idea. Why must we seek the mysterious? Why not simply blow up the dormitory? The air suddenly thickened with tension. Everyone turned to Qingzhu, their eyes wide as saucers. "New recruits. Qingyu, you're still the best. Shouldn't we reconsider?" Li suggested timidly. "Blow up the dormitory? Is that even permissible?" He feared the instructor would emerge from the ground to tear him apart. "I believe this method is feasible. Do we have enough explosives?" Molly pondered for a moment and deemed the plan viable. After all, remaining in the dormitory imposed too many restrictions, and the mysterious entity and traitor were clearly intent on playing hide-and-seek with them. It would be better to simply obliterate the place. "I concur." Li instantly raised his hand in agreement. Qingzhu shot Li an exasperated glance. Truly a hopeless romantic. Chao Yuan surveyed the eager new recruits, realizing that this matter was likely settled. "Shall we not wait for Qiye to return before discussing it? Let us move the explosives first. We can consult him when he returns." Qingzhu promptly commanded, for Lin Qiye had entrusted him with command. "What is wrong with blowing up a dormitory? This is an assessment, not a matter of life or death." Surely the instructors possessed the means to restore order. Chao Yuan was at a loss for words. Is this a discussion? It feels more like a notification. In the surveillance room, the instructors, having overheard their conversation through hidden cameras, couldn't help but twitch their lips, casting a silent glance at Assistant Xu. First, there was Lin Qiye, who rampaged through with fervor, locating the Rubik's Cube. Then, there were Shen, Qingzhu, and Molly, who intended to detonate explosives to demolish the dormitory building. This fellow is audacious, to say the least. Yet one cannot deny that it is indeed a rather clever approach. What do you think, Assistant Xu? Yuan Gang harbored a certain admiration for Shen Qingzhu's boldness, although he did not express it openly. Xu Changan was not surprised by Shen Qingzhu's decision. He nodded in agreement with Yuan Gang's comments. The assessment was nearing its conclusion, and that day would soon be upon them. Chapter 64. The visible affection of mini Lin Qiye allowed himself to be pulled along by the spider silk. Yet when the thread finally snapped, he encountered not a trace of the enigmatic figure. Gazing around, he approached the window at the corridor's end to peer outside, but still, the mysterious shadow eluded him. He had run quite swiftly. It appeared that Qingyu had deceived them with more than just a few words. Which of his statements bore truth, and which were mere fabrications? Or perhaps, Lin Qiye murmured to himself before departing from the locale to reunite with the main group. You intend to blow this place up? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lin Qiye found himself utterly unperturbed by Shen Qingzhu's audacious plan. Shen Qingzhu shrugged. Do you not think this is rather efficient? Since they wish to engage us in a game of hide and seek, why not prevent them from hiding? That's a sound strategy. I believe it could work. Lin Qiye had little to counter, especially as he found himself in agreement with Shen Qingzhu's approach. Yet, he pondered whether Chang'an would be displeased. He seemed to have never witnessed Chang'an's wrath. Aside from feigning aloofness in front of new recruits, he was characteristically gentle. The group divided into two teams, one responsible for transporting explosives, while the other patrolled the dormitory building to thwart any escape by the mysterious entity. Qiye, have you discerned who the mole is? Bai Li, the chubby one, inquired with curiosity, as thus far, only Qiye had surmised the identity of the traitor. And Qingyu. Lin Qiye's revelation left the others astounded. And Qingyu? Are you certain? Shen Qingzhu instinctively sought to dispute this claim, but suddenly recognized the plausibility of the accusation. Reflecting on Qingyu's previous remarks indeed hinted at something amiss. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Chao Yuan shared Shen Qingzhu's sentiments. Compared to them, Mo Li possessed significantly less information, but even from what was available, she could make some inferences. Nevertheless, I still find it somewhat incomprehensible. Me too, Bai Li chimed in. Although it baffles me, your assertion that Qingyu is the mole is not entirely surprising. His intellect certainly aligns with the role of a traitor. Moreover, he has executed this role with remarkable proficiency. Do you recall when Qingyu previously asked, what do you think the conditions for concluding this assessment are? While everyone instinctively believed that resolving the mystery would signify the end of the evaluation, why did he pose such a question? First, he could have simply been inquiring out of idle curiosity. Second, it might indicate that he was privy to the conditions for concluding the assessment, knowledge that only a mole would possess. Reflect upon why Qingyu did not raise the issue of sabotaging the surveillance when Brother Zhou was present. Why did he remain silent, even in my presence? Instead, it is essential to wait until the departure of the brash fellow before sabotaging the surveillance, allowing others to believe that the instructor can no longer perceive our actions. This would naturally lead to a subconscious relaxation of vigilance, making it easier for them to acquiesce to his subsequent suggestions regarding teaming up to seek out other awakened recruits. However, this is an assessment. The instructors could not possibly forego the installation of hidden cameras. Moreover, the brash fellow informed us that he had eavesdropped on all the recruits, thus possessing a fundamental knowledge of their whereabouts. The only exception is in Qingyu, whose movements are rather enigmatic. While others either remained together or were forced to scatter due to mysterious assaults, he occasionally appeared near the recruits. Even if his reasons for appearing are indeed compelling, it is precisely that overabundance of justification that renders him suspicious, is it not? Lastly, my intuition suggests that he may be an insider. This lengthy discourse left everyone deep in contemplation. Qingyu, the explosives have been moved. I guarantee they will obliterate the dormitory building in one go. Lilian Apruaka, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Qingzhu was abruptly pulled back to reality, a smile gracing his lips. The mysterious one hasn't escaped, has he? No. Li Liang shook his head vigorously. Then let us ignite the explosives without delay. Qingzhu commanded decisively. Boom! At the moment the dormitory was reduced to rubble, Xu Changan, who had been stationed in the monitoring room, was transported to Qingyu's side, summoning vines through the divine relic to shield both of them. As the dormitory collapsed, dust billowed into the air. Once the haze settled, the onlookers beheld the two of them. Oh my, Qingyu, you truly are the insider, aren't you? Despite having been aware of this fact for some time, Bali Pangu couldn't help but exclaim. And Qingyu responded helplessly, you all are rather ruthless. To be frank, he had long sensed the movements of Lin Qiye and the others. But regrettably, the mysterious entity's range of activity was confined to the canteen and the dormitory. Furthermore, their defenses were too stringent, leaving him without any opportunity. Lin Qiye observed Xu Changan approaching them. Xu Changan merely regarded them silently, not uttering a word. The group exchanged glances, puzzled as to why, despite the assessment seemingly concluded, Assistant Xu remained reticent about announcing its end. And Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Choosing not to divulge the reason, Lin Qiye pondered deeply. A sudden crash, the sound of debris striking the ground, caught his attention. And upon witnessing the mysterious entity emerging from the ruins, he suddenly comprehended the situation. Summoning Tian Quan, Lin Qiye approached the enigmatic figure, and without hesitation, he ended its life under the gaze of its terrified eyes. Xu Changan promptly broke into laughter. The assessment is complete. Hooray! It's finally over. My goodness. This day has exhausted me. I need to eat. The atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence as everyone stared at the individual who had proclaimed a need for food. Having exerted considerable effort to shout, their neck and face flushed. The person awkwardly ran a hand through their hair. With a sudden laugh, someone broke the tension, and soon everyone succumbed to laughter. Ha ha! Xu Changan surveyed the room. Let us head to the canteen to collect our meal boxes. As the assessment approached its conclusion, the cafeteria had already prepared the meal boxes. He glanced at the three individuals who had unknowingly gathered around him and smiled faintly. Go ahead. The meal this time is quite sumptuous. The trio immediately turned their attention to Xu Changan's head. Xu Changan's affection level rose from 38 to 39, noted little fish. Xu Changan's affection level rose from 26 to 27, added the brash brother. Only Lin Qiye's remained unchanged. Qiye, brash brother, little fish, what are you doing? Let's head to the cafeteria. Li Pang shouted while waving at them. He was accompanied by Mo Li and Chao Yuan, who patiently waited for Lin Qiye and the others. Lin Qiye pressed his lips together, glanced at Chang'an's head once more, confirmed that the affection level had not increased, and then bid farewell before departing. Xu Changan watched their departing figures before turning in the opposite direction. He still had the responsibility of repairing the damaged training camp. Miss Emoli, what do you enjoy eating? You are quite noisy. And what is your favorite color? Emoli and Bai Li Pang walked at the forefront, while Chao Yuan, lost in thought, occupied the middle position. As for the three behind, Qiye, can you also see what is above Chang'an's head? Lin Qiye was taken aback by the question posed by Qingyu, furrowing his brow. You can see it too? What? You all can see it. Qingzhu halted in astonishment, having intended to quicken his pace. What's going on? I thought only I could see it. I didn't expect that you all could see it as well. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, recalling that just moments ago, he had noticed Lin Qiye and Qingzhu glancing at Chang'an's head and tentatively asked a question. To his surprise, it was indeed true. Things seemed to be growing more intriguing. Lin Qiye felt somewhat bewildered. Why? Why were there others, besides him, who could perceive the affection levels? Gratitude to Anmuchun Bao Bao for the generous gifts of updates, character summons, and inspiration capsules. I sincerely appreciate your generosity. However, I hope you refrain from gifting such expensive items in the future. Save your money for yourself. It can be spent on anything you desire. Additionally, Writing extra chapters is quite taxing. Please do not bestow such costly gifts. I also thank the other supporters for their contributions and for the love you share. Your support means the world to me. Thank you all. Alas, 3 chapters of updates. I will complete them either today or tomorrow. Chapter 65. Dimensional Summoning Magic. At this moment, Xu Changan remained oblivious to the events unfolding on Lin Qiye's side. Having completed his restoration work, he returned to his office. The atmosphere within was filled with the fervent discussions of the instructors. The newly assessed student forms, each bearing scores, were delivered to Xu Changan's desk, where he would finalize the evaluations and compose remarks to determine their fates. I believe that a score of 17 for Bai Li Tuming is somewhat excessive, one instructor contended. Yet you cannot deny that Bai Li Tuming has made significant contributions, whether with the spiders or the hunters and the cubes. I find 17 to be quite reasonable. By your logic, I could argue that Qiao Yuan deserves a 17 as well. Previously, I had no objections, but now he can perfectly control the Black King Annihilation and still contend with the hunters, while Mo Li and her team dealt with the hunters. Qiao Yuan certainly played a considerable role. Alright, but what of Shen Qingzhu, who awarded him 16 points? And what about Mo Li, who was so stringent? Is there any issue with her receiving a score of 17? Why was she given a mere 16? The instructors engaged in heated debate. However, none of this affected Xu Changan. Even Lin Qiye could not escape the same outcome as in the original narrative, despite not having committed any act of seizing the mysterious corpses. He was still docked a point. In Yuan Gang's words, an additional point might lead to arrogance. Nonetheless, Xu Changan had taken possession of the 3 enigmatic corpses, and he was curious whether, with these 3 mysterious bodies, Lin Qiye would still summon Mu. After completing his work, Xu Changan returned to his dormitory and lay upon his bed, his consciousness entering the asylum. Qiye, you do care for me. I am nearly exhausted. As soon as Xu Changan entered the asylum, he heard Li Yifei's voice, filled with emotion and excitement. Yet, it seemed that Lin Qiye and the others were unaware of his arrival. Fortunately, he remained silent, listening intently to their exchange. No, Qiye, what can that thing do? Li Yifei inquired, pointing at the floating cube with a perplexed expression. Lin Qiye turned slightly to glance at it. Gradually, Li Yifei's initial confusion transformed into widened eyes of astonishment, his body trembling with excitement. My heavens, there is hope. It has come to life. The cube, an all-automatic washing machine, dryer, dishwasher, and mahjong machine, is at your service. The mechanical voice of the cube sounded like celestial music to Li Yifei's ears. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. Li Yifei could hardly contain his exhilaration, his gaze toward Zhou filled with anticipation. What special skills do you possess? Zhou tilted her head and replied, I can sleep. Does that count? Li Yifei fell silent, casting a glance at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye shrugged. If you don't know, you could always teach. Fine. Li Yifei gritted his teeth in frustration. Xu Changan observed their interaction, finding it somewhat amusing. Yet in the next moment, his smile faded as he fell into deep contemplation. Since when had he begun to experience such a myriad of emotions? It seemed to have commenced from the moment he chose to enter the world, and even more so from the instant he felt curiosity towards Lin Qiye and the other 4. It appeared that he increasingly developed a spectrum of feelings. Contemplating this, Xu Changan could not help but ponder a question. What did Lin Qiye and the others signify to him? If Xiao Jiu were awake at this moment, it would surely declare that his feelings for them were merely rooted in pure friendship, followed by a soft murmur suggesting a slight fondness for Lin Qiye, but just a fleeting one. Unfortunately, Xiao Jiu was in a deep slumber, missing this opportunity. By the time Xu Changan reached clarity, his fondness had already blossomed into something akin to love. Xu Changan's fondness, one vice dean's healing degree increased by 2 suddenly. Lin Qiye, who was engaged in conversation with Li Yifei, fell silent. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and instinctively, he turned to find himself gazing into a pair of inquisitive eyes. Chang'an. Lin Qiye softly uttered the other's name. He was unsure when this habit had formed, but seeing Chang'an brought him joy. Of course, he would be even happier if someone could explain why others could perceive Chang'an as fondness towards them. Alas, This was a question he could not pose to Chang'an. Upon noticing Lin Qiye's gaze, Xu Changan instinctively smiled, only to be taken aback by the realization of his own habit. Had Lin Qiye's influence on him grown this profound? Qiye, shall we attempt the dimensional summoning magic today? Dimensional summoning magic? Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback. However, it seemed, his thoughts abruptly ceased. He stared at the three mysterious corpses that had suddenly appeared on the ground, feeling somewhat dazed. Chang'an, did you bring over the corpses? Li Yifei's mouth formed an I shape as he glanced at the two new caretakers beside him, silently lamenting. They nonchalantly displayed the corpses before the main party. Magic cube. Out of sight, out of mind. A Zhou, whoa, a demon. A demon indeed. Well, shall we give it a try? We can also seek Lord Merlin's guidance. Xu Changan suggested with a smile. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement. Sure. The three corpses on the ground were suddenly ensnared by emerging vines, trailing behind Xu Changan and Lin Qiye. A Zhou, it seems you two met a rather grim fate, Li Yifei remarked, observing the figures of the two deans as they departed. A Zhou, oh, magic cube, I too wish to weep. Xu Changan and Lin Qiye soon found Merlin in the courtyard, accompanied by Han Xiaoyan, who was engaged in a game of chess with him. Have you two reconciled? Merlin curiously scrutinized Xu Changan and Lin Qiye, not overlooking the three corpses ensnared by vines behind them. It was no wonder Merlin was unaware that the two had never quarreled at all. After the misunderstanding, Xu Changan had not returned to the psychiatric hospital due to the assessment matters, which led Mei Lin to believe that the two had only recently reconciled. My lord Mei Lin, we have never quarreled, Lin Qiye interjected, affirming that he would never argue with Chang'an. Mei Lin nodded thoughtfully. I see. Han Xiaoyan glanced at Xu Changan and discreetly took his leave. My lord Mei Lin, I wonder if you would be interested in teaching Qiye dimensional summoning magic. Xu Changan skillfully lowered the corpse using vines. Mei Lin smiled and nodded, of course. The talisman you provided me during our last encounter allowed me to develop several new magical formations. We can certainly discuss them. No problem. Xu Changan accepted without hesitation. Lin Qiye listened to their exchange, feeling a sense of novelty. Although he was aware that Chang'an had a solid rapport with the deities in the psychiatric hospital, how could the amnesiac Chang'an be so proficient? Had Mei Lin and the others noticed any changes in Chang'an? A flurry of questions surged in Lin Qiye's mind. He found himself overwhelmed with inquiries, yet could not find anyone to provide answers. Chapter 66. Little Mumu, regardless of Lin Qiye's thoughts. He needed to cast aside the myriad of doubts clouding his mind. Even though he had acquired Merlin's abilities, granting him an innate proficiency in summoning magic, it was imperative that he diligently study the magic circles under Merlin's tutelage. Perhaps in the future, he might even learn some abilities that he had not yet obtained. Xu Changan sat nearby, lost in contemplation about the changes he had undergone. Done! Lin Qiye exclaimed with excitement. Who could fathom how many magic circles he had drawn? It was his first realization that Merlin possessed a rather strict side. Compared to the convoluted magic circles from the original narrative, the one before him was evidently superior. All that remained was to place three mysterious corpses upon it to commence the summoning. Xu Changan was jolted back to reality by Lin Qiye's exclamation. He glanced at the completed magic circle and waved his hand casually, causing several vines to appear and gently place the mysterious corpses upon the circle. Suppressing his inner exhilaration, Lin Qiye took a deep breath and infused his spiritual energy into every node of the magic circle. Merlin nodded in satisfaction, beginning to understand why some deities were so fond of taking on disciples. The fulfillment derived from teaching was indeed a novel experience. He turned to Xu Changan and asked, "What kind of wondrous creature do you believe the director will contract?" "Perhaps a mummy," Xu Changan replied nonchalantly. He might have been too preoccupied lately, momentarily forgetting that Lin Qiye's realm was insufficient. Even with adequate offerings, the limitations of his level would prevent him from contracting any formidable creature, resulting in the inevitable summoning of a mere mummy. A mummy? Merlin's curiosity was piqued further. He certainly did not believe that the director's contracted mummy would be ordinary. Xu Changan glanced at Merlin and discreetly probed his spiritual consciousness, spotting the peacefully sleeping Xiao Jiao, and an idea sparked within him. Merlin, Would you be interested in striking a deal with me? Oh, pray tell, Merlin said with a gentle smile. Upon Lin Qiye's return, he overheard Xu Changan and Merlin discussing the magic circle. A flash of white caught Xu Changan's peripheral vision. He turned to Lin Qiye. What wondrous creature did you contract? Merlin responded. Although he was puzzled as to why the vice dean pretended to be unaware of the nature of the creature contracted by the director, he chose not to press the matter further, but instead contemplated the transaction they had just discussed. Everything is indeed as you predicted, Lin Qiye said as he bit his finger and pressed it into the void. A deep blue magic circle gradually materialized, glowing with a faint luminescence. From within, a delightful little mummy sprang forth, curiously surveying its surroundings. It tilted its head and stared at Xu Changan for a while, before bouncing towards him as if eager to leap into his embrace. However, it was intercepted mid-air by a hand. The mummy struggled for a moment, but upon realizing it could not escape, it surrendered, wearing a rather pitiful expression on its face. Lin Qiye gently flicked the small mummy in his hand. Ah, it is a war mummy I contracted in the wasteland world. As for its abilities, he furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly at a loss for words. A war mummy. Qiye, why don't you fetch some weapons from the infinite armory for it to consume? Xu Changan suggested. Oh, all right, just a moment. Lin Qiye paused in his summoning of weapons, his expression stiffening as he looked at Xu Changan. Chang'an. Had he inadvertently revealed this ability during the assessment? Only now did he come to this realization. Xu Changan teased. Ha! Lin Qiye chuckled awkwardly. Could he admit that he had indeed forgotten? During the assessment, he had been preoccupied with figuring out how to solve the cube, and after it ended, he was distracted by the fact that in Qingyu and Shen Qingzhu could also see the affinity levels. He truly had not remembered. I have already reported this matter to the Sentinel, so there is no need to worry. You can use it openly in the future. Xu Changan recounted what he had conveyed to Yi Fan. Lin Qiye sighed in relief upon hearing this. Although he still harbored some doubts, he refrained from asking further. He summoned a few weapons from the infinite armory. The mummy's eyes lit up at the sight of the weapons on the ground, and its struggles grew more vigorous. As soon as Lin Qiye released his grip, it excitedly rushed over, grasping a weapon, and, under the curious gazes of the three, devoured the gunhole. It did not spare any of the other weapons either. After finishing, it seemed to have grown noticeably taller, sitting on the ground with a satisfied expression as it patted its little belly. So this is what a war mummy is. Lin Qiye suddenly grasped the meaning behind the war mummy. For a fleeting moment, he felt somewhat invincible. Infinite armory plus war mummy. Half a cheat, perhaps. What an intriguing little creature, transforming its abilities by consuming weapons. Merlin picked up the little mummy from the ground, his face adorned with curiosity. Xu Changan, being aware of the plot, was not surprised. Qiye, have you thought a name for it yet? A name? Lin Qiye was slightly taken aback. He glanced at the mummy in Merlin's hands, scratching his face with his index finger. Ah, Chang'an, why don't you name it? I'm terrible at naming. How about we call it Moo? Xu Changan felt that the original name was already quite fitting and did not intend to change it. Moo, Lin Qiye murmured. That sounds lovely. Dear ones, a daily reminder. Do not send overly expensive gifts. A few coins as rewards or spreading love is perfectly fine. If you have money, spend it on yourself. Alas, I've been struggling to write lately. Thus, the extra chapters for the rewards for Machuan and Muro Mashue may not be produced quickly in the short term. I hope the two of you can understand. However, rest assured that there will be additional chapters. Finally, I want to thank everyone for the rewards and for spreading love. Thank you for your support and affection. Chapter 67. Lin Qiye's midnight visit due to the late hour. Xu Changan bid farewell and departed. Mumu had been borrowed by Mei Lin for some research. After visiting Nike's, Lin Qiye left the psychiatric hospital. As his consciousness returned, he opened his eyes to the pitch-black ceiling, momentarily lost in thought before sitting up. His unusually active mind indicating that this night would inevitably be sleepless. Should he seek out Chang'an? The thought barely formed when Lin Qiye hastily threw off the covers and got out of bed, for he too had questions he wished to pose to Chang'an. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. With the experience of the last encounter, the second time proved to be much smoother. Thus, when Xu Changan once again saw Lin Qiye climbing through the window, He was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but chuckle. What brings you to my window this time? Well, there are a few matters that pique my curiosity. Lin Qiye could hardly admit that he had come on a whim. Xu Changan pulled a chair closer to Lin Qiye and seated himself on another chair by the window, bathed in the gentle glow of moonlight. Resembling a deity descended to earth. What do you wish to inquire about? I shall answer you honestly. Lin Qiye paused, his gaze falling to the chair at his feet as he concealed the turmoil in his eyes, obediently taking a seat. When did you report the infinite arsenal to the Watchers? From a moment you drew my ability contract, I informed Yi Fan that very night, Xu Changan replied, offering an explanation without the slightest hint of concealment. Lin Qiye was taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, so you realized I had just contracted the infinite arsenal?" Indeed, Qiye. Did you truly think I would remain oblivious? Xu Changan raised an eyebrow in retort. Well, that is not quite, Lin Qiye hastily countered. He had not considered that Chang'an might be unaware of this development. Xu Changan intertwined his fingers atop his thigh. Aside from this question, do you have any other uncertainties? Surely, you did not scale the 5th floor merely for this one inquiry. Listening to Chang'an's teasing tone, Lin Qiye found his thoughts swirling, unsure whether to feel pleased. Chang'an's demeanor had noticeably brightened since their reunion, yet the treatment progress remained stagnant. As for the matter of rapport, he pondered. Chang'an, do you know why I was able to draw your ability? Regarding this, Xu Changan shook his head gently, his honesty evident. I do not know. Lin Qiye felt a flicker of surprise at this response. He had assumed Chang'an was aware of the situation. A spark of curiosity flickered in Xu Changan's eyes. Do you know the reason? Under the weight of Chang'an's expectant gaze, Lin Qiye, feeling somewhat guilty, shook his head. He did possess some knowledge, yet an inner voice urged him to remain silent. I do not know either. The fleeting anticipation swiftly dissipated, almost to the extent that Xu Changan himself failed to notice this flicker of emotion. Well, what else is there to inquire? After our conversation, shall you rest here? Last time, you slept rather soundly, not even awakening when I embraced you, burrowing into my arms instead. Lin Qiye also recalled this incident, suddenly feeling a bit bashful. He had not anticipated falling asleep so quickly beside Chang'an, and sleeping so deeply at that. I have no questions remaining. None at all. Xu Changan had expected Lin Qiye to have numerous perplexing inquiries that would prompt him to scale his window. Shall we retire to bed? Very well. Lin Qiye nodded. Yet, there was something peculiar about this phrase as he reclined into the bed imbued with a delicate fragrance, the scent belonging to Chang'an. He found himself less anxious than before, instead, in a contemplative mood. It was his first realization that Chang'an's bed was quite spacious and exceedingly soft, unlike the one in his dormitory. Even if he attempted to feign sleep, he could not roll over to Chang'an's side in one go. It seemed that Chang'an was particularly esteemed in the role of a night watchman. He turned his head to gaze at Chang'an, who had his eyes tightly shut, appearing to be soundly asleep. Yet, in truth, he had not succumbed to slumber at all. Thus, he was fully aware of Lin Qiye's previous clandestine touch upon his face. But he refrained from opening his eyes, fearing the ensuing awkwardness, and allowed the other's actions to unfold. This time, however, Lin Qiye was notably obedient. Before long, that intense gaze vanished. Xu Changan waited for a moment, then opened his eyes, turning to observe Lin Qiye, who seemed to be in a deep slumber, though his consciousness appeared to be wandering elsewhere. Tentatively, he extended his hand and gently poked Lin Qiye's cheek, keenly watching for a reaction. Once he confirmed that Lin Qiye was indeed asleep, he poked him a few more times. Rubbing his fingers together, he began to comprehend why Qiye enjoyed touching his face. Ah, it was indeed soft. Xu Changan was in no rush to return him to his dormitory, as long as he delivered him back before 5 in the morning. All be well. Chapter 68. Xiao Jiu. Upon entering the psychiatric hospital, Lin Qiye hastened directly to Nike's ward. Dana Das. Nike's expressed surprise at Lin Qiye's arrival. Although Dana Das often visited him, the frequency of today's visits was indeed unusual. He discerned the urgency in Lin Qiye's demeanor, and the only person capable of eliciting such a response was one individual. Dana Das, have you come to see me on behalf of the vice president? Have you yet confessed your feelings to him? Lin Qiye felt a lump form in his throat. He could not dare do so. previously hesitant. Now aware that Chang'an was an amnesiac deity, his trepidation only deepened. Nikes rose and took Lin Qiye's hand, guiding him to sit on the bed in the ward. Dana Doss, when one harbors affection for another, it must be expressed, although the vice president may appear aloof. I have read in a book, gifted by my grandson, that a sincere heart can thaw even the coldest of icebergs. Lin Qiye's lips twitched. What kind of book had his mother been reading? Surely it wasn't a melodramatic novel? He sighed in resignation, responding obediently, "Mother, I understand. I will seek an opportunity to confess to Chang'an." Nike smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Lin Qiye paused, still mindful of his purpose for visiting. "Mother, do you not feel that Chang'an is different now than before?" "Different?" Nikes blinked in confusion. Lin Qiye eagerly nodded, gazing at him with anticipation. Nike shook his head, looking perplexed. "There is nothing different about the vice president. Rather, it is you, Dana Doss, who seems to have become more gentle in his presence. Is that so?" Lin Qiye felt a pang of disappointment. It appeared that Chang'an's condition had deteriorated significantly. "Mother, please take care of yourself." After speaking, Lin Qiye rose and headed towards the door. If he were to glance back, he would undoubtedly witness a side of Nikes that was utterly unlike his usual self. A soft sigh echoed in the quiet ward. Nikes rose and slowly approached the window, extending a hand as if seeking to touch the moonlight's radiance. The bonds between individuals are as fragile as gossamer, and the connections between mortals and deities. He paused, lowering his gaze to his palm, even more elusive. "In the name of the goddess of the night, may that child's wishes be fulfilled." As Lin Qiye exited Nike's ward, he encountered Li Yifei, who was aimlessly wandering the corridor in the middle of the night. However, it seemed he was not alone. Li Yifei muttered, "Oh, this is bad." Xiao Jiu asked, "Wait, Lin Ma, what are you doing here at such a late hour?" Since Xiao Jiu had met Li Yifei, he had been napping during the day within Xu Changan's sea of consciousness, and now was at the psychiatric hospital late at night to find Li Yifei, an occurrence that even Xu Changan had not noticed. Lin Qiye forced a smile, gazing at the two beings who were anything but human. "Xiao Jiu, how is it that you can also enter this place? And Li Yifei, why did you not inform me?" Li Yifei's gaze drifted, feeling as though the small creature in his hand, Xiao Jiu, was akin to a hot potato, one he was reluctant to relinquish. Did the Vice Dean not inform you?" He stammered. "My apologies, Vice Dean. I must trouble you further to soothe Qi. Lin Qiye's brows furrowed slightly. "Pray tell, what books did you show to your mother? Where did they originate?" Xiao Jiu, covering its mouth, exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm sweating bullets, my friends." A guilt-ridden Li Yifei thought, "There's no escaping this high-stakes situation." Lin Qiye let out a cold laugh. "Upon exiting, I shall report to Chang'an." Wait. Mom, I was wrong." Xiao Jiu quickly wriggled free from Li Yifei's grasp, declaring loudly. Upon hearing Xiao Jiu refer to him as Mom, Lin Qiye froze, realizing that understanding it was one thing, but hearing it was entirely different. Moreover, what kind of dress was Mom? Was he to be regarded as the indispensable housekeeper from a domineering CEO novel? Lin Qiye glanced at the adorably blinking Xiao Jiu, now comprehending who had introduced those melodramatic novels to his mother. "You call me Mom?" Xiao Jiu, now realizing its blunder from excessive exposure to soap operas, hastily explained, "Indeed, my father is Xu Changan, and you're my mother. Is there a problem with me calling you Mom?" Lin Qiye paused, pondering. "Well, that does seem reasonable." Li Yifei, eyes wide in astonishment, looked down at Xiao Jiu, the shock in his gaze almost tangible. "Wait, Xiao Jiu, you have this identity too?" Xiao Jiu winked back at him. Indeed, seeing Lin Qiye lost in thought due to its proclamation, Xiao Jiu surreptitiously accelerated the passage of time in that space. "Mom, father wishes to carry you back to the dormitory. Will you not come out?" Lin Qiye, puzzled for a moment, did not even question Xiao Jiu's statement, promptly exiting the psychiatric ward. Xiao Jiu wiped the sweat from its brow. "Still, father, it works. Goodness, I've gotten too used to calling him father. I must avoid such errors in front of the host. Yesterday, I found myself unable to write, thus granting myself a day of respite. I seem to be experiencing a period of illness lately, so updates may be slower. I hope my dear readers can forgive me." The overdue additions will certainly be fulfilled, and during this time, I kindly ask that you refrain from sending extravagant rewards. Chapter 69. Rumors. As Lin Qiye's consciousness returned, a hand encircled his waist, gently lifting him from the bed and transporting him from one soft place to another, perceived to be even softer, imbued with a delicate fragrance. While contemplating how Chang'an would return him, the divine pressure subtly descended. Was this life and time? Lin Qiye was taken aback, realizing that Chang'an had chosen this method to send him back, directly freezing time and boldly proceeding forth. The door opened with the help of creeping vines. Xu Changan carried Lin Qiye outside. The solitary moon hung in the pitch-black night, and though the early morning breeze should have been particularly chilly at this moment, time within 100 miles was suspended. Aside from the sound of footsteps, there was no other noise. Lin Qiye dared not move an inch. He was acutely aware of Chang'an's keen senses, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart, enveloped in the warmth of a fragrant embrace. He slowly drifted into slumber. Xu Changan cast a glance at the sleeping Lin Qiye. He traversed unobstructed to the door of Lin Qiye's dormitory, where the tightly shut door opened from within, courtesy of the vines. After gently tucking Lin Qiye in a bed, he departed. In Qingyu's affection 05, Xu Changan paused, and upon turning, he beheld Qingyu standing at the end of the corridor. The expression on the latter's face, half smile and half serious, instilled within him a sense of danger. Though this feeling dissipated the next moment, was it merely an illusion? In the fleeting moment of distraction, Qingyu had already approached him, his lively fox-like eyes fixed intently upon him. "Chang'an, may I hold your hand?" Xu Changan responded with a note of confusion, unable to comprehend why Qingyu posed such a question this time. However, noting the other's hesitation, he grasped the subtle intent and proactively intertwined their fingers. In Qingyu's affection 05, hearing yet another notification of increased affection, he inexplicably grasped the situation. "Are you upset?" And Qingyu almost blurted out a response, but it transformed into a different answer. "No." "Is that so?" Xu Changan inquired, puzzled. Had he misinterpreted? Gently stroking the back of Qingyu's hand, which was as smooth as jade, he noticed that the annoyance from seeing Chang'an emerge from Lin Qiye's room had dissipated considerably, leaving behind only a trace. Though still somewhat displeased, it was of little consequence. "No, I'm not upset," Qingyu declared cheerfully. Xu Changan mused that perhaps he had misjudged. "Qingyu, why don't you accompany me to the dormitory to retrieve some items?" They could not simply stand there. If someone happened upon them, it would be quite awkward. Coincidentally, he had yet to post his grades on the bulletin board. "All right," and Qingyu had intended to follow wherever Chang'an went. Casting a glance behind him, Xu Changan also looked at the empty corner at the end of the corridor. The pair exited the boys' dormitory. The new recruit, who had been hiding, cautiously poked his head out upon hearing the distant footsteps. After confirming no one was in sight, he let out a sigh of relief. "Oh my, this is quite the scoop," the new recruit murmured to himself, excitement etched on his face as he made his way back. If all goes as expected today, few would concern themselves with the matter of scores, for the trending headline was entirely devoted to shocking Assistant Su and Xiao Yu's midnight confidential affairs. Within mere hours, this incident had spread like wildfire. Crack! Lin Qiye, with an impassive expression, snapped the chopsticks in his hand. 777. "Qiye, you'll have to pay." Bai Li, trembling, crept toward Molly, fearing that Qiye might be driven to fury. Lin Qiye cast a sidelong glance at him, asserting, "I can afford it." With that, he fell silent and resumed his breakfast with the chopsticks. Once he finished, he swiftly departed the cafeteria. Numerous onlookers silently observed Lin Qiye's exit. The entangled emotions among Lin Qiye, Shen Qingzhu, and Qingyu, and Assistant Su were common knowledge throughout the entire training camp. There were even bets placed on who might win the heart of the beauty. At this juncture, another name surfaced, Shen Qingzhu, who, upon hearing the news this morning, had skipped breakfast in the cafeteria. Lin Qiye had simply received the news rather late. TSK. Is this the so-called arena of chaos? I wonder if Ngu can withstand it. No, given Ngu's utterly wooden demeanor, will Qiye and the others actually come to blows? Bai Li envisioned that scenario, feeling a surge of anticipation for the unfolding drama. Perhaps it's not just these three, Molly remarked softly. Bai Li looked at her in astonishment. Really? Miss Molly, are you suggesting it's not masquerade? Yes, I overheard a cadet mentioning it this morning, but I'm unaware of why masquerade has come again, Molly replied, pausing to glance at the taciturn Qiao Yuan, who was silently eating breakfast across from her. She gently shook her head with a sigh, lifted her bowl, and departed. How many more besides those four harbor feelings for Assistant Sue? Countless individuals hide in the shadows, gazing at the moon, yet few can accompany the moon like the stars. Bai Li, bewildered, watched Molly leave, then turned his gaze to Qiao Yuan. What did Miss Molly mean just now? Could it be that she liked someone like Qiao Yuan? He quickly shook his head, dispelling that terrifying thought. Miss Molly, wait for me. Today, I hope to complete an additional chapter. I'm just one chapter away from fulfilling the reward bonus for Mu Chun, as well as the additional rewards for Mu Rong, Mo Shui, and Zijin Mountain S Xiao Tuoba. Alas, I am reluctant to type away DTB. Lastly, I express my gratitude for the generous rewards from my dear readers and your unwavering support. Chapter 70. The Interrupted Battleground. A gentle knock echoed through the room, prompting an immediate hush within. Come in, called out Xu Changan. Upon seeing Lin Qiye, he felt no surprise and jestingly remarked, have you all conspired to conduct a team-building exercise here? First it was in Qingyu, then Shen Qingzhu and Wang Mian, and now Lin Qiye has arrived. We're merely missing Zhou Ping to complete the ensemble. A sense of familiarity washed over him. Perhaps they had come upon some rumor and hastened here. Moments earlier, a frantic voice burst forth, Captain. A grave matter has arisen. Do you know what I've uncovered? The handsome young gentleman and in Qingyu were seen clandestinely meeting under the moonlight, fingers intertwined. They nearly shared a kiss. The exuberance of Chang Wei was almost unbearable for Wang Mian. Midnight rendezvous? Interlocked fingers? Almost kissing? Wang Mian could hardly credit such tales. It seemed more plausible that someone had been up to mischief. Yet, he could not help but feel a stir of peculiar emotions within. As Xu Changan diligently scribbled away, he looked up in confusion at the figure seated on the sofa. Wang Mian? Returning to the present timeline, Xu Changan, puzzled by Wang Mian's outburst, glanced at Lin Qiye. What wind is blowing? What has transpired? Xu Assistant. Instructor Yuan urgently seeks your presence. The voice arrived before the person did. A fellow instructor knocked, opened the door without waiting for Xu Changan's response, and paused momentarily, bewildered at the sight of the four individuals in the room. Xu Assistant. Instructor Yuan is in urgent need of you. Xu Changan nodded, sensing the gravity of the situation. If his memory served him right, the next phase of the narrative would involve the emergence of a doppelganger. It appeared the plot had accelerated or altered. Qiye, Qingyu, Qingzhu, you three should return for now. He instructed, turning to Wang Mian, let us depart. As they exited the office, they parted ways at the staircase. Lin Qiye and the others found a secluded spot away from the instructor's building. Do you think this might be related to the crisis in Chang'an City? Shen Qingzhu speculated, gazing at the distant office building. It was the only piece of information they had. Lin Qiye shook his head in denial. I find that unlikely. The last time we inquired, even Instructor Yuan was unaware of the matter, suggesting that the crisis in Chang'an City may be classified. Intelligence gathering is best left to me. And Qingyu declared, pulling a white mouse from his pocket and setting it on the ground. The little creature squeaked a few times before darting toward the office building. Shen Qingzhu observed the scurrying mouse with a hint of admiration. Ah, I nearly forgot about your peculiar talent. Let's hope Chang'an permits this endeavor. Lin Qiye withdrew his gaze and voiced his deep-seated concerns. Shen Qingzhu remained silent, and Qingyu chuckled softly, reassuring him that there was no need for worry regarding this matter. As long as it did not pertain to secrets beyond their comprehension, Chang'an would grant permission. Currently, the only issue shrouded in secrecy was that of Chang'an City. The allowance from Chang'an indicated it was a different matter altogether, but a refusal would imply a connection to the crisis in Chang'an City. The little white mouse stealthily evaded obstacles and successfully slipped into the conference room. Xu Changan immediately noticed the mouse's presence, yet he, as in Qingyu had predicted, did not intervene. With its scarlet eyes blinking a few times, the the mouse, under Qingyu's control, boldly scurried beneath the table and made its way to Xu Changan. Climbing up his pant leg, Xu Changan cast a glance at the mouse resting in his palm, feeling somewhat exasperated at its audacity. Wang Mian, half-focused on Xu Changan, also spotted the mouse and frowned slightly, casting a perplexed look at Chang'an. No need for concern. This is Qingyu's ability, Xu Changan explained via communication jade, hoping to prevent Wang Mian from overthinking. They truly exhibited remarkable boldness. Wang Mian was not convinced this was solely in Qingyu's decision. Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu were undoubtedly involved as well. Xu Changan gently patted the mouse's head, considering that these newcomers would indeed participate in the upcoming operations. And knowing in advance was not detrimental. Wang Mian pressed his lips together, glancing at Yuan Gang, who was still speaking, and subtly shifted his chair closer to Xu Changan. Under Chang'an's inquisitive gaze, he reached out and grasped his hand firmly, their fingers entwined. After this, he seemingly nonchalantly glanced at the little white mouse. Xu Changan, however, was not particularly bothered. He simply found it puzzling that while Qiye enjoyed holding him, both Qingyu and Wang Mian liked to hold his hand as well. Unfortunately, the distance prevented Rose from witnessing this interaction. Otherwise, the incense's head might not remain intact, as she would likely bombard him with communication jade messages in excitement. And Qingyu suddenly let out a cold laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Shen Qingzhu inquired, his expression filled with confusion. "Are they discussing something perilous?" "Nothing of the sort." And Qingyu replied indifferently. "It's just that the previous hunt was not thoroughly resolved, and a considerable number of ancient God Church members have resurfaced, seemingly with ulterior motives." "Another appearance of the ancient God Church? Truly a resilient bunch," Shen Qingzhu remarked, having expected something more alarming. Lin Qiye asked, "Where are the ancient God Church hiding now?" "Jinan Mountain," and Qingyu answered succinctly. "Jinan Mountain? My lord, we are prepared," murmured the whisperer, casting an excited smile as he gazed towards the distant training camp. "We shall soon meet the agents of the unknown deity. How splendid I am. Here's an additional update. Now we are only awaiting the generous contributions from Muro Mashue and Zijiansheng's Little Tooba. I sincerely hope that the three esteemed individuals will refrain from bestowing such extravagant gifts. I truly wish I could disable the option for donations. A gentle reminder to all, dear friends, please do not feel compelled to offer such lavish presents. It is wise to reserve your funds for personal use. My heartfelt gratitude extends to the other patrons for their generous support and for fueling this endeavor with their affection. Thank you." Chapter 71. Wang Mian Very Well Affinity? In the multimedia room, the meeting had progressed for more than half an hour, yet no effective solutions had emerged. The most pressing issue was our utter ignorance regarding the true motives of the ancient God Church. Instructor Hong proclaimed gravely. "Truly a bothersome bunch. Indeed, they were as tenacious as cockroaches." Two instructors could not contain their frustration and began a curse. Yuan Gang leisurely lifted a cup to sip water, his actions appearing casual. Yet his expression bore the weight of seriousness and gravity. "The information you Night Watchmen have uncovered pertains solely to the followers of the ancient God Church?" Xu Changan remained silent until he spoke, his words resonating like thunder. Yuan Gang's left eyelid twitched violently. "Are you implying that this time it may not be merely the followers?" He glanced at Wang Mian and the other members of the Faceless team, realizing why you sought to borrow the Faceless from Commander Yi. The ancient God Church's movement this time involved not only the followers but also one of their three deities. Whisper, albeit not in its true form, but rather a projection conjured through nightmares. Xu Changan refrained from elucidating that the mission of the Faceless was unrelated to the ancient God Church's affairs, but rather connected to Chang'an City. He recalled the original storyline and continued, "If I am not mistaken, Whisper's target is me, while those followers are aimed at Lin Qiye. There is one more point left unsaid. Whisper's target may not be limited to myself, but also the dragon lurking beneath the earth. While Whisper may not approach me directly, it will undoubtedly employ some means to draw me underground. Given that, do you have any plans?" "None." Yuan Gang was momentarily taken aback, falling silent. The other instructors exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Usually, they would conclude their discussions by consulting Assistant Xu, which had inadvertently become a habit. I can only inform you that the ancient God Church is likely to incite a man-made natural disaster. This is all the information I possess. As for the rest, Xu Changan turned his gaze to Yuan Gang, leaving the remainder to Instructor Yuan. With that, he tossed the little white mouse onto the ground, rose, and strode out of the multimedia room. All present watched his departing figure in silence. Captain, should you not follow him to see? The voice of Rose echoed in the minds of all the faceless members. Captain, go ahead, Tan Xiang affirmed. The others of the faceless remained taciturn. Wang Mian, you should go after him, Yuan Gang interjected at that moment. This coincided perfectly with Wang Mian's intentions. Even if Yuan Gang had not spoken, he would have pursued him. I shall see. Very well. Since Assistant Xu has shared this information with us, we must devise an admirable plan for him to witness. Yuan Gang's light-hearted remark dispelled the tension that had begun to rise. On the other side, Qingyu, who had overheard everything, fell into a moment of silence as he glanced at Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu, yet refrained from any response. For the time being, he allowed that captain of the masked group to take the lead. He would seek out Chang'an later this evening. As Wang Mian emerged from the multimedia room, he beheld Chang'an standing in the corridor, gazing at the sky, his hair gently tousled by the breeze, with an air of melancholy about his brows and eyes. Wang Mian approached him, his own hair swaying slightly in the wind. Chang'an, no matter what transpires, I shall remain by your side. As these words fell from his lips, Wang Mian suddenly found himself at a standstill. He witnessed an extraordinary sight. From seemingly nowhere, a measure of affection appeared above Chang'an's head. Xu Changan apfno hai Xu Changan apfitno ba mui hai. Chapter 72. The title has been consumed by me listening to Wang Mian's words. Xu Changan revealed a faint smile. I'm fine, it's just. He paused, his downcast eyes along with that delicate smile dimming slightly, revealing a hint of vexation. Time seemed to pass ever more swiftly. In the past, when desires and emotions were trivial, being clear-headed was not a drawback. Yet now, due to certain individuals, his emotions appeared to be gradually resurfacing. Resurgence? Such an absurd term. Yet it was indeed a reality. No one is inherently devoid of feelings. Emotions and desires, what a wondrous and intricate existence they are. At least, that is how Xu Changan perceived it. Even though he still struggled to comprehend many complex emotions, there was one sentiment he understood all too well, which grew increasingly pronounced in his daily interactions, his reluctance to part ways. The dream of the seventh night felt like a proclamation to him, regardless of the plans he devised thereafter. The intricate emotions and attachments he harbored were gnawing at his heart day by day. Even the most confident individuals can harbor insecurities, even if his chaotic thoughts abruptly halted. Xu Changan found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. Chang'an, I do not know what troubles you, and perhaps you are reluctant to share, but I want to say that you have me and many others by your side. You need not shoulder everything alone. You are not solitary in this, and it could be quite exhausting. I would feel heartache for you. Wang Mian tightened his hold slightly, hoping his embrace might offer Xu Changan a measure of solace, if only to help him relax a little. Xu Chang'an's affection 2 Xu Chang'an's affection 32-34 understood. Xu Changan replied, his voice muffled. He was simply accustomed to controlling everything by himself. Yet he had forgotten that many people now stood behind him. Although some may harbor insincere intentions, there are equally those whose affections are genuine, untainted by any impurities. Wang Mian curled his lips into a smile, savoring the warmth of the moment. Suddenly, two pairs of eyes locked onto them. Ahaha! Rose awkwardly waved her small hand, hastily concealing her phone. You two carry on. I just need to fetch something for Instructor Yuan. Please, continue saying this. She turned without looking back and dashed away. Make sure to send me the photos later. A voice that had suddenly popped in her mind startled Rose, causing her to stumble. She turned back and gave an okay gesture before quickly leaving the scene. Xu Changan cleared his throat. Wang Mian paused, loosening his embrace while seemingly casually stroking Chang'an's waist. Xu Changan felt his heart flutter a few times, his discomfort intensifying. However, Wang Mian did not appear to be acting intentionally. Let us depart. Wang Mian's gaze lingered on Xu Changan's flushed ears, his smile deepening. The regret he had felt from their parting embrace was instantaneously replaced with delight. Chang'an felt a wave of shyness wash over him. After staring for a moment, he compelled himself to divert his gaze, feigning a casual glance at his phone to check the time. Ever since I last savored Chang'an's culinary skills, I have been unable to forget them. Let's head to the cafeteria, he suggested, glancing at the sky. Before they departed, Wang Mian cast a fleeting glance at the empty expanse ahead. After their departure, Rose, hiding around the corner, peered out and, upon realizing that neither the captain nor the handsome young man was present, breathed a sigh of relief, only to feel indignation rise within her moments later. Captain, how could you indulge in a solitary feast? She resolved to inform the others, rallying them to collectively denounce the captain. As for directly confronting him through the communication jade, please, she was not foolish. If she were to interrupt the captain and the handsome young man's interaction, she feared she might end up enjoying the daily enhancement training even more. With the assessments concluded, the new recruits were afforded a few days of respite. Hence, even at mealtime, the cafeteria was relatively sparse. The moment Xu Changan and Wang Mian entered, however, they nearly captivated the attention of every individual present. When did Mast arrive? One exclaimed, is that really the focus? Shouldn't we be more concerned about the fact that Assistant Xu and the captain of Mast appear together? And judging by their demeanor, does this mean we need to reassess our previous bets? I thought it was only Lin Qiye and Qingyu and Shen Qingzhu, but it seems we also have the captain of Masked to consider. Who are you placing your bets on this time? I will certainly bet on the captain of Masked. Weren't you previously betting on Lin Qiye? I believe the captain of Masked has a higher chance of winning. What do you know? Cultivation is the eternal masterpiece. What do you understand? Walking side by side is the ultimate triumph. The atmosphere in the cafeteria shifted into an odd state. It was neither entirely quiet nor particularly loud, as their hushed voices resembled the chattering of birds. Yet, despite their attempts at discretion, the strength of Xu Changan and Wang Mian rendered their conversations crystal clear. Have they always been like this? Wang Mian furrowed his brow. Xu Changan nodded, appearing indifferent to the discussions swirling around them. Just wait for me here. I'll go find old Sun to borrow the kitchen. All right, I'll wait for you, Wang Mian obediently replied, taking a seat. Ah, Shaoan, back to borrow the kitchen again? Old Sun teased upon seeing Xu Changan enter. Xu Changan smiled lightly. What flavor of cake are you in the mood for this time, Old Sun? How about trying strawberry? Sounds good, Old Sun said, passing Xu Changan an apron hanging on the wall, then discreetly peering outside to catch a glimpse of Wang Mian seated there. He clicked his tongue and ambled over to sit on a nearby stool, surprised to see Wang Mian rather than that little fellow Lin Qiye. Old Sun, would you like to taste the dishes I prepare this time? Xu Changan inquired, retrieving an array of ingredients from a cupboard. Seeing the amount of food Xu Changan was preparing, Old Sun exclaimed, Shaoan, are you planning to cook an entire feast? All right then, I shall indulge. Meanwhile, Rose and her companions, the meeting had just concluded, and they swiftly rose to depart. Yuan Gang, left in a state of bewilderment, wondered if these individuals were in a hurry to be reborn. When Tianping and the others arrived at the cafeteria, Xu Changan and Elder Sun emerged, each carrying a plate of dishes. After placing his bowl down, Xu Changan made another trip to the kitchen, returning with a small plate of cake, which he set before Wang Mian. There was just enough left to make one. I hope you enjoy strawberry cake, he said. I relish everything Chang'an prepares. Wang Mian replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Qiang Wei fixated on the small cake, her heart raging with desire. I want a little cake too. Captain, I envy you. This heartwarming scene astonished many onlookers. I knew it was the captain of the masked team. Just wait. I shall inform Lin Qiye at once. I am truly remarkable. An additional update is provided. Thank you to the wonderful supporters for their generous contributions and heartfelt encouragement. Thank you. Chapter 73. The Rescue Team and the God-Slaying Squad. However, things did not unfold as anticipated. On the path taken by some to seek out Lin Qiye and his companions, the camp's bell suddenly rang out, accompanied by the intensifying sound of rain. Initially, The raindrops fell like bullets, garnering little attention. Yet, as time passed, the rain grew increasingly fervent, transforming in the blink of an eye into a torrential downpour. On the training grounds, only Yuan Gang remained, surrounded by a multitude of military vehicles. He conducted a swift head count and promptly ordered everyone to board the vehicles. Each vehicle accommodated 3 instructors, who were assigned communication devices upon entry. Xu Changan gazed up at the foreboding clouds, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Wang Mian, aside from Commander Yi, are there others aware of the masked one's actions? Wang Mian shook his head, affirming that only Commander Yi and Xu Changan were privy to this information. Xu Changan furrowed his brow, hoping his apprehensions were unfounded. Once all the recruits were aboard, Yuan Gang joined Xu Changan's vehicle. As the engine roared to life, he grasped the electronic device. "Can everyone hear me clearly?" The recruits listened intently, their expressions grave as Yuan Gang's voice resounded. "Listen carefully. 3 hours ago, Team 136, stationed at Chang'an City, detected the presence of another faction of the ancient god cult. Their reconnaissance revealed that the members of the cult had infiltrated Jinan Mountain. 10 minutes ago, a sudden earthquake struck. A massive mudslide occurred in the vicinity of Jinan Mountain. According to reports from Captain Shen of Team 136, explosions followed the mudslide. We are certain this is a man-made disaster. From here on, you will be divided into rescue teams and god-slaying squads, each comprising 6 members. Each team will be assigned 2 to 3 instructors. The masked ones will also be incorporated into the god-slaying squad. Remember, this mission is exceedingly perilous. Aside from pursuing the vile members of the ancient god cult, we must race against time and contend with death itself. We must save every citizen of Daxia in a matter of seconds. If you encounter any victims during your pursuit of the ancient god cult, your priority must be to rescue them. Bear this in mind. You are soldiers. Soldiers must prioritize the people of Daxia above all else." Listening to Yuan Gang's impassioned discourse, Xu Changan glanced outside at the rain, which showed no signs of abating. Rescue teams, god-slaying squads. Yuan Gang intended to take the initiative, since the actions of the Night Watchman had already deviated from the original plot of the ancient god cult. Yuan Gang's speech was far from over. The next phase involved personnel assignments. Pay close attention to the following. Team 1 of the God-Slaying Squad, led by Lin Qiye, with members in Qingyu by Li Tuming, along with the masked one, Wang Mian, and Instructor Hong. Team 2 of the God-Slaying Squad, led by Shen Qingzhu, with members Chao Yuan and Mo Li, along with the masked one, Tian Ping and Yu Gue. Team 3 of the God-Slaying Squad, led by Yi Sun, along with the masked ones, Chang Wei and Tan Xiang. The 4th assassination team, led by Wu Hong, known as the God of Death, was enveloped in a swirling vortex of shadows and starlight. The 1st rescue team, upon completing their assignments, arrived at the foot of Jinan Mountain, where they would need to ascend. As they exited the vehicle, everyone gathered according to the prearranged teams established during their journey. Xu Changan positioned himself at the rear of the group, tasked with their safety. Diverting a fragment of his consciousness, he observed the slumbering Zyogem in his mind's eye. Manifesting a mental hand, he gently grasped the nape of Zyogem neck and gave a slight shake. "Stop, don't shake me, host." Zyogem protested. Xu Changan released his hold, inquiring, "How many disciples of the ancient god church are present in Jinan Mountain? Besides Murmur, are there others?" "Let me check," Zyogem replied, proceeding to scan the entire mountain and its surrounding area within 100 miles. To their astonishment, the results were shocking. Unable to contain a curse, it exclaimed, "Damn! Has the ancient god church summoned all its members here?" Aside from the other 2, Yuehua and Chinma, the number of disciples is extraordinarily high. It's 3 times that in the original narrative. There is definitely more than just Murmur among them. Furthermore, their levels are not low. Host, I believe you should prepare for a mutually destructive confrontation. It may even lead to total annihilation. Xu Changan furrowed his brow, realizing he would have to take action. "Thank you, dear ones, for your generous support and love. Did you think this chapter would feature a scene of carnage? Ha! You were deceived by my feint, weren't you? Nevertheless, while there may not be a bloodbath, there will be losses for Chang'an. There will be no additional updates today. Let us see what tomorrow brings. Chapter 74. Backlash. Xu Changan gazed at the several god-slaying squads ahead. The rescue team had commenced their operations upon reaching the village. Escorting them here was sufficient. He silently withdrew from the group. Once he confirmed he was at a safe distance, he produced his communication device. Instructor Yuan, what is your plan? Upon hearing the voice transmitted through the device, Yuan Gang swiftly recounted the plan they had previously discussed. Xu Changan furrowed his brow slightly. I understand, but I must convey some unfortunate news. I am certain that the leader is merely a murmur, but this time the believers hidden in Jinan Mountain number 3 times that of last time. Yuan Gang felt his heart grow colder. The tripling of their numbers. It should be noted that last time, they were fortunate to have Xu Changan's presence, which allowed them to emerge unscathed, while members of the ancient god church met their demise or were captured. This time, Assistant Xu, do you have any plans? Yuan Gang could only pray that Xu Changan would disclose a solution to this predicament, as he did not wish for these children to perish here. Well, it's not exactly a plan. Xu Changan communicated with Yuan Gang while swiftly maneuvering with the 2 divine ruins on the mountain. You review my dossier. You should be aware of the abilities of the Life Divine Ruin. I intend to transform Jinan Mountain into a spring. I understand. But what about you? Yuan Gong inquired anxiously. Last time I had ample time to prepare. Just arranging the formations consumed an entire day. I will ensure my own safety. After Xu Changan uttered these words, he realized that the communication device had been malfunctioning since the beginning, only producing static. He warily surveyed his surroundings, probing with his mental energy. They had indeed made thorough preparations. Once he ventured deeper into Jinan Mountain, all electronic devices became inoperative, as a peculiar energy enveloped the area. It was evident that the ancient god church was targeting him directly. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang continued to call out, but received no response. Hello? Hello? Assistant Xu? Assistant Xu? Damn it. His expression darkened. He needed to report the situation to Commander Yi immediately. The ancient god church had made even more preparations than he had anticipated. Xiaojiu, teleport me to the underground cavern. With the situation growing increasingly dire, Xu Changan had no time to find the route himself. Understood. Xiaojiu acted swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed. In stark contrast to the humid rain outside, the underground cavern was sweltering. Xu Changan surveyed his environment, spotting the slumbering flame pulse earth dragon. But he had yet to see any members of the ancient god church in the sea realm. Being a cultivator endowed him with spiritual energy unmatched by mere mental prowess. Thus, even in the river realm, he could swiftly dispatch his foes. However, just as he prepared to strike, the flame pulse earth dragon seemed to sense danger, abruptly opening its eyes and soaring into the air. A pair of golden eyes warily fixed upon Xu Changan. Awakened? Very well. Xu Changan initially intended to eliminate the Inferno Pulse Earth Dragon before unbinding his own corporeal seal, ensuring that even if he suffered a backlash, no one could ambush him. However, in light of potential unforeseen circumstances, it was prudent to directly lift the seal. The suppression that confined his cultivation was dispelled, and the pressure of a half-step true immortal realm bore down upon the Inferno Pulse Earth Dragon. Its pupils constricted abruptly, and it flapped its wings, attempting to flee. Yet, how could it possibly escape from Xu Changan, now possessing the pinnacle of human strength? In an instant, the time within the time divine realm was suspended around the Inferno Pulse Earth Dragon. Following this, tendrils emerged from the hard, searing ground, originating from the life divine realm, swiftly ensnaring the creature and mummifying it. In the blink of an eye, its life essence was drained. Ah, host! Little Nine suddenly shrieked. Its host. Had he coughed up blood? Was it after hundreds of years, or perhaps thousands? Since the host had grown stronger, it had not witnessed him wounded or bleeding. Cursed world rules. Due to the slumbering consciousness of a world, that is the great Tao and celestial path, the world's operation relied solely on instinctual rules, which did not encompass the concept of cultivators. Consequently, upon lifting his own seal, Xu Changan was predictably met with the world's rejection. However, the world was powerless to expel him, resulting in a backlash. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xu Changan cast a glance at the blood upon the ground, unfazed as he began preparing the formation. Merely relying on the apex of human potential was insufficient to transform the entirety of Nan Mountain into a spring. After all, in this world, mortals could not ascend to immortality. Even if his original strength was that of a half-step true immortal, his realm remained that of human limitations. Yet, if he could turn Nan Mountain into a spring, it would mean that those caught in the landslide could be revived as long as they still drew breath, albeit enduring some suffering. After all, they would have been buried underground, and being rescued would inevitably leave some psychological scars. Importantly, the successful formation also meant that his mental energy coalesced into a net, allowing him to sense all life within Nan Mountain, making it no trivial task to ascertain the whereabouts of the ancient god church. Host, you mustn't tea. Little Nine leaped forth from his consciousness. Attempting to forcibly elevate one's realm to that of a deity, or rather, a celestial being, without a prearranged formation is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, especially since mortals cannot ascend to immortality. Having just endured a backlash, establishing the formation again would invite further repercussions. There is no alternative if I do not act. The probability of Lin Qiye and the others surviving becomes exceedingly slim. Xu Changan casually explained, his hands remaining in motion. The intentions of the ancient god church were glaringly evident. They sought the lives of Lin Qiye and his companions. There was undoubtedly something amiss. The ancient god church would not expend such effort merely for a dual deity agent like Qiye or for an agent of an unknown god. Yet, they had no direct ties to us. So what if they perished? At worst, the world would simply restart once more. After all, this world had already undergone 3 resets. What difference would one more make? Little Nine's retort was sharp. Are you willing to sacrifice Li Fei? Xu Changan inquired, gazing at Little Nine. I am willing. Little Nine hesitated for merely a second. Hesitating for a mere second was a reflection of its affection for both it and Li Fei, yet it would undeniably choose its host. No one held greater significance than its beloved master. Xu Changan sighed, having, to some extent, unraveled the nature of the transaction you engaged in with them. Upon the mention of this matter, Zhou immediately wilted. Rest assured, did you not say that you would not allow me to perish? Xu Changan completed the final stroke of the formation, extracting the heavenly repair stone from the celestial treasury, meticulously breaking it into several smaller pieces, which he then placed at crucial positions within the formation. Thus, the formation was established. Xu Changan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his hand gripping tightly at his chest, as the backlash this time was far more severe than before, as if his very organs were on the verge of shattering. Ah, this is infuriating, Zhou exclaimed in frustration, venting its anger upon itself. It longed to traverse back in time, to deliver a few slaps to the self who had made that transaction, as a means of alleviating its ire. Yet, there was no escaping this transaction. The obliteration of emotions and desires was truly a terrifying prospect. Grateful thanks to Little Taoba from Zijing Villa for the delightful gift. Thank you for your unwavering support and affection. Here is your additional chapter. I have revised the rules for additional chapters. Initially, I set the reward at 10 yuan per chapter, believing that no one would offer substantial donations. It has now been adjusted to 15 yuan per chapter. Thus, dear Little Taoba from Zijing Villa, please refrain from further donations. I truly wish I could disable the donation feature altogether. Chapter 75. The Crimson Array. A surge of blood welled up in Xu Changan's throat, and with a furrowed brow, he chose to expel it. The healing abilities of the divine realm proved ineffective for him, leaving him to endure the agonizing backlash. If only his true self were present, this ordeal would not be so cumbersome. It seemed he was still somewhat feeble and should contemplate borrowing divine power from his original form. Beneath his feet, an array drawn in blood shimmered with a crimson glow, for which a blood-red phantom detached and ascended, soaring upward through the mountain and reaching its peak. Down below, several rescue teams in the nearby villages looked up in astonishment and trepidation at the crimson array, fearful it might be a creation of the ancient god cult. Even the god-killing squad, deep within the mountains, halted their advance, gazing up at the unsettling sight of the sanguine array. Array Lin Qiye murmured. Wang Mian turned and made his way to the rear of the team, and, as expected, he found no sign of Chang'an. Chang'an was absent evidently. Something unusual had transpired, and the situation felt decidedly amiss. Moreover, the color of that array was decidedly wrong. Chang'an, has something happened? Since 7 minutes ago, I sensed a peculiar disturbance. Initially, I assumed it was an arrangement made by the instructors, but now it appears otherwise. Lin Qiye gazed at the sky, a sense of unease gnawing at him. He couldn't shake the feeling that something had befallen Chang'an. What exactly had occurred? Disturbance? And Qingyu pondered briefly before retrieving his communication device to contact Instructor Yuan, only to receive nothing but static. Did you anticipate that the ancient god cult would devise such arrangements? This question was clearly directed at Wang Mian and Instructor Hong. Having been present from the beginning to the conclusion of the meeting, he should have understood that this situation had not been discussed. No one had imagined the ancient god cult would be so audacious. Wang Mian recognized this as well. He glanced at Qingyu, but refrained from exposing such petty concerns. Qingyu looked up once more at the sky's array. He could be certain of one thing. This was an array drawn in blood, which accounted for its crimson hue, as he had witnessed Chang'an setting up formations himself. No Instructor Hong's expression was grave. Bai Li, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the array above, inquired, "What shall we do now? Shall we continue our pursuit of the ancient god cult?" "Certainly," Shen Qingzhu asserted. "I have come this far. I shan't return without claiming a few lives." Furthermore, he glanced at the array in the sky. "How can you be so certain that this array was not crafted by Assistant Xu to assist us?" "I believe Brother Zhuang has a point," Chao Yuan concurred. "Is there truly no way? Not even to contact Assistant Xu?" Molly looked towards Lin Qiye and Wang Mian, believing they might have a solution, having spent the most time with Assistant Xu. Lin Qiye and Wang Mian exchanged contemplative glances, as others fell into silence. Shen Qingzhu had yet to acquire the communication spirit jade, thus the only ones able to reach Chang'an were the others, though no one outside their circle was aware of the existence of the jade. Consequently, a pressing dilemma lay before them. They were unable to contact anyone, save for those possessing the communication spirit jade, forcing them to make a choice. Should they continue their mission or retreat down the mountain? If we cannot reach Commander Yuan, who holds absolute command, Wang Mian inquired, directing his gaze toward Instructor Hong. Puzzled by the question, given their current inability to connect with anyone, Instructor Hong nonetheless answered, perhaps Wang Mian had a solution. He replied, "Before we set off, Commander Yuan explicitly informed me that in any extraordinary circumstances, should he be unreachable, Assistant Xu would assume all of his authority." Pausing briefly, a hint of anticipation laced his voice. "Do you have a way to contact Assistant Xu?" Wang Mian nodded, producing a pendant from his pocket. The others from Mask also revealed identical pendants. How could we let the captain bear the brunt of this blame alone? After all, the matter concerning the communication spirit jade had not been reported. While it seemed trivial, should someone wish to escalate the situation, they would face consequences. Lin Qiye remained silent for a moment before producing the same pendant, and Qingyu cast a surprised glance at Lin Qiye, noting the astonished expressions of Instructor Hong and the others, particularly one rival who lacked the communication spirit jade, but also unveiled a pendant. Shen Qingzhu remarked. Biley Fatty covered his mouth, his eyes wide with shock, and after a moment, he lowered his hand to pat Shen Qingzhu's shoulder. Shen Qingzhu turned to him. Biley Fatty said, "Bro, it seems you've been isolated." Shen Qingzhu retorted, "If you can't speak wisely, then keep quiet. What you have in your hands, could it be a form of communication device?" Instructor Hong, after overcoming his astonishment, was filled with curiosity. Indeed, Chang'an referred to it as communication spirit jade. With just a hint of spiritual energy infused, one can communicate through thought, and it even allows for group chats. Isn't that convenient? Shen leaned against a tree, twirling the pendant's cord with his finger, leaving behind colorful trails in the air. Tian Ping seized the jade in Shen's hand, admonishing, "Stop showing off. Aren't you afraid of being ambushed?" He added, "Be careful not to fling the jade away. If you lose it, you'll have no place to weep." Yu Gui, echoing Tianping, mercilessly jabbed at Xianhua. The following exchanges transpired through thought. Xianhua, what? Am I the only one being bullied here? Changwei, no choice, who told you to be so annoying? Tan Xiang, it's quite commendable that Xing Hen hasn't spoken yet. Xing Hen, should I say something too? Xuan Vu, no, you should remain silent. After exchanging light-hearted banter, the atmosphere became less tense. Let us initiate group chat mode, Lin Qiye proposed. Indeed, as Qingyu suddenly spoke, all eyes turned towards him, and he leisurely remarked, the communication spirit jade not only facilitate conversation, but also possesses a positioning function. Initially, Chang'an had thoughtfully provided me with an additional piece of communication spirit jade. However, the stone proved too resilient. Despite my various attempts, it eluded my efforts to dismantle it. Thus, I could only conduct a casual exploration and discovered its positioning capability. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye, Wang Mian, and Qingyu instantly reached a consensus. What need was there for further conversation if they could directly locate Chang'an? Qingzhu gazed at the pendants in their hands, lowering her gaze. Yuan Gang, sensing that the situation was amiss, swiftly made the decision to report the circumstances to the Night Watch headquarters. Yet, just as he was about to step out of the tent, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if even the falling rain had paused in time. Yuan Gang remained unfazed, his expression calm as he regarded the man a short distance away, seemingly unperturbed by the unfolding events, perhaps with a hint of surprise. The other party likely did not anticipate that Xu Changan had not remained at the base, but had been assigned by him to protect the God Squad. Whispers, did you think Xu Changan would be here? Ah, what a sleepless day it is. With no idea what else to do, I can only put words to page. My heartfelt thanks to all the lovely supporters and those who inspire with their kindness. I truly appreciate you. Chapter 76. Life is also a miracle. I was taken aback to discover that Commander Yuan was acquainted with me. Your arrangement is indeed somewhat unexpected. The tone of Yu's voice carried a hint of regret, coupled with an unreserved malice directed at Yuan Gang. Instantly, Yuan Gang assumed a defensive stance, attempting to jest with his adversary. What is the matter? Are you enraged? Curiosity piqued within him. He wondered if so much effort was expended merely to eliminate Xu Changan and Lin Qiye. Eliminate? You seem to find this notion amusing. The lethal aura surrounding him dissipated, and he regarded Yuan Gang with unabashed mockery. To extinguish such a being, we mere mortals are incapable. However, exploiting those dear to him to incite his own demise, that is a task most effortless. After all, this realm imposes significant limitations upon him. Of course, we owe our gratitude to you. Were it not for his attachments, scheming against him would not be so straightforward. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow tightly, struggling to comprehend Yu's words. He sensed the heightened excitement and vigilance in Yu's voice when referring to him. But who precisely did he denote? Until now, only Xu Changan and Lin Qiye had been mentioned. Lin Qiye? It cannot possibly be him. Thus, it must be Xu Changan, a being enveloped in an aura of unfathomable mysteries. Assistant Xu, what identity do you truly possess? The rapid shift in Yu's demeanor, as if he had transformed entirely within mere hours, and his sudden knowledge of Xu Changan's true identity could be attributed to Yu Huai. While the Night Watchmen deliberated their strategy, far across in the divine realm of the gods, all deities unfriendly to the great Xia had gathered oddly to discuss a singular matter. The focal point of this discussion was none other than Xu Changan. Upon receiving the message relayed by Brahma, Yu Huai swiftly conveyed this intelligence to Yu. Thus, within these brief hours, it was not solely the Night Watchmen who were orchestrating plans. The ancient God Church was also reconfiguring its strategies, and, concurrently, a group of individuals discreetly manifested within Jinan Mountain. Consequently, there appeared threefold the number of participants compared to the original narrative. This was a result of the divine machinations against, and yet this stratagem served merely as a probe and verification. Yu observed Yuan Gang, who appeared momentarily lost in thought due to his earlier remarks. Commander Yuan, have you not yet grasped my intentions? My purpose in coming here has always been you. What? Yuan Gang's pupils contracted sharply. However, What awaited him was EU's full force strike. With this blow, survival was beyond his reach. Yet, as EU surveyed the floor where Yuan Gang lay, barely clinging to life and prepared to depart, his body suddenly stiffened and his expression shifted. He sensed an intense wave of energy emanating from outside, imbued with the essence of life, penetrating directly into his domain. EU whirled around, his pupils dilating in shock. The one who should have perished had inexplicably returned to life. What is this? In a moment that felt almost miraculous, Yuan Gang, who had been near death, was suddenly revitalized. He gazed skyward, seemingly perceiving something beyond the deceptive heavens, a breath of life. At that moment, he oddly recalled a term that Hong Hao had once mentioned, miracle. A sudden fit of laughter escaped him, his face obscured by his hands. He observed Yuan Gang, who appeared as if resurrected, and gracefully made his exit, remarking, "Commander Yuan, you truly are fortunate." As he spoke, a sound erupted around him, and his figure vanished without a trace. "Commander Yuan, instructor en rue Sedin." And upon seeing Yuan Gang unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Do you know who created the formation in the sky?" "It was arranged by Assistant Xu." Yuan Gang replied, retracting his gaze from the heavens to meet Han's. "What transpired in my absence?" Han opened his mouth, a sense of constriction in his chest, rendering him somewhat hoarse. "Commander Yuan, Assistant Xu, he saved everyone. Just moments ago, we were all under attack. We were on the brink of death." The unspoken words hung heavily between them. It was clear that the target of the attack had been Yuan Gang. Yet the assailant had shown no mercy towards others, had it not been for Xu Changan's intervention. After a moment of hesitation, Yuan Gang finally spoke. The formation was indeed laid out by Assistant Xu. Now, the entirety of Jinan Mountain has transformed into a sanctuary of a night watcher spring. As long as there remains a breath of life, no one shall perish. Instructor Han, relay this to everyone. Inform the rescue team that there may be survivors within the debris. We must act swiftly to rescue them. Yes. Han saluted and promptly departed. In addition to the promise of survival, those with keen perception noticed a subtle enhancement in their own strength. Thus commenced a nearly frenzied rescue operation. Meanwhile, on Lin Qiye's side, they had intended to have Qingyu lead them to find Chang'an. Just as they were about to set their plan into motion, every individual possessing a communication spirit jade heard Chang'an's voice resonate in their minds. I lack the time to explain what has transpired, so please listen carefully. The entire Jinan Mountain is now enveloped by my life, divine ruins, transformed into a spring. I can revive you at any moment and also provide you with a boost in strength. However, do not presume that invulnerability allows you to recklessly exchange injuries for injuries in a desperate fight. Over a dozen individuals are rapidly approaching your location, and some among them exude an unsettling aura. Those with strange energies are estimated to be at the Sea Realm. You must exercise caution. Chang'an's calm voice bore an undercurrent of urgency. After delivering this message, the connection was abruptly severed. It was evident that Chang'an did not wish for them to find him. And Qingyu's words garnered the attention of all present. "What do you mean by that?" Shen Qingzhu inquired. And Qingyu's gaze deepened as he fixated on the pendant in his hand. "He unilaterally severed all contact with us, but alas, I remembered his location at the last moment." With an exasperated sigh, Shen Qingzhu tousled her hair, grappling with the disconcerting sensation of knowing that others possessed information she did not, particularly when it pertained to her beloved. Wang Mian cast a glance at Tianping and the others, deciding it would be prudent to eliminate the lunatics from the ancient God Church before seeking out the truth behind Chang'an's desire to avoid them. "Has Assistant Xu been in contact with you?" Instructor Hong pondered aloud, deducing that Wang Mian must have gleaned something from Assistant Xu. Lin Qiye nodded, offering an explanation. "Indeed, Chang'an informed us that the ancient God Church is approaching. The entirety of Jinan Mountain is currently enveloped in his life-divine ruin. As long as he draws breath, Chang'an can revive us at any moment." He also insisted that we should not engage the ancient God Church with a strategy of mutual destruction. The last statement was directed specifically at Shen Qingzhu. She clicked her tongue, retorting, "Do you truly believe I would resort to such measures?" Lin Qiye shrugged, "Who knows?" His intention was merely to prevent Chang'an from feeling distressed or angered later, thus offering a gentle reminder. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the air. Someone whispered ominously, "They are coming." Chapter 77. The creature amidst the black missed a swift motion, a dagger soared from behind a tree, but Wang Mian deftly drew his weapon and deflected it, embedding it into a nearby trunk. They beheld the figures rushing towards them, yet the foremost among them appeared anything but ordinary. What manner of being is this? Xuanhua barely had time to utter this exclamation before a figure cloaked in a swirling black fog launched a sudden assault, compelling him to raise his blade in defense. However, the force behind the attack was far beyond that of a typical human. He could not help but shout, "Do not tell me those beings enveloped in that unknown black mist are the very disturbances Long and spoke of." "Xuanhua, spare your words," Xinghan interjected, appearing suddenly to deliver a powerful kick that sent the creature crashing against a tree. Yet they were indeed bizarre. The creature, having been forcefully thrown, struggled to rise, its expression devoid of emotion as it fixed its gaze upon Xuanhua and Xinghan, baring its teeth in a grimace that rendered its face as pale as if bleached, devoid of any semblance of life. Truly, it resembled a corpse. Bang! 3 small white mice exploded midair. Crimson fireworks erupted, prompting Qingyu to swiftly roll behind a tree, ensuring the threat had passed before casting a glance at the creature sprawled on the ground. Wang Mian approached cautiously, refraining from delivering a fatal blow to the creature still writhing on the ground, for the air was thick with blood mist. Proximity would surely spell his doom. "Have you discerned anything? Do you not think it bears a striking resemblance to a zombie?" And Qingyu observed the creature intently, a fervent curiosity for dissection igniting within him. "A zombie?" Wang Mian nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it bore an uncanny likeness. Its extraordinary strength, pallid visage, bloodshot eyes, and sharp teeth were reminiscent of the undead. Yet, in comparison to typical zombies, numerous distinctions remained. Suddenly, the creature emitted a series of guttural roars, rising from the ground beneath the astonished gazes of Qingyu and Wang Mian. It seemed that paralysis was ineffective. Wang Mian squinted, while Qingyu felt a sense of urgency. Merely slaying it might prove futile. Perhaps severing its head or dismantling it entirely would be prudent. Wang Mian cast a surprised glance at Qingyu, contemplating employing such a method, intending to test its efficacy before informing the others. Unexpectedly, after the creature stood, it let out a series of snarls, and the nearby tree rustled, shedding dozens of leaves that drifted to encircle the creature. "It can utilize the forbidden expanse?" Wang Mian frowned and instructed, "You go assist Lin Qiye and the others. I shall confront this being alone." And Qingyu nodded and swiftly made his way towards Lin Qiye. In that moment, a divine pressure surged forth. From Wang Mian's feet sprouted an abundance of plants and flowers, a continuous influx of life energy coursing into his being. He paused momentarily, a smile curling upon his lips. Wang Mian favored too, and Qingyu left Wang Mian's side, opting not to seek out Lin Qiye, but instead headed towards by Li Pangpang, where Instructor Hong and Li Lei were located. Lin Qiye was dealing with a living opponent and did not require assistance. However, Instructor Hong and the others were facing far more perilous foes. Upon seeing Qingyu approaching, Li Pangpang's eyes lit up as if he had seen a savior. "Little fish, have you and Captain Wang Mian dealt with this monstrosity? What the hell is it?" "Not yet. Wang Mian doesn't need my help. But you all should be cautious. These creatures can utilize the forbidden abyss." And Qingyu warned loudly to Instructor Hong, who was engaged in combat with the monsters. Li Pangpang widened his eyes and cursed vehemently. "Damn it!" Meanwhile, Lin Qiye found himself facing Zhuang Qi, just as in the original narrative. "Lin Qiye, the agent of the twin deities, I intended to kill you, but Lord Whisper has commanded I capture you alive. I am curious about your capabilities." Zhuang Qi maneuvered shards of his hunting knife to relentlessly assault Lin Qiye, leaving him no respite. Yet Lin Qiye reciprocated without yielding, utilizing the terrain of Jinnan Mountain to evade and glanced at the boastful Zhuang Qi, decisively biting his finger to release a drop of blood. That drop soared through the air, forming a magical array. A small mummy sprang forth, surveying its surroundings before locking eyes with Zhuang Qi, who squinted, perplexed. What in the world is that? A form of mystery? In the next instant, the small mummy's body unexpectedly swelled, revealing familiar black gun barrels protruding from within. Damn it! Wang Qiye cursed, hastily seeking cover. However, the mummy was swifter. In an instant, a barrage of bullets rained down upon Wang Qiye. Hidden behind a tree, Lin Qiye observed Wang Qiye, who was forced into a defensive stance by the relentless assault of bullets and rockets, reflecting on the earlier words spoken by his adversary. Capture me alive? Why? Could it be because of Chang'an? It seems I must find a way to eliminate him. Tianquan seemed to sense its master's thoughts, suddenly glowing faintly to capture Lin Qiye's attention. Tianquan, what do you wish to convey? Lin Qiye inquired. Tianquan borrowed a sliver of Lin Qiye's mental energy and underwent a division, transforming from one blade into two Tianquan. Lin Qiye's eyes brightened. He nearly forgot. Tianquan is no ordinary blade. It possesses sentience and can thus combat independently. However, division requires mental power, and Lin Qiye was uncertain if he could withstand such a significant drain on his spirit. Just as he hesitated, new plants and flowers suddenly bloomed at his feet, a surge of immense mental energy flooding into his body. Is this Chang'an? Lin Qiye recalled that the life-divine abyss of Chang'an could amplify mental power. Yet he distinctly remembered Chang'an had mentioned it would only provide them with a slight enhancement of strength. It appeared he needed to swiftly conclude the battle here. Meanwhile, Tianping and Shen Qingzhu found themselves equally embroiled in a fierce struggle. What the hell are these things? Shen Qingzhu deftly evaded the monster's assault, unable to suppress his curses. His Qi Min was utterly ineffective against this creature. The being before him, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, did not require breath. It was, indeed, no living entity. Shen Qingzhu, move aside, Tianping shouted urgently. The moment Shen Qingzhu stepped aside, Tianping hurled a massive stone that he controlled, sending the creature flying and shattering numerous trees in its wake. Surely that did it. Shen Qingzhu mused, observing the toppled trees around him. Yet his brow remained furrowed with unease. Not necessarily. After all, it's not a living being, and it won't be so easily vanquished. Tianping descended slowly, his gaze surveying the devastation with caution. Just as the two braced themselves, the monster sprinted towards them at an astonishing speed. No, its target is not us, they exclaimed in unison, hastily pursuing it. Yet, curiously, the creature's velocity was unfathomable, compounded by the numerous thickets obstructing their path, making it increasingly difficult to catch up. In a critical moment, the ground trembled beneath them, and suddenly, a series of vines sprouted along the path ahead, intertwining to form a passage. Shen Qingzhu and Tianping exchanged glances, instantly comprehending who was aiding them. Once they stepped onto the vine-formed path, they discovered that not only was this assistance present, but the trees that could hinder their progress seemed to be shifting as well, deliberately allowing them to advance unimpeded. This unbroken path enabled them to close the distance to the monster. Shen Qingzhu's favorability 5. Host, you are truly reckless. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my dear supporters for your generous contributions and unwavering encouragement. Alas, I truly struggle with writing battle scenes. I contemplated this for an entire day yesterday, without knowing how to proceed, and could only produce this as a makeshift solution. Chapter 78. Explosion. Having already suffered grave injuries from the backlash of 2 rules, it is commendable enough that I can sustain the formation, transforming Jinan Mountain into a vast spring. Yet you insist on compelling me to divulge the specific circumstances of that group of novices. Knowing is one thing, but forcibly utilizing life to restore Wang Mian's vitality and enhance Lin Qiye's mental strength while manipulating plants to assist that foolish Shen Qingzhu and Tianping is utterly reckless. Are you out of your mind? Do you comprehend that I am incapable of healing you? The mortal body is inherently fragile, and you will have to endure the pain of the backlash for at least 6 months. A full 6 months. Only after half a year will your body achieve complete self-recovery. Knowing all this, you still proceed as such. Have you lost your sanity? Xiao Jiu, in a fit of rage, paced around the seated Xu Changan, her fur bristling. At times, she would abruptly halt, glaring at Xu Changan with indignation. Xu Changan, somewhat helpless, could only endure her scolding. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he muttered, "I'm sorry." "Sorry?" Zhou scoffed, her expression devoid of warmth as she fixed her gaze on Xu Changan. "You exhibit the same emotional turmoil as before, capable of eloquence during mundane times, acknowledging your mistakes. Yet beyond an apology, you utter not a word. What difference does it make if you recognize your errors only to repeat them next time?" Xu Changan fell silent. Should there indeed be a next time, he would undoubtedly act in the same manner. He could not ignore matters of life and death concerning Qiye and the others. He could not fathom it. He yearned to understand the complex emotions that stirred within him whenever he was with them. He knew they cherished him. What of his own feelings? Xiao Jiu. Just as Xu Changan was about to inquire of Xiao Jiu regarding those emotions, he suddenly felt a tug on his soul. Acting swiftly, he formed a hand sign, leaving a clone behind to maintain the formation. He could not abandon the formation, lest it falter. Seeing this, Xiao Jiu erupted in fury, as if a small volcano had erupted atop her head. "Xu Changan, I'm severing ties with you." Shen Qingzhu, Captain, Gao Duan, Mo Li, and another member, Jiang Feng, clutched their wounds and rose from the ground, shouting towards the distant Shen Qingzhu. Tianping and Yue had each dealt with the members of the ancient god society, turning to look at the three's cries. Yet all they witnessed was a sudden explosion. "Shen Qingzhu, has that fool lost his mind?" Yue exclaimed, discarding the corpse in his grasp and sprinting towards that direction in disbelief. Tianping cautiously delivered 2 final blows to the 2 bodies on the ground, ensuring their demise before following suit. The tremendous sound of the explosion drew the attention of others. Meanwhile, Wang Mian, bolstered by the continuous supply of vitality, hesitated not in employing the time divine ruins, effortlessly dismantling his opponent into 8 pieces. In a battle of realms, the odds were decidedly against the aberrant. Frowning at the distant explosion, he hastened toward it. Bailey Pang gazed in the direction from which the sound emanated, exclaiming, "What a tremendous explosion! That must be where Zhou and the others are. What on earth has transpired there? Fatty, don't look any longer. We must deal with this creature first." And Qingyu cast a fleeting glance towards the source of the explosion before hastily averting her gaze. Under Qingyu's command, the creature had already lost one of its hands due to a coordinated attack by Instructor Hong and the others. With its hand severed, the creature became significantly easier to handle. They swiftly decapitated it, severing its head from its body. Gasping for breath, Instructor Hong remarked, "Is it dead for good this time?" The 4 of them stared at the creature for a considerable time, confirming its demise before hurriedly making their way towards the site of the explosion. After receiving an enhancement to his mental prowess, Lin Qiye chose to confront Zhuang Qi head-on, stepping forth wielding Tianquan. Mumu ceased her assault, casting a glance back at Lin Qiye before vanishing through a magical array. "Ha, what's this? The agents of the dual deities have finally decided to stop hiding?" Zhuang Qi mocked Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye responded with a cold smirk. Tianquan floated from his grasp into the air, instantly splitting into 10, forming a total of 11 blades. How intriguing. Zhuang Qi's mocking demeanor abruptly shifted to one of seriousness. A blade capable of division? What kind of forbidden object is this? He maneuvered the shards of his hunting knife to attack Lin Qiye, yet he hesitated to let all the fragments stray too far from himself, retaining a small portion for his own defense. However, those shards could not even approach Lin Qiye. Tianquan encircled Lin Qiye, blocking all the shards of the hunting knife. Now, it was his turn to taunt. "Are you truly the Chuan realm? You can't even best someone from the Pool realm? You bastard." Zhuang Qi's forehead bulged with veins. "Indeed, your ancient god sect is nothing but a bunch of weaklings. Are you really from the Chuan realm? Are you certain you're not from the Pool realm? Those shards couldn't even reach me. How do you differ from a useless one?" In a bid to further provoke Zhuang Qi, Lin Qiye even seated himself cross-legged before him. Enraged, Zhuang Qi's eyes reddened, his fists tightening with visible veins. In this moment, the shards meant to protect him surged forth to attack Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye's eyes lit up. This was a golden opportunity. Tianquan responded to his command, once again splitting, this time into 10 more, resulting in a total of 20 blades, fully entangling all the hunting knife shards. Suddenly, Lin Qiye produced an ordinary knife in his hand and hurled it towards Zhuang Qi's face. Zhuang Qi easily sidestepped it, preparing to mock Lin Qiye's technique when a bullet pierced through his brow. His body fell rigidly to the ground. The surrounding shards clattered to the ground as they ceased their movement. Tianquan returned to Lin Qiye's hand after reassembling, casting a glance at Zhuang Qi, whose eyes remained wide open in death. Lin Qiye stowed away the gun he had drawn from the infinite armory and turned to race towards the direction of the explosion. At the moment of his demise, Zhuang Qi stood precisely at the edge of the mortal realm. Had he taken even a single step back, Lin Qiye might have been unable to strike him. Meanwhile, within a certain village at the foot of the mountain, a commotion ensued. Commander Yuan, an explosion just occurred on the mountain. We are currently uncertain whether it was caused by the ancient god sect or related to the killing god squad. An instructor rushed in, breathless. I understand, Yuan Gang replied, furrowing his brow. The explosion had been so loud that even he had heard it. What exactly transpired on the mountain? The blast impact was extensive, stirring up a significant amount of dust that lingered in the air. While those outside might not have perceived the chaos, Shen Qingzhu, enveloped in the dust, could see clearly and stared blankly at the person standing before him. Chang'an. As for me, I find myself awake late at night, diligently crafting words. Tuli, I exil a weaving a captivating. This is a genuine act of salvation. Brother Zhou, prepare to pledge your devotion. I am immensely grateful for the support from my beloved readers. Going forward, additional chapters will only be released on Saturdays and Sundays, barring any unforeseen circumstances. From Monday to Friday, there will be a single update each day. If unexpected events arise, there may be 2 updates one day and a day of rest, perhaps. Now, apart from Zhou Ping, everyone else's favorability ratings have been raised, correct? It is time for me to prepare to write about Zhou Ping and Chang'an. Chapter 79. A brief chapter. Xu Changan glanced at his injured right hand, tightly clenching it into a fist to conceal it from view. Turning to face the bewildered Shen Qingzhu, he thought to himself, he almost arrived a moment too late. Shen Qingzhu, before he could utter much, a sudden metallic taste surged in his throat, prompting him to instinctively turn away from Shen Qingzhu's gaze. Attempting to swallow the blood that threatened to spill, yet some inevitably trickled from the corner of his mouth. Chang'an. Shen Qingzhu hastily scrambled to his feet, gripping Chang'an's arm and forcefully turning him around, only to be taken aback. The once beautiful face now appeared alarmingly pale, the blood seeping from his lips strikingly vivid, and the once gentle, smiling eyes now furrowed in pain. His heart felt as though it were ensnared by an invisible hand, sharp nails piercing through, causing waves of agony that rendered him nearly breathless, especially with that glaring stain of blood at Chang'an's mouth. Chang'an, I will take you down mountain. Shen Qingzhu, filled with anguish and guilt, suddenly realized that acting impulsively without consideration was the most foolish of actions. Yet, if growth came at the cost of Chang and sustaining injuries to protect him, he longed to return to that reckless self and deliver a few slaps. Xu Changan shook his head, forcing a faint smile. I'm fine, no need to worry. I cannot descend the mountain for now, but I will soon depart. Shen Qingzhu, please refrain from such impulsive actions in the future. Suddenly, he placed a pendant into Shen Qingzhu's hand, recognizing it as a communication talisman. Shen Qingzhu felt a sense of urgency. I will not sever communication. I will wait for you to arrive. Xu Changan pressed the pendant into Shen Qingzhu's hand and then vanished. Shen Qingzhu discerned another layer of meaning in Chang'an's words, staring in stunned silence as the figure gradually became transparent. His other hand, which had firmly grasped Chang'an's arm, suddenly grasped at emptiness, forming a fist. Gazing at the desolate space before him, a sense of disorientation washed over him. That recent moment seemed to convey a truth. What cannot be held onto, like the bright moon, is forever beyond reach. Shen Qingzhu, Captain. The shouts of his companions echoed in Shen Qingzhu's ears. The dust finally settled, revealing the figures of Chao Yuan and the others. Shen Qingzhu, Mo Li, Gao Juan, and Jiang Feng rushed over, but their attention was drawn to the pendant in Shen Qingzhu's hand. Glancing at the unharmed individual, they realized that Xu Changan had indeed appeared moments ago. "Captain, you nearly scared us to death." Jiang Feng exhaled in relief. Chao Yuan, looking at the pendant, pondered silently before patting Shen Qingzhu on the shoulder. "You truly have a charmed life. It's good you're unharmed. Whatever you plan to do, at least discuss it with us first." Emoli remarked expressionlessly. "When we return, I will inform Lin Qiye and the others about this." "Hey, seriously?" Shen Qingzhu snapped back to reality. Chao Yuan suddenly chuckled. "I think that essay's a splendid idea. It'll give Lin Qiye and the others something to talk about. Otherwise, some people never learn." Shen Qingzhu. Damn it. Upon reflecting on Lin Qiye, Li Liang, and Deng Wei, who incessantly chant like monks beside him, he felt an overwhelming urge to retreat, perhaps seeking refuge in Chang'an. The four individuals nearby were engaged in a cacophony of noise, while the two others remained enveloped in silence. "Chang'an has been here," murmured Yu Gui. Tian Ping gazed wordlessly at the communication spirit jade in Shen Qingzhu's hand. A torrent of emotions surged within them, yet their thoughts coincidentally aligned. Chang'an had indeed visited, but why had it chosen to depart? Was there unfinished business, or were they evading them for another reason? They obtained the communication spirit jade through their captain, yet what was it about Shen Qingzhu that captured Chang'an's attention? If Shen Qingzhu was deemed worthy, could it be that they? This segment is somewhat brief. My current state is not optimal, and I may not provide an additional update today. I still owe 6 chapters for reward updates, and I will strive to fulfill those as soon as possible. My heartfelt gratitude extends to all for your generous rewards and support. I am particularly thankful to the Sun's Crawler for the character summon and for your kind contributions. Your appreciation means the world to me. Thank you. Chapter 80. Murmurs as Xu Changan merged with his doppelganger in the underground cavern. He opened his eyes to find Xiao Jio's expressionless face, staring at him intently without so much as a blink. Anyone else might have screamed in surprise. Noticing the return of a human, Xiao Jio silently stepped back a couple of paces, casting a cold smile at Chang'an. There were still 4 minutes until the Murmurs and his several followers would arrive here, while Lin Qiye and his companions would take at least 13 minutes to reach this place. At present, wielding a sword was a struggle for Chang'an, who could barely maintain the formation. As Xiao Jiu pinched the bridge of its nose, appearing quite exasperated, it remarked, "I have indeed placed too much trust in you. Had I known, I would have retained a portion of my combat mechanisms." Not only was Xu Chang'an's true form unable to be accepted by this world, but Xiao Jio was likewise constrained. With its current strength, it could easily assume the role of director back in the bureau. To prevent the world from collapsing, it had extracted its own offensive mechanism and transformed into another version of itself, which remained in Room 7 to accompany Xu Chang'an's original self. Should anyone intrude, that alternate Xiao Jio would eradicate them within 3 seconds, leaving not a trace behind. Was all of this within your calculations? Xiao Jio inquired. After all, some individuals prefer to maintain control over the trajectory of events. If even the unexpected incident involving Shen Qingzhu had been accounted for, it would indeed have to applaud with a mix of amusement and irony. Xu Changan lowered his gaze to his injured right hand. The affair concerning Shen Qingzhu was indeed not part of his plan. However, the unforeseen turn of events was of little consequence, as it provided an opportunity for a certain individual. Xiao Jiu hesitated momentarily before understanding. An ancient scroll materialized out of thin air, hovering before Xu Changan. He raised his hand and gently flicked the scroll, causing it to sway before transforming into a white door. The door opened from within, and Han Xiaoyan stepped out. Instinctively surveying his surroundings, he noticed a youth with black hair and blue eyes whom he had never encountered before. Understanding certain truths, Han Xiaoyan refrained from asking questions and instead focused on Xu Changan, who sat cross-legged within the formation, his expression devoid of emotion. "Vice Dean, it seems you have sustained severe injuries." Given Xu Chang'an's current state, even a blind person would recognize the gravity of his wounds. Xu Changan casually selected a long spear from the infinite arsenal. "Your task is to hold off the impending ancient god church. If you wish to eliminate a few individuals before returning, I have no objections. I understand, Han Xiaoyan replied, seizing the spear that floated before him. He swung it a few times to test its feel, which was exponentially superior to any weapon he had previously wielded. Suddenly, Xiao Jiu sensed something, and a blue electronic screen appeared, displaying a figure running through a forest. When did Zhou Ping arrive? Han Xiaoyan stood beside Xiao Jiu, bewildered by its actions. Was this something a human could accomplish? Glancing at the striking azure eyes of the figure, he inexplicably thought of a cat. Upon hearing Zhou Ping's name, Xu Changan was not particularly surprised. Yuan Gang will undoubtedly inform Yi Fan of this matter, and Yi Fan will swiftly dispatch a formidable human expert, for he is indeed the pivotal figure in the subsequent plans. Xu Changan retrieved the communication jade pendant, probing the whereabouts of Qingyu and the others. After careful contemplation, he opted to provide Zhou Ping with the quickest route to his location. Han Xiaoyan cast a sidelong glance at Xu Changan, noting that he had no intention of returning to the mental hospital, and thus remained silent. Thud, thud, chaotic footsteps echoed from outside the cave entrance. Han Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes slightly and advanced a few steps. Xiao Jiu remained seated on the ground. As that group of small karamis had yet to earn the right to compel it to rise, they would first need to breach its defenses. In less than a minute, the group led by EU emerged into Xu Changan's line of sight. He cast a fleeting glance at them, his gaze lingering momentarily on the last two figures shrouded in black mist. It appeared that his existence had indeed been acknowledged by that group. He could distinctly see that the souls within those two grotesque beings had been extracted. They were mere living corpses. Sir, the Earth Dragon is dead, Ma Yiqian remarked upon entering, immediately noticing the withered form of the Yanmai Earth Dragon nearby. He raised a hand to halt Ma Yiqian's further comments. Fixing his gaze intently on Xu Changan, who sat cross-legged not far away, oblivious even to his former follower Han Xiaoyan. During our first encounter, Your Excellency, the Divine, it seems you have sustained grave injuries? He smiled knowingly, his words laced with feigned ignorance. Divine? Both Ma Yiqian and the silver-haired man exchanged looks of astonishment. Han Xiaoyan glanced at Xu Changan, whose identity had been unveiled yet remained remarkably composed, his expression inscrutable. He had indeed speculated on Xu Chang'an's true nature, and it seemed his conjectures were correct. A deity concealed as a mortal for reasons unknown. Xiao Jiu furrowed its brow, pondering how this revelation had come pass. When it had engaged in discussions with the individuals from the Great Xia, it had been certain that no one would discover the truth. Was there a traitor among them? Or perhaps an undercover agent? Xu Changan spoke equally, Han Xiaoyan. EU, taken aback, finally noticed Han Xiaoyan and a blue-eyed youth with black hair beside him. Upon receiving the command, Han Xiaoyan charged forward, targeting Ma Yiqian and the silver-haired man, as EU and the grotesque beings lay beyond his capacity to confront. Xiao Jiu snapped its fingers, and a white barrier materialized, effectively dividing Han Xiaoyan and the others from the scene to prevent the battle from affecting the surroundings. EU showed no intention of assisting Ma Yiqian and the others. He merely waved his hand casually, prompting one of the grotesque beings to take action. He glanced at Xiao Jiu, a subtle glimmer of apprehension flashing in his eyes. I never anticipated that a discarded pawn would catch your attention. He scoffed. You put on quite a show, but why does that motley crew behind you not dare to approach? Are they concerned they might not return? Xiao Jiu rose from the ground, its face adorned with mockery directed at EU and the assembly of deities. The murmurs were not at all provoked by this dialogue. If my conjecture is correct, you must be the one referred to as Little Jiu. You certainly possess an abundance of information. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Little Jiu's eyes, as it calculated how to forcibly retract a portion of its lethal mechanisms without allowing the world to collapse. Nevertheless, even in the face of Little Jiu's ominous aura, the murmurs continued to utter words that bordered on recklessness. It appears, Your Excellency, that your injuries are indeed quite severe. With a swift motion, the murmurs clutched their bleeding neck and vanished from sight. Xu Changan retracted Jiu Xiao, for he truly could no longer muster even the slightest trace of spiritual energy. Remarkably swift, indeed. As soon as little Zhou spoke, a wave of deathly energy erupted from the figure standing still, elevating its previously oceanic realm in an instant. Its crimson eyes racing towards them, only to be halted by a barrier. Little Zhou, allow the murmurs and Qiye to encounter one another. Xu Changan's voice was exceedingly weak. After today, he feared he would lapse into a prolonged unconsciousness. Little Zhou instantly comprehended its host's intent, a smile gracing its countenance as it replied in a chilling tone, "Some individuals are indeed better suited to be madmen. Having contemplated this matter since last night, I have only managed to produce these few words. The thoughts have caused me considerable distress. I shall take a brief respite for a couple of days, as I still need to find time this month to visit the hospital for another checkup. My heartfelt gratitude to all who have generously supported me with their contributions and love. Thank you." Chapter 81. Important notification at the conclusion. Little Nine has virtualized everything in Jinan Mountain, altering the path ahead for Lin Qiye and the others to ensure they encounter the Whispers. After completing this task, it turned to Xu Changan. Upon fixing its gaze on that pale visage, its brows knitted together, Little Nine rummaged through the immortal repository and retrieved a piece of jade, presenting it to Xu Changan, saying, "For brother AI, hold on to it." At the moment he grasped the jade, Xu Changan felt a slight alleviation of his pain. Though it was minimal, his full attention was captivated by the words, "For brother AI." He stared at the jade in his hand, momentarily dazed. For AI, the old stick in the mud, who never surfed the waves of emotions, was entirely oblivious to Little Nine's sardonic undertone. Already perplexed about his own feelings, he was further misled by this thought. If only Little Nine knew what Xu Changan was pondering, it might just perform a 360 spiral explosion. Unfortunately, it remained unaware, continuing its incessant banter with someone who was clearly not listening. "Honestly, I can't be bothered to explain to you. Zhou Ping has already arrived here. I'm heading to the psychiatric hospital first. Once our guest arrives, I shall ensure he is well entertained." Little Nine's final words were articulated with great emphasis. Xu Changan noted that, though he was hardly attentive to what Little Nine had said, one confusion resolved only to give rise to another. He was for love, but whom did he love? Surely, he couldn't love everyone, could he? Chang'an. Zhou Ping arrived faster than Xu Changan had anticipated, swiftly slashing the creature that was relentlessly attacking the protective barrier, entering without obstruction. After regaining some composure, he crouched down to inspect whether Chang'an had sustained any injuries, only to discover something quite peculiar. He was momentarily taken aback. Good, a favorability rating. Xu Changan favorability 30, Zhou Ping noted. "You've arrived. Allow me to lean on you." Xu Changan instantly relaxed, leaning slightly against Zhou Ping's arm, closing his eyes to slow his breathing. Zhou Ping's body stiffened. Lowering his head, he saw Chang'an's pallid countenance, a pang of concern gripping his heart. Instinctively, he relaxed and carefully adjusted his position to allow Chang'an to rest in his embrace. While he could not assess Chang'an's physical injuries at that moment, he understood that even in the absence of visible wounds, there must be significant internal trauma. He wanted to inquire about what had transpired but refrained from disturbing Chang'an's rest, merely sighing inwardly, hoping for an opportunity to ask later. Zhou Ping glanced around, noting a ground dragon corpse ensnared by vines to his left, while to his right, a barrier separated him from a 1-against-3 battle unfolding within. Assuming this was Chang'an's doing, he gave it little thought, remaining vigilant towards the skirmish, ready to intervene should anything go awry, preventing unforeseen consequences. Meanwhile, on Lin Qiye's side, 4 squads were swiftly maneuvering through the forest. "Wait, stop!" Lin Qiye sensed an unusual fluctuation in the space ahead and promptly instructed everyone to halt. The group stood at the ready, wary of a potential ambush from the enemy. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, with only the faint whisper of the wind to be heard. However, upon the appearance of the adversary, a flicker of surprise crossed Wang Mian's eyes, and his hand instinctively rested upon the hilt of his sword, murmuring, "It is you?" Announcement. A matter of utmost importance. I apologize to all my dear readers. This notice may not bear good tidings. I regret to inform you that I will likely be pausing updates. A brief respite of 2 days has not alleviated my condition. In fact, it has worsened. I had intended to update yesterday, but an unforeseen incident in the morning nearly led me to the hospital. In the afternoon, when I attempted to write, I found myself utterly unable to produce anything. Though I had an outline, ideas, and even vivid imagery in my mind, the words simply would not come forth. Thus I refrained from updating. I had to consult my mother, and we ultimately resolved that I would visit the hospital on the 7th and procure some medication. The side effects of the medication for bipolar disorder are numerous, and I am uncertain whether I will be able to update during this period. Should inspiration strike and I be able to write, I will certainly provide updates. However, if I am unable to, I may have to suspend updates indefinitely. I sincerely apologize and extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who have shown your support and generosity during this time. Please rest assured, as I am aware that many of you hold a fondness for this story, I shall not abandon it. Chapter 82. The Birth of Duality, Mother Lin. Upon hearing Wang Mian's words, the crowd instantly fell into a state of vigilance. The murmurer, upon spotting Lin Qiye and the others, instinctively sought to flee. However, he soon realized that the space around him was ensnared by some unfathomable force, rendering escape impossible. The only individual capable of such a feat was none other than a deity. Indeed, he had underestimated the situation. Even when most of their powers were suppressed by the world, it was effortless for a divine being to end his life. Had his opponent not been gravely injured, he might not have evaded that deadly strike. It was truly surprising that the masked team would appear here. Surely, the other special teams were overwhelmed with tasks. The murmurer smirked, his hand pressed against his bleeding neck, each word exacerbating his agony. Wang Mian remained silent, as this was inevitable. Among all the special teams, they were the busiest, yet they were not the most perilous. Being borrowed by Chang'an meant that their tasks would be redistributed among several other special divisions. Lin Qiye gripped the knife tightly in his hand. The murmurer, keenly sensing the fleeting intent to kill, turned to Lin Qiye and remarked, "I am quite curious. What is it about you, the dual divine proxy, that warrants such concern from one who would rather endure the world's backlash, even at the cost of severe injury, to ensure your safety? What did you say? Damn it, are you plotting against Chang'an? I will kill you." The mention of Xu Changan struck a nerve with Shen Qingzhu, unleashing a tempest of fury from within, especially since he had just been protected by Chang'an. The thought of Chang'an being grievously injured, perhaps even, he dared not let his imagination wander further. Fortunately, Tianping and Yue Gui were present to restrain him. Wang Mian cast a glance at Shen Qingzhu, urging him to remain calm. He is deceiving you. He is merely a stray dog that escaped from Chang'an. Yet, the grip on the knife's hilt betrayed his true emotions, indicating that he had absorbed some of the murmurer's words. Prior to their search for Chang'an, they had already heard Shen Qingzhu recount the situation, aware that Chang'an must be wounded at this very moment. However, none of them knew the extent of the injuries. "Do you believe that inciting their wrath will allow you to leave here unscathed?" The murmurer quipped. "Are you afraid, too?" At that moment, a charming young boy suddenly appeared beside Lin Qiye. Before Wang Mian and the others could react, they witnessed the boy looking at Lin Qiye and exclaiming, "Mother Lin, Lin Qiye." Wang Mian, "Mother Lin?" Shen Qingzhu, "Lin Qiye, you have a son?" And Qingyu, "Those eyes resemble those of a cat." Others, "Wow, Mother Lin, your son doesn't look like you at all. He bears a resemblance to Chang'an Sujujiao." To their astonishment, the murmurer displayed clear trepidation, even fear, retreating a few steps. Yet, Zhou paid him no mind, her azure eyes fixed on Lin Qiye. "Mother Lin, you wouldn't fail to recognize me, would you? If so, I shall have to report you." Zhou, why? Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback before he comprehended the situation, feeling perplexed. Could it be that Zhou could transform into a human as well? Zhou shrugged, suggesting it was not something he needed to concern himself with, urging Lin to relax, for it was not curiosity about the secrets that compelled him to care so much. Rather, it was time to reveal them. Lin Qiye hesitated for a moment, nodding in agreement, but insisted that Zhou explain the rationale behind this decision afterward. "All right," Zhou responded. "I only hope you won't be angry once you discover the truth." with a playful twinkle in his eye. He anticipated Lin Qiye's reaction upon learning of the host's grave injuries, perhaps filled with overwhelming guilt. The onlookers, listening to their exchange, wore bewildered expressions, utterly lost in the conversation, with only a faint understanding that Lin Qiye seemed capable of resolving the murmurings. Under the gaze of the assembly, Zhou approached the immobile figure of the murmurer, mimicking a grasping motion as if extracting something intangible, which promptly vanished in the blink of an eye. Lin Qiye, in turn, sat down on the ground and closed his eyes. This unexpected turn of events left everyone at a loss, with no one able to offer them answers. They could only wait in silence. Having taken medication, I felt quite dizzy. I can write, albeit not extensively. Dear readers, please bear with me. I will update occasionally. I have noticed your concern for me, and thus refrain from responding to each comment individually, as it would be troublesome to reply anew if any comments were lost in the shuffle. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for your care and well wishes. I'm truly surprised by the number of you who have shown such kindness. Thank you all. I'm also immensely grateful to those who have offered support in recent days. Your generosity and love mean the world to me. Thank you. Chapter 83. Madness. The soul of the murmuring spirit was roughly thrust into the confines of a psychiatric hospital by Zhou, carelessly discarded upon the ground. The ethereal being felt no pain. As it rose to its feet and surveyed the surroundings, it stood frozen in astonishment. The cause was simple. Anyone would be horrified to find two deities, along with several mysterious entities, gazing intently at them. Ah, our protagonist has arrived. A smirk played on Zhou's lips as he glanced behind the murmuring spirit. The spirit turned abruptly, only to find Lin Qiye clad in a white coat, clearly intrigued by the secrets that unfolded before him. Lin Qiye, however, paid no heed to the spirit and directly approached Zhou, inquiring, Zhou, has something occurred in Chang'an? You wouldn't be so enraged otherwise. Enraged? Zhou blinked, the smile on his face losing its authenticity. Lin Qiye could sense the fury emanating from Zhou. Indeed, I am furious. Did that fool not inform you? For your sake and others. He forcibly unsealed his own restrictions, resulting in a backlash from this world that left him gravely injured. I told him to disregard you all, yet he insisted on assisting, valuing his own life so little that he nearly perished. Do you comprehend the gravity of this? As Zhou spoke, the feigned smile slowly faded from his face, replaced by a cold, expressionless stare directed at Lin Qiye. His words did carry a hint of exaggeration, yet they were spoken out of concern for his host. Having sacrificed so much, the beneficiaries ought to be aware, should they not? They must remember this vividly. Lin Qiye's lips moved, but he found himself at a loss for words. Lin Qiye's affection won what? The vice director has sustained grave injuries. Li Fei exclaimed, pointing at the bewildered, murmuring spirit beside him. Is it him who harmed our vice director? Zhou nodded gravely. Indeed, it is he. Li Fei marched forward, intent on delivering a few slabs to make the spirit aware of the consequences of injuring and die. He rolled up his sleeves, advancing with fierce determination. The murmuring spirit instinctively sought to flee, only to find the space around it locked down once more. This time, however, an additional force restrained its voice. It was the will of the hospital's director. Lin Qiye forbade the spirit from leaving this place. Li Fei approached and delivered several slaps to the spirit. How dare you harm our vice director? What audacity you possess. How amusing. I want to join in. Azu's eyes sparkled as she eagerly rushed forward, pushing past Li Fei and began to strike the spirit's legs like a spinning top. Lin Qiye cast a glance at the beleaguered spirit before turning to the Rubik's Cube. The cube understood immediately and swiftly approached, delivering a luxurious 360 spinning treatment to the spirit. At that moment, Nikes approached with a benevolent smile, gently patting Azu's little head. Grandma has a gift as well. I hope the friends of Danados will appreciate this. She draped a black sweater over the murmuring spirit's shoulders. The sweater is not particularly large. In fact, it is merely suitable for a small child. Yet, it has mysteriously found its way onto the body of the murmuring figure, albeit a tad constricting. Lin Qiye and Zhou observed the agonized expression on the face of the murmurer. Clearly, they yearned to scream, yet no sound escaped their lips, forcing all their torment to be swallowed back. Zhou's frustration lessened slightly. "Lord Merlin, do you have a method to deal with him?" Lin Qiye inquired, turning to the seated Merlin who was engrossed in a book. Merlin snapped the book shut with a flourish, a smile curling upon his lips. "Of course. Zhou mentioned this to me earlier. Why not transform him into a lunatic? What do you think, director?" "A lunatic?" Lin Qiye murmured softly. He gazed at the murmurer and replied, "I find it quite agreeable. Thank you, dear ones, for your concern. I truly appreciate it. However, I must lament that I have been suffering from severe insomnia lately, unable to find rest despite my overwhelming fatigue. Additionally, I express my gratitude for the generous tips and the love you have shared. Thank you." The author welcomes new ideas, so feel free to comment. Chapter 84. The title torn away by Zhou as the murmurs endured their torment. Merlin raised his hand to touch the center of the murmurer's brow, an intricate magic circle gradually materializing, with the delicate threads binding the fragment of the soul to its essence. Transforming one into a lunatic was an exceedingly simple task. Yet, it was evident that Zhou had no intention of allowing the murmurer to escape so easily. While employing the abyssal magic, Merlin infused a virus into the murmurer's mind. It was a mere mental illness. Would it not be far simpler to render him a fool? Beyond this, Zhou even pinpointed the essence's location through the fragment of the soul, directly relaying the coordinates to Yifan. Once the murmurer was reduced to a simpleton, escape would be impossible. "Little trash, off to prison you go." After withdrawing, Merlin cast a significant glance at Zhou. Zhou shrugged, asserting that he would not grant such an easy fate. Lin Qiye observed the vacant expression and silly grin of the murmurer before him, and without needing to inquire, he understood what Zhou had done. He had been transformed into a fool. Li Yifei silently embraced his own frail self, harboring doubts about his safety. "Zhou, you wouldn't do this to me, would you?" "Guess." Zhou flashed an evil grin. "Oh wow, how frightening." "Why, I agree." Zhou and Li Yifei clung to each other in fear. The cube tilted its form slightly, as if in contemplation, squeezing itself between the two. "The cube, I am afraid too." Suddenly, a screen appeared before Lin Qiye, unlike any he had encountered before. The screen displayed a single sentence accompanied by two options below. Should the outsider murmurer fragment of soul be obliterated? Yes, no. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye selected yes. What purpose would it serve to keep him alive? To serve as lunch for Li Yifei? Upon seeing the screen, Zhou's expression momentarily blanked, quickly followed by a furrowed brow as he inwardly cursed. What the hell? When did this happen? He was now gravely doubting that his initial decision to approach Lin Qiye for a transaction was wise, as it had handed over half of the control of the asylum to the host. He wouldn't believe anyone who claimed this was not premeditated. Zhou recognized the green screen, adorned with twisting vines and small blossoms, as belonging to a particular individual. But it shouldn't be. The host, who possessed only divinity, should have been in slumber. Why had this appeared so suddenly? Had something transpired in room 7? No, he had to investigate. "Mother, Lord Merlin, I shall take my leave." Lin Qiye nodded at Nikes and Merlin before departing. "Chang'an, wait for me." In the cavern, Han Xiaoyan, aided by Chun Xiaosheng, had slain 2 believers of the ancient god church in a monstrosity. After vanquishing the 3, a door appeared beside him. Casting a glance at Xu Changan, he turned and stepped through the door. Zhou Ping paid no mind to Han Xiaoyan's exit, lowering his gaze to the person in his arms, who grimaced in pain. "Chang'an, after this concludes, will a trip to the hospital suffice?" "Useless. Zhou Ping, do not fret over me." As Xu Changan opened her eyes, she met Zhou Ping's gaze, filled with concern and tenderness. Zhou Ping remained silent, his lips pressed together. "How could I not worry? Zhou Ping, please collect the shard from the ground. I feel a bit weary and may need to sleep for several days." Xu Changan gradually closed her eyes, her voice dwindling as she spoke. Fortunately, Zhou Ping was close enough to hear her clearly. "All right, I shall keep watch over you." Zhou Ping solemnly vowed while gazing at Xu Changan's peaceful slumber, even though the one in his arms could not hear him. He gathered the fragments from the formation and gently lifted Xu Changan, heading outside. However, it wasn't long before they encountered Wang Mian and the others. Chang'an Shi. Wang Mian expressed his concern. The crowd's presence instinctively tensed Zhou Ping's body, but he quickly relaxed. We will discuss it later. You all go ahead. The group turned their attention to Lin Qiye, who spoke up. I have confirmed what Xiao Jiu told me. Chang'an shared some matters with me that require my attention. You should depart first. I will catch up with the team shortly. Zhou Ping nodded and turned to Wang Mian. Let's go. Wang Mian agreed with a slight nod, having no doubts about Lin Qiye's words. After all, Xu Chang'an's credibility among the group was unparalleled, exceeding even 100%. Thank you for your concern, dear ones. I believe I am in a reasonably good state, so there is no need to worry about me. Regarding my third book, I have decided that once I complete the first volume of this one, I shall embark on writing all three simultaneously. Tomorrow, I intend to update Lin Yun's book, which has been on hiatus. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your generous support and encouragement. Thank you for your love and support. I cherish you all. Chapter 85. Wiping Lin Qiye watched as Zhou Ping and the others receded into the distance before he turned and ventured into the cave. There, he indeed discovered the body of the earth dragon ensnared by vines. According to Xiao Jiu, this was a sacrificial offering deliberately left for him to perform summoning magic. Standing before the earth dragon, he sent a message to Xiao Jiu. In the blink of an eye, the earth dragon's corpse vanished. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye pivoted and began to run, even employing the Divine Ruins technique, swiftly catching up with the main group. Once they descended, all the new recruits and instructors were present. After Yi fans speculated that Xu Changan might be injured, a top medical team from the capital was dispatched. Upon receiving the injured, they commenced examinations in the vehicle. Half an hour later, a doctor emerged. Doctor, how is he? Yuan Gang inquired with concern. The doctor shook his head. We are unable to determine the cause of his injuries. It is almost as if we are at our wits' end. However, there is good news. His body is undergoing self-repair, albeit at a sluggish pace, and it is estimated that it will take at least 1 or 2 years. That's good. That's good. Yuan Gang sighed in relief. Lin Qiye's tightly clenched hands relaxed, leaving deep impressions in his palms. Shen Qingzhu also released the tension from his jaw. Zhou Ping felt reassured. Indeed, Chang'an would not deceive him. Captain, you can rest easy now, Xuan was comforted. Although he himself was terrified, he understood his feelings for Chang'an were complex, yet he had never considered pursuing them. Such a person was beyond his reach. Upon hearing this, Wang Mian's furrowed brow remained tense. He simply shook his head, seemingly still troubled. 2 years was an eternity, and during that time, no one could predict what might transpire. This statement felt like cold water, causing the previously eased atmosphere to grow heavy once more. Zhou Ping took a deep breath, summoning his courage to speak. Chang'an told me before he fell asleep that he needed to rest for a few days. Did Assistant Su mention a specific time frame? Yuan Gang asked. Zhou Ping shook his head. No, he only said he needed to sleep for a few days. All right, I understand. I will leave Assistant Su in your care. Yuan Gang nodded, revealing no discernible emotion on his face. This time, had it not been for Assistant Su's intervention, no one would have survived. In the following 2 days, the recruits were allowed to rest, and after 2 days, the oath-taking ceremony would commence, marking their official induction into the Night Watchers. In a secure house somewhere in Chang'an City, Zhou Ping stood solemnly by the bedside, holding a damp towel. His current task was to wipe Chang'an's body, yet he was paralyzed by hesitation. The mere thought of helping Chang'an undress made him blush uncontrollably. Should I wipe him? Zhou Ping wrestled with himself. Not wiping? That won't he do. Chang'an surely values cleanliness. Then what about wiping? No, I can't bring myself to do it. I'm too afraid. Xiao Jiu nestled within Xu Chang'an's consciousness, where a forest flourished, and at its center, a pulsating green orb contained the nude form of Xu Changan. The life Divine Ruins were gradually healing him, but complete restoration in a short span remained unattainable. The primary reason lies in the exceptional nature of Xu Changan in his current state. He is merely a vessel of mortal flesh, unable to withstand an excess of divine power. Xiao Jiu glanced at the screen floating in midair. observing Zhou Ping's conflicted demeanor as he paced back and forth. Lost in his thoughts, her gaze then returned to the verdant orb, and she let out a heavy sigh. When it was crafted, how could the headquarters have overlooked the inclusion of a healing program? It was utterly infuriating. The weight of worry bore down on her. She even harbored doubts about whether the host's current body could fulfill the mission of saving Chang'an City. Upon inspection, she discovered that the host's physique had already begun to exhibit signs of collapse. She was deeply concerned whether it could endure an influx of divine power. Yet, rescuing Chang'an City was one of the agreements made with Lin Qiye. Frustrated, she gnawed at her claws, muttering, "Forget it. We'll take it one step at a time. The variables have become too numerous. If it can be done, we shall proceed. If not, I shall not force my host." At worst, she would let Lin Qiye handle it, just as in the original narrative. With this realization, Xiao Jiu felt a lightness in her heart, while Zhou Ping remained entangled in his dilemma of whether to assist Chang'an in undressing. Ultimately, he resolved to close his eyes. Zhou Ping meticulously examined every article of Xu Changan's clothing before shutting his eyes and helping him remove them. The soft rustling of fabric filled the room. Zhou Ping's face flushed uncontrollably. However, with half the clothing already removed, he dared not open his eyes. Who could explain to him why closing his eyes, which he thought would be a relief, only made the situation feel even more peculiar? Zhou Ping shouted silently within himself. "Thank you, dear readers, for your generous support. By the way, does anyone enjoy Ultraman fanfiction? I've been engrossed in such works lately. I've devoured everything available, and with a lack of content, I'm left to create my own.